Could it be Fang Heng? Obviously, they came to support the scavenger legion of Yuanyan Town. And Fang Heng had the ability to control the tyrant bodies, also became the new leader of the scavenger legion. Were these two monsters also controlled by Fang Heng? If that was the case, the mortar have been consumed. The deputy commander whispered, "Captain, what should we do? These two monsters are definitely at the 5th rank in strength. We can't stop them." Leon Hukeng also regained his senses at this moment. Feeling unwilling, he looked back at Yuanyan Town one last time. It's really unlucky. It was so close to capturing Yuanyan Town. Damn it. Leon Hukeng almost wanted to slap himself. Now, what Yuanyan Town? The priority is to save our lives, praying that those two creatures are not thinking straight. Whoever can run should run. Leon Hukeng immediately issued the order, retreat, divide, and retreat immediately. Inside Yuanyan Town, the scavenger legion was already on the brink of collapsing. A large number of federal players had broken through the external defenses and intruded into Yuanyan Town. Roach was prepared for death, but suddenly, he noticed that the enemy's offensive weakened. They even began orderly retreat. What's going on? Looking closely, Roach's face showed joy. Outside Yuanyan Town, the temporary camp set up by the survivors seemed to be under attack, causing chaos. Could it be a support team coming? Ha. Brothers, follow me. Let's charge back together. Roach raised his head to gulp down the last bottle of Divine Blessing potion, trying to regroup the remaining members of the Scavenger Legion to reclaim control of Yuanyan Town. Captain, over 10 minutes later, when Roach returned with the remnants of the Scavenger Legion to the outskirts of Yuanyan Town, he only saw Fang Heng standing alone. Captain, what are you doing here? Roach did not expect to see Fang Heng here. He looked behind Fang Heng. In the rear, the federal temporary camp had turned into a ruin. Just you alone. Yes. Fang Heng was distracted, controlling the fused tyrant bodies to chase the federal, casually replying, with the ability to run. This was Fang Heng's first attempt to control the tyrant bodies to chase enemies. Unfortunately, the federal side split into small groups running in different directions during the retreat, leaving some squads behind to block the pursued fused tyrant bodies. Roach, along with the elites following him, couldn't help but feel astonished. What's the situation? Only Captain Fang Heng alone? Were these enemies defeated by the captain alone? How is the situation in Yuanyan Town now? Fang Heng withdrew his gaze from a distance, sending instructions for the fused tyrant bodies to return. After wiping off the bloodstains from the corner of his mouth, Roach instinctively reached for his War God potion at his waist, only to find it empty. Captain, we are in urgent need of supplies after your return. The strategic reserve is running low. It's hard on you. I will make sure Osborne sends a batch of supplies over soon. Fang Heng made a rough estimate in his mind. 5th rank mutated zombies. And it was similar to the strength he had estimated before. In the wilderness surprise battle, the strength of the fused tyrant bodies had reached the standard strength of 5th rank mutated zombies. Relying solely on the tyrant body's high attack attribute of over 185% damage reduction on non-vital parts, they successfully drove away the federal players. There was still too little test data. He had not tested the combat effectiveness of the skill of the parasitic body yet. Fang Heng's heart burned with excitement. Although it was already late, he decided to stay online until the test was completed. Fang Heng turned his head to look in the direction where Lian Hucheng and the others were retreating. Luo Shai, are you familiar with the group attacking Yuangxi Town? Do you know where their base is located? I know. That group is in the neighboring area, about 6 kilometers away from here. They've harassed us here more than once before. Luo Shai mentioned Lian Hucheng and his group with deep hatred. We let them escape a few times before, but this time they took advantage of our lack of guards to launch a sneak attack. Fang Heng nodded lightly. All right, take me there. Luo Shi's eyes lit up. Was the leader going to help him take back their territory? Instantly, Luo Shai and the remaining Scavenger Legion members were filled with a fierce fighting spirit. Everyone shouted in unison. Yes, leader. Lian Hucheng returned to the shelter with a group of defeated soldiers. Nightmare. He felt like he had just gone through a nightmare, barely escaping with his life from the battlefield. Lian Hucheng was drenched in sweat from head to toe. He was certain that the unknown mutated zombie he encountered earlier was definitely a Tier 5 mutated zombie. Liang Hucheng changed into clean clothes and immediately returned to the shelter command center to organize work arrangements. Have you reported the situation from the previous battle to the higher-ups? Yes, sir. The relevant information has been reported to the superiors at the first opportunity. We are currently collecting some battlefield footage and will report. Abnormality detected outside the shelter. What? An abnormality has been detected. It may be a high-level zombie, a federal soldier said, switching the large screen monitor to the surveillance camera outside the shelter. The abnormal location has been displayed on the monitor. On the screen, the surveillance camera gradually zoomed out. Liang Hucheng's eyelids twitched. He once again saw those two towering figures. Yes, it was them. Without a doubt. The two Tier 5 mutated zombies he encountered not long ago. They had actually tracked them to the shelter. Unbelievable. Liang Hucheng's face changed slightly. The fear he hadn't completely let go of surged back into his throat. Quick, confirm the identity of the zombie bodies. The shelter research personnel immediately initiated a comparison and said, confirmed as high-level mutated zombies, no matching data in the database, similar in size to the enhanced version of the tyrant body zombie. They seem to be standing there without any movement. Sir, the two Tier 5 mutated zombies are outside our shelter's effective range. Estimated that only long-range sniper rifles and some heavy firepower weapons can effectively cause damage. Should we attack? Attack? Of course not. Liang Hucheng immediately vetoed this foolish idea. He had witnessed the defensive abilities of Tier 5 zombies. At that distance, those two Tier 5 zombies would not take much damage even if you shot at them. Regardless of the reason, they were still far away and not moving. If they were provoked into an attack, wouldn't that be more trouble? No. Do not attack for now. Everyone enter advanced mode. Send out a distress signal to nearby shelters, and continue to observe. Understood. A deputy commander felt slightly uneasy and suggested, should we send a team over to check? No need. About a kilometer away from the shelter, by a road, Fang leapt off the tyrant's shoulder and observed a medium-sized shelter owned by the Federation in the distance. From afar, it was a medium-sized shelter that theoretically would not be equipped with beam weapons. Luo Shai also leapt down from the fusion of the tyrant's shoulder and followed behind Fang Heng. Along the way, Luo Shai was greatly shocked. It was his first time discovering that giant zombie bodies could serve as transportation. On the ground, Luo Shai cautiously observed the two giant zombie bodies. Did they wipe out an entire survivor legion? Luo Shi's gaze unconsciously shifted to the eyeball at the heart of the tyrant's body. He felt a strong sense of unease and discomfort from the bottom of his heart, hastily shifting his gaze away from the eyeball. After waiting in place for nearly 3 minutes, Fang Heng remained motionless and silent. Luo Shai couldn't help but ask, Leader, are we waiting for a support team? Fang Heng remained as silent as ever. Luo Shai furrowed his brows, realizing that Fang Heng seemed to be concentrating on something and had no time to answer his questions. Suddenly, Luo Shai heard several very faint sounds. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Following the direction of the sound, Luo Shai couldn't help but swallow hard. What was that thing? Squinting his eyes to look closely, countless small, dark purple worm-like creatures emerged from the cracked skin under the giant zombie bodies. The purple worms crawled from under the feet of the zombies onto the ground and rapidly spread forward. Luo Shai suddenly felt his hair standing on end. His gaze followed the direction of the worm spread, looking up at the shelter ahead. Skill. Insect host Fang Heng tensed his mind. It was extremely difficult to control the unusually difficult purple worm-like creatures crawling out of the fused tyrant's body, consuming a tremendous amount of mental energy. He had to give it his all. Federation medium-sized shelter. Atop the towering watchtower, the elite Federation players were wholly focused, staring fixedly at the two dark shadows in the distance. 10 minutes passed. The two shadows remained motionless. Unbeknownst to them, countless small, purple worm-like creatures were rapidly approaching the camp from the ground. The first wave of worms was climbing up the defensive line of watchtowers outside the shelter. Lin Yapin was an elite Federation sniper who obtained powerful long-range shooting talent skills after entering the game. He had been staring at the Tier 5 mutated zombie for a long time. What kind of monster is that? Seeing the eyeball at the heart of the creature through his scope, Lin Yapin felt a creepy sensation in his heart, whispering to himself, I heard it's a Tier 5 mutated zombie. Be careful, they're not easy to deal with. Another companion said, I heard it was caused by the scavenger legion. Not sure, but the boss just encountered them and suffered quite a bit. On the watchtower, Lin Yapin and two others stared at the distant giant zombie bodies through their scopes. They did not notice a purple worm quickly climbing up the ladder onto the watchtower. The worm climbed to Lin Yapin's feet, crawled up his shoes, and wormed its way into his pants. Suddenly, Lin Yapin shuddered, exclaiming, "What the heck is happening?" A series of game prompts flashed rapidly before his retinas. Alert, you have been attacked by an unknown worm, receiving 2 points of damage. Alert, your infection index has weakly increased. Alert, you have been attacked by an unknown worm. Lin Yapin felt something crawling into his pants, and the red warning prompts floating in his retinas made him certain that he was in trouble. What's wrong? The other two companions on the watchtower were puzzled, putting down their sniper rifles to look at Lin Yapin. There's something. It climbed up my foot. Title: National Game. Zombie Apocalypse AFK Chapter 449. Corpse Transformation. Lin Yuping's eyebrows furrowed tightly as he immediately pulled out a combat knife from his backpack and cut open the bottom of his pants. What is that? Pulling back the cut pants leg, they saw a small purple bug on Lin Yuping's calf. The sharp mouth parts of the bug cut a long, thin mouth on Lin Yuping's calf skin, and bright red blood oozed from the wound. Lin Yuping felt a chill in his heart. One of his companions, upon seeing this, reached out to grab the bug and crush it. However, the next second, as if sensing the danger in advance, the bug actually burrowed into the cut wound. In an instant, a small lump appeared on Lin Yuping's calf skin. The other two companions were shocked and drew in a breath. The visible lump quickly spread up the leg and into the abdominal area, completely disappearing. Both of them looked at Lin Yuping in fear, and his face turned even paler. Game prompts flashed repeatedly. Hint: unknown alien organism is attempting parasitization on you. Hint: your level of infection has significantly increased. Please be careful. Hint: unknown alien organism is trying to control your central nervous system. Hint: based on your various basic attributes, your central nervous system is expected to be parasitized by the unknown organism within the next 28 seconds. You can choose to consume 1500 survival points to gain an additional 180 seconds of protection in your central nervous system. Hint: you have consumed 1500 survival points. Please find a way to remove the infected parasite urgently. In an instant, Lin Yuping's face turned ashen. The other two companions also looked at him in horror. What do we do? What does the game prompt say? Lin Yuping opened his mouth to speak, but suddenly his pupils dilated several times. He saw something even more terrifying and raised his hand forward. Be careful. The next moment, they heard a very slight rubbing sound. CH. Both of them subconsciously turned around and looked in the direction Lin Yuping pointed to. More small purple worm-like bodies climbed up the outer wall of the watchtower and quickly converged towards the three of them. What the hell is that? Stay away. Stay away. Bang. Bang. In a hurry, the two immediately opened fire, trying to kill the small purple worm-like creatures. Command headquarters of the shelter. Liang Huokang was still anxiously awaiting reinforcements. A gunshot broke the night's calm. Liang Huokang was startled and immediately looked out the window. He noticed an accident at a watchtower outside. What's happening over there? Why are they shooting? Trying to establish communication. Just as the voice fell, a series of noisy cries came from the communication device. Bugs, where did these bugs come from? Infection. Quickly kill them. They will spread the zombie virus. Liang Huokang suddenly had a very bad feeling. He immediately pressed the communication button and shouted into the microphone. What organisms? Please clarify. Purple bugs. Bugs. They crawled into Hua Hongliang's body. Damn. Bang. Bang. The communication device was soon overwhelmed by screams and gunshots. Liang Huokang looked out the window again. In just a few seconds, gunshots rang out from almost all the watchtowers. The entire interior of the shelter's watchtowers descended into chaos. However, from the perspective of their command headquarters, the watchtowers were not under any external attack. Liang Huokang felt the chill run up his spine. He didn't know where the danger was coming from. The shadows of the enemy were still standing far away, motionless, and the defense of the shelter's watchtowers had already fallen. How should they fight this battle? Shortly after capturing the watchtower, more purple worms climbed along the back wall. Ordinary automatic cannons couldn't detect the small worm-like creatures, and they easily breached the outer defenses, climbed along the wall, and drilled into the bodies of the federal soldiers on the wall. In a flash, the sounds of cries and gunshots spread to the city wall defense line. The entire shelter was plunged into chaos in a moment. Translation continues. *** note. The translation is quite lengthy, and the text could not fit entirely due to the character limit. Please let me know if you need further translation or clarification. ***. The next day, the sun rose 3 poles high. Fang Heng lay in bed, stretching lazily. The strength of integrating with the tyrant body was much better than he expected. Throughout the night before, he had raided a total of 12 medium and small shelters until dawn before finally stopping to rest. Maybe due to being too mentally exhausted from controlling the alien bodies, Fang Heng still felt a bit of swelling in his head after waking up. Sitting cross-legged on the bed for a moment of meditation, the feeling of head swelling finally eased somewhat. Getting up and throwing on a coat, Fang Heng prepared to find something to eat. Just as he stepped out of the room, Ziruoru and Mo Youngsha were walking towards him from the other end of the hallway. "Brother Fang Heng, hey. How are you guys?" Fang Heng waved and greeted them. "Heading out?" "Yeah. I have made an appointment with a friend to visit with Ruoru, which may help with her upcoming treatment." Mo Youngsha nodded and continued. "There's been quite a bit of activity. Looks like you already have a plan, right?" "Huh, what?" Fang Heng was puzzled, then didn't understand. "No worries. Just do what you think is right. If you need help, I will lend a hand." Mo Youngsha patted Fang Heng's shoulder. "Keep it up. I know you won't give up easily." "Brother Fang Heng, keep it up. What's going on? Is this praise?" Fang Heng was puzzled, and before he could ask, a loud voice came from the end of the hallway. "Great Sage. Something big has happened." From afar, Mo Jiawei shouted excitedly, running over from the other end of the hallway. "Good news. There's news about the first-generation meteorite research in District 8. The first-generation meteorite." Fang Heng's heart twitched. It had been over 5 days since he left. "All right, I'll prepare my equipment. In 5 minutes, I'll activate the Spacetime Fisher device to take me back to District 8. "No problem." Back in District 8, Fang Heng handed a stack of documents from his Spacetime Leap backpack to Qiu Yaokong. "What is this?" "It's a research report on the Hela organization and preliminary experimental analysis report, overseen by Dr. Ding Min." Fang Heng thought for a moment and added, "Dr. Ding Min is an interesting person. I think you two will get along well." "Hela organization research report," Qiu Yaokong muttered, immediately opening the data and delving into the information intently. Fang Heng noticed a row of game tips passing by. "Tip. Your shelter has acquired relevant reports on Hela experiments, and you have gained 10,000 points for the District 8 main mission contribution." "Tip. Your shelter has unlocked a special research project. Hela experiment." "Tip. You need to obtain more information to unlock the world's main storyline ending." Fang Heng. Catch. On the side, Mo Jiawei threw him a packet of face masks he had prepared. Fang Heng raised his hand to catch the face mask. Item: Mystery of Deep Blue. Sample. Description: a groundbreaking face mask sample developed by Meteor Company, made of natural ingredients, utilizing deep-sea algae essence, incorporating the latest negative ion pore repair technology, deeply nourishing the skin. Effects: giving it to women may boost additional favorability, and consuming it in a crisis can restore 3 points of satiety. Thanks. The mystery of Deep Blue face mask couldn't be found in District 7, a desolate place abandoned for decades. It could only be found in a recently zombified world like District 8. Fang Heng realized that austere individuals always had some quirks. People like Qiu Yaokong were fine, giving him some research experiments would satisfy him. But people like Ding Min were troublesome, staying up late would decrease their loyalty. For now, he hoped the face mask would help replenish some of his loyalty. "Hey, look at this, Great Sage. I never expected this thing to be so hard to find. I finally managed to acquire it from a player's hands. Are you planning to give it to a beautiful lady?" Mo Jiawei smirked and teased Fang Heng. "Let me guess. Is it for Lucia?" Fang Heng was taken aback. "Does Lucia need it too? Is she staying up late recently?" "Probably because she's been excited the past few days." "Huh. A few days ago, Lucia kept coming to find you, asking me if I had hidden you away. Where would I hide you?" Recalling Lucia holding a shiny knife in her hand at that time, Mo Jiawei involuntarily shrank his neck. "I was busy looking for the face mask at that time, so I just gave her a few perfunctory answers. She probably overheard me talking about looking for a face mask and connected it to the birthday gift you were preparing for her. Fang Heng looked suspiciously at Mo Jiawei. It didn't make sense. Lucia was so fierce, she would resort to such speculation. Wasn't Mo Jiawei just making baseless analyses on the side, subtly stabbing me in the back? Great sage, what's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Did I say something wrong? Are you planning to give this to another woman? It's nothing. Fang Heng quietly put away the face mask. Once he logged out, he would ask Butler's son for ways to get some virtual items to give to Lucia in the real world. If that didn't work, he could give her a couple of integrated tyrant bodies to lift her spirits. Qiu Yaokon put away the research report and asked, Fang Heng, do you have all the experiment logs here? Yes, at the moment, this is all we have. Any discoveries? I really want to meet Dr. Ding Min. Qiu Yaokon nodded. Her experiment design is perfect. Ahem. Fang Heng cleared his throat and asked, I meant the Hela organization experiment. No significant findings. We'll continue with her experimental design flow. Without the relevant samples, we won't make substantial progress in Hela experiments. It would waste manpower and resources, Qiu Yaokon said, as he carefully collected the Hela experiment data. We have more important matters now. There has been a breakthrough in the first-generation meteorite research, and David is waiting for us. Let's talk as we walk. The teleportation gate is ready. Fang Heng, accompanied by 2 others, passed through the portal and arrived at the headquarters of the Dark Knight Order. David and a group of elite members of the Dark Knight Order were waiting for Fang Heng. Fang Heng. David stepped forward and warmly embraced Fang Heng, his eyes shining with excitement that was hard to conceal. Finally, we've been waiting for you. I promise you, our research findings will definitely surprise you. I'm looking forward to it. Come, follow me. David led Fang Heng and Qiu Yaokon to put on thick protective suits, went through disinfection, and arrived at the underground secret research lab area located in the headquarters. The original meteorite was placed behind reinforced glass isolation. With the help of Mr. Qiu Yaokon, we have been conducting research on the original meteorite for some time. Overall, the progress has been remarkable. Through the analysis of samples extracted from the original meteorite, we have successfully developed the ancestor virus vaccine. Fang Heng's pupils contracted, and he turned to look at Qiu Yaokon. A vaccine. Has it been successfully developed so quickly? Mo Jiawei also looked surprised and glanced at Qiu Yaokon. Developing a vaccine, does that mean the mainline mission in District 8 will be successfully completed, and they can proceed to the next level? Qiu Yaokon remained calm. To him, completing the vaccine development was nothing out of the ordinary. Thank you very much for Mr. Qiu Yaokang's help. Let me introduce the situation of the vaccine. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, David continued, the vaccine can effectively combat the ancestor virus. In theory, all zombie virus bodies we currently know are derived from the ancestor virus. The vaccine we have developed can have a positive effect on the virus production. We have initiated clinical trials with significant results so far. After receiving the vaccine, the human body can be completely immune to zombie virus infection for a period of time. However, Qiu Yaokon continued, don't get too excited just yet. There are still significant risks involved in reality. Risks, indeed. David turned to Fang Heng. Since the outbreak of the zombie crisis, a question has been plaguing researchers worldwide. Have you noticed that the number of zombie groups continues to grow? Every day, countless bodies that have long been dead rise from the underground. These resurrected zombies are indeed infected with the zombie virus, but the process of their transformation is difficult to explain using the zombie virus theory, as they have never come into contact with the zombie virus. Fang Heng pondered how to explain this situation when Qiu Yaokon took the lead, saying, I have recently conducted new tests and studies on these zombie groups resurrecting from the underground. I discovered traces of the ancestor virus infection within their bodies. Fang Heng was about to speak but abruptly stopped, astonished. You mean these zombies emerging from the underground are infected with the ancestor virus? Yes, it's very strange. How exactly does the ancestor virus infect the buried bodies deep underground? Qiu Yaokon said solemnly. After several tests, I reached a conclusion: the earth beneath our feet is contaminated. Fang Heng furrowed his brows. Something seemed increasingly amiss to him. After listening for a while, Mo Jiawei couldn't help but say, But Qiu, I still don't understand. What does this have to do with us? Haven't we already developed the vaccine? If the vaccine is effective against the ancestor virus, what's the risk? Can't we just inject everyone with the vaccine and be done with it? That's precisely what I'm about to explain. Injecting the vaccine into the human body is merely a temporary solution. Only by truly finding a way to stop the zombies rising from underground can we completely resolve the human crisis. Combining what I said earlier, the contaminated earth is the root cause of the continuous resurrection of the deceased buried deep underground. We must find a way to eliminate the root cause. Ideally, our developed vaccine should directly destroy the virus bodies. By spreading a sufficient amount of the vaccine, we can purify the contaminated land, prevent the continued transformation of the deceased bodies, and restore peace to this world. ManhwaRecap clapped his hands. Then what are we waiting for? Let's mass produce it. What materials do we need? We'll help collect them. It's not that simple. The ancestor virus body is highly unstable, leading it to mutate into viruses like the T virus and G virus. Our developed vaccine still has significant instability. More accurately, the vaccine still harbors great safety risks. Extensive dissemination of the vaccine may lead to further evolution of the virus bodies. In extreme cases, there could be a constant resurgence of evolved aberrant zombies from the contaminated land. Fang finally understood. After all, this vaccine was an unfinished product with risks. Game prompts flashed quickly before Fang's retinas. Notification. Player cooperation with the Dark Knight Order to complete the current stage mission. Original Meteorite research. Notification. Players' actions have altered the game progress, undergoing adjustments. Notification. Adjustments completed. Player receives 20,000 points of contribution to District 8's main mission. Notification. Combining contribution rewards from several side missions, player gains 120,000 contribution points to the Dark Knight Order, promoting players Dark Knight Order honor level to LV. 23. Vice Commander. Fang. Regardless, our ability to develop the vaccine body to such a large extent is largely due to your continuous help. Representing the Dark Knight Order, I thank you for your contributions to saving the world. The leader has personally appointed you as the Vice Commander of the Dark Knight Order. With a serious expression, David saluted Fang. Vice Commander Fang. Ow. This. Thank you. Fang looked a bit embarrassed. He couldn't help but think about how they had just annihilated a branch of the Dark Knight Order in District 7, and now he was becoming the Vice Commander in District 8. Will the Night Owl organization really be foolish enough to try to take out the leader of the Dark Knight Order? Fang, what should we do next? There is a significant internal division. Should we immediately use the unstable vaccine, or should we wait, conduct more research and observation, and ensure the vaccine's safety? The team leader believes that you had the clearest understanding of the entire vaccine development process, and he hopes that this decision will be made by you. Regardless of the final outcome, we will all bear the consequences together and do our best to save this world. Hint. Player triggers next stage mission. 18th stage mission. Unstable vaccine. Mission name. Unstable vaccine. Mission description. With your help, the Dark Knights have completed an unstable vaccine through the development of the first-generation Meteorite. This vaccine may cause mutations in the first-generation virus, or it may completely eliminate the zombie virus and bring peace to this world. Mission requirement. Please make your choice. Hint. Your choice will greatly affect the subsequent game plot, so choose carefully. Fang looked at the game hints and stroked his chin. Making a choice. Betting on probabilities. That doesn't seem right. Fang felt that no matter which choice he made, there would be troubles ahead. Just a choice between easy mode and hard mode. It seemed that directly releasing the vaccine would be even more uncontrollable and have a higher risk factor. Master, why don't we play it safe? Suggested ManhwaRecap. He had a clear train of thought. Comparing the missions in the 7th district, the master had been wandering around for so long and even got involved in the Hela experiment without completing the mission. And in the 8th district, there wasn't even news of the Hela experiment, just a direct move to save the world as the final outcome. It was obvious that there were probably pitfalls. Fang didn't make a decision right away, but asked, if we choose to temporarily postpone the release of the vaccine, how much time would it take to confirm the safety of the vaccine? All present turned their gaze to Kiyakon, almost simultaneously. It's hard to say. There are too many factors affecting vaccine development. A single mutation could change everything. It could take a year, or it could take countless decades. Qiu Yaokong reply. Fang Heng felt a sinking sensation. He also wanted to play it safe, but time was running out. With just a day and a half left, he would be exposed on the leaderboard of the 8th District main mission. Even if he used all his main god points to extend the exposure time, delaying it for another week would be the limit. When exposed, the Night Owl organization would definitely notice that the main mission in the 8th District had restarted. They would likely continue to cause chaos. Apart from the Night Owl, there were also various major gaming guilds and federations in the 8th District. Even Cao Huai from the 7th District might interfere and cause trouble. He could imagine many troubles that would soon arise. Time was running out. Fang Heng felt he had to choose a more radical option. Although he had a premonition that there was a big pitfall, he was forced to jump regardless. Fang Heng decided to struggle a bit more. How about a compromise? What if we conduct small-scale tests in designated areas? David was in a quandary, he said. Mutations are very difficult to control. Conducting tests over a very small area is not very meaningful. At the very least, it should be expanded to testing over the entire area. But in that case, the virus from the vaccine could spread outward through air, water, and soil, making the entire process almost uncontrollable. Qiu Yaokong shook his head directly and said, "No, only through large-scale testing can we obtain more information to optimize the vaccine. But this carries a great risk," David continued, very concerned. With even a slight oversight, a mutation in the virus could render the vaccine ineffective. There is also a possibility that the zombie virus could evolve into a supervirus. We might even end up destroying the world ourselves. Indeed, the possibility you mentioned does exist, but I believe that taking this gamble is the most effective choice. Otherwise, we may not make any breakthroughs even after 10 years, Qiu Yaokong said to Fang Heng. Fang Heng, this matter is for you to decide. What's your choice? Fang Heng was in a dilemma. What to choose? Two big pitfalls. He could only choose the lesser of two evils. Scratching his head, feeling vexed, Fang Heng was about to answer when suddenly an idea struck him. Wait a minute, Qiu Yaokong. In fact, we only need to get the test data after the diffusion of the vaccine to optimize the vaccine itself, right? David was puzzled, but Fang Heng, acquiring data would require conducting large-scale tests, and there is a probability of mutations during the tests. Qiu Yaokong raised an eyebrow, vaguely understanding the implied meaning in Fang Heng's words. Fang Heng, are you suggesting a parallel world? Yes. Fang Heng nodded. It's too dangerous to directly test the vaccine here. So, I can go to a parallel world to test the vaccine. I believe they would be willing to help with this favor. Yes, we can go mess with the Dark Knights in the 7th District. Mo Jiawei exclaimed, clapping his hands vigorously. He thought Fang Heng's idea was brilliant. Tossing the vaccine into the 7th District. Worst-case scenario would be the destruction of the 7th District, a good pitfall for the Federation, and they could collect vaccine-related information in the 7th District. If luck was on their side, and the vaccine successfully dealt with the zombie virus, Fang Heng could also earn a large number of main mission contribution points in the 7th District, complete the main mission, and take over the 7th District. It seemed like a win-win situation. Qiu Yaokong closed his eyes, carefully considering Fang Heng's proposed plan, nodding, "Your plan is theoretically viable, but..." David hesitated, but the unstable vaccine could also have a devastating impact on the parallel world. Shouldn't we communicate with the Dark Knights in that parallel world first? Fang Heng felt somewhat guilty. He thought to himself, forget about the Dark Knights in the 7th District. They were now enemies. I'll go communicate with them. David, that world is in bad shape. We must act quickly. That's the best way to save the world. Okay. David stopped insisting. Qiu Yaokong nodded. All right. I will have someone organize the manufacturing method and samples of the vaccine for you. I need real-time updates on the follow-up research plan, and I should be the first to know of any vaccine-related information. Was he essentially asking me to be a messenger between the 7th and 8th districts? Fang Heng rubbed his shoulders and agreed. Okay, understood. The next question arose. After obtaining the vaccine, should he throw it into the 5th district or the 7th district? Should he go harm the federal organization in the 7th district or the anti-federal organization in the 5th district? After a simple deliberation, Fang Heng had his answer. He would go to the 7th district. The 5th district lacked a laboratory, and he wouldn't be able to complete the work of vaccine production, test material collection, and final experimental sample analysis in the short term. In the 7th District, he could rely on the power of the Scavenger Legion. Considering the time, going to the 7th District was the optimal choice. Federal Command Center of District 7. Silence prevailed. Overnight, the 5 shelters under the White Horse River Federal Region were attacked by the fusion tyrant entity and completely destroyed. This is the report just received from headquarters. The head of the intelligence department, C. Changle, passed the documents one by one, speaking solemnly, based on the comparative analysis of the images obtained in emergency last night. It is now confirmed that District 7 has entered the 4th stage of the game, the stage of the spread of the alien body. The attacks on the shelters last night were carried out by high-level metamorphosed zombies fused with the alien body, C. Changle continued to explain, while the commanders flipped through the report. Diffuse alien body zombies were transformed through the Revenge Goddess project of the original Meteor Company, and their strength is approaching Tier 5. In addition, the metamorphosed zombie bodies also have an extremely difficult skill to handle, the reproduction of the alien body. The conference room screen switched to a photo of a purple worm-like entity. As you can see, through the fuse alien body zombies, small alien bodies can spread. These alien bodies are very dangerous. They can quickly infect players in a short time. Due to their small size, they can easily bypass the defense perimeter set up by players around the shelters and directly attack the guarding players inside the shelters. This kind of attack pattern is extremely difficult to prevent. Cao Huai quickly skimmed through the report, veins popping up on his forehead. The 4th stage of the game. Throughout the history of the game, only one server has experienced the 4th stage of the game, that devastated game region. In the 4th stage of Precision game, the entire server was completely destroyed. The zombie doomsday world disappeared completely, and all players die. For some unknown reason, the Federation completely blocked all related information about the event. It is precisely because of this that information about the fuse alien body zombies has always been confidential. Cao Huai realized that things were getting serious. Originally, it was a war between him and Fang. How did it escalate to the destruction of the entire District 7? Especially this morning, he had already received a total of 8 calls from various superior departments. Now, the entire game world's first-level game command is focusing on their zombie apocalypse 7th server. Cao Huai was receiving such attention for the first time. Z. Changle, as you have explained in the report you gave me, theoretically, only after the Scavenger Legion developed to a certain scale would Cook Barn research and develop the alien body zombies. Why is it happening now? Why are there alien body zombies appearing now? Why have we suddenly entered the 4th stage? Faced with the accusations, Z. Changle also felt bitter. Lowering his head, he said, "This was not within the expectations of the intelligence department." Cao Huai took a deep breath, holding back the anger bubbling inside him. So Fang Heng spent so much effort capturing the Dark Knights just to obtain the alien body zombies. What else could be done? Facing consecutive unanswered questions, Z. Changle decided to completely bury his head like an ostrich. "I'm sorry. I lack relevant information and cannot give an answer." "What do you know?" "I think the Federation's intelligence department can be disbanded." Cao Huai could no longer suppress the fury boiling within him. The Federation's intelligence department was truly at its worst. Ever since the war started with Fang Heng, he clearly had the upper hand, feeling like he could crush Fang Heng with a mere slap. Yet every time, he was outmaneuvered by Fang Heng. In terms of intelligence, Fang Heng always managed to stay one step ahead of that. Now, Fang Heng had gone too far. He had already begun plotting the destruction of District 7. "Tell me, what should we do now? Is there any way to deal with those worm entities?" "We are researching it," C. Changle said, head bowed, barely daring to look at Cao Huai. "I think we can leverage the power of the Dark Knights to study the alien body and try to develop a vaccine that can effectively target the alien body." "How long will it take?" Z. Changle hung his head very low. He did not dare to answer Cao Huai's question. Optimistically, it would take at least a month. He was afraid that answering this question would get him killed on the spot. "I asked you a question. It is not known at this time." The day was drawing to a close. The recently occupied abandoned minefield fortress by the Scavenger Legion. Osborne stood outside the large hall on the 2nd floor. Leaning against the wall, he gently massaged his temples, So much had happened in the short 48 hours since succeeding as the leader of the Scavenger Legion, from developing the War God Elixir, to capturing a branch of the Dark Knights, to finding the mysterious box of the Meteor Company, and then completing the testing of the Fusion Tyrant entity last night. Fang had created too many miracles. It felt like a dream. Osborn had been forced to stay by Fang Heng's side for 24 hours straight. Only now did he find a moment to rest. Ding dong. The elevator door at the end of the corridor opened, and An Shentao, his face full of joy, walked out of the elevator and headed straight for the underground hall. Is the boss inside? Yes, he's in the hall, Osborn responded. The leader conducted a test of the Fusion Tyrant modification last night, and he just returned this morning. Since then, he has been staying in the hall. Unless there is a pressing emergency, he instructed us not to disturb him. An Shentao was greatly surprised. What? Fusion Tyrant entity? Is it the experiment of the tyrant left by Mr. Cook? Yes, the Fusion Tyrant entity was the tool left by Cook Bar. With it, the strength of the Scavenger Legion would be greatly enhanced. An Shentao's spirits lifted, and he immediately asked, how did it go? How was the test? Last night, the leader single-handedly cleared 14 small to medium-sized shelters, Osborn replied. 14? An Shentao widened his eyes. He almost doubted what he heard. The strength of the Fusion Tyrant entity could be that strong. Yes, 14. The initial test results were quite good. Osborn did not like An Shentao's surprised expression, even though he was also startled at hearing the news for the first time. Osborn continued, what do you have for the boss? An Shentao adjusted his excitement and continued, there is a special situation that needs to be reported to the boss. There has been a special abnormality with the alien bodies in the White Horse River region nearby. Many survivor shelters have been attacked by the alien bodies, almost wiped out. Now all the survivor shelters are in panic. For us, isn't that good news? I've had people test it, and just like the zombie virus, our Scavenger Legion members will not be attacked by the alien bodies either. A hint of excitement flashed in An Shentao's eyes. During this opportunity, coupled with the new Fusion Tyrant entity developed by the boss, we can quickly expand our territory and strive to gain control of the White Horse River region. Alien bodies? White Horse River region. Didn't Fang test the Fusion Tyrant entity in the White Horse River region last night as well? Osborn was puzzled, nodded and said, let's hope so. A series of good news continuously lifted Nishenko's spirits. He imitated Osborn, leaning against the wall, and asked, how about you? Are you on guard duty here? No. I just got back not long ago. The Legion's first batch of recruits list has just arrived in my hands, and I need to confirm with the captain, Osborn said, shaking his head. Besides, our current situation is not as optimistic as you think. Our Legion has been attacked by many small surviving team groups. They targeted our supply lines and acted exceptionally agile. In the past 2 days, there have been hundreds of reports of attacks, which have significantly affected the supply transportation. Very troublesome. Don't worry, I have a premonition that the captain will have a way. He will definitely lead us to end this messed up world together, Nishengtao said, glancing at the closed gate behind him. What is the captain doing inside? I don't know. Just as the two were speaking, the closed gate was opened slightly. Fan Heng peered out from the doorway and immediately saw the two standing outside. You are both here? Captain, we have something to report to you. Perfect. I also have something to discuss with you. Come inside the hall. Saying that, Fan Heng pushed open the hall door. Both Ni Shengta and Osborn followed without hesitation. However, as they stepped into the hall, both Osborn and Ni Shengta were stunned. They exchanged a shocked look. What is going on? Has the space-tearing device been repaired and completed? In the center of the hall, a large space-tearing device was emitting concentric blue ripples. The cutting-edge technology of the Meteorite company, the former leader Cook Byrne had tried countless times to replicate a large space-tearing device without success. And now, Fan Heng had actually managed to repair it. In just 48 hours, how much could he accomplish? Ni Shengtao turned back, giving Osborn a knowing look. Repairing the space-tearing device. Isn't he supposed to be an alchemist? After the initial surprise, Osborn responded to Ni Shengtao's look with a nod, giving him a knowing glance. A qualified alchemist is one who can control and develop the mechanical constructs of the fusion tyrant body. The captain has too many secrets. Osborn was already used to it. Fan Heng stood in front of the large space-tearing device. He was in a good mood. The third step of the federal counterattack plan, the repair of the space-tearing device. With the space-tearing device, he was no longer fighting alone. He could now contact the Left Path Gaming Guild outside. Fang already had a good plan in mind for the subsequent actions. Next step, first, build a branch space shredder transmission point at the Left Path Gaming Guild's headquarters, then construct a magnetic field sensing tower. Expand the range of magnetic field sensing. Try to search for more samples of the Hela organization, increase the number of modified fusion tyrant bodies, and enhance the overall strength. As for the federal side, he currently has no time to deal with them. To avoid them causing trouble, they need to be given some problems. Coincidentally, the vaccine in District 8 is a good option. First, find a way to mass-produce vaccine antibodies and spread them in the rear areas of the Federation. Most likely the vaccine may have unknown consequences, disrupting the Federation's layout and delaying their progress. So before going to find the guild leader of the Left Path Gaming Guild Tiao Town, he needed to go back to the Legion headquarters first and build the branch transmission point. Let Dingmin speed up the production of vaccine potions. Time to calculate should be about right. Captain, we have completed the first batch of recruitments. Here is the recruitment list. Osborne stepped forward, handing the list to Fang. Fang squinted his eyes, then collected the personnel file. He planned to have Chen Yuan Tia Town thoroughly inspect it, to see if any rogue players had been mixed in. Osborne continued. Additionally, our shelters have been under attack by various small shelter teams these days. Our supply lines have been greatly restricted. Fang had also heard the news the Federation had released a few days ago. The Federation had called on players to jointly attack the Legion of Scavengers. Once successful in inflicting damage to the Legion, rewards and compensation for war losses would be given. Many players were lured by immediate benefits. They did not have the ability to attack the bases of the Legion of Scavengers head-on, but they could still cause trouble for Fang's logistical supply lines. The small teams of players were organized in such a way that carrying out these small-scale harassment tactics was very troublesome. They would put great pressure on the logistics of the Legion of Scavengers. Over time, frontline warrior potions and divine gift would not be replenished, which would greatly reduce the team's strength and morale, possibly leading to the entire team being wiped out. The Federation had a knack for playing dirty tricks. Fang felt that this problem was a bit tricky, and he didn't have a good solution for the time being. He also did not have the time and energy to deal with each player individually. Well, temporarily reinforce the guard team, strengthen the defensive supply lines, and I will find a way to solve this trouble, Fang said. Yes, understood. Mi Shentao also reported to Fang. Mr. Fang, I received news that there was a significant abnormality in the Baimar River region last night, with a large number of unknown insect entities appearing. These alien insect entities have caused immense damage to a large part of the survivors' shelters in the Baimar River region. I believe now is the best time to take action. Hearing this, Fang was momentarily surprised. Unknown insect entities, Baimar River region, why do these two names sound familiar? Fang wondered and instinctively opened the game log, flipping through several pages. Hint. Your mutated worm attacked, causing 3 points of damage. Hint. Your mutated worm suffered fatal damage. Die. Hint. Your mutated worm is trying to parasitize. Hint. Your mutated worm has completed the central nervous system parasitic infection. Thousands of game prompts in a row. Fang realized that the 1,000 purple alien worms that were released using the fusion tyrant body skill last night did not all die. After he logged off, those standby alien worms began to roam aimlessly in the Baimar River area, attempting to parasitize people upon encounter. A day passed. The players in the Baimar River area were in agony. Even the shelters were almost completely overrun by the worm entities. These alien worm entities were so powerful. Fang rubbed his chin, thinking deeply. Currently, including the proliferation bodies, he could have a maximum of 8 fusion tyrant bodies. Calculating, in an ideal state, he could produce 400 small alien worm entities every hour. Perhaps he could let the small worm entities play in the shelters in the federal front line, causing more chaos for them. The plan worked. Fang's eyes lit up, saying, Mi Shengtao, let's not make any moves for now. Wait a little longer, temporarily concentrate our team on protecting the incoming logistic teams. Recently, I have some important supplies that need to be transported, and we must ensure the safety of these supplies. No room for error. Ni Shengtao saluted. Yes, understood. Items. Special antiviral vaccine. Explanation. Vaccine sample developed by the Dark Knight Legion. Explanation. This vaccine is developed to target the first-generation virus and is extremely unstable, posing a significant risk. Explanation. Upon injection, players' anti-infection ability will increase significantly. A vaccine sample developed from the first-generation Meteorite. Where did you get your hands on it? The Dark Knight Legion. Ding Min took the vaccine from Fang Heng's hand. She was extremely surprised, looking at Fang Heng once again, as if trying to see through him completely. Just one day apart, how did Fang Heng manage to obtain the vaccine again? It doesn't matter. How long will it take for us to successfully replicate it? No. This is important. It seems very unstable, so I have reason to suspect it has been tampered with. Ding Min observed the sample of the potion in her hand, her expression serious. No, I assure you, it's fine, Fang Heng said as he rummaged through his backpack and handed over the deep blue mystery mask. Oh, almost forgot. I also brought this for you. Ding Min was greatly surprised. An experimental sample? You actually found a sample of the deep blue mystery? Ding Min's attention was immediately drawn to the mass packaging in Fang Heng's hand. She quickly put aside the matter of the vaccine and began to study the mass. That's great. With this sample, we can directly analyze and research the mass to develop more effective. Why is the sample so well preserved? Hint. Ding Min's fondness for you has slightly increased. Hint. Ding Min's loyalty to the Scavenger Legion has increased to 94. Ahem. Watching Ding Min study the mask for more than 10 minutes, Fang Heng couldn't help but interrupt. Dr. Ding, the vaccine is very important to us. I know, Ding Min replying, her attention still on the ingredient list behind the mask packaging. I will conduct research on the vaccine sample. Urging me won't help. Tomorrow morning, I can provide you with the vaccine for testing. In theory, with enough raw materials, we should be able to reach the quantity needed for regional testing by the afternoon. Good. I've already had Ni Shengtao collect the medicinal materials, so the first batch of test quantities can be guaranteed. Getting Ding Min's precise response, Fang Heng felt relieved. Dr. Ding Min had a bit of a quirky personality, but her ability in experiments was convincing. Fang Heng quickly calculated. He still needed to build a space rupture device branching transmission point at the Legion's headquarters. After that, he would rush back to the Left Path Gaming Guild shelter headquarters and Taisian for the meeting during the night. He would also build a transmission point there. If all went smoothly, he could finish building the transmission point in the morning and come back to produce the vaccine, starting the vaccine diffusion testing plan in the afternoon. Due to the lack of engineers in the Left Path Gaming Guild who could build small space transmission devices, Fang Heng had to personally lead a group of zombie puppets to build them. When Fang Heng quietly drove the truck to the main base of the Left Path Gaming Guild, it was already late at night. Fang Heng, I've been looking forward to this. Taisian stayed up late waiting for Fang Heng. Seeing him, Taisian couldn't help feeling a bit nervous. Unexpectedly, in just one day, Fang Heng had brought him another huge surprise. Diffusion Tyrant Body. Early this morning, he obtained partial video screenshots of the Fusion Tyrant Body attacking the Federal shelter through secret channels. After watching the video, Taisian couldn't calm down for a long time. Another thing Fang Heng has done. The strength of the Fusion Tyrant Body had reached the 5th rank mutated zombie. The entire 7th district of the Federation was shaken by this news. What are these? Looking at the zombies crawling out from under the truck one by one, Taisian's face showed a strange expression. Just for show, Fang Heng yawned, drank a bottle of coffee, and said, "What's the situation? Is everything ready?" Taisian was skeptical, but nodded. "Everything is ready. Follow me." Led by Taisian, Fang Heng brought a group of zombies to the underground 3rd floor of the shelter. The building materials for the branch transmission point were already prepared, and boxes of materials were temporarily stacked in the corner of the hall. Fang Heng walked up to the material boxes and checked them one by one. The efficiency of the Left Path Gaming Guild's work was quite high. Fang Heng nodded in satisfaction. "It's fast. The news of building the Space Rift hasn't leaked, has it?" "It hasn't. Only 2 senior trusted members of the guild know about our collaboration. Additionally, as planned, I have started acquiring shelters and collecting materials to establish a magnetic field detector branch. Several negotiations are in progress, and if things go smoothly, we can complete the acquisitions in a few days. The main issue now is the lack of funds. The gap in the guild's finances is still significant. Tajan sighed and continued. Thanks to you, we were able to purchase the land at a lower price, or we would have to spend much more money. Thanks to me? What do you mean? Fang Heng was puzzled. Hot. You don't know yet? Thanks to the Scavenger Legion's research on the fusion tyrant body, the Federation is now in chaos. The Federation is seeking methods to deal with the mutation bodies everywhere. There have been rumors that the entire 7th District will face the threat of the mutation bodies, and the Federation is currently unable to resist them. Players in the 7th District are afraid of being significantly impacted, and with the 8th District gradually stabilizing, many players with capabilities are considering moving out of the 7th District to safer options in the 8th District. This morning, in the Eastern District, various gaming guilds and companies have started acquiring shelters in large numbers. As for the other 3 major regions, your gaming guild hasn't been affected by the mutation bodies yet and are likely in a state of observation. Fang Heng pondered, his lips pursed. He didn't expect the mutation bodies to be so effective and to cause such a major impact on the Federation. However, the situation with their Scavenger Legion wasn't favorable either. They lacked sufficient personnel and combat abilities, or else he would have taken this opportunity to expand wildly and directly crush the Federation. The Federation has issued a public announcement seeking methods to control the mutation bodies, offering a reward equivalent to the resources of 3 large shelters as a reward to whoever finds a solution for the mutation bodies. 3 large shelters. So many. Fang Heng was surprised by the Federation's generosity. It seemed like the Federation was really feeling the pressure. Indeed, on the side, Vice Commander Zhang Lei from the Left Path Guild smirked and said, Cao Huai has indeed coughed up a lot of cash this time. For a moment, Fang Heng was also captivated by the rewards and even felt tempted to report himself to claim the rewards. The antibodies produced by the 7th District's vaccine would also be effective against the mutation bodies. Wait, could he report himself to the Federation to claim the rewards? Perhaps ... it was really feasible. Fang Heng squinted, his eyes revealing a greedy glint. Fang Heng, what's wrong? Nothing. Fang Heng came to his senses and eagerly patted Tiajen's shoulder. Honestly, I thought of a plan. We are short on money, right? What do you say we ask the Federation for funds? Huh? Ask the Federation for money? What do you mean? Tiazen looked puzzled at Fang Heng's words. Hehe. Fang Heng chuckled, leaned in close, and whispered a few words in Tiajen's ear. Tiajen's expression turned strange. This will work. But, no buts. Leave the next steps to me. You just prepare for the transportation of supplies. Also, here is a new recruit list for the Scavenger Legion. Check if there are any familiar names. Tiazen took the list, still feeling doubtful. He understood the list, but Fang Heng's plan seemed to ... All right, you go handle things. Leave the next steps to me. With that, Fang Heng pushed the hesitant Tiazen and Zhang Lei out of the hall. Dang. The hall's doors closed tightly, and Tiazen and Zhang Lei even heard the click of the door being locked. Zhang Lei felt awkward and turned to Tiazen. Leader, what's going on? Tiazen pondered. At this point, he decided to continue trusting Fang Heng. You stay here. If Fang Heng needs immediate help, assist him. All right. Inform me of any updates immediately. The next day, Tiazen returned to the game shelter. In the morning, he had just signed an agreement with a company to purchase the assets of their shelter in Zone 7 through installment payments. With too much happening in Zone 7 recently, he felt exhausted. All the chaos and disorder stemmed from Fang Heng entering Zone 7. In the brief interactions with Fang Heng these days, Tiazen realized Fang Heng's thinking was somewhat unconventional. Specifically, Tiazen felt Fang Heng's plan was a bit far-fetched. Maybe cooperating with him wasn't the best option. No. Tiazen shook off his swirling thoughts. Since he had made a choice, he needed to give it his all. Commander, just as he was thinking, Zhang Lei hurriedly entered the room. You finally returned. Fang Heng urgently needs construction materials and medicinal supplies. Let's prepare in advance. He said a batch of supplies would be delivered later, and we need to arrange for the procurement of the next batch of medicinal supplies. He will provide us with the specific list of herbs later. So soon? Tiazen frowned. For this gamble, he had applied for a loan from financial institutions, but it wouldn't be approved so quickly. Loans require some time for processing. Their financial situation was tight, with no spare funds to purchase medicinal supplies. Yes, he is in a hurry. Our current funds are simply not enough. Tiazan furrowed his brows. Forget it. I'll go talk to him. Don't. He's already left. Left? Tiazan was even more perplexed. Wasn't there an agreement to build a portal within their shelter? How could he have left like this? Zhang Lei closed the office door behind him, looking excited, whispering before starting to work. Commander Fang Heng used the teleportation channel this morning to return to the Scavenger Legion's main base. When he left, he even left us some blue crystal shards. Tiazan was stunned. Wait, hold on. Are you saying Fang Heng already set up the teleportation device? Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. In just one night, the teleportation channel was completed. Initially, Tiazan didn't believe it, but then he remembered Fang Heng's plan from last night. After standing in the same spot for a while, Tiazan smiled. Good. It turns out he had underestimated his own scale too much. So, Fang Heng could really pull off that plan. Tiazan felt immensely grateful. After so many years, he had finally found a good teammate. The previous teammates, not dragging them down, was already fortunate. Tiazan's mood lifted instantly, the weariness on his face vanishing. He was very glad he made such an excellent choice. Zhang Lei, get ready. Gather all the trustworthy people in the team. We have important matters to attend to next, and there can be no room for error. Yes. Zhang Lei recalled that Commander Tiazan had always been steady. It was rare to see him display so much excitement and concern. What are you standing there for? Go and get things done. But Commander, what about the funds? Don't worry. The Federation will soon help us solve the problem. Scavenger Legion Headquarters. Commander Fang Heng, I have completed the replication and development of the vaccine body. We can now begin mass production. Furthermore, as per your request, I have conducted secondary recombination research on the vaccine. Currently, the extracted antibody drug from the vaccine can affect the parasitic bodies. Even after an invasion by parasitic bodies, the vaccine can immediately kill the parasites residing in the body. However, it only works effectively in the early stages of parasitization. Once the parasitic body controls a host's nervous system, the death of the parasites will result in the host's death as well. Ding Min earnestly reported her work to Fang Heng, though her face still had a mask on, making her look a bit strange. Hint. Player gains item. Parasitic body injection item. Parasitic body injection. Description. After injection, special antibodies in the body's blood induce a reaction in the parasitic bodies, making the human body immune to parasitic infestation. Fang Heng inspected the finished sample of the injection in his hand. A great item. With this, he could exchange it with the Federation for 3 shelter properties, but it seemed like a loss. The supplies needed for 3 large shelters were equivalent to a significant cut into his fusion tyrant body resources. Fang Heng stroked his chin, pondering, then shifted his gaze to Ding Min. Ding Min looked at Fang Heng. Any issues? Dr. Ding Min, can we possibly further optimize the effects of the injection? Ding Min declined. That's not necessary. The effect has already been maximized. No. I mean, could you adjust it in the opposite direction, weaken the injection's effect, and make it a temporary effect instead? Fang Heng gestured with his hand. Like changing it to a blocking injection that only takes effect after being infested. Ding Min looked puzzled. This was not her first time working on drug development, but it was the first time she heard such a strange request. Also, when developing it, make sure to keep it confidential. Add several unnecessary medicinal ingredients to increase the difficulty of deciphering the antidote formula. Can you do that? Ding Min gazed at Fang Heng skeptically. She couldn't understand Fang Heng. He always made these strange requests. Nevertheless, the modification's difficulty was almost negligible for her. All right, you're the boss. Give me another hour. I knew it. This won't stump you. You are the strongest researcher in the entire Scavenger Legion. Humph. Ding Min snorted lightly, shook his head, turned around, and started writing and drawing on a notebook. Hint. Ding Min's fondness towards you has slightly increased. Hint. Ding Min's loyalty to the Scavenger Legion has increased to 95. Watching Ding Min's back, Fang Heng's heart stirred. He couldn't see Ding Min's attributes right now, but he could be sure that Ding Min was definitely an S-level researcher. In just one night, she replicated a virus antibody vaccine and a Meteor Company face mask based on data and samples. He needed to come up with a way to deceive her back to the 8th district. Otherwise, once things settled down, he could go to the real world to get some skincare products to give her as a gift. Fang Heng pondered, then continued to open the game map for observation. If everything went smoothly, he would receive the first batch of antibody vaccines this afternoon. Then he could find a place to massively distribute the vaccine for testing. He needed to find a good place. To avoid trouble, he decided to start from the other 3 regions of the 7th District's zombie apocalypse before invading. Let's start with the West District. Before that, he needed to get something done for the Federation, scamming some money from them. Thinking, Fang Heng took 8 fused tyrants, including proliferated bodies, and went to spread the mutant insect virus in the White Horse River area. The mutant insect tide was spreading wildly. The entire 7th district of the zombie apocalypse was gradually falling into panic because of this. It was extremely difficult to defend against mutant insects. They could infiltrate your shelter from unexpected corners, bite a hole in your clothes, and burrow into your body to parasitize. Afterwards, the parasitized players would turn into zombies. Zombies would then cause secondary damage to the shelter. In just one day, the number of deaths in the White Horse River area had skyrocketed. Furthermore, troublesome, not only the White Horse River area, but the mutant insect bodies had also started to invade the surrounding areas of the White Horse River. There was a wave of screams in the 7th District's Eastern Forum. Originally, the 7th District was a very stable major region, but since Fang Heng's arrival, the Scavenger Legion's power had increased significantly. Coupled with the current mutant insect tide outbreak, players' confidence in the 7th District was diminishing, and many wealthy people with idle money had already begun preparing to evacuate from the 7th District. In the chaos, a newly published post in the forum caught everyone's attention. 1 needle spirit. Mutant insect parasite. Immediate effect. Come man, take a look. Was it an advertisement? Initially, players thought it was a joke, but upon clicking on it, they discovered that the post was actually published by the Sinister Game Guild. The antibody vaccine developed by the Sinister Guild could target recent mutant insect infections. A vaccine needle. Within a few hours, the Sinister Game Guild's consultation phone was bombarded with calls. At that moment, Tiazen was sitting comfortably in his office chair. He had just rejected the Federation's request to buy the mutant insect antibody drug from him. The offer was equivalent to resources from for shelters. It was tempting, but he declined. He knew, without a doubt, that Cao Huai would personally call him. As expected, minutes later, the phone rang. It was Cao Huai calling personally. Cao Huai, we are old friends, don't you trust me? I swear to you, it's not that I don't want to provide you with the formula. I really don't have it at hand, but I can offer you the finished drug. As discussed with Fang Heng earlier, Tiazen explained to Cao Huai. All right, of course, no problem. But making the needle drug is very difficult. The first batch of needle drugs has already been sold to major game guilds. In addition, we need a lot of medicinal resources for production. We also need some time for drug preparation. What? Need it urgently? It's not impossible, but we need more manpower and resources, and the price needs to be adjusted. On the other end of the call, Cao Huai's face darkened. He had never expected the Sinister Guild to disrespect him like this. Cao Huai realized that his control over the 7th District had weakened since Fang Heng entered. After this operation was over, the first target would be the Sinister Game Guild. Kill the chicken to scare the monkey, and the intelligence department's bunch of waste. Even the player guilds had researched an anti-mutant insect vaccine, yet they remained silent. Cao Huai's fist clenched, making a creaking sound. All right, Tiazen. Let's go with the price you said. I need at least 10,000 doses of the needle drug by tomorrow night. If it's not done, you'll bear the consequences. With that said, in anger, Cao Huai hung up the phone. Hearing the busy tone on the other end, Tiazen felt pleased. He had never seen Cao Huai so frantic before. Being suppressed by the Federation for so long in the 7th District, the Sinister Guild had finally taken the upper hand for the first time. It was exhilarating. With the material resources provided by the Federation, they could proceed to purchase the next batch of medicinal resources and shelters. Using Federation's money to deal with the Federation, Fang Heng was really something. Hold on. Tiazen suddenly furrowed his brows and sat up straight in his chair. Something wasn't right. Cao Huai was not someone who would easily give in. The price he had initially set for the single-dose vaccine was extremely high. Yet Cao Huai agreed. Cao Huai agreed to quickly and decisively. Was it because the pressure from the mutant insect bodies was too great? Moreover, Cao Huai demanded at least 10,000 doses to be gathered by tomorrow night, rather than requesting the first batch to be delivered as soon as possible. The more Tiazhen thought about it, the more he felt that something was amiss. Something seems off. Tiazhen muttered quietly. As a precaution, he immediately dialed the internal line. Go and find out what's been happening with the Federation recently, and make sure to find out clearly. In the intermediate main god game, each server was divided into 4 major regions. With the recent siege war by the Federation against the Scavenger Legion, the Scavenger Legion's branches in the Western District were thoroughly cleaned out. The West District was furthest from the White Horse River area in the East District and had not yet been threatened by the mutant insect swarm. Life was still going well in this region. The 7th Dimension Game Guild in the West District. The underground teleportation gate flickered with a circle of blue light. Fang Heng, wearing a face mask, walked alongside Zhang Lei and Ding Min as the 3 of them emerged from the teleportation gate. Vice President Neos of the 7th Dimension Guild Shelter welcomed Zhang Lei. Zhang Lei, old friend. Long time no see. Yes. It's been a while. We have encountered a troublesome mission this time, and the mission is located in your West District. We need to rent your teleportation gate for a day. Can you assist us? No need for pleasantries. Our 2 guilds have always collaborated. Noah's pointed to a row of large trucks parked at the edge of the hall. The trucks are ready for you. Is there anything else you need? Do you need me to assign a few guides to accompany you? Noah smiled on the surface, but was calculating in his mind. The entire Eastern District is currently in a state of panic due to the alien insect crisis. Why did the Way of the Left Guild suddenly come to the Western District? Are they here to expand their territory in the West? It seems like the other party is making a big fuss, suddenly borrowing over 20 trucks. Strange. No trouble, we can handle it ourselves. Zhang Lei actually did not know the true purpose of Fang Heng's visit, but he knew it was a very important matter. So he leaned into Nosa's ear and whispered softly, "It's a covert mission, don't let it be leaked." "I understand." Noah nodded in agreement. He was skeptical about the real reason the Way of the Left Guild came here. With the recent uproar about the alien insects, he thought it might be related to the vaccine developed by the Way of the Left Guild. Regardless, the price for renting the transmission channel from them was high. There was no reason for him not to profit from it. Noah still couldn't help asking, "I heard you've developed an anti-alien serum." "Ha ha ha. It's just luck. We've already started mass production. With the antibody serum, believe that under the leadership of the Federation, the alien crisis will soon be over, right?" "Of course, the crisis will surely pass soon." Noah nodded and did not continue to inquire. "That is the freight channel. After the gate opens, the trucks can directly enter the shelter using the large freight elevator on the first floor and then move straight ahead to leave the shelter. I won't disturb you any longer." After a few simple pleasantries, Noah found no useful information and left with the guild players. As soon as Noah and his people left, Fang Heng immediately took off his mask. He walked to the control panel and quickly adjusted the position of the portal to the new destination. After a moment, the portal, now repositioned, emitted a faint blue light. Bang! 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 The floor trembled slightly. 8 fused alien tyrant bodies stepped out of the portal under Fang Heng's control. They walked to the trailers behind the large trucks and lay down quietly. Next were the ordinary fused tyrants. 2 ordinary tyrants squeezed onto one trailer. Following them were the red feeder group, heading straight for the back of the truck and slipping into the gaps. Finally, it was the group of ordinary vine zombie. They crowded out from the portal, filling up the remaining space on the trailers. This was the first time Zhang Lei had seen such a large group of zombies up close, and he was amazed. Fortunately, Fang Heng was not their enemy. Despite that, Zhang Lei couldn't help but feel extremely curious. Why did Fang Heng go to such lengths to bring so many zombies over? Was he preparing to strike the West District? It's almost done. After loading all the zombies onto the trailers, Fang Heng rubbed his neck. He also felt bitter inside. In the game, theoretically, only the Dark Knight Guild had the transmission channel. The portal-making blueprints in players' hands were also obtained from the Dark Knight Guild, and the quantity was limited. Fang Heng calculated that if he did not use the transmission channel, It would take him 2 full days to drive the trucks to the West District. The main mission in Area 8 couldn't wait that long, so Fang Heng had to spend a little more money, arranged it through the way of the Left Gaming Guild to rent a transmission channel from a more reliable player guild. After everything was settled, Fang Heng laid a tarp on the trailers behind the trucks. Finally, 20 surviving NPCs emerged from the portal. They boarded the truck's driver's cab one by one. The NPCs had no idea what terrifying things were loaded onto the tarp at the back of the truck. They followed John Lay's instructions and drove the trucks to the destination. After a final check, Fang Heng manually operated the controls to open the hall's iron gate leading to the outside. Let's go. 10 minutes later, Vice President Nolas of the 7th Dimension Gaming Guild watched as more than 20 trucks loaded with goods left the shelter. Boss, should we send someone to follow them? Yes. Send someone to follow them, keep a distance, and be careful not to be noticed. Orpheus nodded and said, I understand. Leave it to me. After leaving the shelter, the 20-plus trucks headed towards the predetermined coordinates. A few feeder creatures kept dropping off the trailers at the back of the trucks. Hiss, hiss, hiss. After landing, the feeders spread out in all directions. After a while, a white truck appeared on the highway. Orpheus and his team of 3 boarded the truck and followed behind Fang Heng, attempting to surveil him. Just 10 minutes after the vehicles left the shelter, the driver, Tot, furrowed his brows. Look. What's that? Everyone looked forward in surprise. They were astonished to see a group of red shadows blocking the road ahead. Feeders. Over a dozen feeders were standing in the middle of the road. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The feeders spotted the white truck and immediately pounced towards it. Orpheus and his companions raised their guns, leaned out of the windows, and attacked the approaching feeders. Dang, dang, bang. The feeders, however, proved to be more aggressive than Orpheus had anticipated. One feeder leapt onto the top of the truck. Its sharp claws tore through the entire top, leaving a huge gash. Orpheus raised his automatic rifle, aimed at the top, and pulled the trigger. Dang, dang, bang. The feeder, in pain, couldn't grip the truck tightly and fell hard to the ground. The remaining dozen feeders did not give up. They continued chasing the truck from behind. Quick, drive faster. Shake them off. Orpheus shouted, and together with his 2 companions, pointed their rifles at the feeders behind shooting. Suddenly, Orpheus felt a slight bite on his wrist. He raised his hand and saw a cut he didn't realize was there. When he looked closely, a row of messages appeared on his retina. Hint: unknown alien organism is trying to control your central nervous system. Hint: based on your various attributes, your central nervous system is expected to be parasitically infected by the unknown organism within 45 seconds. What's going on? Alien organism? When did alien organisms appear in their West District too? Looking carefully, Orpheus realized tiny alien organisms had appeared inside the truck at some point. When did they get inside the vehicle? Cold sweat broke out on Orpheus's forehead as he suddenly noticed that his companion, Tot, who was driving the car, had fallen silent. Infected, before he could figure things out, the vehicle had completely lost control. With a loud bang, the vehicle veered off the road and crashed into a giant rock beside the highway. Fang Heng, we have entered the central area of the West District and are moving towards the designated coordinates. It is a wasteland with no usable resources nearby, so no players have established shelters there. Watching everything proceed smoothly, John Lay breathed a sigh of relief and quietly explained to Fang Heng, the 7th Dimension is one of the larger gaming guilds in the West District, and we have cooperated with them a few times before, so there is some friendship between us. The guild leader just contacted them recently, and they currently have no plans to set up a guild shelter. Okay, Fang Heng nodded as he glanced at the game log, saying, it seems like the people from the 7th Dimension are not very reliable. They have sent a tail to follow us. What? John Lay was taken aback. A tail? How did Fang Heng know? Then, John Lay realized the problem. Not to mention that their collaboration needed to be kept secret, but once they were followed, even their secret mission would be greatly affected. What should we do? Should we stop first and find a way to deal with them? No need. They have already been taken care of. John Lay was stunned. Already? When did this happen? Why didn't he see Fang Heng take action? Fang Heng waved his hand casually and said, I did some research before and found out that the parasitic worms invade the bodies of liquors and temporarily parasitize underneath the skin of the liquor. Although they cannot strengthen the liquor, sometimes there may be unexpected enhancement effects. Listening to Fang Heng's words, Zhonglei suddenly felt a chill down his spine. So Fang Heng parasitized those weird worm bodies on the liquors. Zhonglei comforted himself repeatedly that Fang Heng was not an enemy, but a teammate. Hey, don't make that kind of expression. I'm not some monster. I just want to study the cooperation patterns among the zombie groups, add some tactical combinations. Shouldn't we stock up on more of those worm bodies and spread them out together? In theory, it's not feasible. Ding Min shook her head. I have researched the worm bodies, and their activity and aggressiveness decrease gradually after leaving the tyrant's body. They are expected to survive for a week without finding a host body, so it's not possible to stockpile them in large quantities. That's too bad, Fang Heng said disappointingly. This bug cannot be used, which is a bit of a pity. But your idea, still good. The liquor's combat concept is interesting. Ding Min nodded in encouragement. It's just that the liquor cannot provide enough nutrients for the worm bodies. If the worm bodies infect the liquor, it will greatly reduce the liquor's function and result in more losses than gains. Listening to their conversation, Zhonglei couldn't help but shrink his neck again. These two from the Scavengers Legion didn't seem quite right. An hour later, the group arrived at the predetermined zombie virus vaccine diffusion point selected by Ding Min. Over 20 large trucks were lined up in a row, parked on the side of the road. Ding Min got off the truck. In front of them was a wasteland. Fang Heng gestured with his eyes towards Ding Min. Ding Min's expression turned serious as she walked to the open space ahead and carefully placed a box containing high-concentration vaccine bodies on the ground. Pressing a button on the box, "Step back a bit." Ding Min led Fang Heng and a few others to move back a distance. "Is it okay?" Diffusion will take some time." Ding Min watched the experimental box in front attentively. "I'll need to collect the first sample after 10 minutes. My zombies won't have any issues, right?" Fang Heng asked. "No. Unless there's an improvement on the next stage of the vaccine bodies. Otherwise, the antibodies' effect on the zombies is very limited. Plus your zombie bodies are quite special." "That's good." Zhonglei listened in a daze on the side. He was curious why they came all the way to this remote area in the West District. Shortly after, a gaming prompt flashed before Fang Heng's eyes. Prompt: Player team releases high-concentration body antiviral vaccine. Prompt: Virus body mutation due to vaccine diffusion. Prompt: Abnormality detected in current main mission. Automatic repair in progress. Prompt: Repair complete. Player team triggers main mission. Vaccine body information collection mission name. Vaccine body information collection mission description. You have released a high-concentration and stable antiviral body vaccine that may lead to special mutations. Please collect as much information as possible. Mission requirements: Attempt to collect information on the antiviral body vaccine and the mutant zombies affected by the vaccine. Mission rewards: This vaccine main mission special task. Rewards unknown. Human intervention. Zhonglei also received a team mission. The amount of information provided by the mission was overwhelming, and he hadn't quite grasped it yet. Just as he raised his head, Zhonglei noticed something unusual happening in the wasteland area ahead. "Hey, look over there." Fang Heng squinted his eyes. Hiss, hiss. Grayish-blue hands emerged from the ground. Mutated zombie bodies resurrected from the soil, covered in dirt, uttering cries as they slowly walked towards Fang Heng's location. Prompt: Virus diffusion causing mutation in the area. Prompt: Current area vaccine diffusion level 0.32%. Mutation level in this area 0.05%. Purity level in this area 0.02%. Ding Min looked vigilantly around her, and she leaned towards Fang Heng and whispered, "Fang Heng, as I estimated before, there is a high probability that the virus will cause slight mutations in the zombies. I need to collect more samples." "Okay, it seems our luck isn't that good." Zhonglei wondered if this was a matter of luck. He also tensed up, taking out his automatic rifle from his backpack and stood side by side with Fang Heng, preparing for battle. Zhonglei noticed Fang Heng taking out something from his backpack and assuming a battle posture. There were also 5 mutated zombie bodies that followed him at some point. Like Fang Heng, they were holding similar special weapons. "What the heck? Silver needles?" Hiss, hiss, hiss. The next second, Zhonglei heard a rubbing sound in his ear. In the following moment, countless red liquors raced past him from behind. The lickers swung their claws and pounced directly into the group of mutated zombie bodies. Fang Heng's game log refreshed rapidly. Prompt: your zombie clone has killed a first-tier mutated zombie. You have acquired mutation-related data. Mission completion percentage, 0.01%. Hot. Obtaining data by killing mutated creatures. Fang Heng's eyes lit up. It should be similar to previous missions encountered. In theory, both killing mutated zombie bodies and collecting samples could increase the completion percentage. But killing one only provided such a small completion rate. Ahead, a bloody massacre. Dealing with the low-level zombie group, the group of lickers who inherited some of Fang Heng's attributes had a huge advantage. The lickers who jumped into the zombie group instantly took control of the situation. The mutated zombies underground hadn't even climbed out before they were pierced by the lickers' claws into the soil. Zhang Lei stood still for a moment, then quietly put down the automatic rifle in his hand. The licker group had already taken control of the situation. The virus bodies were still spreading. The underground zombie group was constantly mutating, and zombies were continuously spreading out from the ground below. Ding Min looked at Fang Heng and said, "Fang Heng, I need to collect more data samples." "I understand," Fang Heng replied. In the meantime, a tyrant body zombie extended several vines from its right arm, tightly entwining a second-tier ghost claw zombie that had just resurrected from the ground. Bang! Bang! The tyrant took a step forward, bringing the entangled ghost claw zombie in front of Fang Heng. Fang Heng reached out suddenly and aimed the silver sample collector at the zombie's forehead and pressed down. At the same time, several other zombies also wielded their life sample collectors and jabbed at the zombies' heads. Fang Heng carefully collected the live samples. On the other side, 5 or 6 fine zombies staggered up and tightly wrapped the mutated ghost claw zombie from head to toe, slowly dragging it onto the truck behind them. "Take it back for further study." "Bring them back, we'll study them later," Fang Heng said. Zhang Lei looked at everything happening before him, feeling overwhelmed by his understanding of the game over the years. This was possible? Dang. Then, another tyrant body zombie entwined, another second-tier mutated zombie and approached Fang Heng. As usual, Fang Heng picked up a new sample collector and jabbed at the mutated zombie's forehead. In just a few minutes, almost all types of mutated zombies had been collected. Fang Heng checked his game log. Hint: in the 7th area, virus body spread, 0.001%. In the western area, virus body spread, 0.001%. In the player's area, virus spread, 0.52%. Mutation level in the area, 0.05%. Purification level in the area, 0.03%. Hint: main mission, data collection mission completion, 0.05%. The progress of the data collection mission was too slow. Moreover, what were virus spread and area evolution levels? Fang Heng pondered and turned to Ding Min. "Dr. Ding Min, do you think our efficiency is too slow?" Ding Min frowned. "What are you trying to say? Should we speed up the spreading rate?" "Think carefully. Accelerating the spread will greatly increase the risk." "Got it." Fang Heng nodded, confirming. "Let's get to work." Time was tight, and there was no time to waste. Zhang Lei wanted to ask Fang Heng about his plans, but he heard heavy footsteps coming from behind the truck. He turned around to see 7 fusion tyrant bodies, each carrying a metal barrel over a meter tall. They placed the barrels on the ground and pressed the buttons on top of the barrels. A visible, high-concentration antivirus vaccine gas sprayed out from the barrel's vents, dissolving rapidly in the air. Hint: antivirus vaccine spreading is accelerating. With each passing moment, Zhang Lei's heart raced. He saw numerous mutated zombies reaching out from the scorched earth, from 1st tier to 4th and even 5th tier. Fusion tyrant bodies also joined the battlefield, clashing fiercely with the mutated giant zombies. Fang Heng's expression changed from calm to surprised, then delighted. As the antivirus vaccine spread, the resurrected mutated zombie group would become even stronger. His zombie avatars were already showing signs of being overwhelmed, and the surrounding zombie group seemed endless, unchecked. When all is said and done, the surrounding zombies are almost surrounding their small team. Even Fang Heng's controlled zombie avatars were starting to struggle against the mutated zombie horde, and even the tyrants were starting to die under the attacks. A 5th tier mutated zombie, Ghost Eye, covered in yellow eyes all over its body, It possessed a powerful infectious and lethal ability that terrified players. Zhonglei felt anxious and carefully looked at Fang Heng, sensing a strange surprise in his eyes. Did he make a mistake? Fang Heng's pupils contracted. 5th tier. Excellent. Finally, they found a large group of 4th and 5th tier mutated zombies. Fang Heng's game log was rapidly filling up. Hint: you killed a 4th tier mutated zombie. Cyclops. Hint: you gained 281 survival points and a 2nd tier evolution crystal. Hint: you killed a 3rd tier mutated zombie. Sharpblade. All evolution crystals. It had been a while since he had accumulated points and evolution crystals so swiftly. Zhonglei couldn't help but say, Fang Heng, shouldn't we retreat? Fang Heng glanced at the 3 tyrants battling the ghost, zombie and felt a tinge of regret. He had been stuck at level 18 for a long time. Not to mention the difficulty of killing higher level zombie bodies. Just finding them took too long. He finally found an opportunity to kill zombies and earn high-level evolution crystals. He had thought he would have to wait until he completed the main mission and obtain ownership of the zombie apocalypse world before slowly finding opportunities to level up. But now, unexpectedly, he saw a chance to level up. However, let's forget it. Fang Heng took a deep breath to regain his composure. As the antivirus vaccine spread, the resurrected mutated zombie group would become even stronger. His zombie avatars were showing signs of being overwhelmed, and the surrounding zombie groups were seemingly endless. They might not see the end soon. Yes. Let's call it a day for now. Let's retreat. Following Fang Heng's orders, the zombie tyrant bodies began to cover the retreat of Fang Heng and his team. The 8 zombie fusion tyrant bodies cleared the way in front of the truck. The NPCs boarded the truck carrying the live zombie test samples tightly bound to the trailer behind, and they returned to the shelter they came from. After you left the shelter, you were soon attacked by a group of lickers, and you discovered an abnormal insect body. Noise was filled with unease upon hearing the news of the team's annihilation. What's going on? When did abnormal insect bodies appear in the West District? Noise sensed the seriousness of the situation. He was pondering whether this had to do with the Left Path Gaming Guild Wang. Suddenly, his personal survival computer received several urgent messages. Dig trouble in the Scorched Earth Zone. A massive wave of undead is breaking out. A large number of high-level zombies are emerging from underground, including many 4th-tier zombies and a few 5th-tier zombies. The undead wave is rioting and spreading rapidly in all directions. Several shelters have been completely destroyed by the undead wave. It is said that there are still a large number of zombie groups continually reviving in the Scorched Earth Zone, and even giant waves of undead are still refreshing. The collapse of the entire Scorched Earth Zone is only a matter of time. After that, the roaming zombie groups are likely to spread to several nearby areas of the Scorched Earth Zone. Damn it! Upon hearing this shocking news, Noah's cursed in his heart immediately. Their base is near the Scorched Earth Zone. If the information is accurate, when the Scorched Earth Zone completely falls, their 7th Dimension Guild base will be the first to face the onslaught of the zombie horde. Noah's had a sense of impending disaster. He almost immediately pushed aside the issue of the Left Path Guild and began to think about how to deal with this crazy zombie wave. The entire Western District player forum also exploded. The sudden giant zombie wave in the Scorched Earth Zone was terrifying, and the intensity was alarming. The forum was filled with live broadcasts and video recordings flying everywhere, causing widespread panic. Noah steadied his mind and hastily directed shelter players to reinforce their defenses. Before long, a convoy of trucks lined up and drove into the shelter from the highway. Hey, Noah's, Zhonglei greeted from the driver's seat. You're back so soon? Noah's was extremely anxious. With the disaster at hand, he had no mood to inquire about Zhonglei's true purpose in coming to the West District. Sorry, I had other matters to attend to. There's a big problem in the West District. Yeah, I heard about it. When we were coming back, we saw many roaming zombies on the road. A lot of undead rising from underground. A sight you didn't see. It was too terrifying, so we ran back without completing our mission. Seeing Noah's in such a predicament, Zhonglei felt quite pleased. Send people to track us. This could get interesting. While speaking, Zhonglei slyly glanced at the troublemaker, Fang Heng, who was sitting in the passenger seat wearing a mask pretending to sleep. Damn it, are you sure? Are the zombies already heading towards our shelter? To be precise, this wave of refreshing zombies is very strange. The zombies are aimlessly wandering, So, Zhang Lei shook his head. He was genuinely afraid, remembering how they had barely escaped earlier, relying on their 8 strength and tyrant bodies to fight their way out of the center of the zombie wave. If they had delayed for more than 10 minutes, they might have been trapped and killed in the center of the undead wave. Along the way, Zhang Lei saw numerous zombies constantly reviving from deep underground. Damn it, Noahs couldn't help but curse. What's the deal with those zombies? Who knows? Zhang Lei shrugged, looking helpless. Sorry, Noahs, those zombies were too terrifying. We couldn't handle them. We had to run. Anyway, good luck to you. Continued in the next message. Fang Heng looked up and asked, do you know their gathering place? Yes, it should be in the Songxi mountain area. The Federation has a large shelter there where supplies are temporarily gathered. The President and I have already researched it, and the chances of a successful attack there are slim, his companion replied. Okay, Fang Heng continued. How are the materials for making the antiviral vaccine prepared? We have reached an agreement with the Federation. We exchanged 10,000 doses of anti-insect serum for some funds and a large amount of medicinal materials. The medicine supplies are expected to be delivered to our guild shelter before sunset tonight. We will secretly transport them to the Research Institute through the teleportation channel. Zhang Lei estimated. With the supplies we purchased externally, we should have enough to manufacture the second batch of high-concentration antiviral vaccines. Good. Fang Heng clenched his fist and patted Zhang Lei's shoulder. Tell the Federation that we have upgraded the anti-insect serum with better effects than before. After injection, it can provide immunity against insect attacks for a period of time. Ask them if they want it, and if they do, they'll have to pay extra. Zhang Lei was stunned. What's going on? The Federation's people are already on their way, so why is Fang Heng trying to provide them with bullets? Is he planning to make a profit and run away from the Federation? Find a way to bring all the medicinal supplies stored by the Federation over here. If they don't have enough medicinal supplies, make them use funds as compensation. Also, the supplies must be delivered to the guild before sunset tonight. Zhang Lei swallowed hard. Medicinal supplies. Suddenly, Zhang Lei understood Fang Heng's purpose. Fang Heng, are you saying? Yes, you got it right, he snapped. Producing a large quantity of high-concentration antiviral vaccine, and then just throwing them into the East District. Zhang Lei felt a shiver down his spine. What a daring move. He never expected Fang Heng to be so bold. The chaos caused by the outbreak of a massive zombie wave in the Western District with only about half the amount of high-concentration antiviral vaccine was already substantial. The entire Western District was still in turmoil, with the sudden surge of giant zombies causing chaos. In theory, if they had the Federation's medicinal supplements, they could produce tens of times more high-concentration antiviral vaccine. If the Federation encountered a revived zombie wave midway while attempting to attack the Scavenger Legion, Zhang Lei felt his breathing become heavy. Even the Federation would definitely be wiped out there. Not to mention the Federation, the vaccines might even drag the entire East District into a zombie wave. Even the Scavenger Legion couldn't avoid being affected by the zombie wave. Hurry! Time is running out for us. Go tell Tia Town to find a way to get it done quickly. We're running out of time. Zhang Lei took a deep breath. Okay. Watching Zhang Lei rush back to report, Fang Heng also stretched lazily. It's time to start working hard again. Besides needing to produce a large number of anti-insect serums to deliver to the Federation, he also needed to produce a large quantity of high-concentration antiviral vaccines. Fang Heng already anticipated that tonight would be a sleepless night. Well, if he continues like this, he will end up exhausted from staying up all night. After some thought, Fang Heng set up a simple bed and quickly went offline to get some rest. Returning online, Fang Heng immediately went to find Dingmin. Wait, Gu Dingmin was busy at the experiment table. After a moment, she set down the temporary concoction she had just finished, turned around, and shifted her gaze to Fang Heng. The research is more than halfway complete. The sample data we have collected so far is sufficient for us to start research and development on the first phase of vaccine antibodies. Research and development? Are you talking about the antibody virus vaccine? Fang Heng was puzzled. Yes. After the improvements, the probability of zombies being affected by the vaccine will slightly decrease, and the spread speed will slightly increase, Dingmin explained, yawning. However, the improvement work will take some time. Game prompts appeared in Fang Heng's retina. Kent, the Scavenger Legion research team, analyzed 9 active altered zombie bodies in the first phase. Main mission. Data collection mission completion rate increased to 84.14%. Hint. The Scavenger Legion research team analyzed 12 active altered zombie bodies in the second phase. Main mission. Data collection mission completion rate increased to 102.288%. Hint. Your current data collection has reached 100%, and you can now proceed to the next stage of vaccine development. Fang Heng quickly glanced over the game hints and suddenly had an epiphany. So, the high-concentration virus antibody vaccine can be upgraded. Theoretically, as the virus continues to spread and more sample information is collected, the vaccine will continue to improve. In the future, the rate of zombie mutation will improve, and they will face less pressure when spreading the antibody vaccine. Thinking it over, Fang Heng flipped through the game hints for another check. Hint. District 7 vaccine spread rate, 0.005%. Western District vaccine spread rate, 0.0261%. Player's current area vaccine spread rate, 0%. Area mutation level, 0%. Area purification level, 0%. Watching the game prompts, should he wait for the vaccine spread rate to reach 100% before receiving new mission prompts? And what about the area evolution level selection? Once the area purification level reaches 100%, does that mean the entire area will be completely purified? In the morning, when the purification level in the scorched earth area reached 24%, his zombie clones were already struggling. Wait, if they could leverage the Federation's power, could they boost the area's purification level to 100%, perhaps triggering subsequent missions? Fang Heng's thoughts started to become lively again. Fang Heng? Yes, Ding Min asked, when do we start the research work? No need to rush. Fang Heng smiled gently, patting Ding Min's shoulder. He said kindly, it's too late today. Staying up all night isn't good. Go rest first. You've worked hard these 2 days. Take a day off tomorrow and leave the rest to me. A new development, improving the probability of zombie mutation. Fang Heng would welcome high mutation rates among zombies right now. Let the zombies teach the Federation a lesson. The development and improvement of the concoction weren't urgent, they could deal with it later. Huh. Why are you suddenly so nice? Hearing that she didn't have to stay up late, Ding Min looked at Fang Heng in surprise. Since Fang Heng became the leader of the Scavenger Legion, Ding Min already categorized Fang Heng as a hard-working driver. Seeing Fang Heng generously giving her time off, Ding Min felt a little unaccustomed. Hey, don't look at me like that. I'm not a bad person. Confirming that Fang Heng wasn't joking, Ding Min's mood improved slightly, and she rubbed her stiff shoulder. Well, okay. I'll go rest. Hint. Your relationship with Ding Min has slightly strengthened, and Ding Min's loyalty to the Scavenger Legion has increased to 96%. Fang Heng watched Ding Min leave. Before he could leave the research lab, Osborne, full of anxiety, came to find Fang Heng with John Lei. Fang Heng, the Federation has agreed to our conditions. John Lei's breathing was heavy, so he immediately reported the latest developments from the Federation to Fang Heng. The materials promised by the Federation have been delivered to our Union headquarters. Furthermore, the Federation has informed us that they are very interested in the antidote against the fused tyrant mutations, and they are willing to pay a higher price for the antidote. By tomorrow noon, they will take as many doses of the antidote as we have. Huh. They are quite bold. Aren't they afraid that I will take advantage of their generosity? Fang Heng chuckled at the thought. Perfect. They have no money, and the Federation is sending them money. Trading antidotes for materials and money. A deal with no investment. Fang Heng turned to Osborne. Is the large warehouse I need ready? Go gather all the alchemists from the Scavenger Legion over there. It's ready. I'll go gather them immediately. Osborne replied, excited. Great. Now, with the materials, alchemists ready, and the Federation being the sucker, everything is set. Tonight, let's roll. All night long, Fang Heng worked on perfecting his potion production assembly line. The NPC alchemists tirelessly worked alongside the zombie horde. Finally, by 10:30 the next morning, all the expected doses of the antidote against the mutated creatures and high-concentration antiviral vaccines were produced. Boxes of finished potions and metal boxes storing high-concentration antiviral vaccines were neatly stacked in the corner of the large warehouse. 6 rows full of achievements. Fang Heng stretched and took a sip of coffee. The next step is to send Tiazan with the antidote to the Federation to ask for money. then use the money to buy a shelter and build a magnetic field sensing device. At the same time, he needs to figure out how to distribute the high-concentration virus antibody vaccine in advance to ensure that the Federation receives his prepared package. Despite staying up all night, the thought of the upcoming plan still exhilarated Fang Heng. Outside the warehouse, John Lei had not logged off or rested all night. He stood guard outside the warehouse all night. The pressure was immense. President Tiazan couldn't rest, so he had John Lei squatting outside the warehouse gate 24 hours a day, reporting the situation every half hour and providing immediate feedback on any news. Their entire underground guild had their hopes pinned on Fang Heng. If Fang Heng failed, their guild would be bankrupt. Clang ... The sound of the warehouse door being opened behind him startled John Lei. He quickly turned around to see Fang Heng. "How's the situation?" Fang Heng stretched lazily and looked at John Lei. "It's not bad. Have you been waiting for me?" John Lei's heart raced. He couldn't help but look into the warehouse, where boxes were being moved. "The antidote and vaccines are ready." "Yes, they are ready. Let the Federation's people come to pick them up." John Lei saw rows of large boxes inside the warehouse, and he exclaimed, "Are all those boxes filled with antidotes against the mutants?" "Yes," Fang Heng replied, waving his hand to signal the elite members of the Scavenger Legion to start moving the boxes filled with the antidotes to the teleportation hall. "Well, it's up to you guys from now on," Fang Heng said, with a fierce look. "Make sure to strike a good deal with the Federation." "No problem. Leave it to our underground guild." John Lei clenched his fist excitedly. As they spoke, Fang Heng's expression gradually calmed down as he looked behind John Lei. "Hey, you. Is eavesdropping on others' conversation a good habit?" A figure slowly appeared behind John Lei. "I'm sorry, Fang Heng. I've been waiting for you all along." "What? What's going on?" John Lei was surprised by the sudden appearance of the person behind him. "Is that so?" Fang Heng shrugged. "I apologize. I've been really busy lately." "How long have you been waiting?" "About 5 hours." John Lei felt a bit annoyed. He thought the members of the Black Castle were crazy. They had been lurking around for a full 5 hours, without letting him sense their presence. Wu Sang, expressionless, glanced at the elite members of the Scavenger Legion moving boxes. "Antidotes against the mutants? What are you thinking, Fang Heng? Have you completely given up on the main quest in District 7? "Not really." Fang Heng looked at Wu Sang. "Let's get to the point. What do you need from me?" "Your control over the fused tyrant body surprised me, enough for the Black Castle to evaluate you anew. But that alone is far from enough to secure the final ownership of District 7. You should have received the message. The Federation has gathered all their forces to attack the Scavenger Legion. The Federation is expected to launch an operation before sunset today, yet you choose to sell the antidotes to them. What are you thinking?" Realizing Fang Heng's ability to control the fused tyrant body, Wu Sang was indeed surprised by his strength. She hoped he would join the Black Castle. Last night, Wu Sang had been waiting for Fang Heng to seek help from the Black Castle. Faced with the massive attack from the Federation, she felt that seeking help from the Black Castle was Fang Heng's only choice. But since Fang Heng didn't show up last night, Wu Sang had to come to him herself. And now, Fang Heng's choice to sell the antidotes surprised her once again. The fused tyrant was clearly Fang Heng's biggest advantage. And he's using it to make money. Is he giving up the fight for District 7? Ahem, of course. I just want to make some money from the Federation. Wu Sang was finding it increasingly difficult to understand Fang Heng. "Fang Heng, join the Black Castle. We can help you solve the Federation problem and smoothly secure the final ownership of District 7. Please believe in us. The Black Castle only invites the best players to join." "Is that so?" "I appreciate your consideration," Fang Heng snorted, "but I'm fine now and don't need your help." Wu Sang frowned. She felt Fang Heng was pushing against it. "Joining Black Castle would give you more resources, which would be in your best interest." "Forget it," Fang Heng interrupted. "Let's make a bet." "Another bet again." Wu Sang just shook her head. But Fang Heng continued. "If I can withstand the Federation, you tell me the information about the mainline mission of the finale. If I can't hold on, then you can help me resist the Federation. I will join your Black Castle smoothly. How about that? Consider this proposal?" Fang Heng nodded. "I'm confident they can win." Wu Sang stared at Fang Heng curiously. She wondered where Fang Heng's confidence came from. After some careful thought, Wu Sang reached a conclusion. This gamble was advantageous and harmless to her. Fang Heng had clearly refused to join the Black Castle before. Assuming Fang Heng could really resist the Federation, then Fang Heng would be even less likely to choose to join them. In fact, it was only a matter of time before Fang Heng took control of the entire 7th district. Giving him information on a mainline mission wouldn't change anything or affect the Black Castle, but for Fang Heng, this mainline mission could be considered a timely assistance, equivalent to giving Fang Heng a favor. If Fang Heng couldn't resist the Federation, then the Black Castle would win the entire gamble and successfully bring Fang Heng under their control. Wu Xiang nodded. Okay, let's make this bet, but I have a condition. Fang Heng's eyes lit up. Go on. Regardless of the outcome, you owe favor to the Black Castle. Teal. The Federation. A large shelter in the Songxi mountain area of the 7th district. Cao Huai personally commanded. This time, he almost mobilized all the resources of the Federation in the 7th district. The purpose was singular: to completely eliminate the Scavenger Legion where Fang Heng belonged. To avoid being betrayed by allies again, only the Federation and the Dark Knights participated in this joint cleansing operation. At some point, Cao Huai had started to fear Fang Heng's existence. Cao Huai decided to go all in and eliminate the Scavenger Legion in one fell swoop. Is everyone assembled? Except for the 3 teams in the West District, everyone is ready to depart at any time. The Deputy Commander reported to Cao Huai. General, there was a massive undead wave of unknown origin in the West District yesterday, causing extensive damage. The zombie wave in the West District has stopped spawning, but the crisis is not over yet. The 3 Federation teams are currently fighting hard against the aftermath of the massive undead wave, and they may not be able to participate in the joint extermination battle against the Scavenger Legion. I see. Cao Huai had heard of the events in the West District yesterday, but his attention was solely focused on Fang Heng for now. Ignoring the crisis in the West District, Cao Huai lightly acknowledged and turned to Zichangel beside him, confirming once again, this matter has nothing to do with the Scavenger Legion or Fang Heng, right? Zichangel looked solemn. I guarantee. Absolutely not. General, the potions from the Left Path Guild have arrived, and the tests have been completed. The effects are excellent, providing resistance to the alien creatures in a short time. Good. Cao Huai's eyes lit up. One of the most troublesome problems have been resolved. With the potions, Fang Heng's trump card, the Alien King, would become negligible. However, Cao Huai couldn't help but curse inwardly at the Left Path Gaming Guild. They took advantage of the situation and set exorbitant prices for each bottle of anti-alien creature potion. Cao Huai gritted his teeth and made a silent vow. Once he dealt with Fang Heng, he would make the Left Path Gaming Guild pay back every penny. General, the weapons have been equipped, heavy weapons are ready. All supplies have been distributed, ensuring everyone is prepared. With one swift strike, we will completely take down the Scavenger Legion. Start the operation in 10 minutes. Understood. Seeing Zichangel looking hesitant nearby, Cao Huai furrowed his brows. Is there anything else to report? General, we suspect that the Scavenger Legion may have already made preparations in advance. We received reports not long ago that many cooperating players noticed signs of evacuation among members of the Scavenger Legion. Cao Huai lightly acknowledged. He wasn't concerned about this matter. With such a large operation by the Federation, it was normal for information to leak out. Fang Heng must have received the information beforehand. So, did he intend to give up the outer defenses of the Scavenger Legion, shrink the defense line, and play the part of a turtle retreating into its shell? Hey. Cao Huai couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Let's see how strong your turtle shell is. Ignore it. Proceed according to the plan. The entire army will depart in 10 minutes. Understood. With a command, Federation soldiers marched in a disciplined formation towards the direction of the Scavenger Legion. 2 hours later, the first wave of Federation troops arrived in Yuanqi Town. Report, General. The first echelon has arrived in Yuanqi Town. There was no resistance inside the town. The 2nd and 7th squads entered Yuanqi Town for reconnaissance 3 minutes ago, but found no trace of the Scavenger Legion. It is confirmed that the Scavenger Legion has evacuated in advance. As expected, they caught wind of it and fled in advance. Cao Huai remained unfazed, his internal amusement growing. Can you escape? Let's chase you all the way to your main base. As Federation troops took over Yuanqi Town and briefly regrouped, they continued their advance. Looking down from above, the entire Federation force formed an imposing and mighty spectacle. Fang Heng sneered. See that? With so many advanced weapons, it seems Cao Huai really wants to kill me. He's going all out. Wu Xiang stood beside Fang Heng and said, Fang Heng, what exactly are you planning? Once the Federation officially starts the operation, even we might not be able to save the Scavenger Legion. You don't have to save us. We, the Scavenger Legion, have to save our lives to destroy this world. After all, the villains don't die so easily. Before the final episode, Fang Heng had a plan. He opened the survival radio and sent a message to Zhang Lei. Take action. At that moment, Zhang Lei in the underground sewer beneath Yuanqi town received the message and immediately spread the message to his subordinates. Players in various corners of the underground sewers in the Yuanqi town area received Zhang Lei's message and promptly activated the valve switches on nearby metal boxes. Almost simultaneously, rows of game prompts floated in front of Fang Heng. Wu Xiang frowned. She couldn't understand how Fang Heng had any cards left to play. In the face of the absolute strength of the Federation, all resistance seemed futile. The game has begun, Fang Heng said, tossing aside the Oreo cookie in his hand. Behind him in the dense forest, 8 hybrid tyrants and hundreds of lickers were restless. The Federation team drove their combat trucks on the main road, with dozens of high-level armored tanks even in the middle of the team. There were also helicopters in the air conducting reconnaissance and support. Fang Heng raised his binoculars to look ahead. He saw that even the Federation team had members of the Dark Knight Order participating. Liang, who became familiar with the terrain of Yuanxi town. In this operation, he was appointed by Cao Huai to lead the vanguard scouting team, personally leading 3 squads to pave the way ahead and investigate possible ambushes along the way. Liang, who has always been cautious, wait. Midway through the journey, Liang, who keenly noticed something and signaled the team to temporarily stop. Under the mud on both sides of the road, a pale hand reached straight up. With the moans of the zombies, the mud churned and the resurrected zombies struggled to crawl out of the mud. Bang! 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 Liang, who immediately pulled the trigger at the resurrected zombie group behind them. Powerful firepower was aimed at the group of zombies that almost instantly emerged from the ground. Liang, who breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that he was too nervous. It was just a coincidence that they encountered a small-scale zombie resurgence. As they were about to continue, Liang, who heard a player shouting, "Captain, look over there." Liang, who immediately looked in the direction pointed out by his subordinates. The mud on the sides of the road began to churn, and a dense cluster of gray hands emerged from the rolling mud. The gathering zombie horde staggered onto the main road. Liang, who began to feel something was off. 2 consecutive zombie resurgences. Could it be that the probability of triggering the resurgence of the horror increased due to the large number of players gathered? Bang! 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 The Federation elites once again pulled the trigger. After a round of bullets, the gunfire paused. While players were reloading, another wave of zombies emerged from the mud on both sides of the road. The resurrected zombie horde seemed endless. Liang, who furrowed his brows tightly. He realized that trouble seemed to be just beginning. More players shouted, "Look over there too, and over there. Why are there so many?" Liang, whose complexion suddenly changed. Something was not right. Not only in front of the team, but also behind them, zombies were starting to resurrect along the sides of the road. The speed and range of zombie resurgences were rapidly expanding. Liang, who suddenly had a bad feeling. Was it an accident, a coincidence, or were they surrounded by an ambush? The Scavenger Legion? No. Liang, who suddenly thought of the giant zombie horde that erupted in the Western District Center yesterday. This could be the same giant zombie horde. They were definitely in trouble. Halt! Liang, who immediately made the decision. Set up a defense line in place. Report the situation to the commander immediately. Yes. In the rear of the Federation team, Cao Huai also heard the gunfire coming from the front. The increasingly dense gunfire made him restless. Report to the commander. A zombie horde has been found in the front area. A zombie horde? Cao Huai was puzzled. It was just a small zombie horde. They could easily clear it out. With the strength of their current team, they could crush the zombie horde directly. So why was it taking so long? The communications officer was also unsure of how to explain the situation in front. Commander, the scale of the zombie horde is continuously expanding. The reconnaissance team in the front has been trapped in the zombie horde range, and there are still a large number of zombies resurrecting from the ground. Just as he was speaking, gunfire rang out around them as well. Cao Huai leaned out of the car window to look outside. In the thickets on both sides of the road, a group of zombies had appeared. A dense horde of zombies emerged from the bushes on both the left and right sides and surged towards the central main road. Cao Huai narrowed his eyes and glanced at Zichangel, the head of the intelligence department beside him. What's going on? Zichangel's face stiffened. How would I know? I haven't seen this kind of situation before. Ahem. Facing Cao Huai's killing gaze, Zichangel coughed lightly, pretending to be calm, and said, Commander, theoretically it should be because our personnel are too densely gathered, triggering the appearance of an advanced zombie horde in the random game. The strength of the zombies is not high. For safety reasons, I suggest clearing the zombie horde completely before proceeding. Issue the order to set up a defense line in place and clear out this zombie horde before moving. Yes. Cao Huai glared at Zichangel, the constant gunfire ringing in his ears made Cao Huai even more agitated. Just 2 minutes later, another communication soldier hurried over. Commander, based on the information from the helicopter, the zombie horde. The communication soldier had a confused expression on his face. The zombie horde is still spreading. This, Zichangel frowned, subconsciously muttering to himself, this doesn't seem right. The zombie horde shouldn't be spreading according to theory. Cao Huai's heart sank. Fang Heng. He immediately realized that this zombie horde was abnormal. It was highly likely that Fang Heng was causing trouble. How else could such a coincidental event happen? Report the intensity of the zombie horde. Apart from the huge area the zombie horde covers, the detected horde consists mainly of ordinary zombies, with a few first-tier and very few second-tier mutated zombies. Cao Huai let out a disdainful cold laugh. In order to completely eliminate the scavenger legion, they had brought sufficient supplies this time, enough to withstand a war of attrition. Issue the order to set up a defense line in place and take out as many as possible. Understood. The Federation team immediately executed a line of defense in place and began to defend against the zombie horde. In the distance, on the hillside, seeing that the Federation team chose to stay and defend instead of retreating, Fang Heng showed a look of as expected. He knew that Cao Huai wouldn't give up so easily. If the Federation chose to stay and defend, they would soon be dragged into a quagmire by the constantly refreshing mutated zombie horde. Fang Heng. Wu Xing looked down at the Federation team surrounded by the zombie horde and asked, how did you do it? It's a secret. Just relying on these zombies to resist the Federation is impossible. Don't worry. Just wait and see. As they spoke, Zhang Lei drove a motorcycle from a distance and stopped in front of Fang Heng. After glancing at Wu Xing on the side, he leaned in and whispered to Fang Heng, Boss, it's done. The people left in the sewers have already retreated. Good job, Fang Heng said, as rows of game prompts rapidly refreshed in his retina. Warning. Your team is continuously releasing high-concentration antiviral body vaccines. Warning. The high vaccine body is extremely unstable and is generating mutations. Tip. You can try to obtain information on mutant forms to enhance the controllability of the vaccine. Tip. Current area mutation degree, 5.42%. Area purification degree, 0.23%. The national game. What exactly is hanging on a zombie apocalypse from the beginning? 4th level mutant zombies. Since the appearance of 4th level mutant zombies, federal players have become uneasy. This is definitely not an ordinary zombie wave. An ordinary zombie wave would never refresh ghosts like 4th level one-eyed zombies. It must be a conspiracy by the scavenger legion. The endless horde of zombies emerges from the ground, and even the strong firepower of the Federation is unable to resist the trend. Commander, from the situation observed from high altitude, we are surrounded by a large number of zombie hordes. Commander, latest situation. The entire Yuxi town area in the 7th district is under a terrifying attack by a huge zombie wave. This zombie wave attack is similar to the one that happened in the Scorched Earth area in the Western district yesterday, but its intensity and spread rate far exceed yesterday's. Commander, 4th level mutant zombies will pose a great threat to us. We need to apply for permission to use heavy weapons. Cao Huai said firmly. Authorization. Yes, we must hold on to this wave. 4th level zombies. Is this your trump card, Fang Heng? Cao Huai muttered softly to himself. He was very clear in his heart that this wave absolutely couldn't be backed down from. If they retreat, it will give the scavenger legion more breathing time. He doesn't want to give it. He's afraid. Every time he gives Fang Heng breathing time, his strength will increase significantly. Cao Huai is afraid that if he retreats this time, the next time he sees Fang Heng, he will bring out the 6th level zombies. Hint. Current area mutation level, 15.42%. Area purification level, 28.53%. Fang Hang is on a high slope, looking down at the Federation continuously killing zombie hordes. The area purification level is rapidly increasing. Good. Continue. Keep it up. Fang Hang silently cheers on the Federation. Hurry up and purify to 100% and see if there will be any new changes next. I understand. It wasn't until Wu Xing saw a 5th level mutated zombie appear below that she finally understood everything. I was mistaken. As Fang Hang continued silently cheering on the Federation, he heard Wu Xing's whisper and couldn't help but turn around. Huh, what did you say? I figured it out. You tricked Night Owl. You've already completed the construction of the 3rd level temporal rift device, right? Wu Xing's eyes sparkled with confidence as she met Fang Hang's gaze. Others may not be aware, but I experienced the end of a zombie apocalypse before, so I know very well that the only thing causing such a terrifying zombie wave is the antiviral antibody vaccine. So you must have distributed a large amount of antiviral antibody vaccines in the Yuxi town area, right? Fang Hang pursed his lips, thinking that she had hit the nail on the head. Everything has a reasonable explanation. You were also behind the disappearance of the primary meteorite in the 5th district. Don't deny it. Night Owl has confirmed your identity disguise and confirmed that the primary meteorite in the 5th district and a large amount of blue crystal were taken by the Federation. However, the operational data within the Federation regarding the actions in the 5th district did not mention the seizure of the primary meteorite and a large amount of blue crystal ore. They were all in your pocket, right? Wu Xing stared intently at Fang Hang. She finally understood. After understanding, her evaluation of Fang Hang rose to a very high level in just a moment. Wu Xing finally came to understand. She had underestimated Fang Hang all along. Impressive. Through the primary meteorite in the 5th district, you forcibly linked up the main mission of the 8th district, and then spread the vaccine body developed through the main mission in the 7th district. I have to say this is a brilliant idea. Only with the premise of manufacturing the 3rd level spatial rift device and having a large amount of blue crystal or resources could you achieve this. Wu Xing gave her final conclusion. So Night Owl was fooled by you. They mistakenly thought the main mission of the 8th district was cut off, and no one could create a 3rd level spatial rift device. But you did it. Not only did you do it, but you've always kept this hidden. Your ambition is not only the main mission of the 7th district, but even the main mission of the 8th district, right? In the face of Wu Xing's aggressive questioning, Fang Hang remained calm. However, Zhang Lei next to him couldn't stay calm anymore. This buddy, Zhang Lei himself, had little knowledge of advanced game information, and he was confused by the discussion about the 7th and 8th districts, but he caught a few key points. Fang Hang can jump back and forth between the 7th and 8th districts, and the recent invasion of the Blood clan in the 5th district was also related to Fang Hang. Did he secretly bring back the primary meteorite from there, and then create chaos in the 7th district with the vaccine body developed from the primary meteorite? This guy is quite something. Well, you guessed it right. Fang Hang waved his hand. He felt that she had guessed it all, so there was no need to continue hiding. But to get back on track, guess, bet, you lost this bet. Wu Xing closed her eyes. She couldn't deny the loss this time. Their Black Castle also obtained valuable intelligence. Fang Hang's control over the main mission of the 8th district has grown immensely. With Fang Hang's current abilities, even if he loses a final ownership of the 7th district, there is a high probability that he will still gain control of the final ownership of the 8th district. Next, not only the Black Castle, but even the Federation's attitude towards Fang Hang is bound to undergo a significant change. Cooperation is the best way. Wu Xing made a decision. She opened her eyes, nodded and said, I accept the loss in the bet. Since you are unwilling to join the Black Castle, we won't force you. We can still maintain a cooperative relationship. Remember, you owe the Black Castle a favor. Saying that, Wu Xing leaned in close, whispered in Fang Hang's ear, Scorpio plan. What does that mean? Follow this clue and continue investigating. My special talent can reduce damage from certain rules. These 4 words have already cost me a lot of main god points. I can't say any more, but it will surely help you. Wu Xing shook her head, slowly backed away. My current mission is complete. Looking forward to the next cooperation. Soon, after you have gained control of the world, we will meet again. Good luck. Fang Heng watched as Wu Xiang's figure gradually faded as she stepped back, until she disappeared before his eyes. Zhang Lei was still frozen in place. He felt that the conversation between the two contained a lot of information, and he couldn't digest it all at once. So Fang Heng is currently fighting on two fronts in the 7th and 8th districts. The what the heck is a 3rd-level spatial rift device? Is it a tool he uses to jump back and forth, so the portal can be upgraded further? Zhang Lei was still dazed, but he heard Fang Heng calling him. Zhang Lei. Ha. Scorpio plan. Fang Heng looked pensive and asked, have you heard of it? Anything about the Scorpio plan? Zhang Lei was puzzled, shaking his head blankly. I haven't heard of it. Is it crucial information? I can go back and check with the guild's help. Yes, you should go back and check immediately. Remember to keep it confidential. Okay. Fang Heng retracted his gaze and continued to watch the battlefield below. District 7. The area of Yuani Town. An endless horde of zombies surged toward the central thoroughfare. Trucks and armored vehicles formed a circle, creating a defense net that was not particularly strong. Under the powerful heavy firepower of the Federation, the outer layers of zombies fell in swaths. However, as soon as one group fell, more zombies crowded in from the outskirts. Grenade launcher. Quick! Grenade launcher. Tier 5 zombies. Giants. The deputy commander of the Federation exclaimed in shock at the sight of a giant hand emerging from deep underground. It's a giant zombie. Dean Cannon. Prepare. Don't let it regenerate. Commander, I suggest retreat. Zichengel panicked completely and immediately advised Cao Huai next to him. The zombie tide is still spreading rapidly, at an alarming rate, and there are no signs of it stopping. If this continues, shut out. Cao Huai's eyes turned red. Retreat now, and just let Fang Heng handle it. Doom. A stumble underfoot. Ahead, the road cracked open, and a huge gray hand suddenly emerged from underground. Boom, boom, doom. Several grenades struck the hand. The giant zombie pushed aside the heavy stones on the ground, attempting to climb out from the depths. Let's retreat. Zichengel's tone was pleading. Even if Fang Heng is lucky this time, and we encounter the tide of corpses, we will die if we continue like this. He pleaded earnestly. We can go back first, come back after some time. There's no need to directly clash with the zombie tie. Cao Huai clenched his fists tightly. He didn't believe Zichengel's claim that it was just bad luck to encounter the zombie tie. Clearly, all of this was a setup by Fang Heng, that he had to make the decision to retreat, despite any inner reluctance. Cao Huai had a strong premonition. Once this retreat occurred, he would no longer pose an effective threat to Fang Heng. He was about to lose the final control of District 7. 13 years of planning destroyed in an instant. Set jaw clenched, Cao Huai uttered two words with determination. Retreat. Yes. Zichengel felt like he got his life back, frantically using the communicator, shouting, retreat. Evacuate our non-combat personnel first. Hurry. Can't you hear me? Escaping would be no easy task. Surrounded by layers of zombie groups, even the mighty Federation would pay a huge price in such a situation. A helicopter hovered in midair, lowering ropes from above. Commander, let's retreat first. Cao Huai took a deep breath, climbing up the ladder onto the helicopter. Zichengel followed behind Cao Huai. Boarding the helicopter, he breathed a sigh of relief, glancing nervously down. Finally survived. Wait, what's that? Zichengel's heart skipped a beat. He saw a missile flying towards the helicopter in the distance. Quick, evasive maneuvers. The helicopter quickly pulled up. Zichengel tightly gripped the nearby handrail steel pipe. The helicopter narrowly avoided the rocket attack. Cao Huai's pupils shrank as he looked through the helicopter window in the direction of the rocket, vaguely discerning several tall figures standing on a distant hill. It was the integrated tyrant bodies. Fang Heng. Cao Huai's eyes burned with anger. Too bad. Not learned master of heavy weapons, not particularly accurate. Far off, on the hillside, Fang Heng watched through binoculars at the helicopter in the distance. But well, whoosh, whoosh. Behind Fang Heng, 8 integrated tyrant bodies once again raised rocket launchers, taking aim at the helicopter in midair for another round of bombardment. Again, whoosh, whoosh. The helicopter dodged left and right, avoiding the rockets, but under a few rounds of fire, one rocket hit the helicopter squarely in the middle. Doom. Direct hit, and the helicopter burst in midair. Beside him, Zhang Lei looked cautiously at Fang Heng. Cao Huai was on that helicopter, right? So Cao Huai died too, didn't he? Zhang Lei looked at Fang Heng, feeling an inexplicable sense of admiration. He actually killed a highest executive of the Federation's 7th district with no hesitation. Why did he seem more terrifying than the anti-Federation forces? Watching the helicopter explode into a fireworks display in midair, Fang Heng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The pressure Cao Huai brought was immense as well. According to the game settings, after a player dies, they will undergo a period of reincarnation in the main god space. During this time, players can log in normally but cannot enter the various game worlds, hence the term lockdown period. Seeing the orderly retreat of players from the Federation below, Fang Heng waved his hand. The Lurking Eater's army immediately rushed into the zombie horde. In addition, there were also many pre-prepared strange worm bodies. Selling so many syringes to the Federation, some must be used up to keep them buying. Fang Heng was pondering, suddenly feeling a twinge. Huh. A deep red prompt flashed rapidly in the lower right corner of his retina. Tit. You have killed a tier 2 mutant zombie. Gaining survival points. Tit. Current area has reached 100% purification. The current Yuani town area has been fully purified. Tit. Evolution is complete. The current Yuani town area will not have random zombie horde refreshes. Tit. Player triggers the main storyline level ending mission. Beautiful new world. What the heck? An ending. Fang Heng immediately clicked on the details to check. Mission description. The vaccine nanobody developed from the first generation Meteorite can possess the ability to purify the contaminated world. Although you have encountered great obstacles, you have temporarily purified this land. You have found a way to save the entire world. Mission requirements. Purify all world areas. Mission rewards. After completing the mission and triggering the ending. Beautiful new world. The player will receive rewards for completing the mission and additional main storyline mission contribution points. After completing the ending, the 7th district will be ranked according to the main storyline contribution points, and the player ranked first will obtain the ownership qualification for the zombie apocalypse in the 7th district. Mainline. Beautiful new world. Fang Heng murmured to himself, contemptuously saying, how ironic. Taking a deep breath, Fang Heng focused on what to do next. Currently, he had triggered to common endings, corresponding to the Legion of Scavengers, World Domination line, and the Vaccine Research and Development Salvation line. So following this line of thought, the main line for the 8th district should also be the Salvation line. Both missions were equally difficult. Fang Heng roughly speculated in his mind. Even if he could continuously develop and optimize the vaccine body in Area 7, significantly boosting the level of vaccine antibodies, reducing the speed and intensity of zombie mutations, but how long would it take just to produce the vaccine needed to purify the entire world? And does the whole world need to be purified? Fang Heng could already imagine that this would be an extremely long battle, and in this long war, both the Federation and Nocturne would come looking for trouble. Trouble. Fang Heng rubbed his shoulders. Perhaps there were other ways to trigger other missions to complete the main storyline more quickly. Currently, there are only 2 clues left to trace. One is the Hela experiment, which requires some time, waiting for the completion of the Left Half Gaming Guild, finding more hidden locations of meteorite boxes, and obtaining more samples of the Hela organization. The other clue is the intelligence obtained from Black Castle, the Scorpio project. Fang Heng gradually cleared his thoughts and planned the next steps. Currently, the whole Federation has been badly hit, with even Cao Huai being killed by himself, unable to enter the game scene to command in the short term. At least in the near future, the Federation cannot organize a decent attack against the Scavenger Legion. Next, he could boldly rely on the funds provided by the Federation to heavily purchase industries in Area 7, set up magnetic induction towers, collect samples of the Hela organization, and enhance the strength of the tyrant body. The research upgrade of the vaccine body, the collection of Hela organization samples, and the Scorpio project must all advance together. Who knows what glitches may arise after the main mission. Being more prepared is always good. Out. Fang Heng. Zhang Lei had to interrupt Fang Heng, who was lost in thought. If we don't leave now, we will be surrounded by the zombie horde. Fang Heng stopped thinking. Let's go. Zhang Lei took a deep breath, then glanced at the area of Yangtze town below that was now covered by the zombie horde like hell on earth. If someone were to tell him now that Fang Heng was a terrorist against the Federation, he would definitely believe it. Fang Heng, This battle was fought beautifully. Cao Huai and others lost so badly for the first time. Chiazan was constantly monitoring the situation on Fang Heng's side, and after hearing about the great defeat of the Federation and even Cao Huai's death, he was greatly inspired. They had bet correctly. Their entire left-half gaming guild will rise with Fang Heng in Area 7. Due to the impact of this giant zombie tie, players in Area 7 have significantly reduced confidence in the Federation. I have spread the word that similar zombie tides will continue to occur throughout Area 7. Many guilds have been affected and are starting to sell shelters to the outside. It is estimated that the price of shelters will soon plummet, and then we can buy more shelters at a lower price to complete the electromagnetic induction tower production plan. To save funds, I believe we only need to purchase medium-sized shelters, as our goal is only to build the induction tower. Chiazan now trusted Fang Heng more and more as a teammate. He felt that everything seemed to be under Fang Heng's control, with the Federation being played in circles by Fang Heng. Okay, you decide. Fang Heng was also very satisfied with this new teammate. The plan to find samples of the Hela organization could be temporarily assigned to him to execute. And about the Scorpio project you mentioned earlier, here is the information I had someone gather. Chiazan handed a document to Fang Heng. Opening the information, Fang Heng was intrigued and said, Meteor Company? Yes, it can be confirmed that the Scorpio project is a project led by the Meteor Company, with significant missing information. I am also not clear about the specific contents of the Scorpio project. The information was provided by a player from our guild about a few years ago, before she joined the company. She accidentally triggered a related task in a sanatorium and said that she had seen information about the Scorpio project in the sanatorium. Unfortunately, she died in that nursing home at that time, and the task line was interrupted, and then it was forgotten. After so long, the tasks on the nursing home side might have been triggered by players, and going to look for them might not be useful. Indeed, Area 7 has been open for too long. The corners where hidden tasks might exist have probably been searched through by players countless times. Theoretically, if there were hidden tasks, they would have been triggered long ago. I still need to go and check it out, just to be sure. The specific coordinates of the nursing home are in the North District. It's too far to drive there, so I'll have John Lay take you through the teleportation channel of another guild. Alright. The administration of the Left Half Gaming Guild has always been very efficient. Half an hour later, John Lay and Fang Heng entered the North District through the teleportation channel and drove on the wide snow-covered road. The destination of this trip was an abandoned nursing home, Yuanshan Nursing Home. It was located halfway up a mountain. It was an icy and snowy place, a vast and white expanse. If players began randomly in this area, it would definitely be hell. It took over 3 hours for Fang Heng and John Lay to arrive at the Doomsday Merchant Camp. The camp was built in the midst of icy snow and looked somewhat run down. If it were in any other place, the Doomsday Merchant Camp would have been taken over by a large guild long ago. Inside a small wooden hut in the camp, 2 men and a woman sat at a table, looking up to examine Fang Heng and John Lay as they enter. John Lay. Fan Shuo. Yes. Hello, are you Izzy? We contacted on the forum. Izzy and the other two looked at John Lay and Fang Heng with some suspicion. I thought you were joking. I didn't expect you to really come all the way from afar. Izzy was a middle-aged man with a hunting rifle on his back. Let me be upfront. Our group has been exploring the sanatorium for over a month. We need elites. If you're just looking to join the team for experience, you can leave now. Of course, we are sincere. The three of them exchanged glances. The proficient-looking woman with short hair, Vera, said, I am the long-range support in the group. You claim to have some knowledge about the secrets of the Far Mountain Sanatorium. I want to know your information, to share and exchange. The young man who had been silent added, You go ahead. Fang Heng was puzzled, indicating confusion. They came to gather information, so where did they have information to share? Ahem. John Lay cleared his throat and whispered to Fang Heng, It's a temporary measure. I bluffed them a bit during our online contact. John Lay looked at Vera. I don't think this is fair. Indeed, it's not quite fair. Izzy nodded. So you can refuse to cooperate. Feel free to leave if you might. John Lay frowned. It's okay, John Lay. It's just some information. We will show our sincerity, but after we introduce ourselves, please feel free to supplement. What do you think? That's fine. It's fair. Fang Heng nodded and stood up. Wait a moment. I'll be right back. Under everyone's gaze, Fang Heng walked slowly to the Doomsday Camp merchant behind the counter. What do you need, survivor? Hello, I would like to see the items available for sale. Feel free to look around. The goods here are top-notch. Hint, you spend 34 to West survival points to purchase all remaining sellable items in the camp. Your familiarity with Anna is enhanced. Hint, you sell items such as pliers, crucible, old drum, cotton seeds, sunflower seeds, etc. Your familiarity with Anna is enhanced. Hint, you spend 34.1 W survival points to purchase all remaining sellable items in the survivor camp. Your familiarity with Anna is enhanced. Hint, your relationship with Anna increased to best friend. After a minute passed, everyone heard the stern Doomsday merchant, Anna, speak. All right, Fang Heng, this time it's because of you. Thank you so much. Wait for me a moment. Anna turned around and searched under the counter for a while before finally coming back towards Izzy and the others with a bunch of keys in hand. Standing before the table, he said, "Let me tell you the story of that sanatorium. Where should I start from? I remember from when I was born, that building was already there. Back then it was an orphanage. The orphanage was a charity project of the Meteorite Corporation. The corporation used to provide an annual donation to the orphanage. Oh, they weren't called the Meteorite Corporation back then. There are many rumors about that orphanage. I've heard a lot of unreliable things, like monsters appearing, rumors of mentally ill patients, and even some saying that the Meteorite Corporation was using those children in the orphanage for inhumane experiments." Annette scoffed. Nonsense. Who would believe such stories? Later, after the zombie virus incident involving the Meteorite Corporation was exposed, their finances were greatly affected. They stopped investing in charity. The orphanage lacked funds and was forced to dissolve. The building was bought by an outsider and transformed into the sanatorium it is today. After that, the zombie apocalypse broke out, and the Far Mountain Sanatorium gradually fell into disrepair. Annette sighed. I advise you to be careful. Ever since the zombie crisis broke out, that place has become weird, and even the wild animals rarely come near there. There have always been survivors wanting to go inside the sanatorium to investigate, but as far as I know, these people hardly ever have a good outcome. Annette placed the bunch of keys he had just found on the table and pushed it towards Fang Heng. These are the keys to the abandoned sanatorium. Everyone was extremely surprised and raised their heads. Annette, how do you have the keys to the sanatorium? One night after the zombie apocalypse, the young son of the sanatorium director found me. He told me there are monsters in the sanatorium, and his family members have all died at the hands of those monsters. He wanted to exchange a gun for me with something from the sanatorium. Annette shrugged. Honestly, I rarely do losing business. I thought it was a good deal at the time, so I agreed. Later, I found out that place was much more dangerous than I thought. You know, this failed deal has to do with my reputation. So if you want to investigate the sanatorium, please bring back something valuable for me from inside. Hint. Player team triggers the mission. Annette's face. Mission name. Annette's face. Mission difficulty. B+. Mission description. You learned about the past of the Far Mountain Sanatorium from the Doomsday Merchant Annette, and he hopes you could collect items worth 2,000 survival points from the sanatorium and hand them over to him. Mission rewards. Annette's goodwill. Survival points. Annette's collectibles. No problem, Annette. Leave this mission to me. Fang Heng picked up the bunch of keys with a single motion. Hint. You obtained an old bunch of keys. Item. Old bunch of keys. Description. A bunch of keys to the Far Mountain Sanatorium. Look slightly worn out. Good luck, and if you need any supplies, come find me to make a purchase. With that said, Annette returned to his place behind the counter. Izzy and the others fell into silence simultaneously, looking at Fang Heng with a strange gaze. It was strange. They had put in so much effort to gather information, yet they hadn't come across any information or missions about the sanatorium on the mountain. This player who seemingly appeared out of nowhere had casually chatted with the merchant and obtained information within a few sentences, triggering a mission and getting keys. John Lay also found it inexplicable. He even began to doubt if Fang Heng had been to this place before. How did Fang Heng manage to do this? How's it going? Any questions? Fang Heng fiddled with the keychain in his hand. Our understanding of Yuanshan Nursing Home is probably limited to this. Do any of you have any additional information to share? The group glanced at each other, and finally, Yiki said, Thank you for the information. Actually, we are not very clear about the background of Yuanshan nursing home, but we have entered the nursing home 3 times before, trying to investigate the situation inside. Fang Heng became interested and sat up straight. Go on. At first, we just did a simple search in the nursing home. After clearing out a few mutated zombies, Hela sensed that there was something dangerous beneath the nursing home. Following this clue, we found an entrance in the basement. We can confirm that there is a huge complex beneath the nursing home, but unfortunately, we were attacked shortly after starting the exploration and had to escape from the nursing home. Fang Heng asked, "Who attacked you?" "Not sure." Recalling the situation at that time, Hela still had no clue. We couldn't figure out what it was, what we were attacked by. Its movements were too fast to be caught by the naked eye. Zhonglei frowned. Was it a mutated zombie? "Not sure." Hela shook her head. "Probably not." Yiki pondered and added, "I was attacked by it, but my infection index did not rise. Judging from that, it might not be a mutated zombie." "Was it powerful?" "Yes, very powerful." Hela looked serious. "It's different from the mutated zombies we encountered before." "Don't worry." Yiki patted Hela's shoulder reassuringly. "Last time the incident happened suddenly, plus the underground passage was very dark, so we didn't get a clear look at the enemy. This time we managed to get 2 flash grenades. At least with proper preparation, we can uncover its true identity." Fang Heng rubbed his chin, pondering. It sounded a bit troublesome. Should he bring the fusion tyrant body over? This place is too far away, and if the fusion tyrant body self-destructs, it will take more than 6 hours, and the proliferation body cannot be obtained in a short time. Based on theoretical analysis, referencing unreliable information obtained from player forums, the battle strength ceiling of the zombie Doomsday is the 5th level mutated zombie, and in the Blood Moon state, the strongest mutated zombie's combat ability is equivalent to that of a 6th level. If we calculate based on the ceiling combat strength, with his current abilities, he probably can't win against a 5th level mutated zombie in a one-on-one fight. But survival shouldn't be a big problem. Even in the extremely unlikely scenario, there is a rebirth storage in District 8 that can be used. Fang Heng believed he could handle it. He could go in and explore first. Hela continued, "Before carrying out this operation, I need to confirm the mission objectives with everyone. During our preliminary search of the secret area beneath the basement previously, we accidentally found research materials related to the virus body in a room." "Research materials?" Fang Heng's eyes lit up. "Is the stuff still there?" "I handed the materials to a friend who works at a major gaming company. He said the research data is very useful. If we can find more related data from the basement, they are willing to pay a high price to acquire it." Fang Heng thought it was a pity. "Do you remember the contents of the materials?" "I couldn't understand it. It should be related to a zombie virus experiment from Meteor Company. There are experimental data inside. Player shelters can use it to enhance research levels and shelter attractiveness." Fang Heng nodded, feeling doubtful. "So the Scorpio project is also a zombie virus project?" "My friend promised me to buy all the data at a price higher than the market price. Once we manage to acquire the data, all rewards will be evenly distributed. Any objections to this?" Fang Heng immediately said, "This data is useful to me. Whatever price he agreed to, I'm willing to pay double." Hearing this, Hela and the others were stunned. Did they just meet a rich person? Hela confirmed with Fang Heng, "Double? Are you sure? One set of data is 3,000 survival points." 3,000. Deal. Fang Heng replied promptly. He had earned a good amount of survival points from the previous spreading of vaccine antibodies and now he was rolling in them. Great. Yiki quickly agreed. "So, for better cooperation going forward, why don't we each introduce our abilities?" Yiki glanced at everyone. "Let me start. My special ability is driving, good at mechanical maintenance and combat with firearms." Hela has a special perception ability. Her perception and will attributes are both over 10. She can sense the approach of high-level lifeforms and provide early warnings. Yuan Bin is good at close combat and long-range output, proficient in high-level weapons. "It's my turn," Zhonglei said. "I'm also an output type, skilled in using medium and heavy weapons." All eyes turned to Fang Heng. "As for me," Fang Heng pondered, "my skills are more varied. I have a little understanding of many things." The group was bewildered. Yuan Bin slapped his forehead. "Hey, buddy, are you saying you're an all-around player?" "Exactly. That's how everyone calls me. The all-around support." The group looked at each other, understanding. He was a well-off support. Alright, does anyone need to replenish any supplies? If not, we'll start the operation immediately. Okay, no problem. Preparing their belongings, the group set off towards the nursing home on the hill. Fang Heng also realized that it was rare to see anyone on the mountain path leading to the nursing home. Not to mention animals, not even a single zombie could be seen. Soon, along the path, an old building came into view. We've arrived, Yuanshan Nursing Home. Outside the nursing home, the main gate was tightly closed. Fang Heng took a few steps forward, but Yiki from behind reached out to stop him. Don't use the main entrance, Yiki explained. There's something inside. Entering through the front gate might disturb it. Fang Heng furrowed his brows. What should we do? We'll take the back door. Follow me. Yuan Bin walked to the front of the group, leading them to circumvent the nursing home through the garden. He broke through a fence at the back of the garden to enter. Let's try not to make any noise from now on. Speak softly. They might track us by following our voices, Yuan Bin explained quietly. This place is very sinister. Listening to this strategy of locating enemies through sound, it seemed a bit like a liquor. Fang Heng pondered, following Yuan Bin into the backyard of the nursing home. The garden had not been tended to for a long time, giving it the dilapidated look. National game. Starting from the zombie apocalypse, Chapter 471 of the guided exploration mission, Yuan Bin and others had entered the nursing home for exploration, a total of 3 times. They were very familiar with the place and quickly led Fang Heng and others around the backyard of the nursing home, entering the building through a small door on the side of the nursing home's backyard. Click. Yuan Bin carefully closed the wooden door. He pointed forward, and everyone continued along the corridor. The gloomy weather from the north affected their visibility. Even in broad daylight, the interior of the rooms remained abnormally dark. Fang Heng used his night vision ability inherited from the vampire bloodline to survey the surroundings. It was messy. Dried and darkened bloodstains could still be seen on the walls. He couldn't ascertain whether these bloodstains were created after the zombie crisis erupted. Following Yuan Bin, everyone cautiously made their way to a side iron door at the end of the corridor on the basement level. Yuan Bin tried pushing the room's door, but furrowed his brows upon finding it locked. What's wrong? Yuan Bin responded in a low voice. Strange, the door is locked now, but it wasn't the last time we were here. Hela turned to Fang Heng beside her. Can the key the camp merchant gave us open it? Let me try. Fang Heng took out a key from his backpack, compared it roughly, and selected one key to insert into the keyhole. Click. The iron door opened. Behind the door was what looked like a storage room. The room was unusually cluttered, with wooden boxes of various sizes haphazardly piled on the floor. Someone has been here. Last time when we left, we didn't have time to close off this passage, Yuan Bin said, as he went forward, moving aside some boxes piled together on the floor, and lifting the carpet underneath. Below the carpet, there was an iron ring that could be pulled up. Yuan Bin walked to the side of the iron ring and laboriously lifted the iron chain. Click. Clatter. The iron chain slowly moved upward, revealing an entrance to a passage below the floor. Yuan Bin and the others took out flashlights from their backpacks. Each has stepped forward, saying, I'll lead the way. Everyone be careful. Our goal this time is to search for information, so let's try to avoid unnecessary battles. If we encounter a danger we can't handle, we'll run directly. Everyone nodded in agreement. Fang Heng surveyed his surroundings as they went along. He felt that Jiki's group's descriptions of the monsters were not very accurate. The other side must be creatures with thinking ability, possibly even human. Descending the stairs and walking through a passage, they arrived at a 3-way fork ahead. Hela stood at the fork and closed her eyes to sense. I didn't detect any powerful enemies nearby, Hela whispered. The last time we went down that path, we encountered danger halfway. Let's try to explore that way this time. Okay. Let's go. Everyone continued exploring along the left passage. Soon, Fang Heng discovered a room door beside the corridor. Yuan Bin tried pushing the door first. Click. The door was locked. Like before, most of the doors here are locked. Don't force them open. The nose could attract the monsters. Fang Heng tried taking out a key roughly matching the one the Doomsday Merchant had given them. The key style on the keychain was completely different from the iron door. The secret research laboratories of the Meteor Company are in the basement. You can't rely on your keys here. Let's not waste time. Don't worry, I have a way. Fang Heng took out a piece of wire from his backpack. Yi Che and the others paused, curiously watching Fang Heng's actions. Fang Heng coiled the wire into a special ring shape, then inserted it into the keyhole, fiddling with it a few times. Asterisk click, asterisk with a slight nose, Fang Heng gently turned the doorknob, and the iron door opened. Asterisk hint. Successful assessment. You successfully opened the door through lockpicking skill. Your lockpicking skill experience has reached full level. Asterisk. Awesome. That's impressive. Seeing Fang Heng effortlessly open the door, Yuan Bin was quite surprised. He lowered his voice, praised Fang Heng, and gave him a thumbs up. It's nothing special, just basic operation, Fang Heng said, entering the room to check. Behind the iron door was a larger dormitory room. The dormitory was spacious, with a quick glance revealing 6 beds and a separate bathroom. It seemed like no one had been here for a long time, as the room was covered in a thick layer of dust. The group followed Fang Heng into the room, closed the iron door, and split up to search inside. I found something. Come take a look. Vila found a diary under an old bed. Fang Heng walked over to take a look. The writing in the diary was messy, resembling a child's handwriting. Asterisk hint. You have acquired phrase diary. Asterisk 2.1. I don't like writing in a diary, but mom forces me to. So annoying. 2.4. I dislike him a lot, but mom always makes me call him dad. 2.9. Good. He won't bother me anymore. 3.4. Dad came back again. He seems to have changed his bad habits and stopped scolding me, but I still have to keep writing in the diary. So annoying. 3.8. The uncle who brought me here told me not to be sad. He said there are many children like me here, and I will quickly find new friends. But I'm not happy. I hate the way uncle looks at me. Mom also hates him. Even dad hates him. Because of him, we had to move out of our home. 5.2. I've made a lot of new friends, besides getting shots every day, which I hate. Mom told me I should cooperate with the uncle for treatment. 5.6. Ray is amazing. She knows many powerful magic tricks. So interesting. Asterisk hint. Player team triggers the special side quest, Mysterious Nursing Home. Asterisk mission name. Mysterious Nursing Home. Mission difficulty. A mission description. You have discovered a secret area beneath the nursing home and found a strange diary during your search. You realize that this nursing home may harbor some secrets. Please attempt to explore, discover more clues, and pursue them. Mission note. Leaving the nursing home area will result in the current side quest failing and entering the side quest settlement phase. Mission reward. Survival points. Unfortunately, it's not a main quest. Fang Heng felt a bit disappointed after reading the diary and combining it with the game quest prompt. Yiki's group became even more puzzled. The diary made them feel quite strange. Didn't the former Doomsday Count Honor mention this before, that this place used to be an orphanage? John Lay speculated. The diary mentions getting shots. Is the Meteor Company using orphans for virus experiments? Orphanage? Fang Heng stroked his chin, pondering something. Don't worry about that too much. In my opinion, this quest seems like a pitfall. Yuan Bin shrugged. Don't forget, our purpose in coming here is to make money. Vela's expression changed slightly. She seemed to sense something and stop Yuan Bin from continuing. There are enemies approaching. Upon hearing the words, everyone immediately shut their mouths. Footsteps. After the silence, all could hear the footsteps outside the door gradually approaching. Yuan Bin's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly adjusted his flashlight to the dimmest setting. With the help of the faint light, everyone adjusted their formation and aimed their guns at the entrance of the room, holding their breath. Soon, Fang Heng heard the footsteps pass by the door, gradually fading away. Fang Heng cautiously stepped forward and grabbed the doorknob. Yuan Bin was startled by Fang Heng's actions and quickly placed his hand on Fang Heng's shoulder, making a gesture with his mouth. Are you crazy? Fang Heng shot him a look. It's fine. Very stable. Stable my ass. Yuan Bin quickly let go of Fang Heng and tightly gripped the gun in his hand, preparing for combat. Fang Heng gently turned the doorknob. Screech. The old iron door made a faint sound. Fang Heng opened a crack in the door and peered outside through it. A faint light was visible at the end of the hallway on the right. A figure with its back to them could be seen. It was hunched over, slowly moving along the corridor. The entire basement was pitch black, with only a flashlight in hand providing illumination. Can it be using a flashlight? Is it human? Could it be the owner of the diary? Fang Heng turned to the others and suggested, why don't we go talk to him? Maybe it will trigger the next mission. No way. Yuan Bin quickly stopped Fang Hen's reckless behavior. Do you expect a monster to talk to you? Last time, we almost died at its hands. Yuan Bin thought to himself that this teammate was really reckless. He wondered how he had managed to survive in the game for so long. Wouldn't it be better to just sell research data for money? Wait a minute, something doesn't seem right here. Upon realizing that the boss who was willing to pay a high price for research data was this daring teammate, Yuan Bin had an epiphany. No wonder he had the ability to pay. Found the map. Yi Che found a map in the corner of the room and called everyone over to take a look. Come man see. Hint. Your team has obtained the internal map of the Scorpio Project Research Institute. The Scorpio Project. That's right. Fang Heng stepped forward and examined the map with the others. At first glance, he saw the marking for the Meteor Company in the corner of the map. The map showed that the entire underground area of the Meteor Company was massive. The dormitory rooms for Scorpio Project members were on the second basement level to the west. The large central research lab was on the fourth basement level. Found it. It's on the fourth basement level. Yuan Bin exclaimed softly. The data should be in the central research lab on the fourth basement level. We need to find a way to get to the fourth basement level. This place seems to be without power, and the elevator is probably out of order, Yi Che suggested as he examined the map. How about going down the stairs directly? What do you all think? Sounds good to me. The five quickly made a plan. After confirming that the monsters in the corridor had moved away, they quietly left the room. With the map in hand, things were much easier. They proceeded cautiously and eventually found the stairs leading downward. As they arrived at the third basement level, they were surprised. There was light. Light on the third basement level. Are there still people living here? The light was coming from the large lounge in the research department on the other side of the corridor. John Lei compared it to the map and whispered, "The map says the light is coming from the lounge in the R&D department. I sense something inside." Vera shrank back, feeling very uncomfortable with the sense of danger emanating from the lounge. "Let's not disturb the monster. Let's walk over carefully." Yi Che gestured to the others as he turned off his flashlight. He pointed to the end of the corridor, signaling for the others to carefully bend forward. With a distance of 5 to 6 meters, all they needed to do was cross that section near the window without being noticed. "I'll go first, you guys follow." Yi Che took a deep breath, lightening his steps and carefully made his way past that window. He waved to the others behind him, indicating that it was safe. Vera and Yuan Bin went next, also successfully crossing the corridor. John Lei was the fourth. He exchanged a glance with Fang Heng. Did he think the group was being overly cautious? John Lei walked forward and then, copying the others, crouched down and slowly passed under the window. Halfway through, John Lei suddenly noticed Yi Che and the others in front of him vigorously waving to him, signaling him to pay attention to something above. Above, John Lei instinctively raised his head. Then he saw a terrifying face. The face was pressed tightly against the window, its features extremely distorted, as if the facial features were jumbled and pasted onto the face. The face on the window was staring intently at him. Doom. The moment John Lei saw the face, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning, uncontrollably tilting backward. A game prompt appeared on his retina. Hint. You are affected by fear. Hint. You are in a paralyzed state. 10. John Lei, run. Yuan Bin shouted, pulling out an automatic rifle from his pocket. Dang, dang, bang. In the next instant, the window shattered. A small figure jumped out from the broken window. Fang Heng's pupils contracted as he stared at the monster that leapt out. A zombie? Doesn't seem like it. It wasn't small in stature, but rather hunched over, with disheveled hair, semi-bent over. Attack! Yi Che yelled. Dang bang, dang bang bang. Gunshots echoed through the corridor. The monster's agility exceeded everyone's expectations as it swiftly moved within the spacious corridor. It leapt into the nearby lounge to evade once again. Dang. In a paralyzed state, John Lei felt a hard kick to his abdomen. His body uncontrollably flew half a meter and crashed heavily against the wall behind him. The excruciating pain. Before he could speak, John Lei felt something tightly clamping around his body, lifting him uncontrollably in midair. Fang Heng stared intently in the direction where John Lei was and involuntarily squinted his eyes to see more clearly. Hint. Your perception and will attributes both exceed 15. You notice some details. Fang Heng saw 3 phantoms in the air. The shadows were extremely faint, only revealing a rough outline when attacking Zhang Lei. One of the tall phantoms was lifting Zhang Lei in midair. What the heck? Fang Heng's heart skipped a beat, immediately raising his gun and continuously pulling the trigger at the phantoms. Bang bang. The bullets passed through the phantoms. No effect. During the pause in gunshots, as the others reloaded, the small monster once again leapt out from the lounge. It transformed into a black shadow and bolted towards Fang Heng at lightning speed. Vera loudly warned, "Fan Shuo, be careful." Fang Heng frowned, focusing on the monster rushing towards him. It seems that only that monster is physical. Fang Heng stood still and immediately switched to his sniper rifle. Item: Sniper Rifle. Scavenger 8. Explanation: Dr. Dingman developed this sniper rifle for the high-ranking members of the Scavenger Legion, using specially crafted gunpowder bullets to enhance the penetrating power of the firearm ammunition, but it reduces some precision. It requires an additional 20 points of strength to use and needs extra loading and aiming time. It is said that no one in the Scavenger Legion can truly control it. Shooting tactics: aim, concentrate. Fang Heng's pupils reflected the silhouette of the monster, steadily pulling the trigger. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Almost at the moment the gunshot sounded, the monster made an evasive move. However, it was a little slow. With Fang Heng's high-strength attribute and level 18 firearms mastery skill, the sniper bullet grazed the monster's shoulder. Doom! The huge impact on the bullet shattered the monster's entire arm. The place where the right arm connected to the body was a bloody mess. The monster was also impacted and flew backward. At this moment, Zhang Lei finally snapped out of his fear. He felt a sense of relief and saw the short monster flying towards him. Damn it! Die! Zhang Lei fiercely rushed towards the monster in midair and slammed it against the wall. With a flick of his wrist, he produced a grenade. Zhang Lei firmly shoved the grenade into the monster's mouth. Doom! The next second, a loud explosion. The monster's head, along with Zhang Lei's entire right arm, was blown into a bloody mess. Hint: your team has killed Fred. Total combat contribution, and you receive 330 to survival points. Phew. It's over. In just a minute of battle, everyone felt as if they had experienced a major war. Yizhi and the others felt like they had a second chance at life and carefully observed Zhang Lei and Fang Heng. They didn't expect these two were both strong, and one more ruthless than the other. Zhang Lei, holding his shattered shoulder, enduring the pain, skillfully took out a bottle of healing spray from his backpack. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, a white light enveloped Zhang Lei's blown-off right arm, swiftly starting to regenerate. In just a few seconds, Zhang Lei's right arm was as good as new. Talent skill: limb regeneration, a level talent, not very useful, just for show, and after use, it will reduce the maximum health for a long period of time, explained Zhang Lei, wiping the sweat off his forehead as he saw the puzzled looks of everyone. Before, Zhang Lei indeed thought his skill was amazing. This combat method of shoving grenades into mouths was a tactic he developed, one of a kind. But after encountering Fang Heng, Zhang Lei felt that this skill was only good for showing off to rookies. Shove it in the mouth. Can it be shoved into the mouth of a fused tyrant? Even if it is shoved in, would it be effective? What the hell is that? Yuan Bin, holding back nausea, approached, examining the body parts blown apart by the grenade on the ground. Is he really human? Vila flipped through the game log and asked, "Did you see the hint? Fred, the diary we found earlier belonged to him." "Yeah. It's strange," Fang Heng said, in contemplation. Fred had power similar to the superpower category. In the main God game, players randomly acquire a talent skill upon entering the game. To Fang Heng's knowledge, a very small number of players awaken superpower skills. These skills were typically rated a level and above. Apart from players, a few days ago, when he first took over the Scavenger Legion, the former leader Cookburn left him a box containing the mutant insect body that also had some superpower abilities. If not for the silence ability of the vampire staff at that time, he would have barely escaped with his life. "There are no clues on the body," Fang Heng said, as he approached the broken window, peering into the interior of the R&D lounge. The room was very neat, with a passage leading towards a small room that seemed to be separated. There should be more than one person living inside. Things were not looking good. The danger was far from over. Creatures like Fred had peculiar attack methods, and if more of them came, he wouldn't be able to handle them all. Fang Heng narrowed his eyes slightly, saying, "He is not the monster we saw in the basement before. There may be other creatures in the infirmary, and they might come back to investigate if they hear any sound. Yizzy said, "Let's speed up, find the research data first, and then leave immediately." Agreed. They immediately reached a consensus and continued to advance to the 4th underground floor. As they arrived at the 4th underground floor, the passage ahead dimmed once again. The entire 4th floor had lost power. Yuan Bin took out a flashlight, trying to illuminate the path ahead. With the light from the flashlight and following the map directions, they quickly found the central research lab. Here it is. The central lab. The alloy metal door was securely locked, with a heavy iron chain wrapped around it. The chain was covered in a thick layer of dust, indicating it hadn't been touched in a long time. The group made way for Fang Heng, turning their gaze towards him. Fang Heng approached the door, examining it closely. The metal door seemed to have been violently forced open a long time ago, and then carelessly secure with an iron chain. Fang Heng took out a shotgun from his back. Item: shotgun. Scavenger 8. Doom. A loud noise as the iron chain was shattered. Fang Heng pushed open the door to the lab. The lab was unusually messy. "Let's start. Gather the data. The faster, the better." The team of 5 immediately began searching the room. Fang Heng went to a corner of the room, searching for useful research data. Hint: you found the item, research data of the Scorpio program. Hint: this item has a high research value. You can submit it to any survivor camp in exchange for rewards, or trade it with other players. Here it is. Found it. Fang Heng's heart skipped a beat as he opened the data and read. Scorpio Project. Fred. Fred was a child diagnosed with schizophrenia, and after testing, it was believed he possessed a unique hallucinatory entity manifestation ability. Ability name: Hallucinatory Entity Manifestation. Ability rating: S. Scorpio Project. Fred. After a quick scan of the Scorpio Project's personal data directory, Fang Heng murmured to himself and fell into contemplation once again. He began to understand. This zombie apocalypse world also had mysterious powers. However, such mysterious powers were extremely rare, with only nearly thousands of cases worldwide. And generally, the abilities were not very powerful. Rare abilities with extremely high destructive capabilities, like Fred, were even rarer. The Scorpion Project of Meteorite Corporation was a research project initiated due to these unique abilities. But what does it have to do with the main storyline? Have we been misled by the Black Castle? Fang Heng wondered. Bam! A heavy thud rang out. The people who were searching and gathering data were stunned, all stopping their work simultaneously, instead taking out weapons and aiming them at the Central Research Lab's main door. Doom! Another loud noise followed. The lab door was blasted open. A young man with long black hair entered from outside. Bam, bam, bam. Before the other could react, Yi Cha and the others pulled their triggers first, firing at the door. The young man stood still. The 2 metal doors that had just been broken open were manipulated by a special force, suddenly floating in midair, blocking in front of Wallite, deflecting the incoming bullets one by one. Freya, you killed Freya. Behind the metal door, Wallite gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with hatred, his long hair almost covering his entire face. Fang Heng couldn't make out his face, just judging by his voice that he must be very young. Why would you do this? Wallite roared. Tables and chairs in the room floated uncontrollably low, crashing towards Yi Cha and the others who were shooting. Yi Cha and the others had never seen such a scene before. Seeing that the firearms were ineffective, they gave up attacking, dodging backwards to find cover again. Fang Heng frowned. Communicating with the other party under these circumstances would likely be impossible. They had to find a way to deal with him. Fang Heng no longer hesitated, pulling out a sniper rifle and aiming it at Wallite. Wallite sensed the danger, quickly turned around and stared fiercely at Fang Heng. He suddenly raised his hand towards Fang Heng. The chairs around him attacked Fang Heng. Fang Heng controlled the sniper rifle, remaining still, taking aim. Bam! The gunshot rang out suddenly. The chairs struck by the bullets along the way shattered into powder. Wallite instantly felt a strong sense of danger. 2 metal doors flew forward, intercepting the sniper bullet's path. Doom! The specially crafted sniper rifle bullet hit, causing the 2 metal doors blocking Wallite to explode violently. The metal doors absorbed most of the explosion damage, but Wallite still received a huge impact, flying out a distance and smashing heavily onto the ground. Shards of metal from the exploded doors covered him. Is he dead? Yi Cha and the other 3 were amazed at the power of Fang Heng's sniper rifle. Regardless, let's finish the job first. Yi Che and the other three saw that Wallite's attack had paused, immediately raising their firearms and madly shooting at where he had fallen. Bam 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 bam. A series of bullets blasted out. During the time they were reloading, they exchanged glances. Is he dead? Didn't receive a game prompt. Not sure. Vera's words suddenly faltered before she could finish. Roar. The metal door fragments pinning down Wallite were instantly pushed aside. Damn it. Yuan Bin cursed and immediately looked for cover to dodge the flying metal door pieces. Still not dead. Fang Heng's eyelid twitched, continuing to load the sniper rifle bullets. Why? Wallite slowly stood up with one hand against the wall, his cheeks streaked with hot blood, murmuring to himself, "You, fallen ones. Why disturb our peace?" Wallite roared. Roar. Fang Heng, who was switching the sniper rifle bullets, suddenly contracted his pupils. He saw visible sound waves spreading madly in all directions. The next moment, Fang Heng felt a sudden roar in his ears. Visible substantial sound waves were spreading out in all directions. Then came the intense ringing in his ears. Alert, you are affected by a special power. Receive 300 damage points. Alert, you are subjected to a low-level psychic attack. You are in a daze. Basic occultism reduces the duration of repel, dizziness, confusion, paralysis, etc. by an additional 50%. Your will attribute is above 20 points, determining that the duration of all negative effects from this attack is reduced by 60%. Your stamina value is above 30 points. The paralysis state time is reduced by an additional 70%. The intense ringing echo in his brain. Fang Heng saw rows of small text rapidly appearing in the lower right corner of his retina, and the surroundings swiftly receding backward. Ban. His back slammed hard against the wall. Blood seeped from his ears. Fang Heng looked ahead. Wallite was swaying unsteadily, taking steps towards him. From under his hanging long hair, Fang Heng saw a pair of red pupils. In that moment, Fang Heng felt a bit confused. He felt like he had seen those eyes somewhere before. Alert, you have recovered from paralysis state. As the dizziness time ended, Fang Heng immediately regained mobility, switching to its shotgun with one hand. Equipment, Shotgun Scavenger 8. Description, a shotgun developed by Dr. Ding Min, equipped with special reinforced gunpowder, with powerful recoil, requiring a strength of 30 or higher to use. Loading the bullet once, it can effectively deal with heavy mutated zombies and heavy tanks. Description, requires high concentration gunpowder bullets to be used, causing severe damage. One shot, one kill. Die. Fang Heng pulled the trigger single-handedly. Doom. A huge deafening blast. Fang Heng's body was thrown back against the wall due to the strong recoil. Wallite was sent flying and couldn't get up again. Alert, your team has killed Wallite, dropping a special item, the key to the third secret research lab. Fang Heng shook his slightly numb arm, stowing away the shotgun and spitting out a mouthful of blood on the ground. Is everyone okay? Silence filled the room. Fang Heng glanced around. We're all fine. After a dozen seconds, Vera was the first to recover from the paralysis state. She took big breaths, pulled out a bottle of healing spray and sprayed it into her mouth. The negative effects of the attack were too strong. Vera glanced at the remaining blood on her skin, feeling fortunate. The other players were gradually recovering too. Wallite's shockwave attack was too terrifying. Large-scale damage, unavoidable, defenseless. Fortunately, the damage was within the tolerance range, and they were not taken out in one hit. However, the various negative effects were a bit too much like a bug. Paralysis lasted for over a minute. As their health slowly recovered, Vera looked back at Fang Heng. It was at that moment she realized something different about Fang Heng. Even with her will resistance of 12 points, she had been paralyzed, repelled, dazed, for almost a full minute, while Fang Heng was able to recover in just a few seconds. Damn, this game difficulty is off the charts. Yuan Bin, after recovering from paralysis, stood up leaning against the wall, muttering curses. I've hacked into advanced game forums before. I guarantee you this kind of bypassing defense attack is definitely something only found in high-level games. It shouldn't even exist in a zombie apocalypse. Title: National Game. Hang up from the beginning of the Zombie Apocalypse Volume 475. Chapter: Unexpected Rewards. In the face of such a special attack with spiritual power, ordinary players are basically sending themselves to die. Yuan Bin was both scared and relieved. Fortunately, this teammate with some inexplicable ability, unexpectedly reliable, shot down that monster in one shot. Otherwise, they wouldn't even know how they die. Stop talking nonsense. Yiche stood up with Vera's support. Let's quickly collect the data. Once we find the data, we'll end the mission and retreat immediately. We don't know how many monsters are gathered here. Everyone nodded in agreement. No one wanted to continue staying in this creepy place. They quickly searched and studied the data in the room. It's unbelievable. This game is really toxic. Just as they started searching, Yuanbin discovered that the research materials in the laboratory had all been smashed into pieces of waste paper, and he began to complain. Darn it. Can't see anything. The data is all destroyed. Zhonglei frowned, looked at Fang Heng, and picked up a piece of paper scrap on the ground and gestured towards him. What I found is the same. It's already beyond repair, Fang Heng said, picking up a piece of damaged research data. Item: damaged research data. Description: the data has been damaged and the content cannot be distinguished. Influenced by the special ability of the previous valet, the psychic fluctuation directly shattered most of the papers in the room. Darn. Yuanbin kicked the wall next to him in frustration, leaving a shoe print. Damn it. After all that effort, it was all in vain. No one paid attention to the grumpy Yuanbin. Everyone remained silent, and the team's morale became unusually low for a while. Don't worry, the data being destroyed might be part of the game's design. Once we enter the Research Institute's interior, the valet attacks might cause data destruction. Fang Heng reassured everyone and slowly approached, picking up a key left beside the young man with long hair. Since we still have a clue. Hint: you obtained the key to the secret research facility on the 3rd floor. Item: key to the secret research facility on the 3rd floor. Description: a key carried by valet, which can open the door to the 3rd floor secret research facility. Hint: players kill valet, complete the 1st round mission, exploration, advance completion of the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th round missions, trigger the final mission, valet secret. Rewards will be settled after all round missions are completed. Task name: valet secret. Task difficulty: D. Task description: you discovered the young man valet with special abilities, who carries a key that may lead you to uncover the truth. Task requirement: try to restore the truth. Task rewards: survival points, special rewards. Fang Heng showed the key to everyone and said, "It looks like we need to go back to the 3rd floor and inspect it in detail." The 3rd floor. Everyone looked at each other. Since we've come this far, we can't just leave empty-handed. Let's go take a look. And we can also complete the task. Yeah, that's right. Vera also nodded. I don't want to just go back like this. What about you, Yuanbin? Of course. Yuanbin raised his hand in agreement. It's only a D-rated difficulty. Shouldn't be too dangerous. The group roughly searched the central laboratory again, confirming that nothing was missed before leaving once more. Fang Heng, you stay at the back of the team this time. We'll cover you, and if we encounter any more monsters, you figure out a way to deal with them from behind. After 2 consecutive battles, Yiche had confirmed Fang Heng's strong combat abilities and immediately adjusted and optimized the formation to maximize the team's combat effectiveness. Okay. After switching formations, the group returned to the 3rd floor. Returning to the underground 3rd floor corridor, shattered glass lay scattered on the ground, with a headless body lying on the floor. Yiche led the way to the broken glass window, cautiously peeked inside, then turned to Vera. Vera shook her head. I don't sense any strong enemies nearby. Yiche made a safe gesture to the few people behind him and then flipped over into the large lounge. Fang Heng and the others followed suit, entering the room. The lobby was large and tidy, looking like the residence of valet and the others. After communicating with eye contact, they immediately started exploring the room. Fang Heng walked to the side of the lobby and noticed a group photo on a cabinet. He picked up the photo and examined it. The children in the photo looked to be between 3 to 10 years old, with a total of over 20 people. 2 of them should be the valet and Frege that were previously killed. Fang Heng's heart sank. Could there be over 20 monsters still left in the sanatorium? Everyone, be careful and search thoroughly. The group began searching the room. Soon, Zhonglei made a discovery, pointing to a tightly closed metal security door at the back of the room's passageway. Only this room uses a alloy door. Should be the secret research facility. Fang Heng stepped forward, took out the key, and immediately alerted the others to stand behind him, with guns at the ready. Click. The security door opened. Fang Heng carefully pushed open the big door. Zhonglei's index finger was on the automatic rifle. At any sign of movement, he would immediately open fire. However, As he made out the furnishings inside the room, Zhang Lei's pupils suddenly dilated. He immediately recognized the few things in the middle of the room behind the door. Zhang Lei abruptly turned around and looked at the shocked Fang Heng beside him. Fang Heng's face was just as surprised. A cultivation tank. How could this kind of thing be here? The secret room interior unexpectedly held 3 giant cultivation tanks side by side. 2 of the tanks still had pieces of meat squirming inside. Could it be a sample from the Hela organization? Too similar. But how did it end up here? Is there a connection between the Scorpion plan and the Hela experiment? Why weren't the Hela organization samples stored in the customized boxes made by the Meteorite company? Several thoughts flashed through Fang Heng's mind. Meanwhile, Yi Che and the others were perplexed, finding the squirming meat in the cultivation tanks extremely strange, instinctively not wanting to enter the room. Fang Heng slowly walked into the room, carefully surveying his surroundings. Once he confirmed there was no danger, Fang Heng slowly raised his hands, pressing on the glass of the 2 cultivation tanks containing the Hela organization samples. Hint: you have discovered Hela organization samples *2. Confirmed. Indeed, they are Hela organization samples. Fang Heng felt a bit excited. What a pleasant surprise! He had never thought he would find Hela organization samples here. With these 2 Hela organization samples, the speed at which the Scavenger Legion could manufacture God's gift potions and fuse tyrant bodies increased by twice. Fang Heng couldn't help but feel fortunate. If it weren't for the unexpected information from the Black Castle related to the Scorpion plan, he might never have found the 2 Hela organization samples on his own around the world. But 7017K. After the initial excitement, Fang Heng fell into deep confusion. This doesn't make sense at all. Why would the Hela organization samples appear in this place? Fang Heng furrowed his brow. Suddenly, he saw a notebook on the nearby experimental table. Fang Heng walked over and flipped it open. The pages were all blank, with no record of any content. A note slipped out from between the pages and fell to the ground. Fang Heng picked up the note. As he read the contents on the note, Fang Heng's pupil suddenly dilated several times. I curse this land. The dead will no longer go to the land of the living. The wailing souls will continue to roam the world. Every time the red moon descends, the dead sinners will return from the depths of the earth. They will endure constant suffering, constantly reincarnating in death. Fang Heng's heart pounded vigorously. His gaze gradually moved downwards until he saw the signature at the bottom. Hela Ruichi. What the heck? In an instant, chaotic messages continuously integrated and reorganized in Fang Heng's mind. Returning from the depths of the earth, reincarnation, Red Moon. Ruichi is the superpower mentioned in the diary before. The Hela experiment refers to her. It all clicked. Hela. Scorpio Project. Meteor Company. First Generation Virus. Strange Insects. Scavenger Legion. Everything seemed to be connected. Fang Heng furrowed his brow, feeling like he had grasped the outline of this world, but felt like something was still missing. He felt like his worldview in the game had been overturned. All along, Fang Heng and 99.999% of other players had the same idea. The Blood Moon was just a game setting. But now, it seems that the ultimate cause of the entire zombie apocalypse actually originated from a curse of the Red Moon. The whole zombie doomsday also stems from a curse. Fang Heng was a bit confused. He tried to clear his thoughts, but still felt like something was missing. Fang Heng, what's wrong? Seeing Fang Heng standing motionless after reading the note as if he was bewitched, Zhang Lei curiously walked over and patted Fang Heng's shoulder. It's nothing. Fang Heng came to his senses, handed the information he just received to Zhang Lei, and said, "Take a look at this." Everyone looked at the content on the note and exchanged glances. Is what's written on it real, or just a joke? The few of them had very little contact with the main quest information, unlike Fang Heng. Their initial reaction was that it might be a joke. I have a theory. Fang Heng pursed his lips, roughly sorting out his thoughts, and said, in a deep voice, the Scorpio experiment was an early experiment conducted by the Meteor Company to research children with superpowers. From the diary we obtained earlier, we can see that Hela Ruichi is a powerful psychic, and later, the Hela experiment of the Meteor Company was named after Hela, so it is reasonable to speculate that the Meteor Company conducted some kind of experiment on Hela, although there is no concrete evidence. But if I were to guess, Fang Heng said, glancing at everyone. Judging from the fusion of the strange insect bodies extracted from the Hela organization samples and those found in the first-generation meteorite, I think it was the first-generation virus. The combination of humans with psychic abilities and the first-generation virus extracted from the first-generation meteorite may have given Hela even more powerful special abilities. Then something else happened, perhaps related to this curse. If it really was a curse, maybe the meteor company felt afraid and dismembered Hela's body, hiding it in various corners of the world. That would make sense too. Fang Heng paused. The speculation ended here. However, Fang Heng suddenly realized a very contradictory point. Considering the timeline, the Hela experiment had already happened several years before the zombie apocalypse broke out. The meteor company had long dismembered Hela's body and hidden it in various corners of the world. Theoretically, if the curse existed, then the zombie apocalypse should have already occurred long ago. Why did the Blood Moon and the Doomsday happen only a few years after Hela's death? Something's off. While contemplating, a game prompt flashed in front of Fang Heng. Hint: player Fang Heng has attempted to uncover part of the game's main storyline truth. Player team completes the final stage side quest, The Secret of Walleye. Hint: based on overall contributions, you receive 87,000 survival points. Hint: player has touched on part of the hidden ending. Receive extra 5,000 main quest contribution points. Please continue to explore. Vera and the others were stunned. What the heck? Did Fang Heng actually hit the mark? Some of Fang Heng's speculations received partial acknowledgement from the game, and they all received prompts to complete side quests and uncover hidden endings, as well as received over 2,000 survival points and 100 main quest contribution points. It was quite unexpected to trigger the hidden ending message. However, after the surprise, Yiki and the others felt a bit annoyed. They had spent nearly half a month running over here, risking their lives to exchange research data for game points. What use was there now with a hidden ending and 100 main quest contribution points? Were they going to fight with the Federation for main quest attribution? And those two disgusting pieces of meat, what use were they for? Yuan Bin felt more and more unhappy the more he thought about it. Zhang Lei's heart stirred. He clearly understood that Fang Heng had not mentioned the 12 boxes eaten by the meteor company around the world in his narrative. Zhang Lei quickly exchanged a glance with Fang Heng. Everyone, these 3 cultivation tanks and what's inside are crucial for us. I will spend points to purchase them all. Please do not disclose what happened today. I will offer a satisfactory price in terms of points. I had kept some information concealed earlier. Please don't mind. Zhang Lei continued. In fact, we are from the Left Path Game Union. We came here from afar to investigate a mission. The cultivation tanks are our final mission target. Thank you all for the cooperation and help along the way. The cultivation tanks are important. Willing to spend a big amount to buy them. Upon hearing Zhang Lei's words, Yuan Bin instantly felt like he had come back from hell to heaven. Not only did they not do all the hard work for nothing, but they could also make another windfall. Really? Are you willing to spend money on these broken things? Vera sneakily tugged at Yuan Bin and glared at him. Couldn't you be more tactful? No, they are not broken things. Zhang Lei shook his head. He knew some things about the Hela organization. After all, the terrifying fusion tyrant was created with the help of this equipment. We will explain related issues slowly after we leave here. I will ensure a satisfactory price for the points. It's too dangerous to talk here. Let's leave. Yes. Yes. It's dangerous here. Let's talk outside. Yuan Bin immediately responded. The group locked the room door and quickly left. Following everyone out of the nursing home, they did not encounter any danger along the way. However, Fang Heng's confusion still remained unsolved. Step by step, Fang Heng patted his cheek. Next, he needed to figure out how to transport the Hela sample organization back to the Scavenger Legion headquarters and thoroughly search the entire nursing home for any new clues. 7 hours later, Zhang Lei made a round trip to the main base with Dr. Ding Min and 2 other surviving NTCs. Ding Min was wrapped in a white down jacket, with almost half of her face hidden in a thick scarf, her cheeks slightly red from the cold. I remember someone saying I had a day off today. Fang Heng smiled apologetically. Sorry, this is a special situation. We'll make up for it tomorrow. Oh. No, the day after tomorrow. Humph. Men. Ding Min snorted lightly, looking towards the old nursing home ahead, getting into work mode. The samples of the Hela organization are hidden in this place. Yes. Let me show you the way. During these 7 hours, Fang Heng patiently re-explored the nursing home. Apart from Wallai and Fuya, there were 2 other humans with special abilities in the nursing home. Their abilities were quite ordinary, even weaker than Fuya. Fang Heng tried to communicate with them, but it was ineffective. The other party found out they couldn't win, so they self-destructed. Besides that, Fang Heng didn't find any other valuable clues. Ding Min and her team followed Fang Heng back to the secret underground research lab on the 3rd floor. Ding Min made a soft sound of surprise, walking forward to carefully observe the flesh pieces suspended in the cultivation tank. How is it? Is there a problem with it? There are traces of intervention in the cultivation of the living sample, and its activity level is not as high as imagined. Optimistically speaking, they can complete the modification for to fuse tyrant bodies. Ding Min began to release the liquid in the cultivation tank, trying to transfer the Hela organization sample into a metal box made by the Meteor Company. Good news. Fang Heng thought this time he hit the jackpot. At least he obtained to fuse tyrant bodies, and the speed of the subsequent generation of hybrid insect solutions will accelerate. However, the Scorpion Project's mission seems to have hit a dead end here. A bit of a hassle. Thinking about it, Fang Heng asked, "By the way, why do you think the Hela organization sample would be here? Was it done by the Meteor Company?" The look of doubt on Ding Min's face flashed by, continuing her inspection. "I also find it very strange. What can be confirmed is that it was transplanted here, and it has been transplanted for a long time. As for whether it was done by the Meteor Company, I cannot confirm. What about the Scorpion Project?" "The Meteor Company's Scorpion Project, do you know about it?" "I've never heard of it." Ding Min remained calm. The Meteor Company is the largest research company in the world, with thousands of research projects every year, many of which are highly classified. Even the Presidential Security Bureau is not aware of. Helplessly, Fang Heng looked at Zhang Lei beside him. "Do you have any news from your end?" "I searched for relevant information in the charging database of Wallite and Fuyad in the 7th district and got some information. According to a newspaper report, Wallite was found to possess superpowers and was involved in a Meteor Company superpower cultivation program. The specific name of the program is unknown, but I think it should be the Meteor Company's Scorpio project targeting these superhumans." Zhang Lei continued. "Later, due to certain reasons, the lab was closed, and they were transferred to other research institutes of the Meteor Company separately. I suspect it has something to do with the development of the original virus." Fang Heng scratched his head. The information provided by Zhang Lei was almost useless. Sigh, if only we had been more stable at that time, without getting entangled with monsters in the underground 4th floor. Zhang Lei sighed, feeling a bit self-blaming. They had finally found a major lead, but he accidentally messed it up. He felt like the main storyline of the game had once again reached a dead end. All relevant personnel were dead, and the related data was destroyed. What should they do next? Fang Heng, what should we do? Is the Scorpion Project's trail cut off? No, it's not completely cut off. Fang Heng felt that no one could predict this situation. He took a deep breath, rallied his spirits, and said, "There is still a way." There's a way. Zhang Lei instantly perked up, asking, "What's the way?" In a short moment, Fang Heng came up with a plan, calmly saying, "Simple, go to the 8th district." "That's right. Start over. If the trail in the 7th district is lost, then continue in the 8th district." In theory, there should be a similar building constructed by the Meteor Company for researching the Scorpion Project in the 8th district. Learning from past mistakes, they would have to be more careful this time in the 8th district. For the sake of safety and to protect the data, they might as well lure out the psychic experimenters from the building and eliminate them. Fang Heng stroked his chin, contemplating the next steps of the action plan. Can we do this? Zhang Lei moved his lips, but remained silent for a long time. Was this a game bug? "Captain, this is the reply we received from the higher-ups. Give it to me." Cao Huai opened the reply, quickly reading through it. Doom. Seeing the contents of the document, Cao Huai clenched his fist and slammed the table hard. His request to list Fang Heng as a wanted criminal and a threat to the Federation was once again rejected. The reason was insufficient evidence, needing more concrete, preferably video evidence. What more evidence did they need? Everyone knew that Fang Heng was the antagonist boss of the Scavengers Legion in the 7th district. Everyone knew that it was Fang Hang who controlled everything from behind. He even died at the hands of the fused tyrant body. The facts were right in front of them. However, the higher-ups turned a blind eye. Cao Huai knew that his repeated requests being rejected had something to do with the influence of bihexing heavy industries. Even substantive evidence. Cao Huai gritted his teeth. After the failed attack on the Scavenger Legion, the entire 7th District's Federation forces were severely weakened. What should he do? Anger was of no use. Cao Huai quickly adjusted his state, suppressing his inner anger, and started thinking about how to deal with the crisis at hand. Now, their 7th District was temporarily unable to deal with those violent zombie hordes. He was racking his brains for a solution, but couldn't think of any. Delay seemed to be the only option, but once time dragged on, Cao Huai was pondering when suddenly his pupils contracted. He lifted his head abruptly, looking at the communication soldier in front of him. "Who are you?" Before his eyes, the communication soldier's face twisted and morphed, gradually forming a round face. "Hide, Cao Huai. It's been a while. Looks like you've been living quite comfortably." Chi Kaiyubei. Cao Huai stared at him. Chi Kaiyubei, the true head of the Night Owl organization, rarely appeared. In the real world, Chi Kaiyubei, with his special talent abilities, had largely become the proxy of the Night Owl's head. "Don't be nervous, I just want to have a chat with you. Nothing more." "All right, let's talk." Cao Huai had already placed one hand on the alarm under the desk. "Seeing your expression, I guessed it. The situation in District 7 doesn't seem too good, right? What do you want to say?" "Of course, it's about cooperation." Chi Kaiyubei's round face appeared non-threatening. "To put it simply, we can help you drive away Fang Hang. Of course, in order to help you, we need to establish a stabilizer in District 7. This is for your benefit, without any ulterior motives, do you understand?" Cao Huai furrowed his brows. "This doesn't comply with the regulations." Chi Kaiyubei nearly burst out laughing, covering his mouth. "Your shock and all look when speaking are quite amusing. Who are we kidding here? Why pretend so much?" Cao Huai stared at Chi Kaiyubei without saying a word. "Enough. I don't know about others, but you, for the Federation, have sacrificed a lot, right? Yet, just for the sake of this rigid rule, are you willing to watch District 7 fall into Fang Hang's hands?" Chi Kaiyubei approached closer, staring at Cao Huai. "Fang Hang doesn't actually want District 7, he just wants to destroy it. And you don't care about the Federation, you just want District 7, correct?" Cao Huai clenched his fists tightly. "Rest assured, once you secure world domination, with the current power dynamics, the Federation won't blame you for these matters. They will only try harder to appeal to you, just like with Fang Hang. Even if he kills you once, or massacres an entire side of District 7, there will still be a large group of cowards in the Federation willing to make amends with Fang Hang." Speaking of the Federation, Chi Kaiyubei's face was full of disdain. "Might makes right, it has always been like that since ancient times. Think carefully, you should understand better than me." Cao Huai took a deep breath. "Stop thinking, you've already had a premonition, right? You will fail, completely defeated by Fang Hang. After your failure, you will be abandoned by the Federation like a dog, with nothing left, no difference at all. My suggestion is quite good. Think about it." Cao Huai lifted his head. "No, I refuse." "Ha ha, Cao Huai." Chi Kaiyubei laughed heartily. "I never expected you still hold some loyalty to the Federation, but I am willing to wait." "No need to wait. I won't cooperate with you Night Owls." TSK. Don't deceive yourself. Why haven't you pressed the alarm button yet?" In an instant, Chi Kaiyubei's face transformed back to a communications officer's appearance. "I see, you still don't feel like you're in dire straits, right? It's okay. I can give you time to slowly come to terms with it. You're a smart person. You'll figure it out." Watching Chi Kaiyubei leave, Cao Huai lay back in his chair. His back was already damp with sweat. Late at night, District 8. Through the large space staring device, Fang Hang returned to the prison headquarters. Hint: you've returned to District 8. Hint: you've triggered the main storyline, ending in District 8, A Brave New World. Hint: remaining 8 hours. The District 8 main god's contribution standings will soon be announced. You can choose to spend an additional 100 god points to extend the announcement time by 24 hours. Hint: each 24-hour extension consumes double the god points of the previous one. The debt collection begins. Fang Heng softly sighed, reluctantly spending 300 God points to extend for 2 more days. Fang Heng, how are you feeling? Victor had taken the initiative to wait at the teleportation channel, ready to inspect the space-staring device. He noticed that Fang Heng didn't look too good. No major issues, just a bit heartbroken. Victor looked puzzled. Fang Heng, about the data? Qiu Yaokon approached with 2 researchers, interrupting their conversation. He fixed his gaze on Fang Heng. I heard that the parallel world research was a big success. How did it go? Did you bring back the relevant research data? Well, after releasing the antivirus body vaccine, it showed severe mutation reactions. I've brought back Lev samples. Fang Heng explained briefly, taking a large metal box containing Lev samples from his backpack and handing it over to Qiu Yaokon. Qiu Yaokon listened, opened the box, and nodded approvingly at the carefully labeled Lev sample collectors inside. Well done. The research report data will be ready in 2 hours. Fang Heng had brought back the report written by Dingmin from the real world early, ready to transport goods back using the teleport backpack. After all, initiating cross-district transfers was too troublesome. Fang Heng hadn't dared to bring the samples back to the real world before. It would be quite a joke if the zombie virus accidentally spread there. The Federation would have really come looking for him. Hint. The player submitted 130 for live vaccine samples to the shelter, triggering a new research project, upgrading the antivirus live vaccine. Current project level. Leave 1. Current progress. 0%. Good. I'll start developing the vaccine. Qiu Yaokon nodded at Fang Heng, closed the large box, and walked away, looking very aloof. Hey! Fang Heng, Mo Jiawei called out, walking over from the side. When night fell and he received news of the Scorpio project, he immediately took action, gathering information relevant to the Scorpio project in District 7. Trouble. Can't find any clues related to the Scorpio project. I've had people searching repeatedly and even hired several professional teams to inquire, but we can't find any useful information. So, because District 8 had to shorten opening time, the missions regarding the Scorpio project hadn't been triggered by players yet. Fang Heng's heart sank. Damn. The plan was perfect, but faltered at the first step. I've hired several player teams to investigate. There are daily updates. I asked them to focus on investigating children with special abilities and the charitable organizations under Meteor Company, as well as orphanages. Mo Jiawei yawned exhaustedly. Can't go on. Fang Heng, I need to sleep first. Wait a moment. Fang Heng grabbed Mo Jiawei. Investigating straightforwardly would take too much time. Every day's delay would consume a large amount of God points. Fang Heng thought about trying metaphysics to explore an alternative. There's something else I need your help with. Quickly. What? Fang Heng pulled Mo Jiawei aside. Open the map of the zombie apocalypse world. District 8. Come. Just point out any location randomly. Mo Jiawei hesitated for a moment, then realized. Are you serious, boss? Still playing. This really has nothing to do with luck. Let's not resort to metaphysics. You're the one playing around, already giving superpowers in the zombie apocalypse. In theory, metaphysics falls under one kind of superpower, right? It should be useful. Fang Heng urged seriously. Quick, clear your mind. Point out any location randomly. The hefty task of saving the world falls upon you. Mo Jiawei sighed heavily with a pained expression. Fine. Under Fang Heng's expectant gaze, Mo Jiawei reluctantly pointed and swirled his finger on the map. In the end, the finger still didn't come down. But I really don't feel anything. It's okay. Just choose randomly. Pick one. Treat it like a lucky draw. No pressure. This is what you said, Master. Suddenly, Mo Jiawei's eyes flickered, and he pointed at the map, smiling. Master, I think this place is good. Yeah, I think so too. Fang Heng nodded in agreement, staring at the map. Huh, why does this place look so familiar? It's in the East District. It seems quite close to them. Wait, isn't this a prison shelter? Are you kidding me? Looking up again, Mo Jiawei had already set up a simple sleeping bag on the spot. Fang Heng scratched his head. This is trouble. He thought the Scorpio plan in District 8 was a breakthrough point, but unexpectedly, it was forcibly terminated due to the short server opening time. He never anticipated that he couldn't get his hands on the Scorpio plan. Fang Heng, lost in thought. Fang Heng heard a joyful shout. Turning around, it was Lucia. Lucia rushed up to Fang Heng and stood in front of him, looking at him with eyes full of hope. Fang Heng, I missed you. Fang Heng silently opened his arms. Lucia warmly leapt into Fang Heng's embrace. What were you whispering about with Mo Jiawei just now? Nothing. Just work stuff. Oh ... next time. Can you bring me to the parallel world too? It's a bit challenging. Bringing someone over might not be feasible in the short term. Ahen **. David cleared his throat and walked over. Captain Fang Heng, what a coincidence. I just heard that there was a significant breakthrough in vaccine research, so I brought the team here to take a look. Since we are all family now, we can collectively participate in research to accelerate the progress. What do you think of this proposal? Fang Heng understood that David came to optimize the improvement of the virus antibody vaccine. Oh, of course. No problem. It's all for saving this world. Fang Heng replied resolutely. Reminder, when the player's favorability with the Dark Knights reaches the minimum requirement, trigger collaborative research. The current player's shelter's research efficiency on the virus antibody vaccine body modification project increases by 230%. Fang Heng glanced at the game prompt. The Dark Knights research team was reliable. With their help, the development of the virus antibody vaccine was hastened. Perhaps later, they could also obtain some materials for making the vaccine from them. Fang Heng pondered over this in his mind. How come I didn't see Dr. Qiao Khan? I want to discuss cooperation with him specifically. Dr. Kaiu's insights in vaccine research are exceptional and precise. Admirable. All right, it's starting to sound like business mutual admiration. Fang Heng nodded. He just went to the research lab. Let me take you there. I hope we can develop an effective vaccine soon. The world will soon restore its peace. I have a feeling. By the way, can you tell me more about your experiences in the parallel world? I am quite curious about the Dark Knights there and how they are doing. I think they must also be striving to save this world. Ow. Fang Heng's expression froze. They seem to be not doing well. Walking in the underground passages of the prison, Fang Heng quickly changed the subject, chatting with David while hitting and missing. When I was conducting virus antibody vaccine tests in the parallel world, there was a strong abnormal reaction. As the vaccine spread, the abnormal reaction would gradually increase. We have confirmed the appearance of level 5 mutated zombies due to the vaccine spread. It may be challenging to spread the vaccine worldwide, and distributing the vaccine at this stage is very dangerous. I think we need some more time to continue optimizing and try spreading it only after the vaccine's stability improves. David nodded in agreement. Yes, you are right. This world has already endured too much pain. We should consider a safer approach. Nonchalantly, Fang Heng asked. By the way, David, have you heard of the Scorpio plan? It seems to be related to the Stardust Corporation. Huh. Suddenly, the air froze. Everyone stopped in unison. Fang Heng was puzzled and turned to look at David. David also looked at Fang Heng with an odd look. Fang Heng, you really don't know. Completely dumbfounded, Fang Heng replied. Huh, what should I know? Okay, it seems you truly don't know. Lucia once participated in the Scorpio plan. I heard that something happened during her childhood, as she couldn't control her own power, and her parents died in that accident. Buck said that Lucia always blamed herself for that incident, more specifically. David sighed. That's all we know. Fang Heng was stunned for a moment. He recalled a pair of crimson pupils in his mind. Lucia's eyes, they were exactly like the crimson pupils she saw on Varlet in the experiment before. Fang Heng suddenly realized it. It turned out that the trigger for the Scorpio mission was the Dark Knights. Fang Heng was overjoyed. If it were in District 7, he probably would never have been able to trigger the subsequent main questline. Wait a minute. Fang Heng's mind stirred. In that case, Mo Jiawei's superpower, metaphysics worked once again. Fang Heng, I've had more salt than you've had water. Whether you accept it or not, I have a suggestion that I believe is necessary to give you. David saw Fang Heng lost in thought and said, Aren't you going to check on Lucia? Almost forgot. Fang Heng snapped back to reality and immediately ran in the direction Lucia had dashed off to. Prison. The cold wind on her face made Lucia feel a bit better. She sat alone on a bench in the prison square. Thinking of those memories buried deep inside, Lucia's eyes reddened slightly. She clenched her fists tightly, trying not to let herself cry out. Raising her head, Lucia saw Fang Heng walking towards her. I'm sorry, Fang Heng, it was an accident, Lucia was a bit flustered, eager to explain something. Well, of course, I believe you. Fang Heng sat down next to Lucia. I just investigated the Scorpio plan, and it's actually related to the global zombie virus outbreak we're investigating. Lucia's eyes showed confusion. It's related to the outbreak. Maybe this memory segment you're unwilling to share. No problem. I just need. No, there isn't. Lucia held on to the corner of Fang Heng's, resting her head lightly on his shoulder. When I was young, I had a special kind of power. After that incident, I was taken to my grandparents' house. Shortly after, a mental healing center contacted my grandparents, telling them they had the ability to cure my illness and were willing to provide free treatment. At first, none of us knew that it was actually a secret research institute of the Meteorite company. Like the other children there who possessed special abilities, we were all used as research subjects by the Meteorite company. The Meteorite company believed that children with certain superpowers were extremely special. They called us psychic abilities. Psychics generally start awakening their powers gradually from the age of 3. Then enter a malleable period until the age of 30, when the ability stops growing completely. The age range from 3 to 12 is the best time period to train special abilities. In fact, it wasn't as bad there in the beginning as you might imagine. I met many friends my age there, all of whom, like me, had faced various problems in life. In that place, we didn't have to endure the strange looks of others like in the outside world, nor worrying about not being able to control our powers and hurting others. During that time, we were actually very happy. A children's mental healing center. That's right. It must be similar to the orphanage in Zone 7. Fang Heng felt he was getting closer to the truth. He asked further, what happened later? Later, Lucia shook her head. Later, we were separated. The Scorpio project was terminated. It wasn't until a long time later that I realized the Meteorite company found that psychics who came into contact with the G virus could have stronger mutant reactions. Psychics could control the zombie virus more freely. At that time, we were considered by the Meteorite company as the best subjects for their research projects. We were sent to the Meteorite company's research labs around the world for virus fusion research. And then, Lucia's eyes became determined. I found an opportunity and escaped from there. Fang Heng narrowed his eyes. Most of his previous speculations had been correct. All he needed to do now was find the orphanage, where he could find the Hela cells of Zone 8 and the psychics who were still in the orphanage. From them, he could get the next hidden mission line. It's okay, Fang Heng comforted, gently patting Lucia's back. Do you remember where the mental hospital was built? Well, I don't remember many things from my childhood, and I don't know the exact address. I just know it was in the Arctic region of the West District. I can go there with you to search. I remember the route to get there, so we should be able to find it. Let's go check it out together, Fang Heng said. Looking at Lucia, are you feeling better? Yes, I'm fine. We can leave now. Really? Lucia looked up, met Fang Heng's gaze, and lightly pecked him on the cheek. Instantly, Fang Heng's face flushed red. Damn it, I'm being flirted with by an NPC. Information obtained from Colonel Buck had revealed, at the orphanage where Lucia and others underwent experiments had been acquired by a staff member of the Meteorite company and turned into a private estate. Through portals left by the Dark Knights in various places, Fang Heng and Lucia were transported to the Arctic region, in the West District, to a contact point of the Dark Knights closest to the estate. They acquired a military truck and, following Lucia's memory, searched for the former children's mental hospital. This time, Fang Heng was prepared. The trailer behind the truck was loaded with vine zombies and a few liquors. They wandered around for a long time, until the next morning, when the truck stopped outside a mansion on a mountainside. Stepping out of the truck, Lucia looked up at the building ahead as memories from the past gradually surfaced in her mind. Fang Heng, this is it. I'm quite sure. I lived here for a few years when I was young. There may be dangers inside. Fang Heng inspected the mansion building, silently planning his next move. After accidentally damaging research data in Zone 7, leading to a failed mission, he had to change his plan this time. Lucia, there are vital data in the secret research lab beneath the mansion. I'll figure out how to lure out the people hidden inside. They should have the information we need, and it's best to capture them alive. Fang Heng explained the next steps of their tactical operation to Lucia. These people may have undergone virus alterations by the Meteorite company and gained psychic abilities beyond ordinary individuals, but their physical endurance isn't that high. Fang Heng rolled his wrist, preparing mission tactics. You guard the entrance, listen to my instructions, and let's try to capture them alive. Okay. You be careful too. Lucia raised her sniper rifle, aiming at the main gate. Fang Heng walked to the gate, raised the shotgun, and fired a shot at the lock. Dang. The lock was blasted open. Fang Heng turned to look at Lucia, then pushed open the gate heavily. This time, Fang Heng intentionally made a lot of noise to draw out the people hidden in the mansion. Divine zombies climbed down from the trailer behind the truck and began searching inside the mansion for targets. Fang Heng stood at the entrance, waiting quietly. Game prompts began refreshing. Prompt: you have ordered the zombie clones to search the building. Prompt: your zombie group starts searching the first floor. Prompt: your zombie clone has killed an agile mutated zombie. Prompt: your zombie clone obtained a wheelchair *1. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Fang Heng's eyebrows raised. Prompt: your vine zombie is dead. They're coming. Normal first and second stage mutated zombies couldn't defeat the vine zombie parasitic entity, so it must be the psychics hidden inside the building who had taken action. Fang Heng stepped into the hall and walked towards the direction where the mutated zombie had died. Soon, in the hallway leading to the underground storage room, Fang Heng saw a figure. Someone very familiar. A young man with long hair. Suddenly, the person realized there was something behind him, turned to look at Fang Heng. Fang Heng also stared at him intently. Valette. Confirmed. Valette must be a character that had a significant impact on the plot, so he existed in both Zone 7 and Zone 8. Valette hesitated for a moment, clearly puzzled as to why a stranger could call out his name. In the next instant, a look of determination filled Valette's eyes. So, you're not willing to let me go, are you? Fang Heng furrowed his brow, feeling that Wyatt might have misunderstood something. No. I just wanted to talk to you. Why won't you leave us alone? Wyatt stared firmly at Fang Heng. Fang Heng's pupils contracted, feeling a momentary daze in his brain. When his consciousness returned, Fang Heng only saw an old broken iron door spinning in midair, rushing towards him with a howling attack. Hint: you are hit with a mental impact attack. Hint: you pass your check and are affected by the impact, entering a mental impact state for 0.5 seconds. In that 0.5 seconds, Fang Heng felt nothing, as if he had been erased from the world. Danger approached. Fang Heng raised his fists and fiercely smashed forward. Doom. The iron door was smashed out by a fist, and Fang Heng turned and ran. It's not about not being able to fight. Fang Heng was afraid that if he pushed Wyatt too hard by accident, he might go crazy and destroy all the useful data inside the mansion. Even though they were all on the first floor now, Fang Heng still wanted to be cautious. The secret data in the mansion could be a crucial puzzle piece leading to the truth. Data security must be ensured. You can't escape. Seeing Fang Heng immediately fleeing, Wyatt gritted his teeth and chased after him. After finally finding a place to hide, if exposed, Wyatt hurriedly chased after Fang Heng. He chased all the way until he saw Fang Heng running out of the mansion gate. As soon as he stepped out of the mansion gate, Wyatt instantly felt that something was off. Where's the person? Wyatt narrowed his eyes and noticed a glint of a sniper scope in the distance. Before Wyatt could see clearly, a voice sounded in his ear. Are you looking for me? Wyatt was stunned, instantly sensing a great danger. Hidden beside him, Fang Heng flashed out from next to Wyatt, with a massive fist fiercely smashing towards him. Thus, a visible physical barrier materialized in front of Wyatt. Crack. A light sound. Wyatt's pupils contracted. Fang Heng's fist hit the mental barrier. Creak. The mental physical barrier unexpectedly caved in, making a creaking sound as it was about to shatter. Doom. The physical mental barrier exploded like glass shards, and Fang Heng's fist struck Wyatt's face, sending him flying to the other side of the mansion gate. Fang Heng remained extremely calm, observing Wyatt's every move. Next, the enraged Wyatt would probably use the second phase ignoring defense control skill. Landing, Wyatt propped himself up with one hand on the ground, swaying as he stood up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, he wasn't dead yet. Fang Heng was prepared, flipping his wrist, and the blood-clan spirit weapon appeared in his hand. Lucia, attack! Fang Heng shouted, fiercely striking the ground with the blood-clan spirit weapon. A red light emanated from the weapon, spreading outwards, almost instantly enveloping Wyatt. Wyatt was dazed, feeling all his abilities suddenly uncontrollable. Everything was going according to Fang Heng's plan. 3 seconds was enough to execute the plan. Just as Fang Heng had planned, using silent skills to prevent Wyatt from using control skills, then letting Lucia shoot him with a tranquilizer, knocking Wyatt out, bringing him back to the Research Institute for Kiyakon to study. But the plan did not proceed as Fang Heng expected. Fang Heng did not hear the sound of Lucia firing the tranquilizer gun. Oh no! Lucia might be in trouble. Fang Heng's heart sank. He couldn't see Lucia behind him, and was unable to determine her situation. The only option now was Plan B. Fang Heng immediately commanded for hidden followers to pounce on Wyatt from all sides. Contrary to expectations, Wyatt did not go mad as expected. He did not make any evasive or counterattacks, but looked somewhat surprised at Fang Heng behind him. Lucia's sister. Next, Fang Heng heard Lucia's pleasantly surprised voice. Wyatt, is it really you? Fang Heng was puzzled. What's going on? Do they know each other? A look of joy appeared on Wyatt's face. Lucia's sister, it's great to see you again. Saying this, Wyatt tilted back and fell. Bang! Wyatt fell heavily to the ground, unconscious. Fang Heng turned around, looking at Lucia behind him with confusion. Do you know him? He's Wyatt, a friend I received treatment with at a mental health center when we were kids. I wasn't sure at first until he called my name, Lucia explained, quickly approaching and helping up the unconscious Wyatt. He just passed out. Lucia breathed a sigh of relief, taking out a healing spray. Fang Heng's mind stirred. You know Wyatt? Do you also know Hela? Hela Ricci. Lucia opened her mouth, nodding. I know her. Ricci's sister is different from us. She's the strongest among us and the oldest who stayed the longest in the treatment center. The basement. Wyatt looked at Fang Heng with a hint of fear in his eyes. Countless people had called him a monster when he was young. Now, the man in front of him could break through his fortified mental defense barrier with a single punch. This guy was the real monster. Wyatt, what are you doing here? Lucia asked with concern. After escaping from the Stellar Company, I've been trying to find you all. The government has searched and sealed off several secret Stellar Company research bases, but the police couldn't locate you when they came looking for you. Of course, they couldn't find us. We were moved as soon as the incident occurred. Wyatt recalled the situation, smiling bitterly. It was only after the zombie apocalypse that Stellar Company was completely destroyed, and I escaped from inside. I don't have any other relatives, and I didn't know where to go during the zombie apocalypse, so I thought of coming here. I thought maybe other escapees would return here. My guess was right. I found Tang Bai here. Tang Bai looked very young, curled up in a corner, looking at Fang Heng with fear. Don't mind him, Tang Bai is a bit autistic, Wyatt explained. After the disaster broke out, Tang Bai also escaped from the institute and has been hiding here all this time. After finding Tang Bai, we decided to stay here temporarily and it took me a lot of effort to fix up this place. Wyatt scratched his head embarrassedly, then thought of something. Oh, right, Lucia's sister, I have good news to tell you. When I left, I found a document in the research facility where I was imprisoned, detailing the specific location information of the research facilities detaining our companions. The text is an excerpt from a gaming novel. It describes a storyline where characters are discussing a mission to find a character named Free Jan, a new main storyline related to a character named Hela Ruichi. They plan to search for Hela's research institute and locate the missing Hela. Another character, Fang Heng, is trying to gather information and strategize their next moves. The text also mentions how the 7th region is facing challenges with zombies and other creatures. As they prepare for a mission in the 8th region, they encounter an area overrun by zombies and devise a plan to infiltrate a research facility to gather valuable information related to their mission. Heim City Meteorite Company Advanced Research Institute. Entrance CZ Jing and Subin descended one after the other from the helicopter using a rope ladder. The two exchanged a glance. Up to now, they were still a little unsure of the situation. In the early hours, the two of them suddenly received an urgent gathering mission from the Dark Knight Order. Upon closer inspection, it was actually related to the main mission. The main line in Sector 8 hadn't been cut off by the Night Owl organization long ago. Was there some new discovery? Ever since the destruction of the first-generation meteorite, the players deployed within the Dark Knight Order by the federal government had started going into a lax mode. Anyway, the main mission was stagnant, so they just did whatever. Who would have thought that in the middle of the night, the Dark Knight Order would suddenly launch such an emergency operation? 20 elite squads were mobilized in full force, with the scale of the operation even larger than the previous operation in Songmu City. The Federal Central Command in Sector 8 was also shocked upon receiving the news. The sudden incident prompted the command to immediately have Zijing and Subin join the mission for investigation. Earlier, while on the helicopter, Zijing had tried to inquire from the NTC team leader in the Dark Knight Order, but his honor level was too low, and the team leader completely disregarded him. Announcing the mission plan for this time, we are currently at the Heim City Meteorite Company's Advanced Research Institute. Our mission is to seal off and clear entrance C of the Research Institute, then infiltrate the interior through entrance C, carefully search for all data. Do you understand? Yes. The 9th Elite Squad received the order and immediately rushed towards the right side of the Research Institute. Subin, did you find the voice that came out of the communication device a bit familiar just now? Huh, did I? Subin patted Zijing's shoulder. You must have misheard. I heard he's already missing. And there are rumors that he was kidnapped by the Night Owls. So you also think it sounds like him, right? Subin shrugged. Don't overthink it. Let's focus on the task at hand. This mission is related to the main line, and we must give our all to ensure we can join the main mission chain. Got it? Zijing nodded, feeling invigorated. He said, this operation came so suddenly. The Night Owls probably won't know in advance. It should go smoother than the last operation in Songmu City. Everything went just as Zijing had anticipated. The Dark Knight Order Squad's operation went exceptionally smoothly. In just under half an hour, the Dark Knight Order had control over all entrances and exits of the Central Research Institute. Each squad infiltrated the interior of the Research Institute, thoroughly clearing out the zombies and collecting various research data. In order to complete the main mission, Subin and Zijing went all out, fighting zombies, earning points, and receiving praise from the team leader. Moreover, with Subin's special skills, they found a hidden map and even collected a key card leading to the secret underground research facility. After making their way to the central research facility, they found the door securely locked with an alloy metal gate. Subin and Zijing managed to find a spare battery pack from the supply room and took it back to the underground control room on the second floor to repair the power source. After nearly an hour, the two of them, working with the elite members of the Dark Knight Order, successfully installed the battery pack and returned to the outside of the secret research facility. Well done. Colonel Buck nodded in approval. Subin and Zijing stood obediently to the side, waiting for further mission instructions. Colonel Buck opened the intercom. Captain Fang, the underground secret research facility has been restored with power. You can come down now. Ha! Upon hearing what Colonel Buck said, Subin and Zijing were stunned, then simultaneously looked at each other, exchanging quick glances. Fang, right? I didn't mishear, did I? He's calling Fang, right? Ting. The elevator door opened, and Fang and several others walked out of the elevator, proceeding directly to the entrance of the secret research facility. Subin looked at the people coming out of the elevator, paused for a moment, then couldn't believe it and called out, Fang. Fang looked at Subin and Zijing, also seeming somewhat surprised. Right? They were the two familiar faces he encountered during the Songmu City operation earlier. They could barely be considered elite members of the Dark Knight Order. With time being critical, Fang had immediately contacted the Dark Knight Order to execute the operation plan and had temporarily forgotten about the federal players within the order. Several thoughts flashed through Fang's mind. Well, this matter was beyond the plan, but it didn't have much impact. With the most divine points he could last for more days. By the time the contribution rankings in Sector 8 were announced, with his contribution points surpassing by so much, the Federation would probably infer that he possessed the means to open the second-level time-space gate. Now, while the other side still lacked information, maybe he could also influence Cao judgment in Sector 7, making Cao think he had returned to Sector 8. Thinking this, Fang smiled and greeted the two. It's you guys, working hard in the late night. This, Subin and Zijing stood awkwardly in their spots, not knowing how to respond for a moment. Was it really Fang? Wasn't he rumored to have gone missing? There were even rumors that he had become the leader of the Scavenger Legion in Sector 7, causing chaos in the game and turning Sector 7 into a mess. When did he return to Sector 8 and became the vice captain of the Dark Knight Order? Why were they still just at the level of private while Fang Heng had become the vice captain of the Dark Knight Order? How did he manage to build up such a high reputation within such a short period of time? Could it be? With these thoughts swirling in their minds, the two unconsciously shifted their gaze towards Lucia standing next to Fang Heng, taking advantage of others. It wasn't so simple. Colonel Buck was just a colonel. It wasn't the time to ask questions now. Even though they were filled with doubts, the two noticed Colonel Buck's gaze, prompting Su Bin to push Zijing lightly. Hurry up and open the door. Oh, right. Zijing reacted, approached, and swiped the key card he had collected on the door access sensor. Verification successful. System rebooting. Asterisk click. Asterisk. The door unlocked. Zijing pushed the door open, but before he could take a step, Fang Heng, standing aside, loudly exclaimed, "Wait, don't go in yet." Zijing jolted, immediately pushing back. Subsequently, everyone heard a swarming noise coming from inside the door. The elite members of the Dark Knight Order at the rear immediately raised their weapons towards the entrance. Swish, swish, swish. In the blink of an eye, a large group of lickers rushed out from inside the room. Fire. The elite members of the Dark Knight Order aimed and pulled the triggers at the group of lickers rushing out. Tons of fire flickered. The lickers, crazily charging out of the door, were blocked in the narrow entrance and kept falling. The sound of gunfire lasted for a full 5 minutes, until no more lickspitters emerged in the room. Then Fang Heng put away his firearm and carefully stepped into the room to investigate. Thus, the motion-sensing light turned on, illuminating the entire lobby. Elite members of the Dark Knights Guild entered in an orderly line, beginning to clear out the remaining lickspitters in the secret research hall. After a moment, the gunfire subsided. Colonel Buck nodded and said, "Confirmed safe." Fang Heng scanned the surroundings of the secret research hall. At first glance, he saw a thick book placed beside the large central control platform. Fang Heng picked up the book from the table, found it. A personal diary. Hint. Player obtains item. Ken's personal diary. On 7/7, recommended by Dr. Kellen, I was promoted to become a member of the first-generation virus secret research team. I will delve deeply into the fusion project of viruses and psychic individuals within the research team. Through fusion, I believe we can unlock the secret of immortality. On 12/30, Hela Reiki. After hundreds of experiments, I am convinced that we have found the perfect test subject. Her cellular tissue possesses a powerful activity beyond that of ordinary people, perfectly able to withstand virus erosion, even the fusion with the first-generation virus. She is so perfect. On for 9th, Ricky and I fell in love. She is pure, kind, and she looks really beautiful when she smiles. Despite enduring the pain of experiments, she still cooperates to the best of her ability. Ricky and I share the same ideal. I believe that we can research a cure for everything, so that people no longer have to endure the torment of illness. On 9/6, we have the fruit of our love. We held a wedding and received everyone's blessings. I have harvested career and love. I am the happiest person in the world. On 12/3, what is that thing? Ricky also didn't know. She told me that starting a few months ago, she began to be plagued by a terrifying dream. The dream became more and more frequent. She feels as if something is trying to control her brain. Is it the alien insect? In the investigation of the first-generation meteorite, we discovered the alien body. That kind of organism can control humans, extremely dangerous. I am a little scared, but I try to remain calm. I don't want Ricky to worry too much. On 7/8, last night, Ricky had another nightmare. This is definitely not just postpartum syndrome. I heard her shouting Ulabolos. What is that? On 12/9, many things have happened during this time. Ricky's mental state has been getting worse and worse. She has become increasingly irritable. Experimental data shows that she has shown signs of losing control. What should I do? On 8/27, so much has happened in these 3 years. Ricky's loss of control is already set. And me. I am just useless. I can't change this outcome. Ricky told me that she is willing to make sacrifices, and also willing to respect my choices, if just sacrificing herself can ensure everyone's safety. Adura is right. We must make choices. I love her. On 10/28, Ricky disappeared. I should have realized it earlier. The day before she disappeared, something was off. She kept apologizing to me, telling me to take care of Malia. I know Adura is behind this. What exactly did she do to Ricky? On 11/27, I really want to go find Ujura and ask her clearly, but I have to take care of Malia. What should I do? 8 years. I have searched for Ricky for a full 8 years. I finally heard a terrifying truth from an old friend. I hate myself for being so weak, unable to protect Ricky. On 1/6, he finally agreed to take me to see Ricky. Part of Ricky is placed in the advanced research of the Heim City Meteorite Company. I will disguise myself as a test subject and infiltrate. Being able to see Ricky firsthand is really great. Malia can finally see her mother. I will find a way to rescue her. The content recorded in the diary ends here. On the last page, a photo fell out from the notebook. Fang picked up the fallen photo album and fell silent once again. The album showed a family portrait of 3. It should be Ken, Hela, and their daughter, Malia. After reading the entire diary, Fang felt his heart pounding. Taking a deep breath, Fang forced himself to calm down and analyze the contents of the diary. Ujura, one of the 3 pillars of the Meteorite Company. The so-called Hela experiment should refer to the special experiment of fusing the first-generation virus and the psychic Hela Reiki. During the experiment, Hela lost control. The experiment ultimately went beyond the control of the Meteorite Company. Referring to District 7, the description of Hela's disappearance in the notes should indicate that after being dismembered by Ujura, samples of Hela's organization were hidden by the Meteorite Company in various corners of the world. The problem is, Ulabolos, Fang murmured to himself. This is the 3rd time he has seen this name. The first time was at his own home. The second time was in District 8, while searching for the first-generation meteorite. And the 3rd time was in Ken's diary. What does it represent? How is it related to the main plot? And, at the end of the diary, ***, while pondering, Fang heard a slight noise coming from behind, and instinctively turned to look. Volley was busy tapping on the main control platform in the lobby, with Tang Bai standing next to him, eyes closed and hands pressed on the main control platform. Tang Bai's special psychic ability can infiltrate electronic systems. This method can rapidly crack passwords. Volley noticed Fang's gaze and succinctly explained to him while controlling the platform. Did you find anything from that book? Well, Hela might have already been lost before the apocalypse. Fang's words were interrupted as the main control screen in the hall suddenly lit up. A game prompt flashed before his eyes. Hint. Player completes current stage mission Hela Reload. Player gains 1000 main mission contribution points. Player triggers the next stage mission. The Law Sample of Hela. Mission difficulty, SS. Mission description. Within the research facility, you seem to have uncovered some truths about the Hela experiment, but at this moment, danger has already arrived. Mission requirement. Defeat the deformed Hela organization. Deformed Hela organization sample? Fang's heart tightened. At the same time, those present in the room also showed a change in expression upon receiving the mission prompt. What's happening? Is this a boss battle? Click 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 click. A sound echoed from behind the secret research lab. The elite members of the Dark Knights Guild in the lobby immediately turned their heads and aimed their guns at the main door. Bang. A muffled heavy sound. Bang bang. Accompanied by a series of successive impacts, a huge dent appeared on the metal door. It seemed like something powerful was continuously ramming the metal door. Under the continuous impacts, small gray-brown worm-like creatures kept wriggling out from the cracks of the door. Be careful. Fang almost recognized the things on the ground at first glance. The alien insect bot. Different from the worm alien body spread by the fusion tyrant body skill, the alien body drilling out from the door crack is gray-brown. Countless alien bodies madly drilled out from the door crack. The elite members of the Dark Knight Order also immediately reacted, raising their weapons and shooting at the worm bodies on the ground. However, there were too many worm bodies. Seeing the worm bodies about to surround them, Walit suddenly raised his hand. Thus, a transparent spiritual barrier opened in front of everyone. The spiritual barrier isolated all the countless worm bodies outside. In the rear, Subin also immediately reacted, shouting, "Use the incendiary bombs. Fire attacks against small alien bodies were a good tactic." Fang also immediately switched to the flamethrower and started burning the alien group outside. With the continuous throwing of incendiary bombs, flames ignited on the ground. The worm bodies kept rushing into the burning flames, making sizzling sounds and emitting a charred smell. Mojaway hid inside the spiritual barrier, feeling his right eyelid twitching incessantly. Glancing up, he suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Trouble. There are some above. We need to figure out a way. Subin and Zijing immediately looked up at the ceiling. They saw countless worm bodies climbing on the ceiling. A cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. It was only through personal experience that Fang Heng realized how difficult it was to deal with his own alien body. Leave it to me. Walit gritted his teeth and said, in a deep voice, cover your ears. Suddenly understanding what Walit was about to do, Fang Heng immediately covered his ears with his hands. Walit's eyes turned blood red as he shouted, get out of here. His psychic power erupted instantly. The countless alien bodies on the ceiling were impacted by his mind and fell to the ground. Damn it. Covering your ears is useless at all. Just like last time, Fang Heng took half a second to recover from the shock. He glanced at Walit and saw the bulging veins on his neck and the sweat streaming down his face. Holding back his comment, he continued to raise the flamethrower, burning the worm bodies that were stunned on the ground. The other players and elite members of the Dark Knight Order also gradually regained consciousness from the psychic shock and scrambled to deal with the worm swarm. No more worm bodies drilled out from behind the gate, and as the number of worm bodies in the group decreased significantly, everyone stabilized the situation. Walit released the psychic barrier, supporting himself with one hand on the nearby table, breathing heavily. Crackle. Just as they caught their breath, they heard a faint sound. Following the direction of the sound, they saw fleshy tentacles extending from the metal door crack. Zijing couldn't help but curse, damn it. When will this end? What the heck is that thing? Colonel Buck glanced at Zijing and shouted loudly, be careful. Everyone be on high alert. It may be the second stage. The members of the Dark Knight Order, who had just relaxed, immediately tensed up again, aiming their guns at the tentacles, the entrance. Swish. The wriggling tentacles suddenly swung towards them. After reaching a certain length, bang, bang, dang, dang. The elite members of the Dark Knight Order fired at the fleshy tentacles. The flesh tentacles were hit by the bullets, madly thrashing in the air. Dang, dang. The gate was still being continuously struck. There are more and more of these damn things. Mo Jiawei muttered while retreating to the rear of the team, raising his right hand to shield his right eye and using his skills to read the creature's attributes. He quickly read out the information obtained from the skill. Out-of-control era hybrid body, a product of the fusion of era tissue samples and rotting flesh after a long period of time, lacking intelligence, and launching attacks on any life form. There are 3 stages of the era tissue hybrid body. Currently in the second stage, controlling tentacles for combat, the tentacles carrying a corrosive effect, extremely infectious. Life form strength evaluation. Level 4. The weak point is corrosive attacks, needs to upgrade skill level to obtain more information. A level for hybrid life form. Weakness is corrosion. With this information, Colonel Buck immediately made arrangements and shouted, Team 7. Quickly. Prepare. Dang. The metal door finally couldn't take it and was blown out after a violent impact. The out-of-control era hybrid body finally revealed its true form. What kind of monster was it? Mo Jiawei was constantly feeling nauseous. A disgusting mass with dozens of tentacles, like an octopus, flailed wildly on top of a revolting blob. Swish. Swish. Several sulfuric acid bombs were immediately blasted towards the monster. Boom. Boom. Doom. The highly corrosive sulfuric acid bombs hit the monster's body, emitting a blue mist. The chemical burns caused additional massive damage to it. Fang Heng and a few others hid behind cover. He was grateful that he had made adequate preparations this time, bringing 20 elite squads of the Dark Knight Order to support them. Fang Heng took out his sniper rifle loaded with armor-piercing rounds, aimed at the target, and began shooting. Dang. A shot hit the flesh mass, splashing out a foul-smelling thick juice. Fang Heng frowned. Unfortunately, the weapons of the Dark Knight Order were still not as powerful as the sniper rifles specially developed by Ding Min. After all, the equipment of the Scavenger Legion was modified for NPC use after receiving divine elixirs and required high basic attributes to equip, making it the late-game equipment. He pondered this in his mind, continuing to shoot. The second stage was somewhat simpler than Fang Heng had anticipated. The out-of-control era hybrid body, which had more than a dozen tentacles extending from its body, could cause significant physical damage, but the hybrid body itself could not move and was extremely large, making it very easy to be hit by sulfuric acid bombs. Slowly delaying and steady, victory was assured. Bullets poured crazily on the monster. Era mutation. What the hell is that? Except for armor-piercing rounds, high-explosive rounds, and sulfuric acid bombs, almost everything was ignored by the era-mutated body. On the other side, Su Bin, behind cover, thought the monster was horrifying. He switched to armor-piercing rounds while continuing to attack. The timing was tight, and they had not prepared in advance for this mission. Nor did they have any intel. They were caught off guard. It's too hard. I have never seen anything like this before. Zijing wiped the sweat off his forehead. Realizing that his attacks couldn't hurt the monster, he gave up fighting and took out his notebook to start recording. It's an honor to see Fang Heng again this time. I've heard rumors about Fang Heng from the outside world ... Just as he was halfway through writing, a roar came from the monster. Roar. Zijing's heart skipped a beat as he turned to look. The outer layer of the Hela variant skin gradually peeled away, revealing a fleshy mass with an orange-yellow eyeball in the center. Zijing felt the pupil in the center of the eyeball staring at them intently. As he looked at the eyeball, Zijing felt a chill rising from the depths of his soul. Damn, what kind of eye is that ... Hint. You are under the mental disturbance of an unknown creature, entering a state of fear. A line of small words appeared before him, and suddenly Zijing felt his limbs stiffen instantly, as if trapped in a living nightmare, unable to move a muscle. The next moment, a large tentacle surged towards him. Doom. Zijing was hit directly by the tentacle, being flung fiercely into a wall. The area where the tentacle hit him stunned intensely. Despite the pain, Zijing remained in a state of fear, unable to make any moves, not even able to use healing items. The Hela transformed entity wildly waved its huge tentacles, causing the Dark Knight faction to be engulfed in fear, completely a passive situation of being attacked. Fang Heng and others were also affected by the state of fear, standing frozen in place. They weren't completely unable to control their bodies, but moving even a little required tremendous effort, and running was utterly impossible. Mojawei Whisper. The third stage of the mutated entity possesses powerful mental fear abilities, categorized as a tier for strength creature, with its weakness being that eyeball. Attacking that eyeball could inflict fatal damage on it. The eyeball can continuously induce a state of fear. As long as that eyeball is intact, the fear state will persist permanently. Fang Heng, Valorette said solemnly, I can temporarily help you break free from its control, only for up to 3 seconds. Within those 3 seconds, you must figure out a way to deal with it. Fang Heng glanced at Lucia beside him, who nodded seriously, quickly devising a bold plan. I'll go draw its attention. You go give it a strike. All right, let's do it. Fang Heng found the plan promising, immediately counting down. 3, 2, 1. Begin. Valorette shouted loudly, his forehead veins bulging, erecting his mental defense barrier once more. Fang Heng felt his body loosen immediately. Almost instantly, Lucia rushed forward towards the eyeball. Multiple tentacles lunged towards her, attempting to block her path. Swish, swish, swish. The tentacles swished through the air with a tearing sound. Lucia couldn't dodge and had to try to block with her dagger. Click. As her dagger made contact with the tentacle, Lucia felt like she was striking extremely hard metal. A strong force hit her, making her lose balance and fling backward into the air. As she was thrown into the air, Lucia maintained her balance, aimed at the target, and fiercely hurled her dagger forward. Hiss! The dagger pierced through the gaps in the swinging tentacles, deeply stabbing the upper right corner of the uncontrolled mutated entity's eyeball. Roar! A violent and agonizing roar echoed in everyone's minds. The protruding tentacle body began to shake wildly. Fang Heng shouted, now. As Lucia's strike had temporarily freed the eyeball from its control, Fang Heng swiftly approached. At some point, Fang Heng had obtained a butcher's large cleaver in his hand. Melee attack suited him best. Kia. The large cleaver stabbed deeply into the eyeball until the hilt disappeared. Fang Heng's eyes gleamed with ferocity. Die. With all his strength, Fang Heng forcefully pulled the cleaver to the side. With a tearing sound, the cleaver carved a huge gash from left to right on the eyeball. Hiss! Foul-smelling thick fluid sprayed from the torn opening. The writhing tentacles gradually lost strength, and the fleshy mass quickly shriveled up. In an instant, the once massive fleshy mass melted into a stinking pool of blood before Fang Heng. As the eyeball entity was destroyed, everyone began to recover from the state of fear. Quick! Don't just stand there. Hurry to treat the wounded. Colonel Buck was the first to recover from the state of fear and shouted across to everyone. The elite members of the Dark Knights all began to respond, immediately tending to the injured. Zijing and Subin exchanged glances, feeling a sense of relief in each other's eyes. It was too terrifying. The mental attack was impossible to resist. Then, they both looked at Fang Heng together. That guy. They had no doubt that Fang Heng alone could turn the entire 7th district upside down. Judging from his act of splitting the eyeball in half with one strike earlier, he was definitely a formidable figure. Fang Heng remained in place, cautiously watching the mass on the ground. It wasn't dead yet. Occasionally, Fang Heng glanced at the game logs. He had yet to receive the prompt of the game killing the mutated Hela body. Could there be a 4th stage? Wait. Fang Heng realized something. He carefully squatted down, attempting to touch the fleshy mass on the ground. Hint. You have discovered a special item. Hela organization. Hint. There is a high probability of mutation when the Hela organization is exposed to external air. Please be careful. Hint. Player completes mission. Uncontrolled Hela sample. Fang Heng scanned through the game hints and had a realization. Hela was inherently indestructible, so it couldn't be killed, and therefore, a true kill prompt wouldn't be received. In that case, having put in so much effort to kill a pyre for and possibly even a strength level of 5 uncontrolled mutated entity, the reward would be the Hela organization body itself. The Hela organization sample couldn't be stored in the backpack and had a risk of mutating again at any moment. He needed to figure out a way to contain it. Where was it originally stored? In the small room behind that secure door. What kind of container did the Meteor Company specially prepare? There might even be items to trigger the next stage. Fang Heng was about to go check behind that door when he suddenly heard a pain scream behind him. Tang Bai curled up, writhing in pain on the ground, continuously crying out. The others didn't understand what was happening and gathered around in a circle. Tang Bai, Tang Bai. Valorat was alarmed and quickly ran over, grabbing Tang Bai's shoulder trying to calm him down. What's wrong? Probably influenced by the mental fluctuations of the mutated Hela organization body just now, Lucia switched to her tranquilizer gun. Let me give him a sedative to rest a bit. No. No. Tang Bai almost shouted out. He gritted his teeth, nails deeply embedded in his palms, cold sweat dripping down his face. I saw it. What did you see? Tang Bai did not answer. Under the gaze of everyone, he breathed heavily and slowly stood up from the ground, leaning against the wall for support. Step by step, he walked to Fang Heng's side, and reached out to touch the flesh on the ground. Rilla, her memories ... Before he could finish his sentence, a bright white light flashed before Fang Heng's eyes. The dazzling light momentarily blinded Fang Heng, and when it faded, he saw a third-person perspective scene in front of him. It was an illusion. Fang Heng knew clearly it was an illusion, but it felt incredibly real, as if he were really there. A young man in his 30s knelt in front of a large cultivation tank, his face filled with pain and guilt. Fang Heng immediately recognized him. It was Ken, and standing beside him was the little girl, Milia, the same ones in the photo tucked in the notebook. Dang. A gunshot rang out. Fang Heng's heart sank as the organized meat mass inside the cultivation tank began to pulsate rapidly. Ken clutched his chest, watching the blood slowly staining his clothes from the wound. He struggled to turn his head. Looking back, Udura ... Ken, I've advised you many times, why won't you let go? Don't blame me, I have to do this. For this world, you should understand me. We all have noble ideals and are willing to sacrifice everything for it, right? You disappoint me, Ken. Before Ken could respond, Yodora waved her hand. Several Meteor Corporation guards behind her opened fire. Bang! Bang! Gunshots echoed. Ken and Milia fell into a pool of blood. Click! A crack appeared in the cultivation tank's body. Yodora noticed something and looked at it with an astonished expression. The organized meat sample inside the cultivation tank began to pulsate frantically. Why? Is she still conscious? How is she perceiving the outside world? Yodora muttered to herself, turning to the guards. Quick, fetch Dr. Liang Han to come see me. There's a major discovery. Hurry. Yes. Yodora turned around, reaching out to the cracked hardened glass. Rilla. Suddenly, Yodora's face changed drastically. It was as if she had seen something terrifying, and her body twitched violently. Then, she frantically reached out and grabbed her throat. All the guards in the room did the same, their expressions of horror, clutching their necks in agony, unable to speak. At that moment, a low voice sounded in Fang Heng's ear. At the cost of my life, I curse this land, The dead shall no longer move to the land of the living. Thump. A thick red worm-like creature crawled out of Yujira's mouth with force. Hiss. Fang Heng's pupils contracted as the red worm-like creature almost instantly leapt towards him. The creature's face contorted into a human form, opening its gaping maw towards him. Fang Heng could even smell a foul odor emanating from it. I shall ... resurrect. Resurrect. Dang. The next moment, the illusion in front of him shattered like a mirror. Everything returned to normal. Fang Heng took a deep breath, looking around. He was back. This was the secret research laboratory lobby. Most of the elite members of the Dark Knight Brigade were still busy treating the injured, while Subin and Zijing noticed something was amiss and looked puzzled at Fang Heng and the others. To them, Fang Heng and the others seemed lost in some horrifying experience for a few moments, their faces pale as if they had witnessed something terrible. Subin approached and asked, Fang Heng, what happened to you guys? Are you all okay? I'm fine. Thank you. The illusion just now felt too real, causing Fang Heng's back to be drenched in cold sweat. The rest of the team also experienced the illusion, breathing in fresh air deeply. Mo Jiawei opened his mouth, recalling the scene earlier. He felt like he had gained some insight, but upon reflection, he couldn't quite express it clearly, so he looked at Fang Heng, awaiting an explanation. Fang Heng exchanged a glance with Lucia and told Subin and the others it might be a backlash of spiritual power after defeating the boss just now. Rest for a bit, and you guys check the rooms behind us. There might be clues related to the main quest inside. Okay. Subin and the others were also concerned about the main quest, nodded, then followed the Dark Knight Brigade into the secured room. After the federal team was dispersed, Fang Heng looked at Valet's group. Having shared the same illusion just now, they were all silent for a moment. You all saw it just now, right? Yes. Tang Bai explained. I initially sensed Rila's spiritual fluctuation, so I actively searched for her, but her fluctuation was too strong, causing a backlash on me. The second time, I was prepared and tried to communicate with the spiritual power emanating from the flesh, and that's when we saw this scene. Fang Heng nodded. Throughout the illusion, what puzzled him the most was the red creature's declaration of resurrection towards him at the end. So, did Rila actually die? Valet speculated. That's Rila's curse ability. In the end, she sacrificed her life as a price for the curse. I believe her soul has perished, but due to the fusion of cellular structure with the original virus, her body remains undead. Mo Jiawei blurted out, so, she has now turned into a mindless monster. Tang Bai glared at Mo Jiawei. No, that's not what I meant. I mean, Lucia comfortingly patted Tang Bai's shoulder. Well, Rila has lost her soul and consciousness, but her body might still be influenced by the remnants of hatred from before her death, retaining some brief memories. Once again, silence fell upon the group. Fang Heng pondered for a moment, then broke the silence. Let me analyze. After the fusion of Hela and the original virus, she gradually lost control. Yadura divided Hela's body into 12 parts, hiding them in various corners of the world. Perhaps during the process, Yadura was left with one part alone, still conducting research in secret. But Yadura didn't anticipate that even after being separated, Hela still retained a part of her consciousness, even able to perceive the external world through special abilities. Upon witnessing, or sensing, her loved ones dying at the hands of Yadura, Hela cursed this world. The origin of the apocalypse in the game world is actually a curse. We've always been puzzled why almost overnight, including Yadura, the entire upper echelon of the Meteor Corporation disappeared without a trace. Fang Heng looked around at everyone, made a judgment. I think it's not because the Meteor Company has any special plans, secretly hiding and deploying development in some hidden place in the world. In fact, they are all dead. They were cursed by Hela at the first moment, becoming the first batch of zombies in the zombie apocalypse. Game hints refreshed in Fang Heng's retina. Hint. Players complete the main quest line. Curse of Hela. Reveal the mystery of the source of the world. Players receive a reward of 20,000 main quest contribution points. Hint. Player triggers hidden ending. Eternal Mu. Ending explanation. You believe what Hela said is not wrong. This world has too much sorrow. Death is not the ultimate redemption. The sinful should forever cycle in pain. Ending trigger condition. Find all Hela organizations hidden by the Meteor Company. Revive Hela Ruichi. Blood Moon will remain eternal in the human world. Explanation. Choosing to execute this ending will lead to a rupture with the Dark Knight Order. Hint. Player triggers hidden ending. Ultimate Purification. Ending explanation. Hela has endured too much pain, but this world should not be a sacrifice. Find all life forms of Hela Ruichi and seal them. Complete the ending the curse. Quest explanation. Find a way to destroy the life forms of Hela and thoroughly destroy all samples of the Hela organization, ending Hela's curse. Hint. Players are advised to choose the ending carefully. It's done. Seeing the rows of game hints popping up, Fang Heng sighed in his heart. His judgment was correct, so there is one last question left. Ouroboros. By unraveling this mystery, the remaining 15% of secrets can be revealed. Unfortunately, there are still no clues to this riddle. Wow. We're awesome, aren't we? Big bro. Mo Jiawei saw the refreshed game hints and his eyelids jumped, patted Fang Heng heavily on the shoulder, his excited voice trembling a bit. 3S hidden ending. Did you see it? Big bro. 3S. Yes. Fang Heng, shifting his attention away from Ouroboros, lightly agreed. The 3S hidden ending. No wonder Mo Jiawei was so excited. Information obtained from a special channel indicated that players would receive higher rewards after completing the ending, and the higher the level of the ending, the more generous the rewards. Most of the zombie apocalypse endings are of a grade, such as the previously exposed Mechanical Dawn and Gardener's Path endings, which are A and B grades respectively. According to reliable information, although the Federal finally obtained the highest total contribution points, the player who completed the final ending received extremely generous rewards. The reward for a 3S ending is vastly different from in a grade. Fang Heng also felt a bit itchy inside. So far, he had never heard of anyone completing a 3S grade ending. However, the current dilemma is that both branch options are 3S, so which one to choose? Mo Jiawei was exhilarated and asked, Big bro, which one should we choose? No need to ask, we should choose both. Fang Heng had already decided. A player can only complete one ending mission, so finish one in District 8, and then proceed to complete one in District 7. However, for now, the focus was on swiftly completing the main questline in District 8, Revival or Destruction. Considering the efficiency of completing the mission, reviving Hela was very risky, and theoretically, Hela had already lost consciousness, and it's uncertain if special conditions were needed to revive her. Not to mention breaking away from the Dark Knight Order was not part of the plan. This option could be left for District 7. Destroying the Hela organization body was also troublesome. After all, the Hela organization was an immortal entity, and even after developing for so long, the Meteor Company had not found a way. While contemplating, Fang Heng re-examined the game hints. Seal, right? Perhaps it could be sealed away. Fang Heng immediately thought of Ziroru. In the nightmare world she was in, people relied on some power to seal nightmares. Lol Mo, have you heard of sealing? My seventh uncle should know a little about that. Thinking of his stern uncle, Mo Jiawei couldn't help but shrink his neck. You mean to directly seal the Hela organization samples? Yes. It's a bit difficult. My seventh uncle is not as accommodating as my fourth uncle. Mo Jiawei pondered for a moment and then flipped through the hidden ending instructions, asking, and we have a big problem. How can we find the samples of the Hela organization body? I can sense Rayla's location, but if we seal her ... Tang Bai looked at everyone. Fang Heng, are there no other options? Fang Heng shook his head. The resurrection of Hela was too difficult, filled with too many unknowns, and there was no time to spare. Tang Bai's eyes gradually dimmed. Tang Bai. Hela has already spent her life with her curse. She has lost consciousness. Lucia softly advised. The Meteor Company has also been punished. We choose to help her rest. I see. Tang Bai nodded and didn't insist further. Fang Heng calculated in his mind. Next is to collect the remaining 11 samples of the Hela organization, seal the organization samples, and complete the main quest. Tang Bai. Where is the nearest Hela organization body to us located? Tang Bai closed his eyes and tried to sense, then opened the map and pointed to a location on the map. Right here. Fang Heng looked. The map showed an unexplored area, probably not searched by players. Hurry, we go now. In this world, the Dark Knight Order already held absolute power, coupled with his prison forces and the zombie horde. If everything went smoothly based on Mo Jiawei's ability to seal, even if Chen Yu and the Federation were reliable and willing to help with this favor. 2 days. That's enough. Fang Heng squinted. We'll return to headquarters immediately. I need to make a quick trip to a parallel world to bring something back. Merge with the tyrant body. Considering the difficulty in District 7, as long as there was a fusion with the tyrant body, gathering Hela organization samples wouldn't be difficult. Okay. Then I'll go find my uncle and ask about the sealing matter. Lucia nodded. I will first confirm the specific locations of the remaining 11 parts of Hela and plan the action route. In the middle of the night, Chen Yu received an urgent notification while in bed. The next day before dawn, he hurried to join the video conference called by the Zombie Apocalypse District 8 headquarters. Initially, Chen Yu was wondering, ever since Fang wreaked havoc in District 7, District 8 had been quiet for a long time, so he didn't know what trouble they had encountered this time that warranted calling an emergency meeting. And then, after the meeting started, Chen Yu received unexpected news that left him surprised. What? Fang had returned to District 8 again.
Chen Yu's first reaction was that something must be wrong. Fang should currently be in the 7th District, locked in a battle of wits with Cao Huai. They were supposed to be in a deadlock. So how did he suddenly show up back in the 8th District? Even after carefully reviewing the Dark Knight Corps' main mission report provided by Su Bin, Chen Yu was still bewildered. Vice Commander of the Dark Knight Corps, a special mission related to the main storyline. The mission was successfully completed. Confirmed that Fang has obtained information on the next main mission step. Chen Yu was utterly baffled. In the main video conference hall, Han Jiang, the acting commander of the 8th District, outlined the objectives for the next phase. Resume the main storyline mission and participate in it to the fullest extent. After the meeting, Chen Yu was still trying to make sense of the situation. Just as he left the venue, two Federation soldiers blocked his way. Mr. Chen Yu, Commander Han would like to see you. We'll take you there now. 10 minutes later, in a large conference room, Fang met with Han Jiang, acting commander of the 8th District. Recently, the previous 8th District commander had been removed to his poor handling of issues related to the Night Owl group. Shortly after, his replacement fell seriously ill, unable to work. Thus, Han Jiang, a young man in his early 30s, took up the position as the acting commander, temporarily wielding command authority. Besides him, over 20 high-ranking officials from various 8th District shelters were also present. Upon learning that Fang had returned and that the 8th District's main storyline mission was back on track, Han Jiang immediately convened the Federation's 8th District for a plan. But there was a problem when it came to specifics. The 8th District high-ranking officials split into two factions, sparking some heated debate. One faction argued that the Federation should cooperate with Fang now, find a way to join the main storyline, and secure the rights to unlock the game's final outcome. The other faction believed that Fang was highly likely entangled with the 7th District, a troublesome figure who might even be connected to the Night Owl group, and that they should detain him and investigate, aiming to independently uncover the main mission storyline. Prior to this meeting, they had been debating this for over an hour without reaching a consensus. The conference room fell silent, with all eyes on Chen Yu, making him feel extremely uneasy. He rarely faced such intense scrutiny and was increasingly nervous. Chen Yu jolted to attention. Present, I've reviewed some of your records. You've collaborated with Fang on numerous occasions. Based on your knowledge of him, how would you assess his attitude towards the Federation? Do you think he might cooperate with us? Chen Yu pondered for a moment, then nodded. Fang has always had close ties with our 8th District. I believe he would be willing to cooperate. Do you think Fang can be trusted? Han Jiang looked intently at Chen Yu. The 7th District's opinion of him is great. Their commander, Cao Huai, is convinced he's the mastermind. What do you think? Chen Yu hesitated. Deep down, he suspected that the events in the 7th District were likely Fang's doing. He used to consider Night Owl a terrorist organization, but now, from what's been happening in the 7th District, 10 Night Owls combined wouldn't match Fang's level of havoc. Commander, I can't be certain, but I don't believe Fang is part of an anti-Federation group. The 7th District must have made a mistake. Han Jiang nodded and asked, Chen Yu, if I assign you to communicate with Fang and convince him to let us join the main storyline. How confident are you? Chen Yu furrowed his brow. Persuading Fang Heng to share the main storyline mission, that would be challenging. I can give it a shot. I'll do my best. Good. I authorize you to proceed. Report back immediately with any updates. Yes, sir. Han Jiang looked at Chen Yu. You can make the call now. Now. Chen Yu was a bit stunned, realizing that everyone was waiting for him to make the call. With a wry smile, he took out his phone. He did have Fang Heng's number, but most of the time, Fang Heng didn't answer his calls. Commander, I'll try, but he might still be in the game and unable to answer. As he said this, Chen Yu dialed Fang Heng's number. After 3 rings, the call connected, and a familiar voice came through. Yo, Chen Yu, long time no see, he answered. Fang Heng actually answered. Initially, Chen Yu had only tried on a whim, but Fang Heng really picked up. Low murmurs broke out among the Federation officials. Silence. Han Jiang gestured for the room to quiet down and turned to Chen Yu. Put him on speaker. Chen Yu's heart pounded. He thought, Fang Heng never answers, so why now? Of all times. Just don't mess this up. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he spoke. Hello. Fang Heng. Hey, Chen Yu. Got some good news for you. I'm back in the 8th district and looking for you. Got time today? Let's grab some BBQ at the prison. My treat. BBQ. Chen Yu's mind flashed back to a recent memory of having BBQ with Fang Heng and others in prison, leaving him momentarily dazed. A nearby soldier nudged him, snapping him back. Sure, barbecue. When any time you want. After all, I have a favor to ask you. Fang Heng chuckled. I remember someone saying they'd have my back as soon as I returned to the 8th district. Right. Hearing this, Chen Yu broke out in a cold sweat, glancing around at the room full of eyes locked on him. This troublemaker wherever he goes. How am I supposed to have your back? Ahem, stop joking, Fang Heng. Let's be serious here. Ha ha ha. Chen Yu, just kidding. I'm not a bad guy. Why are you so timid lately? Fang Heng's voice was lighthearted on the other end of the line. I'm a law-abiding citizen of the Federation. Remember, I was kidnapped recently and cut ties with the 7th district the moment I escaped, then returned to the 8th district, distancing myself completely. Actually, there's something I wanted to consult you about during this BBQ. I heard that the Night Owl group has been causing trouble in the 7th district in my name. You think the Federation would arrest me over something like that? Hearing Fang Heng's words, Chen Yu let out a big sigh of relief, though he didn't believe a word Fang Heng said.
Ow, it might be a bit troublesome, and the specifics will depend on the situation. Fang Heng, you need to trust us. The Federation will not wrongly accuse good people. Okay, let's discuss the details when we meet tonight. Wait. Chen Yu stopped Fang Heng and his gaze swept over everyone in the conference room, speaking seriously. Fang Heng, actually, there's something the Federation wants you to help with. Your tone is quite serious. What is it? I heard that you triggered a main mission in the 8th district last night, and the Federation also wants to join. After saying this, there was silence at the other end of the phone. Chen Yu felt that it was very difficult to bring up this topic. If it were up to them, the Federation would never share the main mission with Fang Heng. Since you brought it up, sure. After all, it's also a good thing to help stabilize the 8th district. I understand. Upon hearing the response coming through the speaker, everyone in the room was surprised at the same time. Agreed. Fang Heng actually agreed. Just a moment ago, various high-level officials in the 8th district were discussing Fang Heng's attitude towards the Federation. Now, hearing his agreement to share the main mission, most of Fang Heng's concerns were dispelled. Excited, everyone in the conference room couldn't help but discuss quietly. Chen Yu was also surprised to hear this, and he felt relieved in his heart. He knew it. After working with Fang Heng for so long, he knew that Fang Heng was a law-abiding citizen who understood right from wrong, willing to cooperate with the Federation, even sharing the main mission. How could someone like that be part of a terrifying organization like the Night Owl? It must have been the 7th district's fault in pushing Fang Heng to oppose the Federation. The more Chen Yu thought about it, the more he felt that the commander of the 7th district, Cao Huai, had problems and was a complete fool. What's the situation on your end? It sounds a bit nosy over there. It's nothing. I happen to be in a video conference. The leader is speaking, and everyone is gaining some insights. Oh, okay. Fang Hang continued. But regarding our cooperation, I have two requests. Go ahead. I will try to negotiate with the leader and meet your demands as much as possible. First, recently, members of the Night Owl organization caused trouble in the 7th district using my name. I feel that you should find a way to prove my innocence, and there are rumors associating me with anti-Federation organizations. I think you should help me prove my innocence. Chen Yu looked at Han Jiang. Han Jiang immediately nodded. No problem. The 8th district will provide you with a certificate to prove that during this period you were involved in confidential main missions in the 8th district, suspected of being kidnapped by the Night Owl organization, and have no connection to the recent series of events in the 7th district. Hey. Thank you. The second point, for this stage of the main mission, we need to collect some mission items. I will provide the coordinates. You help me find them. You can also earn a large amount of main mission contribution points. However, my requirement is that you must hand over the collected items to me, and I will trigger the next stage of the mission. How about that? Chen Yu looked at Han Jiang again. This time, Han Jiang hesitated slightly, but he nodded again. All right, I will find a way to discuss the cooperation with the leader. I don't think there will be a problem. Good. Fang Hang chuckled. Shall we continue the discussion tonight? Don't wait until tonight. I will go report to the leader now, and once there's news, I will notify you immediately. Okay. Waiting for your good news. After hanging up the phone, the entire conference room was filled with lively discussions. Success. The cooperation was achieved. It was unexpectedly quick to have Fang Hang involved in the main mission. Fang Hang's attitude was very cooperative, and the requests he made were not too demanding, much simpler than they had anticipated. All right, everyone. What happened today must be kept confidential. Han Jiang looked around at everyone present and warned, I don't want the Night Owl people to get this information. Chen Yu, you will be responsible for this matter. We will try to meet the requests Fang Hang has made. My requirement is to join the main mission, try to gain main mission contribution points, and participate in the final competition for the ownership of the 8th district's world. Report to me as soon as there is news. Yes. In the villa, Fang Hang also hung up the phone with satisfaction. Mo Jiawei, who was nearby, overheard parts of Fang Hang's conversation and looked puzzled. What's going on? Grade 1, are you crazy? You actually want to ally with the Federation, share the main mission with the enemies. Hey, your perspective is too small, old Mo. There are no eternal enemies, everyone just takes what they need. But that's the Federation. Can't trust them easily. I understand. I have a plan. Fang Hang slightly narrowed his eyes. He had already sensed that something was off when Chen Yu made the phone call. There must be someone around Chen Yu. Fang Hang wasn't sure if the Federation truly wanted to cooperate, or if they would play tricks like the 7th district. Either way, he was fully prepared. In fact, Fang Hang was now waiting for the Federation to play their hand. Let's not worry about that for now. What about the seal? How's the sealing going? I asked my uncle about it, and in his words, the sealing technique is invincible. Just a small trivial sample can be sealed easily. If you want to learn, you can go see him. Do I have to learn it personally? Isn't it like they show in animations? Just put a lid on it like a cooking pot. Mo Jiawei looked clueless. Huh, cooking pot? What movie is that? Fang Hang realized he had misunderstood. Previously, he had assumed that just with the help of real-world props, he could easily seal the sample from the Hela organization. Now, it seemed not that simple. Currently, the Dark Knight Order and the Federation were helping to locate the metal box hidden by the Meteorite company, and Fang Hang was trying to find a way to solve the sealing trouble. All right, where is your uncle? Let's go see him. He's at the gym. I've already called a car. It's waiting at the door. ... 3rd floor of the gym. Every Saturday and Sunday, Wo Jianghe was there teaching sealing classes. On the way to class, the back door of the classroom opened. Mo Jiawei bowed his head and, along with Fang Hang, sat down in a corner. At the lectern was Mo Jianghe, Mo Jiawei's uncle, who bore some resemblance to Mo Jiawei. Fang Hang sat cross-legged, surveying his surroundings. There weren't many students in the room, just over a dozen of them, ranging widely in age. Some were in their early 20s, while others appeared to be nearly 100 years old. Above Mo Jian's lectern hung a majestic calligraphy work with powerful words written on it. The art of sealing. Invincible. I have a brother who constantly boasts about being invincible, saying that there's nothing he can't cut with a single slash. Mo Jiang's lips curved in a mocking smile, continuing, sounds impressive, right? But think about it carefully. What can he achieve even if he cuts something with just one slash? Some things, even if cut into pieces 1,000 times, can still infinitely regenerate. Sealing techniques are different. Beings, ghosts, anomalies, demons, nightmares, objects, spirits, anything tangible or intangible. Will, thoughts, spirit, even life force. Everything and anything can be sealed. We've been learning sealing techniques for several years now, not a short period of time. Today, let's try sealing something more advanced. Fear. Sealing fear has both benefits and drawbacks. There are many benefits, such as shielding us from negative effects when we see terrifying scenes, helping us stay calm at all times, and even immunizing against the mental negativity brought by the fear skill. On the downside, it can make us sluggish, desensitized, and lose some ability to perceive danger when it occurs. Being able to seal and unseal our own fears at will, to control fear, that is the purpose of our learning. As the explanation finished, Mo Jiawei led Fang Heng towards the lectern, while the students began to disperse and carry out practical tasks. Mo Jiawei took out a bottle of wine from his backpack and handed it to Mo Jianghe. Uncle 7, guess what I brought? Mo Jiang's eyes lit up as he swiftly reached out and stashed away the Immortal Drunk. Immortal Drunk, from the main god game. Hehe, I specially brought it to show respect to Uncle 7. Not bad. A bit more thoughtful. Mo Jianghe nodded in satisfaction, then looked at Fang Heng. So, this is your friend. Fang Heng greeted Mo Jianghe with a fist over palm. Hello Uncle 7. I am Fang Heng. Ah, Jiawei told me that you want to learn sealing, right? Good choice. Mo Jianghe praised, pointing at the banner on his head. After mastering it, you will be unrivaled. Fang Heng felt Mo Jianghe might be bragging a bit, but based on what he just said about sealing fear, Fang Heng found it very impressive. Alright, since you want to learn, let me explain carefully. The 3 basic conditions for learning sealing are: first, intuitive value; second, mental power; and third, vitality. Mo Jianghe said, scanning Fang Heng's face. In addition, sealing techniques also require a substantial investment, so if you don't have the money, don't bother learning. How about it? Is it too difficult? Furthermore, talent is also extremely important. Since enrollment began at the gym, only 1 or 2 people a year can truly advance to the beginner stage. You should consider it carefully. Fang Heng nodded. Uncle 7, I have thought it over. I want to learn. It may be expensive and difficult, but once mastered, sealing will make you unmatched. Mo Jianghe pointed towards the seated audience. These people, anyone stepping forward, is a valuable asset in the high-level game, the backbone of the major game guilds. The vice president of the King Guild in the white robes is a dominant figure in the high-level game. The old man monopolizes the entire 3rd region sealing business, and that man in the corner, despite appearing timid, is the Minister of Assassination in the Federation's high-level game, responsible for numerous deaths. Although Fang Heng didn't know them, he was still surprised by what he had heard. Seeing the bigger picture, the strength of the Mo family in the game world was not simply through a base or a game guild, but through infiltrating various corners of the game in a different way. With just a few words, even Mo Jiawei felt a surge of excitement, as if he took goods or after learning. Mo Jiawei swallowed, then asked, Uncle 7, do you think it's still possible for me to learn sealing now? Not for you. You lack the persistence. It would be a waste even if I give it to you. Please, I can do it. I'll bring you more wine tomorrow. That'll do. Mo Jianghe chuckled and agree. With that, he produced 2 palm-sized pieces of paper, handing them to Fang Heng and Mo Jiawei. Here, take these. Fang Heng reached out. Upon touching the paper, a game prompt materialized on his retina. Prompt: player obtains special item, Spirit of Sealing. Item: Spirit of Sealing. Description: after binding, you can learn basic sealing techniques. Prompt: player's basic value of intuition exceeds 10 points. Basic willpower exceeds 10 points. Meeting the requirements, you can proceed to learn the skill. Basic sealing skill. Prompt: player needs to consume 100 main god points for learning. Will you proceed? It requires main god points. After a moment of consideration, Fang Heng selected yes. The paper melted in his hand, seeping into his skin and gradually flowing into the back of his hand. Mo Jianghe noticed the change in the paper and squinted curiously. On the other hand, Mo Jiawei's paper burned to ashes in his hand. Similarly, both of them fell into a trance, flames reflecting in their pupils. Mo Jianghe could clearly see that the color of the flames in their eyes represented their innate fire. This fire, to some extent, also indicated their talent in sealing. From the colors, Mo Jiawei had an ordinary talent, while Fang Heng's talent was extremely weak. This meant that neither of them would likely have a long-term future in sealing techniques. After a brief moment, Fang Heng was the first to regain consciousness. It felt as though a long time had passed, with intricate memories imprinted deep in his mind, easily accessible with just a thought. Simultaneously, game prompts began floating in his vision. Prompt: player acquires skill. Basic sealing technique. Prompt: your sealing skill initial talent strength 23.1. Prompt: you are not suitable for cultivating sealing techniques. It is recommended to choose another skill for cultivation. Skill: basic sealing. Skill description: this skill can be upgraded to a maximum level of 10. After reaching level 10, you can attempt advanced skills. Skill description: seal items into specially crafted cards. The probability of sealing, success rate, and duration are related to the player's skill level, current status, and base attributes. Fang Heng reviewed the game prompts, merging the influx of information in his mind. So, this was sealing technique. From the perspective of sealing technique, anything could be sealed. In that case, Fang Heng realized something was amiss. According to sealing theory, even his zombie duplicate could be sealed. Normal sealing was one thing, but with a special seal, such as permanently sealing the zombie in a card. For him, this meant the zombie duplicate would be in a sealed state, not a dead state, implying it couldn't be revived. The solution was to make the zombie stronger. The stronger the creature, the harder the sealing. Fang Heng found himself faced with a challenging problem. Fortunately, at this stage, he probably wouldn't encounter a sealing master in the lower-level game. The students in the next room 2325 are all new students who have just started within 10 years. Go there and learn together. Teacher Chen will instruct you on what to do. All right. Thank you, teacher. Fang Heng nodded and left the room with Mo Jiawei, who had just regained consciousness. Watching Fang Heng and two people leave, Mo Jianghe took a sip of wine. Sealing techniques, difficult to enter, even harder to master. Besides exceptional talent, it also requires persistent practice. Once talent becomes mediocre, achievement is destined to be limited. In the face of talent, those who can truly make up for lack of skill are hard to come by among a million people. People with short-lived enthusiasm. He had seen plenty of them, especially that kid, Mo Jiawei. Next door, room 2235. There were more than 30 players scattered around the room. These players were considerably younger. Fang Heng still felt a sense of trepidation while observing. Each of these people had spent at least 100 main god points to learn sealing techniques. It seemed that in the advanced gaming world, acquiring main god points was not as difficult as imagined. Mo Jiawei exchanged a few words with Teacher Cheng, and then returned to Fang Heng with 2 wooden cups and some spellcasting materials. The most basic sealing techniques were relatively simple. By using specially prepared spellcasting ink, one could inscribe simple seal runes on paper. After the completion of rune inscription, it would be effective within a few minutes, requiring the sealer to use the runes to seal objects. Mo Jiawei curiously looked around, noticing a student sitting dazed on a cushion. He patted him on the shoulder. "Bro, how long have you been here?" The student glanced at Mo Jiawei and sighed. "For over 3 years." "That long?" Mo Jiawei was somewhat surprised. "What's surprising about that? 3 years is nothing here. Most people here have been practicing for over 5 years. Oh." Mo Jiawei casually replied, "I'm new here. How do I learn?" "It's simple. After mastering basic sealing techniques, you can seal this bottle into a card. Each successful sealing would increase a bit of sealing technique experience. Once you level up the sealing skill to level 10, you're considered accomplished." "Is it difficult?" The student assessed Mo Jiawei and chuckled. "It depends on the person." I don't quite understand. Can you explain?" The student sighed. "Simply put, it's related to talent. The stronger the talent, the higher the success rate in sealing. The more experience you get after a successful seal, the gap in talent is significant." "What's your talent rating?" 55 points, average. With that, you'll have to spend around 20 or 30 years to even reach the entry level." "How? Really? Mo Jiawei rolled up his sleeves, rubbed his hands, and said defiantly, "Let me try." The most basic seal. Even the runes were especially simple. Mo Jiawei pricked his finger, dipped it lightly in the special spellcasting ink in the bowl, made a stroke, and inscribed a clear seal rune on the paper. Snap! The rune paper was attached to the bottle. A faint glow passed through, making the bottle disappear, and an image of a cup appeared on the card. Ha ha! It worked! Wow! It worked just like that. The student was also amazed, looking at Mo Jiawei with a strange expression. His luck was just too good. With a talent rating of 55, theoretically, the success rate would be around 1%. Yet he succeeded on the first try. Tough. Mo Jiawei had just picked up the sealed paper when it burst open. The wooden cup that dropped from midair was caught by the student. Seems like you have good luck. Take it slow. Sealing techniques, unlike other things, require patience, especially for higher levels. Mo Jiawei looked crestfallen and turned to Fang Heng. "I'll give it a try." Mimicking Mo Jiawei's actions, Fang Heng pricked his finger, quickly dipped it in the ink, and swiftly wrote a rune on the cup. Snap! The cup remained in place. A prompt quickly flashed in his retina. Prompt: Judgment failed. Player seal incomplete. TCH, failure. From the knowledge infused into his mind regarding sealing techniques, using one's blood could slightly increase the completion probability. Yet, seemingly insignificant. Each creation required a balance of mental and physical stamina and even involved a bit of blood loss. Fang Heng pondered. With this, there was room for improvement. He thought of the zombie clones in the game world. Limited talent. No problem. Let's compensate with diligence. Thinking this, Fang Heng patted Mo Jiawei on the shoulder. "Mo, don't waste time. Let's head back to the game. There's a lot to do." With that, Fang Heng put down the wooden cup on hand and made his way towards Teacher Cheng on the stage. "Teacher Cheng, hello. Can I take some sealing paper and spellcasting materials back to practice?" Glancing at the young master from By Heavy Industries behind Fang Heng, Teacher Cheng nodded. "Sure. Regular paper would do, but the spellcasting materials of a limited shelf life and should be used soon. How much do you need? Let me note it down." Fang Heng thought for a moment, exchanged a glance with Mo Jiawei, and replied, "Let's start with 5 tons. Teacher Cheng was taken aback. "What did you just say? District 8. Late at night. The ground was littered with coal chunks. Fang Heng initially used a glass cup. However, he soon realized that glass cups broke too easily, causing the storage room to be filled with the sound of shattering glass. So he switched to coal rocks. Prompt: Your zombie clone failed to seal the coal rock. Prompt: Your zombie clone failed to seal the coal rock. After waiting for a full 8 minutes and applying 7 rounds of seals by 20 zombie clones, a prompt finally appeared in front of Fang Heng. Prompt: Your zombie clone has completed the sealing of the coal rock. You gain 0.01 basic sealing technique skill experience. Only 0.01 skill experience added. Isn't this too meager? Muttering to himself, another string of game prompts refreshed. Prompt: Player successfully completes sealing technique for the first time. Prompt: Player skill. Mysterious ritual activates new special ability. Ha! Fang Heng let out a soft exclamation, extending his hand and examining the mark on his back. He then opened the skill description. Skill: Mysterious ritual. Level: Stage 1. Skill description 1. Mastering this skill allows you to synchronize basic attribute abilities into the player world. Current synchronization rate: 100%. Skill description 2. You can directly enter the game through the ritual mark. Skill description 3. Skill: Low power energy storage. Special ability 1. Outside the game, you will receive an additional 10% full attribute enhancement. Special ability 2. You will not be affected by distortions in Blood Vampires endgame world. You will gain an additional 10% full attribute enhancement in the Blood Vampires endgame. Special ability 3. You will not be affected by distortions in the Zombie endgame world. You will gain an additional 10% full attribute enhancement in the Zombie endgame. Special ability 4. You will not be affected by distortions in the Nightmare Hell endgame world. You will gain an additional 10% full attribute enhancement in the Nightmare Hell endgame, and your sealing talent can receive an extremely minor boost. Fang Heng was startled. Special ability 4 was a new addition. It hadn't existed before. Was it triggered after completing the seal? Slightly different from the previous skills, Skill 4 also had a talent increase. While contemplating, another game prompt appeared in front of Fang Heng's retina. Prompt: you have completed the sealing technique. Through the skill Mysterious Ritual, your sealing technique talent is increased by 0.001. Talent level enhanced. Fang Heng was greatly surprised. What a piece of great news! Unlike other skills in the game, due to his weak initial talent strength, the success rate of sealing the wooden cup is only about 0.6% now, and the sealing skill only increases by 0.001 skill experience points after each success. No wonder those students in the gym spent more than 10 years struggling to complete it. Fang Heng was unclear about what other ways in the high-level game world could enhance the efficiency of skill upgrades. Fortunately, he could leave it running. Plus, the Mysterious Ceremony can enhance the talent effect, although it only increases by 0.01 each time. As long as he has enough time to develop, he can level up even with junk talents. Fang Heng was excited. At this stage, the zombie avatars in District 8 are bearing a heavy workload, such as smelting various ores, making tools and grinding tools, planting and harvesting, etc. Now is a critical time to race against time to complete the main mission. Stop production altogether. Fang Heng immediately gave the order to the zombie avatars to stop production and gather in the basement. Seal the skill. With this, the space in the basement was not enough. Expansion is needed. Fang Heng thought and opened the shelter interface to observe. During this time, Fang Heng was engaged in fierce battles in District 7 and with the Federal, leaving the development of District 8 prison in the hands of Mo Jiawei and Liao Bufan. Fang Heng carefully checked and realized that the prison shelter had long met the upgrade conditions for the 4th stage. Recalling that Liao Bufan had discussed the issue of expanding the prison with him not long ago, but at that time he was too busy fighting in District 7 and with the Federal to pay attention, so he temporarily put it off. What are we waiting for? Expand. Fill up. Full. Fang Heng opened the custom building interface and started planning the expansion of the prison. Hint: refer to player blueprints. The current expansion of the shelter requires 60.11 W wooden planks, 20.71 W wooden frames, 7.47 W nails, 23.78 W refined iron ore, 20.55 W stones, 29.01 W firewood. Hint: you have completed the 4th shelter expansion. With the comprehensive judgment, your shelter level has been raised to LV 178. Hint: your shelter can now accommodate up to 420 players, and if the number exceeds the capacity, your shelter is more likely to be attacked by zombies at night. Hint: the durability of your shelter has been increased by an additional 800%. Hint: your survival radio has been upgraded again, increasing the attraction of your shelter to external survivors. Success. After completing the 4th expansion of the building, there was no visible difference in appearance, except that the wooden door frames were replaced with refined iron, and a layer of hardwood was laid on the floor. In fact, the overall defense capability of the entire prison was greatly increased, and the interior space increased by a full 1/3. Fang Heng left the room, walked along the basement corridor, pushed open the door, and entered the newly opened temporary workspace. A room the size of a football field. Enough. Everything is ready. Start. Seal. Fang Heng rubbed his hands, directed the crowded zombie avatars on the prison square to enter the workspace. Next up was to place the materials needed for practicing the seal. Hint: you have discovered an unknown sample. The unknown sample was discovered for the first time, and you have obtained 2,000 main quest contribution points. Mission name: Unknown Sample Body. Mission description: you have discovered an unknown sample body. Mission requirements: with the unknown sample body, you can research through the shelter research projects to obtain more relevant information. Unknown organization sample. With the game hint, Han Jian, the commander of District 8, looked at the sample organization inside the iron box, thoughtful. After reaching a preliminary agreement with Fang Heng, the Federal obtained a vague coordinate point from Fang Heng. Following a meticulous search, the Federal found a peculiar box in the abandoned research institute at the coordinate point. The box was escorted back to the shelter and opened by Han Jiang, triggering the mission. The head of the District 8 Intelligence Department stared at the human tissue sample inside the box and said, preliminarily judged that the sample may be related to the Scavenger Legion line. in the late game. We will immediately mobilize all researchers above rank B from the shelters in District 8 to focus on the analysis and research of the unknown sample project. Yes, among the group of people following behind Han Jiang, Chen Yuxin felt strange. He asked, "Commander, are we conducting the analysis research now? Aren't we supposed to return the sample to Fang Heng?" Han Jiang glanced at Chen Yuxin, ignoring his question, and continued, "Act quickly. We need to complete the sample research as soon as possible and find a way to trigger the next mission." Understanding, Chen Yuxin felt even more uneasy, wondering, "Commander." Han Jiang turned around, looked at Chen Yuxin, and asked, "Chen Yuxin, what do you want to say?" Chen Yuxin took a deep breath and said, "Commander, aren't we supposed to return the item to the Dark Knights? We agreed with Fang Heng that we would immediately return the box to them after obtaining it." Chen Yuxin, think it over. Fang Heng is our potential competitor. Han Jiang continued, "We have triggered the main mission, and it is highly likely that the sample in our hands is a key item to trigger the main mission. Do you think we should return it to Fang Heng? But we made an agreement." Agreement? Indeed, we have an agreement, but we did not specify when to return the box to him. Han Jiang shook his head and withdrew his gaze from Chen Yuxin. The unknown sample is highly likely related to the subsequent main missions. Do you want to see the main mission fall into the hands of ordinary players? What if one day Fang Heng is controlled? Fang Heng's performance in District 7 does not reassure me. It is most reassuring to control the future in our own hands. We need to actively research the unknown sample and trigger the next mission as soon as possible. Chen Yuxin looked at Han Jiang. He felt he had been deceived. Regardless of Han Jiang's explanations, they had betrayed their agreement. This was a fact. Chen Yuxin believed that Han Jiang had planned to break with Fang Heng from the beginning. Han Jiang was using his relationship with Fang Heng to deceive him of the main quest item from Fang Heng's hands. Besides anger from being deceived, Chen Yuxin was now more worried. If they provoke Fang Heng, the events of District 7 may replay in District 8. "Commander, Fang Heng." No need to say more. Han Jiang's mouth curled in disdain. "We have obtained the unknown samples, triggered the main mission. Even if Fang Heng completely cuts ties with us, refuses to tell us the follow-up mainline, we have already entered the game. Chen Yu, don't be naive. Fang Heng has also received a large amount of supplies from us. This is a cooperation. He's not at a loss." Han Jiang's tone softened. "I also don't want to fall out with Fang Heng. Fang Heng is not our enemy. The Night Owl organization is. You and Fang Heng are old friends. Go persuade him. Communicate calmly with him. Let him tell us the remaining locations of the few unknown samples. As an exchange, we are willing to pay a bit more price." Chen Yu clenched his fists tightly, closed his eyes, and shook his head. "I refuse. It seems you have made a wrong choice." Han Jiang took a deep breath and said, "From now on, Chen Yu will undergo isolation review. Go back and think about it. Even without you, we still have people who can communicate with Fang Heng." 2 hours later, Lucia and Mo Jiawei arrived together at the entrance of the newly built underground workshop. "Is Fang Heng inside?" "Should be." Mo Jiawei approached with a try-it-out attitude. After all, he had just received the news of the completion of the prison expansion and saw several new workshops in the prison shelter. He searched around and couldn't find Fang Heng, figuring that Fang Heng should be in these 2 new rooms. Lucia knocked on the door of the underground workshop. "Fang Heng, are you in?" "It's me. Lucia, we are ready to go." "Okay, please come in." Lucia pushed the door open. Upon seeing the scene inside the room, Lucia stood still at the doorway, momentarily stunned. She felt as if she had entered a supersized factory. Zombies were orderly queuing up in the room as big as a soccer field, sitting cross-legged in rows on the floor. In front of each zombie was a small bowl, a wooden cup, and a stack of paper. Strangely, the zombies were constantly drawing on the paper and then repeatedly sticking the paper onto the wooden cup. What were they doing? Following Lucia into the room, Mo Jiawei also stood still, unable to help blurting out 2 words. "Mass production ceiling." He could not understand what Fang Heng was up to. What was the significance of such mass production? "You've arrived." Fang Heng, who had just arranged 90% of the assembly line production, wiped the sweat from his forehead and rushed over from the hall. The assembly line work significantly increased the efficiency of skill and talent values for sealing. The game prompt in the lower right corner of Fang Heng's retina was continuously refreshing. Tipped. Your zombie clone seal failed. Tipped. Your zombie clone seal failed. Despite the low success rate, after thousands or even millions of attempts, the basic seal technique experience and talent values were steadily increasing. With the improvement of skill levels and talent values, the success rate of the zombie clone sealing was gradually increasing from 0.6% to 0.9%, boosting efficiency once again, forming a positive cycle. This feeling of accelerating strength was simply exhilarating. What's up? Do you need something from me? Lucia averted her gaze from the zombies and looked at Fang Hen, nodding. Fang Hen, the next target point marked by Tangbai is ready. We can depart at any time to find samples of the Hela organization. Okay, get ready. We'll leave in half an hour. Last time, in the 7th area, Fang Heng obtained 2 samples of the Hela organization. After 2 new fused tyrants were completed, Fang Heng immediately let them commit suicide in place, waiting for the rebirth in the 8th area. After half a day, coupled with 2 newly born proliferants, Fang Heng currently had 4 fused tyrants in the 8th area as his combat force. 4 of them were enough to complete the mission of finding samples of the Hela organization. Fang Heng, Mo Jiawei shook his head, no longer pondering about the zombies, and said to Fang Heng, "Federal agents have arrived. They have brought the goods and want to talk to you in person." Huh, isn't it Chen Yu, not? Fang Heng checked the time. Let's go see together. Mr. Fang Hen, I am Din Mengchao, representing the Federal Zone 8 for the handover with you. Our first batch of goods has arrived at the prison. Quite efficient. What about Chen Yu? We encountered a bit of trouble. Captain Cheng is currently dealing with it urgently. In order not to delay, our superiors assigned me to proceed with the handover with you. Fang Heng's heart skipped a beat, sensing something amiss. The Federal Zone 8. They have taken action. Fang Heng remained composed and still had a smile on his face. Understood. How is Chen Yu doing? No big problem. He might be busy for a while. Please send my regards to him. How are the boxes at the last coordinate point? Have you found them? Yes. We are still in the search process. We were wondering if you could provide us with more locations so that we can deploy in advance. What do you think? Oh, I see. You need to hurry. Fang Heng chuckled inwardly, maintaining his composure on the surface, saying, I will provide you with 2 more coordinate points. Let's complete this stage of the mission ahead of the Night Owl organization. Okay. We'll do our best. Din Mengchao glanced at Mo Jiawei next to Fang Heng and suggested, Fang Hen, how about staying here during this time, so we can communicate immediately if the federal side has any news? Can that work for you? That's great. Couldn't ask for more. I'll have someone take you to the room to rest. Thank you. Watching the NPC lead Din Mengchao away, Fang Heng turned to Tang Bai, who was standing next to him. He's lying. The target point of the Hela organization has already been moved. Tang Bai pointed to a spot on the map. It's now at this location. Damn. I knew I couldn't trust those federal guys. Mo Jiawei exploded upon hearing Fang Heng's words, slamming the table in anger, cursing. Fang Heng, what do we do now? Should we turn against them? No need to rush into confrontation with them. Give them to more remote coordinate points. Let them continue helping to find the samples. Fang Heng shrugged. The federal bunch thought they could compete for the ownership of the main mission. Originally, among the remaining 11 locations of the Hela Cell organization, some were in remote areas without even a teleportation array nearby. The collection difficulty was not particularly high, but it was incredibly time-consuming. Fang Heng had planned to have the federal people helped in the search, cooperatively. Now, since the federal side was more greedy and wanted to seize the Hela organization samples, let them satisfy their craving. Let them gather a bit more. Then, when the time comes, they would swoop in and snatch them directly from their hands. If not for the special reward for completing the 3S level hidden ending, Fang Heng would have wanted to hand them over to the Federal Zone 8 to complete the mission directly by outsourcing. Give them the coordinate points. What if they ... Mo Jiawei rambled on without coming up with a conclusion. What if, right? On second thought, Mo Jiawei suddenly understood. Even if the Federation got a part of the Hela organization, what could they do? Create to fuse tyrants? Fang Heng's contribution points were far ahead of the other players. Should they obtain samples of the Hela organization, it would take them 10 days to half a month to understand what the samples were. In fact, the Federal's maneuverings posed no threat to them at all. Fang Heng already had a plan. The Federation had no idea, but with Tang Bai around, Fang Heng was equivalent to having a global positioning radar. He had the exact coordinates of the Hela sample organization. When the Federation almost finished collecting samples of the Hela organization from remote areas, they would go in for a raid and get all the samples. In addition, if he guessed correctly, the Federation would probably think this was a significant operation. In order to obtain the main mission, they would likely mobilize various senior researchers to conduct research and analysis on the Hela organization samples. At that time, they might even find a way to lure away the Federation's high-ranking research NPCs. The plan was set. The only remaining issue now was the seal. Fang Heng thought for a moment, glanced at the mission log, and realized he had been AFK grinding with nearly 1,000 zombie avatars for over half an hour, successfully increasing his basic sealing technique to level 2. Grinding for experience was still enjoyable. It would probably take some time to max out the level, so during this period, he couldn't afford to be idle. He needed to find a way to expedite the efficiency of collecting Hela samples. Fang Heng gestured to Mo Jiawei. Old Mo, go communicate with the people from the Federation. Try to swindle some resources from them, especially researchers, which is what we lack now. No problem. Fang Heng opened the game lock, controlled for fused tyrant bodies to gather in the prison lobby, then turned to Lucio. Lucio, let's go. Let's search for a Hela organization sample. Okay. The 8th District. Fang Heng went to the 8th District. The next day during the daytime, Cao Huai received the news. His first instinct was that something was wrong with this situation. Cao Huai immediately called the internal line of the intelligence department, Si Chang'e. What are the Scavenger Legion's recent movements? The previous ultra-large-scale zombie tide is still raging, and the Scavenger Legion has been greatly affected. They are still in a defensive state, and have hardly shown themselves externally in the past few days. What about the informants placed within the Scavenger Legion? Do they have any feedback? They were deliberately misled and cannot provide any useful information. Cao Huai felt a sense of unease. There was definitely a problem. Fang Heng going to the 8th District was likely a false message intentionally created by him. Combining the calmness of the Scavenger Legion in the past few days, Cao Huai was sure that Fang Heng was planning something big in secret. Was spreading the false message meant to relax vigilance in the 7th District? Cao Huai couldn't be sure what Fang Heng was up to, but he couldn't shake off the growing sense of panic. Understood. Report any developments immediately, Cao Huai said before hanging up the phone, and looked at the soldier who entered his office. The soldier's face twisted and then returned to a familiar expression. Ji Kaiyubei. Cao Huai turned his head, scanning the room behind Ji Kaiyubei. I've said that if it's not necessary, we shouldn't meet. Ji Kaiyubei closed the room door and revealed a gentle smile on his face. Major Cao is cautious and meticulous. Admirable. Cao Huai snorted. What is Fang Heng up to? Why create these smoke bombs and say he's heading to the 8th District? Heh. Ji Kaiyubei laughed. It's not smoke bombs. Fang Heng is actually in the 8th District. That's impossible. Based on what I know about Fang Heng, he has no reason to abandon the 7th District. Well, it seems you don't know Fang Heng well enough. What do you mean? I have personally confirmed that Fang Heng is indeed in the 8th District. You are also in the 8th District. Rest assured, this time I'll handle Fang Heng. Our night owls have control over the 8th District beyond your imagination. Cao Huai's pupils shrank as he pieced things together, focusing on Ji Kaiyubei. Are you saying? Shh. Ji Kaiyubei made a hushing gesture. At this point, I suggest you don't think too much and focus on cooperating with us. This time Fang Heng has helped me a great deal. In any case, I will take the 5th and 8th districts, while the 7th district will be yours. Cao Huai took a deep breath. How did he get to the 8th district? Not sure. In theory, we have already cut off the mission line to the 8th district in advance. The 8th district cannot establish a level 3 transmission channel, and it is currently in new server protection zone. Other districts cannot enter the 8th district forcibly through spacetime cracks. Ji Kaiyubei also couldn't understand this. With an extremely rare S-level spatial transmission town plus a level 10 S-tier talent upgrade, it's possible to achieve this kind of ability. However, I tend to believe it may be some kind of high-grade item. These types of items usually have limited uses. Ji Kaiyubei didn't want to waste time thinking about this issue. Anyway, I'll handle Fang Heng's situation. It's confirmed that Fang Heng is not in the 8th district right now. This is the best opportunity for us to deal with the Scavenger Legion. Don't waste this chance. Understood. Cao Huai nodded. GQ Mei continued to ask, how much longer do you need to prepare? 3 to 4 days. Activating the stabilizer requires a lot of energy, and the energy reserves in the 7th district are not sufficient. The consumption has been immense in the past, but we are making preparations. Good. After 4 days, it will be the downfall of the Scavenger Legion. After the success, the 7th district will be yours. Asterisk asterisk, please note that this is a fictional text and might not be coherent as it is a translation. Asterisk asterisk, the whole nation's game. Compared to handing and sealing wooden cups starting from the zombie doomsday, the success rate of sealing living things has once again decreased. Fang Heng patiently waited for 10 minutes before the prompt of successful sealing appeared on his retina. Prompt: your zombie duplicate completed the sealing of coal mine stone. You gained basic sealing art skill experience 0.001. Through the skill mystical ritual, your sealing art talent increased by 0.001. Success. Fang Heng immediately took the paper in his hand to observe. Item: sealed card. Ladybug. Explanation: this piece of paper is sealed with a ladybug, a common piece of paper with exquisite patterns drawn on it. At the center of the card, a ladybug can be seen. Despite the success rate of sealing being only about 0.8%, as long as the sealing scale is increased, assembly line production, and so on. In the midst of Zhou, Fang Heng suddenly thought of something. His heart started to beat faster. It seems possible, Fang Heng murmured to himself, trying to put the card with the sealed ladybug into the player's backpack. Success. It really works. Before Fang Heng's excitement subsided, another prompt flashed in the game log. Prompt: the seal in your backpack has failed. Fang Heng frowned, opened the backpack, and saw a dead ladybug inside. Looking at the dead ladybug in the backpack, Fang Heng stroked his chin, muttering, sealing. Fang Heng became even more certain of his earlier speculation. First of all, at the current stage, sealing can be used on living things. Secondly, after sealing living beings into the cards can be placed in the backpack. It might even be possible to stack them. By deducing from the 2 points above, that means, Fang Heng shifted his gaze to the zombie duplicate nearby. Suppose he seals a large number of zombie duplicates and throws them into the backpack. In the ideal state, he could carry a large number of zombie groups with him, no longer needing to make zombie duplicates commit mass suicides to achieve long-distance transport. Let's try it. Fang Heng beckoned a licking eater to enter the basement workshop. 17 or 18 zombie duplicates immediately surrounded and pasted the seal on the licking eater's body. The larger-sized, higher-strength life forms have a lower success rate of sealing. After a moment, the licking eater's body was covered with small cards, which even looked somewhat comical at first glance. After nearly 1,000 attempts, a game prompt appeared. Prompt: your zombie has completed the sealing of the licking eater. You gained success. Fang Heng didn't even finish reading the game prompt. He directly took the card obtained from sealing and observed it in his hand. Licking Eater Seal Card. Exquisite. Prompt: you obtained the sealed card. Zombie Duplicate Licking Eater Morphoform. The card emitted a faint light in Fang Heng's hand, then disappeared instantly and was placed in the backpack. It really worked. No need to carry too many seal cards on him. As long as he can carry a few fused Tyrant Body Duplicate seal cards with him for survival. With them carried, his strength will definitely see a significant increase by then. Fang Heng was secretly excited, a line of game prompts appearing on his retina again. Prompt: your seal has failed. Your zombie duplicate licking eater has died. Damn it. Seeing the prompt, Fang Heng cursed in his heart again. After the seal fails, the licking eater in the backpack will also die, leaving no corpse behind. Despite this, Fang Heng felt no despair at all. He was full of fighting spirit now. Fang Heng was very clear that he only had a basic sealing art at LV. Fight. Just need to spend some time diligently, wait for the skill level to reach LV 10. Upgrade the basic sealing art to intermediate sealing art, then he can learn the skill to remove seals quickly and significantly extend the sealing time. Even after that, with the continuous upgrading of the sealing art skill, upgrading it to advanced sealing art, even permanent sealing is possible. By then, carrying hundreds of fused Tyrant Body duplicates on his body, wherever he goes, he'll beat them. Fang Heng really wants to shout now, sealing art, invincible. Taking a deep breath, Fang Heng adjusted his mindset. Still about a day and a half away from collecting all the samples of the Hela organization, The most important thing is to quickly upgrade the basic sealing art level. Upgrade the sealing art to intermediate, master the method of permanent sealing, and permanently seal the samples of the Hela organization. If everything goes smoothly, tonight nearly 1,000 zombie duplicates will hang up all night. By tomorrow morning, they can upgrade the basic seal art to level 10, then go to Uncle Moki for advanced intermediate sealing art. Plan is a go. Thinking about it, Fang opened the survival radio and quickly sent a message to Mo Jawe. Old Mo, get me some small insects like ladybugs, obedient ones, can't fly around randomly, high demand. Very urgent, very crucial. In a hurry, let the zombies roughly tidy up the room. Fang began to arrange and renovate the production assembly line for the next stage. Compared to the previous sealing wooden cup production line, sealing living organisms this time is much more troublesome. Considering that the insects used for sealing are relatively few at the current stage, it is more efficient for several zombies to seal a single insect together. Also considering the situation where the insects might accidentally be killed. Fang mumbled to himself, thinking about the layout of the assembly line, and poured a large sip of coffee into his mouth. Tonight, he was destined to work hard again. Prison Asylum, Mo Jawe had just finished a battle of wits with Federal Crossing Mencha and settled on the next batch of resources to be sent to the asylum. He also got 3 level researchers from the Federal and hadn't had the chance to share the good news with Fang when he suddenly saw Fang's urgent message. After seeing the content of the urgent message, Mo Jawe was stunned for a while. Ladybugs? What does the big shot need those for? Having played games for so long, he had never seen someone acquiring ladybugs. There isn't anyone currently selling them either. Mo Jawe scratched his head. Since there are none readily available, he would have to find someone to catch them personally. There are quite a few small insects near the plains near the prison. Thinking about it, Mo Jawe immediately called on the players in the asylum, NPC survivors, mercenaries, and members of the Dark Night Guard to gather urgently and distributed missions to go out and catch insects. The NPCs were easy to deal with, as most of them began to execute orders upon receiving them. But when the players heard the mission, they were all puzzled. Catch insects? What's the asylum trying to do now? Although confused, the price offered by the asylum was really high. 300 survival points for catching a single insect, or could stay free in the asylum for a week. The players were overjoyed and started to take action, holding flashlights and heading outside the prison to catch insects. The news of the asylum's high purchasing of ladybugs spread rapidly. Apart from the player mercenary group, many players temporarily staying in the asylum voluntarily joined the search for insects. National game. Starting from the Zombie Doomsday, hang up chapter for 197. Genius level Din Mengchao temporarily stay in the prison. Apart from communicating with the prison authorities, he also took on the special task of investigating the prison's movements. Noticing the sudden chaos in the prison late at night, Din Mengchao immediately became alert. He walked out of the room and stopped a player in the corridor. Brother, find out. It's so nosy outside. What are you guys preparing to do? Catch cockroaches? No time to chat with you. Go search online and you'll know. Hurry up and leave. Don't block me from making money. The player glared fiercely at Din Mengchao and quickly left. Din Mengchao frowned, returned to the room to go offline, and opened the 8th District Player Forum. Brothers, bring a sack and come with me. Dehigh Heavy Industries Prison is buying cockroaches. 300 points for 1 for survival points. Only 100,000 are required. Stop when full. Seeing the hot topic at the top of the East District Forum, Din Mengchao was instantly surprised. Cockroaches? What kind of game is the prison playing now? Isn't it time to focus on the main mission with knives out? Why are they starting to buy cockroaches? Din Mengchao sensed something was wrong and squinted his eyes in contemplation. Fang would never do meaningless things, let alone invest a large amount of money. Could it be that cockroaches are related to the next stage of the main mission? It must be. Din Mengchao couldn't sit still. Fang is likely playing a big game in the next move. This situation must be reported to the higher-ups immediately. Barely waking up from bed, Fang rubbed his eyes and looked at the setting sun outside the window. Oh no. Overslept? Fang suddenly woke up, got out of bed, and stood up. Last night, Fang spent the whole night setting up the second stage live seal assembly line, and by the next morning, all the cockroaches acquired from outside were in place, and the assembly line finally entered automatic mode. He had only planned to log off and take a nap but ended up sleeping until noon. Checking his phone quickly, Fang Heng looked at the time. There were 20 hours left until the announcement of the 8th District main contribution leaderboard. Time to buckle down. Fang Heng quickly put on his clothes, got out of bed, and entered the game warehouse. As soon as he logged in, a flurry of game prompts refreshed. Prompt: during your offline period, your zombie avatar has sealed cockroach asterisk for 128,284. The current seal level has reached the current level cap LV10. You can find ways to increase your seal level for higher level advancements. Prompt: through the skill Mysterious Ritual, your seal talent has increased by 0.001. Your current seal talent strength, 545.287. You are a genius in mastering seal techniques. Done. Leveled up to 10. But it seems that the talent strength can still be increased. Never mind. Let's first find a way to level up the seal technique. Since the assembly line is running perfectly, Fang Heng decided to let it operate to brush the talent points and went offline where he stood. Logging out of the game, Fang Heng hailed a taxi to the sports center. In less than half an hour, Fang Heng was back at the sports center. In a hurry, he was just about to run to the 3rd floor to find Mo Jianhe when he ran into Cheng Jingwo, who was coming down the stairs. Professor Cheng, Fang Heng greeted. Cheng Jingwo knew Fang Heng and remembered him well. The tough guy who asked for 5 tons of materials from him yesterday. It was because of the Mo family's young master. In the end, Cheng Jingwo directly gave Fang Heng the recipe, letting him collect the materials himself at home. Cheng Jingwo adjusted his glasses and looked calm. He nodded. Fang Heng, in such a hurry. Cultivating seal techniques must not be rushed. Did you encounter any problems in cultivation? Well, a little issue. Is Mr. Mo around? At this time, he should be eating at the restaurant on the next street. He is used to that restaurant, and to date he has a class in the evening, usually returning around 6 o'clock. Mr. Mo doesn't like being disturbed while eating. Chen Jingwo glanced at his phone's time. You can go grab a meal first. If you are here to ask about seal techniques, I should be able to help you. Thank you, Professor Cheng. Fang Heng nodded in thanks. Professor Chen, do you know how to upgrade to the next level of basic seal techniques? Upgrading basic seal techniques. Cheng Jingwo furrowed his brow slightly, feeling a hint of displeasure. He appraised Fang Heng, intending to advise the young man not to aim too high, but he restrained himself. He had been young too. One should be able to listen to advice. Cheng Jingwo nodded. The advancement of seal techniques is more troublesome than initial learning. First, you need to raise the basic seal technique level to the max level. After that, you can come to Mr. Mo or me. I'm already maxed out. Cheng Jingwo was surprised. He suddenly realized, right? Fang Heng is the young master of the Mo family. He might have learned seal techniques in the game even before, probably just a step away from upgrading. Although the items to increase seal technique skill experience in small quantities in the game are rare and expensive, they do exist. Alright, follow me. The basic upgrade will cost 500 main deity points, not what we ask, but what the game requires. Prepare it in advance. Chen Jingwo explained to Fang Heng. We will help you trigger the next stage of the game's mission chain. Completing it will raise your seal technique level to intermediate. Don't worry, the mission difficulty is not high. Our people from the North River Heavy Industries will help you in the game. Okay. Thank you. Fang Heng felt a bit troubled. Do I have to do a mission? Calculating it. Time might be tight. Cheng Jingwo led Fang Heng towards the office. By the way, we need to register. Which game are you playing? In which district? The game chain missions vary in each district. Zombie Doomsday, 8th District. Zombies ... Cheng Jingwo began, then suddenly stopped in his tracks. He stood in place, turned around, and looked at Fang Heng. Fang Heng, puzzled by the gaze, asked, Professor Cheng? What's wrong? Are you kidding me? Zombie Doomsday. Isn't that a beginner's game? If Fang Heng wasn't a friend of their North River Heavy Industries young master, Cheng Jingwo would have wanted to kick Fang Heng out right then. Cultivating high-level sealing techniques in a beginner's game will incur significant penalties from the game, reducing the success rate of the seal technique. Fang Heng managed to level his seal technique to level 10 in Zombie Doomsday. Is he a top genius in mastering seal techniques, or a novice who stubbornly trained in seal techniques for a dozen or 20 years in the beginner's game world? Isn't this just talking nonsense? Title: National Game. Auto hang from the beginning of the Zombie Apocalypse volume for chapter 498. Cracks. Cheng Jingwo couldn't speak for a long time upon seeing Fang Heng's expression, which showed no signs of joking. Cheng Jingwo was also at a loss for a moment. He didn't know if Fang Heng was actually joking. Well then, Cheng Jingwo took a deep breath. I can't do anything about it either. In the beginner game, there's no way to trigger the next stage upgrade mission. At least, there's no corresponding method in our database. And Mr. Mo probably doesn't have such a method either. You can come back later to confirm with Mr. Mo. Fang Heng's heart sank. Whenever it came to crucial moments, plans would always encounter changes. Fang Heng didn't want to give up so soon, so he continued to inquire, Professor Chen, is it only after the sealing art level reaches the peak of the beginner level that permanent sealing can be carried out? Since the Hela sample in the game belonged to the main mission, Fang Heng couldn't explain in detail and could only roughly describe it in analogy. Fang Heng gestured, if it's something extremely special, can't be killed, can't be destroyed, could I achieve permanent sealing on it? After patiently listening to Fang Heng's explanation, Cheng Jingwo lowered his head again to carefully consider for a moment before nodding. Fang Heng, you need to understand, theoretically, permanent sealing does not exist. Time is the biggest enemy of sealing. Assuming it's a grade A seal's power, after tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of years, the power of the seal will reduce to grade B, and after millions of years, it will drop to grade C, and after tens of millions of years, the seal may automatically lift. If the object being sealed is extremely powerful, then the time it takes for the seal to weaken will be significantly shortened. From your description just now, the thing you mentioned possessing similar immortal abilities, theoretically, even the beginner-level sealing art at LV20 would find it difficult to achieve permanent sealing. Fang Heng felt more uneasy in his heart. Then what should we do, Professor Chen? Are there any other ways? There is a way. What? A different dimension space. Cheng Jingwo explained again. You can open a portal to a different dimension space and throw the sealed card into the different dimension space after sealing it. Fang Heng's eyes lit up, suddenly realizing, right? There's the different dimension space. Relevant information about the different dimension space immediately surfaced in Fang Heng's mind. It was a special space, very unique, and human knowledge of it was extremely limited. As far as is known, ordinary items and living beings are rejected by the space. However, the sealed paper can easily pass through the cracks in the different dimension space. So, for billions of years, the different dimension space has almost become a trash can for sealers. Anything unwanted or any demon can be sealed and then thrown into the different dimension space. Theoretically, that place should be filled with all kinds of dangerous things that have been thrown away for billions of years. But in reality, hardly anyone has heard of any danger appearing in the different dimension space. The cracks in the different dimension space are more like a one-way passage, only allowing entry, but not exit, just like a bottomless pit. Once an object is thrown into the different dimension space, it will disappear completely. The only trouble is that once something is thrown into the different dimension space, it can never be found again. What a great place! Fang Heng was delighted. So, he didn't need to achieve permanent sealing with an upgraded sealing art, he just needed to find a way to open the cracks in the different dimension space, and then throw the sealed Hela organization into it. To completely solve the mission, Fang Heng thought to himself and clenched his fist. Thank you, Professor Cheng. After getting Cheng Jingwo's answer, Fang Heng hurried to the material requisition room. Here we go again, all fidgety. Cheng Jingwo watched Fang Heng leave, shaking his head. Just as he took a few steps forward, he saw Mo Jianghe coming up from the stairs on the other side of the corridor. Oh, Mr. Mo, didn't you go eat today? The chef at that restaurant is off today. The taste isn't the same, so I came back. Mo Jianghe glanced in the direction Fang Heng had left in. Is that Fang Heng? What were you two talking about just now? Fang Heng said he wanted to learn advanced sealing art. Cheng Jingwo smiled bitterly. I told him that it's not possible with the beginner game for now. Later, he asked about permanent sealing, as if he wanted to seal something. I see. Mo Jianghe looked in the direction Fang Heng had left in, thoughtful. So he probably thinks that anyone can open a portal to a different dimension space, right? Ow. Cheng Jingwo hesitated for a moment, recalling Fang Heng's expression just now. It does seem like that. Should I? Young people are full of vitality. Mo Jianghe praised and grabbed Cheng Jingwo. Come on. Let's go drink together instead of eating dinner. But, Mr. Mo, we still have classes to attend. What's to fear? There's still time. Fang Heng walked towards the material requisition room. Along the way, he carefully pondered the memories in his brain. The different dimension space was an extremely special place. There were various ways to open it. For sealers, they needed to construct passages. In the construction process, they needed some magical materials. Fang Heng sorted out his thoughts all the way and arrived at the counter. Hello, Uncle Pang. Behind the counter, Pang Filong was recording on a phone and looked up to see Fang Heng, feeling a sense of relief flow over him, habitually wiping his forehead. He remembered the guy who asked for 5 tons of materials yesterday. He was a tough customer. He must have been quite challenging to deal with. Fang Heng, back to collect supplies again today. Yes. Sorry to trouble you, Uncle Pang. Tang Filong had a shadow over Fang Heng. You're not going to ask for 5 tons again, are you? No. Not this time. Fang Heng scratched the back of his head, picked up the pen and paper on the table, quickly wrote down the list of materials, and said, just give me 3 sets of materials. Is there an available quiet room? Seeing that Fang Heng didn't immediately ask for 5 tons like last time, Tang Filong breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, room 1255 is currently empty. You can use it. As for the materials, Tang Filong took the material list Fang Heng handed over, glanced roughly, and couldn't help but furrow his brows slightly. Fang Heng was asking for extremely rare materials, even though they didn't have much stock of them here. Generally, such materials were not open to regular students. However, Fang Heng had come with the young master from Baihalon Heavy Industries yesterday. The materials you need are all here. You go to the room first, I'll prepare them, and have someone deliver them to your room in 10 minutes. Thank you so much, Uncle Pang. In the quiet room, Fang Heng sat cross-legged in place, meditating. Constructing the rifts in the dimensional space required the use of mental power. Therefore, he needed to adjust his own state to optimal levels. After meditating for a full 3 hours, Fang Heng opened his eyes again. Once all the spellcasting materials were prepared and mixed, the only item placed in front of Fang Heng was a small bowl. Fang Heng lightly dipped his finger into the mixed potion, drawing a simple mark on the floor. Hiss! In the instant the mark was completed, a purple-red flame instantly soared into the air. The flame burned fiercely in the air, reflecting Fang Heng's face. Fang Heng stared intently at the flame, with sweat beads forming on his forehead. Instead of seeing the so-called seal wheel from the flames, he vaguely saw a door. A very familiar door. Gradually, strange and grotesque patterns emerged on the door frame, sometimes clear, sometimes illusory. Through this door, Fang Heng felt a sense of disorder and chaos. The door slowly creaked open before him. A game message flashed in the corner of his retina. Tipped. Player skill. Unlock special ability in occult rituals. Special ability 5. You will not be affected by distortions in the alternate dimension hellish game world. In the alternate dimension hellish game, you will gain an additional 10% boost to all attributes. Fang Heng was extremely focused at this moment, not even conscious of the message updating. Doom. A heavy knocking sound, as if hitting his heart. Fang Heng shuddered. At the same time, in the study hall on the 3rd floor, Mo Jianqi, who was slightly tipsy and dozing off, suddenly woke up. In the spacious room, all the students practicing the seals also felt something at the same time. Without exception, all the seals they were working on failed instantly. Everyone looked towards Mo Jianqi. Click. The door to the room was pushed open from outside. Chen Jingwo looked at Mo Jianqi in the room. He didn't say a word, but the astonishment and puzzlement in his eyes explained everything. Continue, I'll go take a look. Mo Jianqi waved to everyone and then stood up, leaving the room. Click. The door closed behind him. Chen Jingwo's voice had a slight tremor. Is it an alternate dimension rift? Could it be? He couldn't believe that a player who had just mastered basic sealing techniques could open an alternate dimension rift in the real world. Not to mention him, only a few players who had been studying seals for decades could open an alternate dimension rift, and the success rate couldn't even be guaranteed. Fang Heng, a newbie still in the early stages of the game. Could he do it? But everything was too coincidental. Just a few hours ago, he was asking about sealing, and a few hours later, the timing was just right. Besides him, who else could it be? Chen Jingwo had lived half his life and had never felt so embarrassed and lost as he did now. It was as if he had seen a ghost, not in surprise, but in terror. In theory, even a sealing technique at LV One could open a dimensional rift, Mo Jianghe said lightly. While he was also deeply puzzled, he had personally confirmed it yesterday. He was sure that Fang Heng had just touched sealing techniques for the first time. And Fang Heng's talent in sealing was simply weak. In theory, only extremely rare and valuable items in high-level games could slightly enhance talent. There was no reason why he could open an alternate dimension rift after just one day of practice. Mo Jianghe turned to Cheng Jingguo. Go see for yourself. Regardless of what you see, don't mention today's events to anyone. Got it. In the room, Fang Heng suddenly opened his eyes. A rift appeared in the space in front of Fang Heng. A pale purple rift. A very subtle rift, like a crack in glass. About 10 centimeters long and with a width of less than 0.3 centimeters. Constant purple light emanated from the rift. A powerful tearing force leaked from the rift. Except for Fang Heng himself, almost all items in the room were affected by the tearing force, drawn towards the edge of the rift. Tables, chairs, tea sets, cushions, various spellcasting materials. They were all tugged towards the rift, floating around it, twisting and folding together into a bizarre distortion. It wasn't the items that were distorted, but the space itself. Fang Heng gazed at the alternate dimension rift before him. Maintaining this extremely tiny rift required almost all of his mental energy. At some point, sweat started to flow down Fang Heng's cheeks. He felt he could control this rift and even the items around it. Only sealed cards could pass through the alternate dimension rift. Fang Heng slowly raised his hand towards the purple dimensional rift. Just lifting his hand made Fang Heng feel like he had used up all his strength. Can't hold on. His mental strength was almost depleted, his head throbbing severely. Fang Heng could barely continue to support himself. Finally, Fang Heng raised his hand towards the rift, saying softly, "Close." Hiss. In an instant, the alternate dimension rift released an extremely powerful tearing force. Along with the strong tearing force, everything suspended around the alternate dimension rift was pulled in. Tough. A muffled sound. The rift disappeared instantly. Tables, chairs, tea sets, everything that had been sucked into the rift vanished. In the next moment, Fang Heng's pupils contracted. He seemed to anticipate what was about to happen and quickly raised his hands to shield his face. Dang. In the space, the point where the alternate dimension rift had vanished suddenly exploded. At the same time, a powerful repelling force emanated from the point in space, sending everything that had just been drawn into the rift flying out from the exploded space. Bang! Bang! Sout! All sorts of debris flew and collided with the walls of the room, then dropped to the floor. The room was in chaos. Phew. Fang Heng lowered his hands and took a deep breath. He was so damn exhausted. Fang Heng simply lay down on the ground, panting heavily. Constructing an alternate dimension rift felt like staying up all night playing 40 games that disappear. Clearly explained in the information flow integrated into his brain, the operation of opening an alternate dimension rift was so simple, but actually doing it turned out to be so troublesome. No. Can't sleep now. There are still a few hours left. He needs to keep pushing on. Fang Heng struggled to roll over on the ground. The good news was that the verification was successful. At least he confirmed that he could open an alternate dimension rift. Moreover, except for 3 special materials, most of the materials needed to open the rift were available in the game. In theory, he only needed to bring the special materials into the game in 3 rounds totaling 6 hours. By then, he could open the rift in the game and thoroughly seal the sample of the Hela organization. Don't waste time. Thinking about it, Fang Heng lay on the ground and casually grabbed a rare material from the ground, stuffed it into the game's spatial backpack, and closed his eyes on the spot. A magic array appeared beneath Fang Heng's body. Countless dark green tentacles extended from the magic array, firmly pulling Fang Heng and dragging him into the magic array. For a moment, the magic array dispersed, and Fang Heng disappeared. 2 minutes later, Mo Jianghe and Cheng Jingguo entered the room together. Cheng Jingguo's expression changed slightly as he looked around at the furnishings in the room. It was obvious that the traces and aura left in the room had already explained everything. Someone had opened an interdimensional rift here. But where was the person? Cheng Jingguo couldn't help but look at Mo Jianghe on the side. Mr. Mo, this. Tang Filon also hurried over at this time. Mr. Mo, Professor Cheng, did you call for me? Cheng Jingguo couldn't help but ask first. Professor Pang, who reserved this room. Oh, it was Fang Heng. He came around dinner time, asked me for a vacant room, and also requested quite a few rare materials. even though he was already certain, in his heart, getting the final confirmation from Pang Filon still made Cheng Jingwo feel somewhat unreal. Then, where is Fang Heng? How did he disappear? Could he have lost control? No. If he had lost control, the aura would be a lot more chaotic than it is now. Mo Jianghe also felt a bit strange in his heart. He shook his head, nodded at Pang Filon, and said, Master Pang, nothing to worrying about, just confirming, you can go ahead and tend to your business. Alright, I'll leave then. As Pang Filon walked away, Mo Jianghe entered the room and carefully examined the situation inside. Cheng Jingwo still couldn't understand. Mr. Mo, can Fang Heng really do it? In theory, he can. It requires an extremely strong talent in sealing arts. While speaking, Mo Jianghe carefully observed the messy room. He noticed some special traces. Cheng Jingwo, we must keep this matter confidential from the outside today. Cheng Jingwo rarely saw Mo Jianghe display such a serious expression. He nodded. Yes, understood. Ha ha. Mo Jianghe laughed, patting Cheng Jingwo's shoulder. Don't be so tense, now that it's out. Let's continue drinking. We didn't finish earlier. Hint. Player obtains 5 samples of the Hela organization for the first time. Player gains 10,000 contribution points for the main quest including the initial sample. The 2 we found together, and the 4 samples collected by the Dark Knight Alliance, we now have a total of 7 samples of the Hela organization, with 5 left. Lucia handed over a special box collected by the Dark Knight Alliance to Fang Heng, asking, Fang Heng, the coordinates of the next nearest hiding place of the Hela organization are in the southern district. Are we preparing to go now? Fang Heng opened the map and saw that the hiding places of the 12 boxes were accurately marked by Tang Bai. The remaining 2 boxes were extremely remote. Even with the help of the Dark Knight Alliance's teleportation point, going there personally would take at least half a day just in travel time. He now needed time to seal the boxes, and finding them seemed like it would require help from the Federation. After all, the Federation had been working hard on the main quest during this time, and deserved a chance to shine. If everything went smoothly, he would be able to collect all 12 samples of the Hela organization by tomorrow afternoon. We won't go there in person. I still need to figure out how to completely seal the samples of the Hela organization. Fang Heng pondered for a moment, then looked at Mo Jianghe. Old Mo, how are things on the Federation side? They said they have found 3 samples, but encountered some trouble on the way back, so it will take some time. However, Tang Bai has sensed that the 3 samples of the Hela organization have gathered half an hour ago, and the Federation is playing tricks on us again. Mo Jianghe looked disdainful, saying, they cleverly transferred the sample organization, thinking we wouldn't find the samples. Ha. Fang Heng chuckled. Alright, let's continue playing dumb. Tell them the locations of the last 2 Hela sample organizations and ask for some extra supplies. You communicate with them. Act a little, but don't mess up. No problem, leave it to me. I'll handle it properly. Mo Jianghe made an okay gesture to Fang Heng and thought of something else. By the way, boss, the Federation has also started purchasing ladybugs from the outside. Many people are choosing to sell the ladybugs they catch to the Federation. Should we raise the price? Huh, the Federation? Ladybugs? Fang Heng was a bit puzzled by the mention of ladybugs. He was collecting ladybugs to level up his sealing art skill, and the Federation was buying ladybugs too. Could the Federation also level up in the same way? Probably not. After thinking for a moment, Fang Heng tentatively asked, how about we sell the ladybugs to the Federation sneakily later? Sure. Mo Jianghe nodded silently. Hearing about the Federation purchasing ladybugs, he already felt something was not right. Now, hearing Fang Heng suggest selling, Mo Jianghe decided to give up guessing. He felt that the game between the boss and the Federation was at a high level. Not understanding was normal. After discussing with Mo Jianghe, Fang Heng took Luqi and returned to the underground workshop of the prison. Seeing that more than half of the work had been completed, Fang Heng decided to first seal a portion to prevent any unforeseen special scenarios if all the Hela organization samples gather and triggered something, like the revival of Hela Rager. There are a total of 7 samples of the Hela organization. Lucia stood by Fang Heng's side, carefully protecting him. Okay. Fang Heng nodded, clearing a space in the center of the workshop and directing several zombie minions with sealing materials to surround the Hela organization samples. The zombie minions began to seal the samples. The good news was, although the Hela organization samples possess powerful vitality, they did not have independent consciousness. The fleshy blood pieces wriggling on the ground did not move or resist. Hint. Your zombie minion's sealing failed. Hint. Your zombie minion's sealing failed. Hint. Your zombie minion's sealing failed. A series of messages indicating failed seals continued to come out. The strength of the Hela organization was much higher than Fang Hang had anticipated. 2 minutes later, the game log filled to pages, and the meat on the ground finally emitted a faint glow. A line of small characters appeared before Fang Hang. Hint. Your zombie minion has completed the seal. Through a mysterious ritual, your sealing talent plus 0.008. The success rate was very low, approximately only 1%. Fang Hang reached forward and took the piece of paper after completing the seal, examining it in his hand. Item. Sealed Hela organization sample. Explanation. This paper contains a high-intensity, unknown life form. Explanation. The sealed life form has high strength. This card is a special item, unable to be placed in the backpack, and cannot cross through time-space rifts. Fang Hang quickly glanced over the card instructions. Fortunately, there was no mention of cannot be thrown into an interdimensional crack in the instructions. Next, he opened the interdimensional space crack, threw it in, and completed the mission. Fang Hang took a deep breath, trying to immerse his mind and calm down completely. But before he could take out the prepared magic materials, he heard a bang. The card exploded. Hint. Your seal has failed. The Hela organization sample also fell to the ground with a thud. Fang Hang was taken aback. Damn it. Fang Hang cursed softly. He realized he was in big trouble. Based on his previous experience, once a living organism was sealed, it would at most maintain the sealed state for 3 minutes. Only 3 minutes. This was simply not enough time for him to open the interdimensional space crack. Constructing the space crack required full concentration, and he couldn't simultaneously control the zombie avatar to seal and open the interdimensional space crack to complete such a complicated operation. Fang Hang scratched his head. Lucia stood by, and seeing Fang Hang's troubled expression, she stepped forward bravely. Fang Hang, are you in trouble? Can I help? Let me think. Fang Hang thought for a moment. Lucia could, indeed, control the zombie avatar, but it would be too dangerous to let her help. When a living being was sucked into an interdimensional crack, it would most likely die. Unless absolutely necessary, Fang Hang didn't want to risk it. Lucia, I've encountered a problem. Fang Hang tried to describe the issue. The sealing time is too short, and the space crack needs time to open. I can't focus on both sealing and opening the space crack at the same time. Then, Lucia also didn't quite understand. She suggested, can't we have someone else do the sealing? Fang Hang thought it wouldn't be possible to find someone else to help at the moment. Even though Mo Jiawei had great luck, it would take who knows how long for him to level up his sealing technique to level 10. Finding someone from outside the 8th district was also not an option. Currently, the 8th district was still in the beginner protection stage, and high-level players from other game worlds couldn't enter. Only transferred players could enter, but their skill levels would be reset to 0. It would be like starting from scratch, and even if someone came, they wouldn't be able to help. Well, can we extend the sealing time? Like trying to seal multiple times, that won't work either. The skill level has reached its limit, and the longest sealing time is estimated to be 3 minutes. We can't extend it any further. As Fang Hang was speaking, he suddenly remembered something. Yes, there was another move. Excited, Fang Hang hugged Lucia. Lucia, you've been a great help. You're a genius. It was the first time Fang Hang had actively hugged Lucia, and she felt her body go weak, softly murmuring in response. Fang Hang, nesting dolls, echoed in Fang Hang's mind. In theory, ordinary players couldn't extend the sealing time through multiple attempts, but he was different. He had a large number of zombie avatars, enough to pull off this move. Fang Hang let go of Lucia, turned around, and stared intently at the zombie avatars. If 1 layer didn't work, then 2 layers. If 2 layers didn't work, then 3 layers. Fang Hang immediately gave instructions to the zombie avatars. Over 20 zombie avatars crowded together, each affixing the completed seal rune to the Hela organization sample. Hint. Your zombie avatar seal has failed. Hint. Your zombie avatar seal has failed. Hint. Your zombie avatar has completed the seal on the unknown organization sample. Through a mysterious ritual, your sealing talent plus 0.008. Here it is. Fang Heng's heart skipped a beat. Unlike before, there was no pause. The second batch of zombies walked towards the sealed paper left behind after the completion of the seal, sealing it again. Hint: your zombie avatar seal has failed. Hint: your zombie avatar has completed the seal on the unknown organization sample. Through a mysterious ritual, your sealing talent plus 0.006. It worked. This move was successful. Fang Heng was ecstatic, continuing to instruct the zombies to seal the ones that had completed 2 rounds of sealing. As time passed, the Hela organization sample was repeatedly unsealed and then securely sealed again by the zombie avatars. Game prompt swiftly refreshed on Fang Heng's retina. After a full hour, Fang Heng picked up the card and examined it in his hand. Hint: you have gained the sealed, unknown creature. Ha ha ha. It worked. With each nesting doll completed, the vitality of the Hela organization sample seemed to weaken by a layer. After nearly 100 layers of nesting dolls, the success rate of the seal increased to 5%. Fang Heng picked up the card. This seal was estimated to last at least 10 minutes this time. It was enough for him to open the interdimensional space crack once. Fang Heng glanced towards Lucia behind him. Lucia, next I'm going to open the interdimensional space crack. Stay away from me and be careful. Okay. Lucia's expression was serious as she nodded, holding her dagger and protecting Fang Heng carefully from behind. Fang Heng took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and in his sea of consciousness, he visualized a portal to another dimension. Click. A slight sound. A purplish-red flame surged in front of Fang Heng. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. The flames dispersed. The familiar purple crack appeared before him. Lucia took a step back, watching vigilantly as the crack began to twist the space abnormally, tearing everything nearby into it. Materials, props, zombie avatars, and even the sealed Hela organization sample. Lucia stood behind Fang Heng, gripping her dagger tightly, a strong sense of pressure overwhelming her as her forehead beaded with sweat. Fang Heng stared at the crack intensely and commanded sharply, "Close." Suddenly, the interdimensional crack and everything around it disappeared in an instant. Fang Heng relaxed his mind, immediately raising his hands in front of him. Dang! A sudden burst in the space. The experimental materials that were sucked in just exploded, flying out in all directions. A series of game prompts appeared in Fang Heng's retina. Hint: your zombie avatar has died. Hint: your zombie avatar has died. Hint. Hint. Under judgment. Hint. Judgment successful. You have successfully expelled the Hela organization sample from the zombie doomsday world. Hint. You have expelled the Hela organization sample *1. You have chosen the main line ending. Final Purification. You have gained main quest contribution 20,000. Current ending completion rate. Hint: if multiple players choose the Final Purification ending, all players will share the quest, and only one will complete the final main quest. The player who ultimately eliminates the most Hela organization samples will receive the main quest reward. It's all settled. A big weight has been lifted off Fang Heng's heart. Even though the seal was not quite as expected before, the Hela organization samples seemed to have been expelled into a crack in the interdimensional space. Based on this inference, the Hela organization samples may still be alive in the interdimensional space they were thrown into. Combining with the game hints seen before, could the interdimensional space be a higher-order world? Reflecting on the messages floating on the retina, Fang Heng murmured to himself. Waves of weakness came over him. The after effects of opening the interdimensional crack appeared. Fang Heng took a deep breath, temporarily focusing his attention and not thinking about anything else. No matter what. Clear goal. Secure the ownership of Sector 8 first. Expelling a Hela organization sample can earn 20,000 contribution points. The Federation is no match in competing for the final ownership of Sector 8. After the successful verification of the Matryoshka tactics, the next step is to continue sealing. Next time, the remaining 6 Hela organization samples can be thrown into the interdimensional crack together, all in one go, firmly holding the main ending reward in hand. After all, opening the interdimensional crack is too damn exhausting. Thinking this, Fang Heng poured a bottle of coffee into his mouth and instructed the zombie avatars to continue sealing. Federal District 8. Conference room. Report. Team leader. The unknown samples have been successfully transferred. Currently, we have obtained 3 unknown organization samples and have gathered a large number of research NPCs into a secret research institute. It is expected that feedback on the research of the related organization samples will be available within a month. In addition, the collection of ladybird beetles is also actively ongoing. Currently, we have collected 120,000 ladybird beetles, and collection is still ongoing. Han Jiang nodded. Well done. What about Fang Hen's side? The prison side has raised a lot of material requests to us. According to your orders, all of Fang Heng's requests have been met. Fang Heng seems to be busy with other matters. All communication has been handled by Mo Jiawei and us. Han Jiang nodded, a hint of puzzlement in his tone. So he hasn't discovered anything. No suspicions at all. The reporter furrowed his brow. From the feedback of researcher Din Mengchao, there haven't been any abnormal reactions from Fang Heng's side. After receiving the resources, Mo Jiawei gave us the coordinates of the 2 latest unknown samples. Hey, Fang Hen, Han Jiang chuckled and said. Fang Hen isn't without suspicion. He just understands the situation well and is willing to trade the unknown samples for a large amount of resources. A smart choice, beneficial for both sides. Han Jiang mumbled to himself, then asked, how is the search progress for the 2 latest unknown organization sample bodies? The coordinates of the 2 sample bodies are quite far apart, and there are no usable teleportation points nearby. We have already dispatched commands to each district commander in the first instance and sent out elite players. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the collection of organization samples is expected to be completed by noon tomorrow. Good. After a busy day, Cao Huai left work and headed home. His steps were heavy. Too many things had happened in the past few days, and the heavy pressure made it hard for him to catch his breath. Although Night Owl firmly believed that Fang Hen was not in Sector 7, Cao Huai had already made up his mind about one thing. Fang Hen must have some plans for Sector 7. Back home, Cao Huai turned on the lights and casually closed the door to his room. There was a person standing in the room. A round face. Cao Huai was used to Ji Kaibei's appearances out of nowhere and didn't react much. Just put down his briefcase as usual. How's the mainline mission in Sector 8 going? Not bad. Everything is proceeding according to plan. Fang Heng is willing to share the Sector 8 mission with us. Cao Huai squinted. No, he is not a person willing to share. It seems you misunderstand him. I think he is a person who understands the situation well. Whatever. Cao Huai didn't want to argue with Ji Kaibei. Walked past him, opened the fridge, and took out a bottle of orange juice. Do you know how Fang Heng cracked the mainline mission? Not sure. Ji Kaibei shrugged. We don't have time to focus on that for now. I received the latest request from above. 3 days later, starting from Sector 7, we will open a spatial passage to invade Sector 5, and must complete the resource collection within a week. They are getting impatient. Got it. I'll take care of Sector 7 this time. I won't lose again. Cao Huai said as he poured himself a glass of orange juice, handed it to Ji Kaibei, and added, here's some advice. Don't underestimate him. Ji Kaibei stared at Cao Huai for a moment, then took the juice from him. Thank you. I understand. The next day, the sun was high in the sky, hanging in the air. Over a dozen military trucks were driving on the road, forming a line. 2 trucks at the back were loaded with red barrels, and the other 8 trucks behind were filled with vine zombies. Behind them, 8 integrated body tyrants were pulling a huge cart, chasing after the large trucks. The cart was also full of vine zombies. On the truck, Tang Bai, sitting at the back, closed his eyes for a moment to sense, then nodded. All right, Fang Heng, confirmed. The remaining 5 pieces of Hela organization samples are gathered at a coordinate point about 2 kilometers away from us. No problem. Fang Heng nodded, took another sip of coffee, then tossed the empty can out the window. The Federation. They really work hard. Working through the night, they managed to collect the remaining Hela organization samples so quickly. Fang Heng silently praised the Federation. He rallied his spirits, glanced at the time again. It had been almost exactly 2 days since he last spent 300 God points to extend his time. With less than an hour to go, the rankings would be announced. Extending for another 24 hours, this time, would cost 300 God points. It's enough. Following the planned schedule, if all goes well, an hour is enough. Fang Heng decided to save a bit. After all, 300 God points could buy him many things. The goal was clear. Seal all 5 remaining Hela organization samples held by the Federation. Throw them into the interdimensional crack. Complete the mainline ending mission. Obtain the final SS mainline ending reward. Secure the final ownership of Sector 8. Everyone, the goal of this mission is to find the Hela organization samples. We will hold our ground inside the shelter for a period of time where I will seal them, completely solving this apocalyptic world. If all goes well, we will also bring their researchers back. Let's go. ManhwaRecap couldn't contain his excitement. Since the beginning of the game until now, they had been involved in the mainline mission very early on, despite the hardships and troubles along the way, including the Night Owl organization causing them trouble. They had stumbled all the way to this point. Now, hope was within reach. Sector 8 would soon be in Fang Hang's hands. Rise was just around the corner. Damn, it's exciting. ManhwaRecap envisioned the future, unconsciously clenched his fist tightly. After about 10 minutes, the vehicle stopped on the side of the road. Ahead, there was a shelter building. ManhwaRecap was the first to jump down from the truck, took out a telescope to observe the shelter in the distance, and then looked down at the map in his hand. This place was originally a wilderness geological research base, abandoned after the zombie outbreak, and then taken over by the Federation and transformed into a large shelter, said Fang Hang while Lucia and others followed him down from the truck, looking at the target building from a distance. Looks not bad. Let's get started, Fang Hang said, rubbing his shoulder. The plan against the Federation's Hela organization's looting operation was already in progress. He had prepared a welcome gift for the Federation shelter in advance. The truck's trailer behind the truck had its lids lifted one by one. Influenced by Fang Hang's consciousness, densely packed light purple strange worm bodies wriggled out from the barrels. The strange worm bodies, which had been accumulating for 2 days, almost formed a purple flowing river, slowly flowing towards the Federation shelter in the distance. At the shelter, several Federation players were on duty as usual on the watchtower. One of the players noticed something, frowned, and looked into the distance. Hey, do you guys see that? What is that? Noticing something unusual, he immediately raised his telescope to look at the distant purple river. Bugs? Insects? The Federation player furrowed his brow. What bugs? What are you talking about? Another player took the telescope and looked. Seeing the creatures in the distance, the player's face changed drastically. It really was bugs. Densely packed light purple bugs. He immediately remembered the image data he saw recently on the District 7 forum. The famous strange worm bodies of District 7. How could there be such a terrifying thing in District 8? Damn. Strange worm bodies. It's a zombie tie. The tide is coming, he yelled, urgently sounding the shelter alarm. District 8 had not been open for long, and the overall defense capability of the shelter was far less strong than that of District 7. There were only 20 automatic cannons in the entire large shelter, mostly relying on players themselves for defense. Federation players in the shelter were urgently summoned and logged on, rushing to the watchtower or preparing to fight from behind cover. All players felt a great deal of pressure. Ordinary zombies were one thing, but facing so many densely packed bugs, they had never dealt with such a situation before, and had never even seen it before. Attack! Don't let them get close. Gunfire rang out. Facing the swarm of strange worm bodies rushing towards them, players frantically pulled the trigger. However, there were too many strange worm bodies. Ordinary firearms had very limited effect on the massive bug bodies. Only the flames left on the ground by the Molotov cocktails could hold off the bug swarm for a short time. Grenades and Molotov cocktails were constantly thrown forward. The shelter commander, Raymond, couldn't help but sweat profusely on the sides of his face. Last night, he had filed a petition to the Commander-in-Chief, guaranteeing to be vigilant at all times for any movements of Fang Hang's side, and to thoroughly guard the shelter to protect the special organizational samples on the 3 underground levels. Unexpectedly, they encountered such a big problem today. Who else could it be? This insect tide must have been controlled by Fang Hang from behind. Report. The support troops are on their way. Hold out for 30 minutes and they'll reach the scene. Command from above is that we must resist the attack. 30 minutes. Raymond responded in a deep voice. Being able to hold out for 3 minutes in this situation would already be a historical accomplishment. Why didn't we receive any reports about the attack from the other side in advance? Report. "Sir, we haven't received any reports about any movements of the prison. The prison currently has not shown any movements, and the Dark Knight Order has not shown any movements either." Raymond's hand was sweating, and he closed his mouth. He suddenly realized that Fang Heng's strength was far stronger than their shelter. He had pushed their entire shelter into a desperate situation without even using the power of the prison and the Dark Knight Order. What to do now? Facing the attack of the bug swarm, not to mention that the superiors had ordered to hold out to the end. Even if he wanted to retreat with the samples, it was already too late. Looking around, there were bugs swarming everywhere. Their numbers were just too many. From a distance, ManhwaRecap saw the strange worm bodies join the battlefield for the first time, and was amazed on the sight. The combat ability of the strange worm bodies was too terrifying. The fusion tyrant body had not even entered the scene, but the outer defense of the shelter had already completely collapsed. ManhwaRecap finally understood why Fang Heng had so easily shared the main task with the Federation before. With the power of the fusion tyrant body, they could completely crush the Federation. After all, Fang Heng didn't even care about District 8. Watching the outer defense of the shelter being breached, Fang Heng instructed the bug swarm to attack inside the shelter. "Fang Heng, shall we not leave?" Fang Heng glanced at the back. Divine zombies swayed down from the hanging trailer at the back of the truck. "All right, almost done. Let's go," Fang Heng said, taking strides towards the direction of the shelter. This time, he deliberately brought a large number of vine zombies. The rotten ship also had 3 pounds of nails. To prevent the Federation from getting stimulated after being attacked and making some crazy moves, once he finds the sample of the Hela organization, he will immediately rely on the zombie doppelgangers to seal the sample on the spot and throw the sealed cards into the dimensional crack. The goal is to complete the main storyline, ending at the earliest possible time. 8 fused tyrants ran past Fang Heng, quickly rushing to the front of the shelter, swinging their massive fists at the outer wall of the shelter. Boom, boom. After several punches, a huge hole was smashed in the wall. Fang Heng walked to the collapsed wall, glanced inside the shelter, and led the way into it with the fused tyrants. All the upper-level buildings inside the shelter had been completely lost. A few zombies infected with parasites wandered in the corridor. As they entered the shelter, everyone turned to look at Tang Bai. Tang Bai closed his eyes to sense the location of the Hela organization sample, then opened his eyes and said, "The organization samples are all in the basement, should be on the 3rd basement floor. Let's go." Without encountering any obstruction, the fused tyrants cleared the way ahead, and the group headed straight through the corridor towards the stairs leading to the 3rd basement. Invasive parasitic creatures infiltrated through various crevices in the shelter, attempting to find any possible parasitic hosts. Just as the group found the passage leading downstairs, Fang Heng paused. A game prompt appeared before his eyes. Tip: there are 20 seconds left before the announcement of the contribution ranking of the 8th District main mission. Players can choose to consume 400 main god points to extend the announcement of the ranking for an additional 24 hours. Do you want to spend main god points? Fang Heng chose not to and continued forward with the tyrants. 20 seconds later, another game prompt appeared. Tip: the current progress of the Zombie Doomsday Game main mission has exceeded 50%, unlocking the main mission contribution ranking. Next moment, including Fang Heng and ManhwaRecap, all players in the 8th District game saw a new game prompt on their retinas. Tip: the contribution ranking of the 8th District main mission has been unlocked. The next phase of Blood Moon will appear in 13 days. Please be careful. ManhwaRecap, who was following Fang Heng eagerly, received the game prompt and suddenly looked confused. Turning to Fang Heng, "Don't stand still, hurry." The news of the 8th District main mission ranking being open exploded like a bomb, igniting the entire zombie apocalypse in the 8th District within seconds. What happened? How long has the 8th District been open? Most players in the game had just built a shelter and were gradually settling down after the initial dangerous newbie period, eating and living well. Unexpectedly, the main mission progress had already reached over half. It had never progressed so quickly. Players immediately checked the detailed ranking. Ranked first, Fang Heng. Total points, 65.16 W. Second place, ManhwaRecap. Total points, 247 West. Third place, Jikayabe. Total points, 1. Onayamast. Fourth place, Chenyu. Total points, 0. 31 West. Fang Heng. How come his contribution points are so much higher than the second place? Seeing this name, players were even more amazed. The person who advanced the main mission of the 8th district so quickly was Fang. How did he manage that? Unable to discuss it extensively in the game, the 8th district official forum instantly buzzed with activity offline. Since Fang went to the 7th district, the forum there had been a mess, while the 8th district's forum had been quiet for a few days. Unexpectedly, a few days later, the king returned, and Fang's name was once again active in the 8th district forum. Players were discussing who Fang in the 8th district really was. Soon, there was all sorts of in-depth digging, bringing out collaborations between Fang and ManhwaRecap in the game, including stories of his battles and strategies in the 7th district and with the Federation. For a while, players in the 8th district were thoroughly entertained. Outside the game, Kawhi was among the first to receive the news. His eyes couldn't stop twitching. Fang, he was ranked first in the main mission contribution in the 8th district, and had even surpassed the Federation by so much. Kawhi couldn't sit still. He had always suspected that Fang going to the 8th district had some conspiracy behind it. He had thought long and hard, but had never expected to find this kind of answer. So Fang went to the 8th district to seize the main mission. After the initial shock, Kawhi squinted his eyes. Perhaps this was a good thing for him. The Night Owl organization had high expectations for the 8th district, and they wouldn't let Fang easily get the main mission. This meant that in the next stage, the Night Owl's efforts would likely be focused on competing for the main mission in the 8th district. Fang was very likely to have a direct confrontation with the Night Owls, and he could use this time to do something. After receiving this news, Kawhi suddenly felt that everything was going well again. Perhaps he should terminate the cooperation with the Night Owl organization now. Kawhi took a deep breath and entered the 8th district's player forum. Before making a decision, he needed to gather more information. Chen had been isolated for a full day for quarantine and review. Except for 24-hour monitoring and isolation from the outside world, everything else was fine. Good food and warm sleep. During the morning break time, he could read books in the reading room, have physical exercise time in the afternoon, and watch movies in the room at night. At this moment, Chen sat in the reading room, absent-mindedly flipping through the comics in his hands. His biggest worry now was Fang. More accurately, it was the 8th district. He was worried that Fang would clash irreconcilably with the Federation. Knowing Fang's character, if he really disregarded and fought with the 8th district Federation, the entire 8th district might end up as bad as the current disastrous 7th district. The ordinary players would be the ones to suffer. Chen didn't want to see that happen. Holy crap. One of the Federation guards playing on the phone near the library entrance couldn't help but shout. The other guard, who was earnestly reading, couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" Can you believe it? The Zombie 8th District main mission ranking was activated. How long has the 8th District been open? Really? Could it be fake? Hearing the conversation between the guards, Chen was stunned and immediately dropped the comics in his hands. National game. Hanging around from the start of the zombie apocalypse to chapter 505 of the main text, disguised as the 8th district of the zombie apocalypse. Mainline. Is it really Fang? Chen knew very well that the mainline missions currently encountered by the Federation could not possibly reach 50%. The most likely trigger for the mission is Fang. Chen stood up. Brother, sorry, can I take a look at this news? This. The intern guard hesitated for a moment and looked at the old employee beside him. Let him see it. It's not a big deal. He'll probably be released in a few days. The new guard stood up and walked over to Chen, handing over the tablet. Thank you. Seeing the detailed contribution ranking of the 8th district of the zombie apocalypse on the website, Chen expression confirmed his suspicions. It was indeed Fang, ranked first in the contribution ranking. It must have been him who triggered the ranking list. Chen had become accustomed to this. Fang always managed to do things that were unexpected. But how did Fang manage to do it? Have you finished reading? The guard said, taking the tablet from Chen hand. In that instant, Chen caught a glimpse of something, and suddenly a light flashed in his mind. Chen stood frozen in place for half a second, a series of images flashing through his mind. Wait. Chen looked up and grabbed the guard. The guard frowned. Hey, brother. Don't make things difficult for me. Let me take one last look. It's very important. Reluctantly, the guard handed over the tablet. Chen pupils contracted. Fang was indeed ranked first in contributions, no problem. But the third in the ranking, Ji Kyubei. Chen Yu clearly remembered Ji Kyubei's name. He had seen this name countless times when he stayed up late researching the Night Owl data. Ji Kyubei, the agent of the Anti-Federation Force, the Night Owl organization in the real world. His special ability was similar to an enhanced disguise ability, almost impossible to see through. How could it be him? It should definitely not be him. Chen Yu remembered clearly that he saw with his own eyes that when the unknown organization's sample body was first encountered, the person who contributed to the mainline mission should be Han Wan, the deputy commander of the 8th District. And now, the name on the ranking list was Ji Kyubei. There was only one reason for this situation. Chen Yu stared at the guard. I need to see your highest ranking officer immediately. I have extremely important information to report. You can't see the officer just because you want to. You can submit an application, and the superiors will make arrangements in a few days. The guard took the tablet from Chen Yu's hand and tried to pull it away, but it didn't budge. The current acting federal deputy commander of the 8th District is Ji Kyubei, a member of the Anti-Federation organization Night Owl disguised as Han Wan. The guard was startled by what Chen Yu said. What did you say? Chen Yu was almost shouting in urgency. Go report it. Federation shelter. Underground corridor. Raymond was sweating profusely. In less than 10 minutes, there were only a few Federation players left in the entire Federation shelter, including him. They raised their guns, pointing them at the low-grade metal door in front of them. Behind them was the central research room. They had no choice but to fight back. The Federation reinforcements would take at least 20 minutes to arrive. Dang. With a loud noise, a huge dent appeared on the tightly closed metal door. Dang bang. Doom. After 3 heavy impacts, the iron door was smashed open by a fusion tyrant body. What kind of monster was that? A fusion tyrant. Dang bang bang bang. The player subconsciously pulled the trigger, madly shooting forward. The fusion tyrant, with its hands blocking the eyeballs on its chest, accelerated and charged forward. Quick! Move away. In the narrow passage, players did their best to dodge around. Dang. The charging fusion tyrant slammed heavily into the metal door of the central research room behind. It turned around and raised its hand forward. Hiss hiss hiss. The fusion tyrant's right hand extended dense vine-like tendrils, swiftly attacking the players. Retreat. Avoid it. In the narrow space, players spun and dodged to the limit, avoiding the fusion tyrant's vine attacks while trying their best to counterattack. But regular bullets were almost ineffective against the fusion tyrant. Raymond gritted his teeth, loading the last incendiary grenade. Doom. Hit head-on by the incendiary grenade, the fusion tyrant kept reeling backward, its vines burning with small sparks. Quick, shoot. Find a way to hold it off. The reinforcements will be here soon. Raymond shouted, trying to boost morale. Every second and they held out increased the chances of the follow-up support team arriving. Just as he finished speaking, Raymond heard heavy footsteps coming from behind. Turning his head, Raymond's face turned tail. 3 more black fusion tyrants came through the corridor and rushed towards the players. Hiss. A fusion tyrant reached Raymond, lifting him off the ground. Hiss hiss hiss. Raymond's eyes widened as he watched the fusion tyrant's right hand split into fine tendrils in an instant and forcefully entered his mouth. In a matter of moments, the last remaining Federation soldiers in the corridor were completely wiped out. Fang Heng and his party of 5 came out from the corridor. Tang Bai sensed it and nodded. Yes, the remaining sample is behind the door. Fang Heng stepped forward, ready to kick open the metal door with fusion tyrant inside, but Tang Bai stopped him with a hand. It's a high-strength alloy door. I'll do it faster. With that, Tang Bai closed his eyes and placed his hand on the card reader at the door. After a few seconds, a crisp notification sound rang out. Unlock successful. Welcome, Dr. Fang Heng. Asterisk click. Asterisk. The metal door opened. Fang Heng glanced inside the lobby and whispered to the others, be careful. With that, Fang Heng stepped into the room. In the spacious lobby, Han Jiang stood alone in the center. Fang Heng, I've heard of you. I never expected to meet you in this way. Han Jiang looked at Fang Heng walking into the hall. You always surprise me. I didn't expect you to have completed more than 50% of the main line in the 8th district. Fang Heng looked at Han Jiang. I also didn't expect you to be so decisive in attacking the Federation shelter and declaring war on the Federation. Nor did I expect you to break through the shelter's defenses and come here so quickly. Fang Heng looked at Han Jiang and then quickly looked away, surveying the inside of the lobby. The research staff had already been evacuated, making it look extremely empty. Behind Han Jiang, there were more than 10 large cultivation tanks built against the wall. 5 of them were in operation. There it is. The sample of the Hela organization. It's in the cultivation tank. Have you considered the consequences of openly opposing the Federation? Han Jiang stared at Fang Han. You'll be wanted by the Federation. Do you want to become a member of an anti-Federation organization like the Night Owl? Believe me, those days are not pleasant. National Game. Starting from the Zombie Apocalypse, Chapter 506 of the Mech Transformation. Is that so? Then what is your suggestion? The closer to the final showdown, Fang Han became more cautious. He remained vigilant, trying to sense any potential dangers around him. I suggest you give up the mission in District 8, but I think you wouldn't be willing to do so. Han Jiang stared at Fang Han, took out a bottle of potion from his pocket, raised his head, and drank it down. Want to get a sample? Let me test your strength. Mo Jiawei swallowed hard and, looking at Han Jiang's confidence, whispered in Fang Han's ear, it seems not quite right. Did this guy take some strong drug? Lucia aimed directly at Han Jiang, pulled the trigger in her hand. Dang. A loud gunshot. Han Jiang shielded his hands in front of him and stepped back half a step, dodging bullets with his bare hands. Lucia frowned slightly and put down the rifle in her hand. Incredible, isn't it? Han Jiang was very satisfied with the surprise on their faces. He rolled up his sleeve, revealing the alloy metal on his arm. Equipment that can reduce bullet damage, and it's permanent equipment. Fang Han raised an eyebrow in surprise. Mo Jiawei raised a hand in front of his right eye, used reconnaissance skills to gather information on Han Jiang, and whispered, don't believe him, it's high-level mechanical transformation, probably acquired from the Wasteland Apocalypse. Its weakness is high-intensity electric current, can instantly paralyze it. Interesting. I'll go. Confirming that there were no other hidden threats in the hull, Fang Han took big strides towards Han Jiang. Behind Fang Han, a fused tyrant body rushed towards Han Jiang. Han Jiang was surprised. What is that thing? Fused tyrant body. Seeing the tall figure flashing out from the passage, Han Jiang's smile disappeared instantly. How could there be such a terrifying thing? Everything was beyond Han Jiang's expectations. He could actually control the fused tyrant body in District 8. Why? Han Jiang's mind went blank for a moment. He used to observe Fan analyze on video, but facing the tyrant body head-on, Han Jiang realized the tremendous pressure. Whoosh! A fist came smashing towards his face. Han Jiang narrowly avoided it. Dang, dang, bang. Looking back, 3 more fused tyrant bodies quickly rushed towards him. Oh no! Han Jiang thought in panic. He could struggle against one fused tyrant body, but for at the same time, locked on by 4 fused tyrant bodies at the same time, he couldn't avoid them at all. After dodging 2 attacks in a row, Han Jiang couldn't dodge the third one. He could only raise his hands to minimize the damage. Dang. The fused tyrant body sent Han Jiang flying. Is that it? Seeing Han Jiang being knocked flying, Mo Jiawei subconsciously said. Then he realized something. Look at his face. In midair, there appeared changes in Han Jiang's facial features. Strange wrinkles appeared on his skin, as if he was shedding his skin. Is it a special disguise ability? Fang Han was curious and looked at Han Jiang. The mechanical transformation seemed impressive. A single punch from the fused tyrant body and he's still alive. Sout! Han Jiang hit the wall behind heavily. Hiss! Taking a deep breath, Han Jiang gritted his teeth and got up from the ground. With the combination of the potion and the mechanical body transformation, his overall attributes were already 5 times that of an ordinary person. He could even significantly reduce 80% of the pain. But even so, when facing the fused tyrant body, he still felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Misjudgment. It's not that the federal people are idiots. The fused tyrant body's abilities have already surpassed the overall strength of District 8. Hey, so it's a fused tyrant body. I'm not unjustly losing then. GQ smirked, tore off the decayed skin on his face, revealing his true identity. Formal self-introduction. Night Owl, GQ. Fang Han and Mo Jiawei exchanged glances. Quite unexpected. Well, the Federation really dropped the ball. Even the commander of District 8 could be impersonated by Night Owl's people. Fang Han, we can cooperate between us. I'll help you seize District 8. How about that? With my identity working with you, you can easily take over District 8. No need. I can handle District 8 on my own. GQbei was surprised by Fang Heng's straightforward rejection. He was taken aback. You'd better consider my suggestion. Being too greedy isn't a good thing. Thank you for your suggestion. Now scram. With that, the fused tyrant body advanced again, raising a large fist. Don't talk too much. Fang Heng, realizing that fused tyrant bodies were coming towards him again, GQbei immediately crushed the white sphere in his hand. White light shimmered, enveloping GQbei entirely. In the next moment, GQbei completely disappeared from the hall, ran away. Special teleport ability. Looks like an item, someone who can disguise as a federal commander with some additional life-saving ability. Nothing to worrying about. Fang Heng didn't have time to care about what happened to GQbei. He wanted to complete the mission quickly. While Night Owl and the Federation hadn't reacted yet, he immediately took the final control of District 8. Fang Heng walked to the front of the cultivation tank and placed his hand on it, confirming the last 5 Hela organism samples. Prompt: player obtained item. Hela organism sample *5. Yes, they're here. Fang Heng couldn't help but feel excited. He immediately shared the control permission of the fused tyrant body with Lucia, taking out the materials needed to seal the samples from his backpack. Lucia, I will seal the samples immediately. You help me control the fused tyrant body and guard me. Lucia nodded solemnly. All right, I'll do it. Outside the shelter, a white light flickered. GQbei appeared out of thin air. He turned back, looking at the fallen federal shelter, his face grim. The mission had failed. Not only that, he had been played. He had been played by Fang Heng. That guy had probably prepared to target the federal shelter long ago. That's why he so generously handed over the coordinates of the unknown sample organization to the Federation. To be so thoroughly manipulated, having helped Fang Heng find so many Hela organism samples for nothing. Thinking about this, GQbei wished he could tear Fang Heng to shreds. Damn it, Fang Heng, again. Him. It was the same in District 5 before. Wait, District 5. Recalling that time, GQbei frowned slightly, feeling like he had grasped something. GQbei sat down in place, touching his chin as he contemplated. Prompt: your survival radio received an urgent message. Liu Qi. The Federation has discovered you. The captain wants you to immediately retreat from District 8. Focus on District 7's affairs first. Don't move, I'm coming to pick you up. We're just temporarily retreating. We will return to District 8 later. An hour later, Federal Central Research Institute, 3 floors underground. A purple crack appeared in front of Fang Heng. Interdimensional space crack. Zombies, props, pieces of paper, tables, chairs. Everything in the room formed a strange distortion and were absorbed, suspended around the interdimensional crack. Mo Jiawei stood nervously behind Fang Heng. Hint: you receive an emergency communication from Survival Radio. Chen Yu, Han Jiang is a spy from Night Owl. The Federation is now conducting a re-investigation. What happened when you attacked the Federation's secret shelter? You found a problem with Night Owl and were investigating it, right? Huh, can it be explained this way? Mo Jiawei was first stunned, then immediately responded. Mo Jiawei. Yes, GQbei. Night Owl's people. We found that guy had a problem a long time ago. We had no choice but to fight the Federation, and we were all played by that little bastard, Chen Yu. All right, I will immediately report the situation to the superiors. Yuji is the emergency deputy commander in the 8th district now. He has ordered the Federation to cease all actions against the prison until further investigation. Remember, do not conflict with the Federation forces. Mo Jiawei. Understood. Slap. A light sound. Mo Jiawei's heart skipped a beat, immediately closing the task prompt and looking forward. Suddenly, the interdimensional crack sucked in everything around it, making them disappear. Fang Heng opened his eyes wide in shock. Dang. The space shattered with a bang. The items that had been sucked in were all ejected from the shattered space. Fang Heng's game hints quickly refreshed on the retinas. Hint: your zombie clone has died. Hint: you expelled 5 samples of the Hela organization, and you gain 1 OW main mission contribution points. Hint: current ending. Final purification completion rate. Hint: you have completed the hidden main ending. Final purification. Hint: processing endgame statistics, currently calculating. Hint: you have completed the main ending. final Purification and obtain the corresponding exclusive endgame reward. Exclusive skill. Undead body. Hint. Based on the overall main mission contribution in the 8th district, the player has gained 7,586 main god points. Hint. You rank first in the overall contribution in the 8th district. You gain the control permit for the final ownership of the 8th district in the Zombie Doomsday. You unlocked a special interface. Domain. Hint. You can set up operations for the 8th district in the domain interface. Hint. Your skill. Mystical ritual part attributes have been enhanced. Skills. Ownership. Domain. A series of reward explanations made Fang Heng's heart race. He immediately opened the character attribute page and started checking one by one. First was the main god points reward. 7,586 points. Haha. Strike it rich. Having accumulated for so long in the game, he only had 703 main god points left. Instantly rich. Fang Heng continued to open the skill column for examination. Skill. Undead body. The skill details rock ... continues. In the conflict mode, all channels in the territory are opened, and in the 8th district of the zombie apocalypse world, war can be declared on other worlds that are also in the conflict mode. After leaving the newbie mode, every once in a while, all player-controlled worlds will enter a period of mandatory conflict mode. Does the conflict mode refer to attacking other worlds? Fang Heng frowned, carefully analyzing the information coming into his brain. Suddenly, he realized that after the opening of the 3rd-level space-tearing device in the 8th district, many game worlds could not be entered. Those worlds might have already been assigned ownership, so they were set to enter protection mode by the territory lord. So that means, after digesting the information flowing into his brain again, Fang Heng realized a big bug. Newbie protection mode. The best mode. In the newbie protection mode, all channels in the 8th district are forcibly closed, and it requires almost 100 times the resources to forcibly open a transmission channel. However, the 8th district can open channels to any other game world that started earlier and is not controlled. Even if it is controlled and set to conflict mode, he can open a temporal channel to go there as well. Unfortunately, the newbie protection period is only 3 years from the start of the game. He still has more than 2.5 years left. Some parts of the fused information in his brain were still somewhat fuzzy, and Fang Heng could only silently ponder about them in his mind. While contemplating, another game prompt appeared. Prompt: player possesses Zombie Apocalypse 8th World Level Rating LV. 5. Prompt: current 8th District Default Normal Tax Rate 0.05%, Default Tariff 1%. Prompt: in conflict mode, when the territory lord constructs a 4th-level spatial tunnel, it can be shared with all players belonging to the 8th District world, unlocking tariff-related operations. Explanation: according to the current Zombie Apocalypse 8th world level, when players of the 8th District receive the rewards of the main god, the territory lord will receive an additional 0.05% of the main god points as a reward. Explanation: tax rate can be adjusted up to a maximum of 10%, and the portion of tax above 0.05% is borne by the players. Fang Heng was taken aback. Tax rate? Freeloading main god points. Wait, it doesn't seem like all freeloading. Every player born or transferred into the 8th district will automatically gain 8th district player status, and all players belonging to the 8th district will be taxed before receiving main god points. The current tax is 0.05%, which is equivalent to a main god giveaway. Fang Heng could also choose to maximize it up to 10%, but in that case, the remaining 9.95% of the main god point rewards would come from the players. Fang Heng rubbed his chin, pondering carefully. He had a bit of realization. It was somewhat different from what he had imagined before. After gaining control of the 8th district, it seemed like the 8th district became his territory, and the players in the 8th district were like his henchmen. It's just that currently, these henchmen in the 8th district were too weak. The main god points income of the 8th district of the zombie apocalypse was almost zero. As he continued reading, Fang Heng's doubts grew. The current world level is LV 5, so this level could also be upgraded. How is it upgraded? While pondering, a few pieces of information suddenly flashed on his retina. Prompt: the Lord of the First World of the Zombie Apocalypse initiates a territory council vote. Council to be held in 3 hours. Message: congratulations, Fang Hen. I am the first district lord. Wei Dao. Let's meet. I think we have a lot to talk about. Wei Tao, such a familiar name. Fang Heng's eyebrows raised, and he immediately reacted. He was the overall, responsible person of the Federal Zombie Apocalypse District. Territory Council? What is that? Fang Heng had too many questions in his mind. Were the other players participating in the council also lords of the Zombie Apocalypse Game World District? Perhaps he could gather some useful information from them. Fang Heng pondered for a moment before confirming. Prompt. You voted in favor. Prompt. If more than half of the lords agree to attend, the Territory Council will open in 3 hours. Fang Heng continued to check the territory settings. Besides the external settings, there were also a series of internal settings in the territory. In the 8th district of the zombie apocalypse, the blood moon time could be freely adjusted, and the daily number of zombie spawns could be manually adjusted. To the extreme, he could even adjust to permanently stop zombie spawns and prevent the blood moon from appearing indefinitely. Fang Heng thought for a moment and temporarily set the blood moon to occur every 6 months, leaving the other settings unchanged. The maximum number of players entering the 8th district randomly each month, the level restrictions for players transferring to the 8th district, and the maximum number of players entering could also be changed. Finally, there was an option for expulsion. Expulsion? Could players with 8th district status be expelled from the 8th district? Such an operation actually existed. Fang Heng was taken aback. As long as he was willing, he could clean all players in the 8th district completely, turning the 8th district into his own backyard. Fang Heng was a bit scared, but also somewhat fortunate. Fortunately, he had secured the ultimate ownership of the 8th district. Otherwise, after he built the prison to several thousand levels, and then getting kicked out of the 8th district with one kick by the territory lord ... that would have been so satisfying. Considering the previous issues of the 8th district level, tax rate, and tariff, Fang Heng believed that theoretically, the more players he had in his 8th district, the better. With more players, he could collect a share of the main god points. Of course, it's better to have powerful combat-oriented players, and he could do without those who were just idling. There was no rush to take action for now. He decided to observe for a while. Outside the shelter, a car was parked on the side of the road. The plan failed, but it confirms that Fang Heng can control the integrated tyrant body in the 8th district. Ji Kyubei's voice was low. It's not your fault. The specific leader already knows. Liu Qi nodded. Let me take you to a safe place first. When the leader finds you, we need you to return to the 7th district to oversee the situation. Ji Kyubei responded. The exposure of his identity would happen sooner or later, and that was also expected. The final ownership of the 8th district has not been settled yet, and it can still be set aside. Currently, establishing the space transmission channel in the 7th district was the most important. Fang Heng, don't think it's over. Letting you be arrogant for a few days first, this account will be settled with you sooner or later. Ji Kyubei gritted his teeth and said viciously before getting in the car. Soon after, Liu Qi started the car and drove away. Not even 10 minutes later, a game prompt suddenly appeared on her retina. Prompt. Player Fang Heng has completed the final hidden ending in the 8th district. Final Purification. Prompt. Based on the comprehensive evaluation of the main storyline mission contribution, player Fang Heng obtains the final ownership of the 8th district. This. Liu Qi's mind went blank for a moment. She turned her head in disbelief to look at Ji Kyubei, who was sitting in the passenger seat. Has the ownership of District 8 been settled? How is this possible? The person who ultimately obtained ownership of District 8 is Fang Heng. How did he manage to do it? It's only been a short while since the ranking for District 8 was announced. Ji Kyubei couldn't believe what he saw with his own eyes, and his face turned deathly pale in an instant. He had been thinking about returning to District 8 after dealing with the time-space channel in District 7 to have a thorough showdown with Fang Heng. But now, the game alert shattered all his fantasies. Ji Kyubei's head was buzzing. Normally, theoretically, it would take players at least several years to complete the main missions. Why? How was Fang Heng able to shorten such a long time to just a few months? Liu Qi noticed Ji Kyubei's bloodless face and turned back to continue steering the wheel. I've completely lost. After a long time, Ji Kyubei took a deep breath. Only now did Ji Kyubei truly understand why Fang Heng was willing to go to war with the Federation to directly seize the unknown sample. In his eyes, this move was extremely foolish. Now he understood. Fang Heng had already completed the main mission to the final step. The unknown sample was that final step. Compared to that, all his previous behavior seemed like that of a complete clown. Mr. Chet, are you okay? It's nothing. District 8 is no longer under our control. All those lurking in District 8 should immediately enter sleep mode. We need to focus all our attention on District 7 now to complete the passage. All right. Once we return to the shelter, I will make arrangements immediately. Liu Qi saw Chek Hyube's unpleasant expression. She wanted to say something but held back and did not continue. Just say what you want to say. Mr. Chet, I was thinking, if Fang Heng has the ability to move between District 7 and District 8, will he continue to target District 7 after winning District 8? Chek Hyube was stunned. His fists clenched suddenly. Your reminder is correct. Chek Hyube gradually recovered from the huge blow just now, a hint of fierceness flashing in his eyes. So, we need to find a way to stop Fang Heng in advance. As he spoke, a white light gradually enveloped Chek Hyube. What's going on? Chek Hyube found himself unable to move. Then, a game alert appeared on his retina. Hint: you have been expelled by the domain master from District 8. In the office, Cao Huai was browsing the player forum of District 8, trying to analyze the power gap between Yizu and Fang Heng. Both sides were very interested in the final ownership of District 8, and the likelihood of a fight breaking out was quite high. Who would ultimately emerge victorious? He hoped this battle would continue for longer. Just as he was thinking, Cao Huai's eyelids twitched. Why did the forum freeze? After a full 0.5 seconds, the forum page refreshed automatically. The entire District 8 forum exploded. Instantly, rows of new posts refreshed. What is this? Reading the titles carefully, Cao Huai stood up from his chair in complete disbelief, his face full of astonishment. He triple-checked to make sure he wasn't mistaken. District 8. Fang Heng got District 8. Him. After a long while, Cao Huai sat back in his chair. He felt like all the strength had been drained from his body, leaving only an empty shell leaning against the chair. For nearly a decade, he had fought for the final mainline of District 7. Countless sleepless nights and almost half of his youth had been spent on that. And Fang Heng, he easily completed the mainline of District 8 and won ownership in just a few months. Why was fate so unfair? After the initial resentment and extreme jealousy, a sense of fear rose from the depths of Cao Huai's heart. He had studied Fang Heng. That guy. After winning District 8, he would never back down easily. He would definitely target District 7. Despite joining forces with Yizu in District 7, Cao Huai felt they could not resist Fang Heng's invasion of District 7. Asterisk phone ringing asterisk Cao Huai picked up the phone. It's me. You already know, right? Cao Huai felt heavy-hearted and nodded. Yes. He is a threat. Do you also sense it? He will definitely target District 7 next. Yes. Same thought? We can't wait for him to make a move. We need to deal with him in advance. I already have a plan and need your assistance. In District 8, Yuya immediately took action after becoming the acting Supreme Commander of District 8. Dealing with Fang Heng in this matter felt somewhat tricky to Yuya. Very troublesome. In the remote video projection conference, there were two factions within the Federation in District 8, and they were arguing endlessly about this issue. It's clear that Night Owl is behind all this, trying to incite discord between us and Fang Heng, making us antagonize each other. We must not fall for Night Owl's scheme. I'm not so sure. From previous actions, it seems that Fang Heng's attitude towards the Federation is not good. For example, the incident in District 7 seemed to have Fang Heng's scent behind it. Hold on. The situation in District 7 is not conclusive yet. There is no concrete evidence that Fang Heng manipulated the Scavenger Legion behind the scenes. Fang Heng actually has already obtained the ownership of District 8. When did this happen? Why did it happen so quickly? Countless times, Chen Yu would feel surprised by Fang Heng's actions, but he never imagined that Fang Heng could actually obtain the final ownership of District 8, and in such a short period of time. After nearly half a minute of silence, the commanders of various shelters in District 8 began to discuss quietly. They may not understand what the eligibility of District 8 implies, but they are aware of how difficult it is to complete the main mission, and all players are aware that the final ownership of each game world is crucial enough that the Federation is willing to pay a huge price to seek cooperation with Fang Heng. District 8 is about to undergo a complete change. A hollow world, like a grayish photograph. Fang Heng found himself sitting on a stone seat. Hint: you have entered the Zombie Apocalypse Joint Council, with a maximum session duration of 15 minutes. A newcomer, Huh, didn't expect it to be a young man, and handsome at that. Fang Heng turned suddenly to the direction of the voice. Tang Mingyu looked to be in her early 20s, with chestnut-colored blonde hair. She held a hand to her face, smiling as she examined Fang Heng, her eyes revealing a playful expression. The stone seat behind her had a 3 engraved on it. Fang Heng looked behind himself. All the stone seats that everyone sat on were the same, with very high seat backs. The seat back behind him had an 8 engraved on it. Are the numbers corresponding to the zombie apocalypse server names? Fang Heng quickly scanned the surroundings. There were a total of 12 seats in the space. Does this mean that there are 12 world servers in the zombie apocalypse? No need to look, there are only 4 of us here. Sitting on the 4th seat was a foreigner, a short man. He seemed impatient, casually saying, "All right, monthly routine meeting. Everyone's good. Nothing much. I'll leave first and go back to cultivation." Wait. On the 1st seat, a middle-aged man raised his hand. "Mikhail, with everyone gathered here rarely, the next level ascending sequence is about to begin. Can we discuss it today?" "Really? Ascension? Are you still thinking about ascending?" Mikhail's tone carried a hint of mockery. "Wei Dao, I understand the troubles you've encountered with the Federation, but in my view, there's nothing to discuss about this matter. Given the strength of our zombie apocalypse, what more can we do? Let's continue as usual. I've lost my appetite." Fang Heng furrowed his brows as he listened. There didn't seem to be any information related to Ascension in his memories. "Sorry, everyone. May I ask, what does Ascension mean?" "Heh. It's about the realm of Ascension." Tang Mingyu turned her head to look at Fang Heng, extending a slender white finger. "For example, my zombie apocalypse District 8 is a simple beginner game world, and when all the zombie apocalypse worlds are gathered, it's referred to as the realm. Once the realm goes through the ascending sequence, the entire zombie apocalypse game world level will rise, ascending to mid-level game world. Each year, the realm has 2 opportunities to attempt ascension." Fang Heng nodded, quickly digesting the information provided by Tang Mingyu. "What benefits will we get after becoming a mid-level game world?" "Of course, there are many benefits. In my opinion, the most obvious benefits are twofold. First, the mid-level world will have more main god points reward missions. As the Realm Lord, you can earn a lot of benefits through taxation." Tang Mingyu sighed, looking very troubled. Unlike now, just relying on taxation, it's tough to accumulate 100 main god points in a year. Life is tight, forced to sell oneself. Fang Heng glanced at Tang Mingyu, expressing doubts about what she said about selling herself. Second is the teleportation channel. With the help of the spatial rift device, the beginner game can only open the teleportation channel to the beginner and mid-level games. Only after ascending to the mid-level realm can the teleportation channel to the high-level game be opened. Speaking, Tang Mingyu sighed heavily again, appearing aggrieved, "But this has nothing to do with me. Now, my 3rd district doesn't even have an NPC that can upgrade to the 2nd level spatial rift device. It's already a stalemate, ascending or whatever. As long as you give points, anything can be considered." Fang Heng glanced at Tang Mingyu, not believing half of what she said. In the latter part, he remembered that when he first activated the 3rd level spatial rift device, the whole zombie apocalypse only had the 1st and 6th districts that couldn't enter. The 1st district's Realm Lord is Wei Dao, and the 6th district's Realm Lord is Mikhail. And the 3rd district, Tang Mingyu's 3rd district, has been in a state of conflict until now. Being able to wrestle the ownership of the world from the Federation's hands, it's impossible for the person to be simple. "Fang Heng, I am Wei Dao." Wei Dao looked at Fang Heng. "Our Federation has prepared for this ascension for a long time. The success of the ascension will be extremely beneficial for our entire realm, and I hope that we can leverage the power of your District 8 this time. I understand that there may have been some misunderstandings between you and the Federation. Believe me, these misunderstandings can be resolved, and we are very willing to cooperate with you." "Of course, I hope so too. So, are you willing to participate in this ascension this time, right?" Fang Heng hesitated for a moment and said, "I need some time to consider. District 8 has just started, and its strength is very weak. Moreover, I have many things to deal with recently. No need to be modest. Your ability to achieve the ownership of District 8 in just a few months has amazed everyone." With that, both Mikhail and Tang Mingyu were intrigued and cast probing looks at Fang Heng. Completing the final mission in just a few months. After becoming the Realm Lord, they became less interested in external events, but they still remembered the hardships of completing the main mission initially. At this moment, they realized that Fang Heng was even more powerful than they had imagined. Also, District 8 is still in the newbie protection stage. Trying to ascend poses no risk for you, and the specific ascension time has not been announced yet. We still have some time to prepare. There's not much time left for this council meeting. I think we should discuss the specific cooperation offline. What do you think? After some thought, Fang Heng agreed. All right, let's set up a time. We'll talk offline. Wei Dao glanced at Mikhail. What about you? 3 votes to 1. It's useless no matter what I say. Mikhail shrugged, appearing powerless. In any case, I don't want to waste time. If you have solid plans, you can tell me in advance. The All People's Game. Hanging out after the zombie apocalypse chapter 511. Organizing thoughts on the large truck heading back to the Dark Knight contact point. Lucia watched the sunset gradually falling outside the window. Fang Heng, have we truly ended this apocalypse? From tomorrow on, the dead won't revive anymore, right? Perhaps it will still take some time. Fang Heng nodded, responding, trust me, soon enough, we will rebuild this world. Okay, I've always believed in you. Lucia lightly hummed, resting her head on Fang Heng's shoulder. She felt a sense of peace deep in her heart. Through the rearview mirror, Mo Jiawei watched the two in the backseat and silently sighed in his heart. Stupid woman. With Fang Heng, this troublemaker, controlling the entire 8th district, there can only be peace in this world when pigs fly. He reckoned that soon enough, all kinds of monsters and demons would appear in the 8th district. With the final ownership of the 8th district in hand, Fang Heng felt unusually relaxed. During the return to the Dark Knight, he tried to organize his thoughts and prepare for the next plan during the gaps. There was still a lot to be done. First, enhance the zombie clones. The 8th district was completely safe now, so he could consider searching for a large number of NPCs with advanced research skills within the 8th district and try to figure out how to transform the tyrant body. If anyone dares to compete with him, they will be kicked out of the 8th district. Hey, it feels great not having any competition. Secondly, figure out a way to quickly expand the spatial rupture device to level 4. Unlock the custom system in the game, and try to understand what exactly the so-called Lord's customs are. And then, the 7th district. The temptation of the hidden SSS level ending was too great. If he could find a way to complete it, he could obtain a powerful exclusive skill and also acquire the ownership of the entire 7th district. Having more territories is always good. Next, he had to make a trip to the 7th district, try to revive Hela, and then level up. He had been stuck at level 18 for too long. Unfortunately, the entire 8th district was only at level 5, and there were few high-level creatures. It was time to think of a way to level up. As for operating, the rank advancement mentioned at the previous domain conference, Fang Heng felt that this rank advancement might still be a bit distant and could be put on hold for now, focusing on the present. After organizing his thoughts, the path to follow became clearer. Step by step, first return to the shelter to ask Victor about the next upgrade for the spatial rupture device and recruit people to upgrade the tyrant technology. And then handle the main mission in the 7th district. If possible, level up along the way. There were still many things to handle. Having made a thorough decision on the next plan, Fang Heng couldn't help but yawn and took out a bottle of coffee from his pocket. Just as he was about to subconsciously pour it into his mouth, he stopped. In the short term, they still had to deal with the massive undead tide left by the previous mass diffusion of vaccine bodies from the 7th District Federation. In theory, they should have been delayed. It had been a long time since he had slept, and relying on coffee alone was not sustainable. Should he go offline and get some rest? Oh, speaking of going offline, Fang Heng then shifted his gaze to the undead body skill he had recently learned. Undead body. A limited skill acquired after the completion of the SSS ending. Judging from the skill description, it could be used in any world. So was the real world one of them? Could he have the ability to stay young in the real world? And a series of powerful self-recovery abilities, like limb regeneration. He had to hurry to verify that. With that thought, Fang Heng felt a bit excited. Old Mo, I'll go offline for a bit. Shake my sleeping bag when we arrive, he said, dropping a sleeping bag on the ground and logging off on the spot. A flash of light, and Fang Heng reappeared in the quiet room of the sports stadium. I need to find something to test the skill, Fang Heng muttered to himself, scanning the messy room tidying up the materials left in the room, and then leaving directly. He remembered there was a martial arts hall here. Soon, on the ground floor, Fang Heng found the large martial arts hall invested by Beihui Heavy Industries. As soon as he stepped through the entrance of the martial arts hall, a young man with a crew cut enthusiastically came up to him. "Brother, you look new here. First time visiting?" "Yad." Fang Heng hummed lightly, looking around the interior of the martial arts hall. It was just getting dark, and most of the students in the martial arts hall had already completed their day's training sessions, gathering in small groups chatting. "My name is Wu Mingfan, everyone calls me Awo. I'm a professional private coach here. How many levels are you in the game, brother? Do you need a private coach? How about getting a card? My fees are very cheap, and I guarantee we'll make great progress in a month, greatly improving your chances of survival in the game. By the way, which game are you in?" Fang Heng couldn't believe that even this place had card services. "Thank you. Not interested for now." Fang Heng waved his hand and headed straight to the corner of the martial arts hall where the weapons were displayed. "Ha ha. No problem, no problem. Whether you get a card or not doesn't matter. The main thing is to make a friend." Awo didn't want to let Fang Heng go easily and followed him. "I'm just saying, this thing about games, it's a bit difficult to figure it out on your own. It's easy to take the wrong path. Having someone to guide you is always better. I have many students who didn't believe it at first, but after they tried it. By the way, let me introduce myself. I'm an intermediate game player. Already unlocked the second tier lock." "Oh, second tier lock." Fang Heng raised his eyebrows in surprise. There aren't many people in the real world who can unlock locks, let alone a second tier lock. This meant that Awo had inherited attributes and passive skills from the game. How about that? Pretty awesome, right? Awo caught the surprise on Fang Heng's face and boasted, "I admit, I may not look reliable at first glance due to my young age, but you'll know after spending time together that in the game, I'm still quite professional. We are all young people. It's easier to communicate, right?" "Yeah, you're right. But I won't get a card. I don't need a private coach." "Oh." Awo's smile froze for a moment. No worries. Even if you don't get a card, I can still help you for free since we're making friends," he quickly added. "Freeloading?" Fang Heng paused his stride. "Are you sure?" "Of course, as I said. Let's be friends." "Well, not bad." Fang Heng continued walking forward. "Before that, let me ask, which district are you from? I suggest you tell me so I can arrange targeted training for you." "Zombie apocalypse." "Zombie apocalypse. You have pretty bad luck. Choosing a post-apocalyptic game with a higher initial difficulty level, 7017K. All people's game. Hanging around from the zombie apocalypse begins volume 512, chapter try. Awo thought for a moment and said, "In the event of a zombie apocalypse, it is best to improve physical fitness ***** is required for all kinds of survival activities." "Hey, Fang Heng, up ahead is the armory. Honestly, if you're a newcomer of less than half a year, I don't recommend using close-range cold weapons. For weapons, it's recommended to use long-range weapons like bows and arrows, which have a higher safety factor. In the future, you can also consider using firearms." "Hey, brother, seriously, I highly advise against using that kind of thing." As he spoke, Fang Heng had already stood in front of a row of cold weapons in the hall. Fang Heng reached out and placed his hand on a large cleaver on the knife rack. Awo looked at Fang Heng. "Brother, the large cleaver looks fierce, but in actual combat, it's really average. It consumes a lot of energy to swing, and it also requires high strength. Usually, one just takes a few swings, and if you don't kill the zombies first, you'll tire out quickly. It's not suitable for survival in a zombie apocalypse." Makes sense. Fang Heng then reached out and took the large cleaver from the knife rack. Watching Fang Heng easily take down the large cleaver, Awo's eyelid twitched. "Pro, you have some skills, right? Keeping it hidden? Good eye. Absolutely." Awo chuckled and said, "In our line of work, having a good eye is essential to effectively tap into potential customers. .. As Awo was boasting, his eyelid suddenly twitched. He saw Fang Heng holding the large cleaver in his right hand and slashing it across his left forearm. "Hey, be careful. .. chk. The sharp cleaver cut across Fang Heng's arm. SSS. It stung a bit. Fang Heng took in a sharp breath. Crimson blood oozed from the wound on his arm. "Are you okay?" "I told you, Something like the large cleaver might look good, but it's not very practical. It's easy to get hurt while using it. Let me take you to the infirmary to have a look. The facilities here are comprehensive, and they can treat all kinds of bruises and injuries. Awo approached to check the wound on Fang Heng's arm. He froze in place. He saw clearly that the wound on Fang Heng's arm was healing at an extremely fast visible rate. In less than a second, the entire wound on his arm had disappeared, leaving no trace, not even a scar. It was as if the wound had never been there to begin with. What's going on with this person? Awo was speechless, turning to look at Fang Heng with a confused expression. Verification successful. Fang Heng was secretly delighted. The recovery speed of minor wounds like this one did not need a full second apart from the pain when injured. This meant that he now had another life-saving ability outside the game. In theory, if he were to fall hundreds of meters from a height, as long as he didn't happen to land on a pile of fire considered special flame damage, he wouldn't die. Should he break a bone to test the abnormal clearing effect of the skill? Or should he find someone to fight? Fang Heng turned his head, his gaze shifting to Awo. Not necessary. If he accidentally crushed Awo, it wouldn't serve the testing purpose, and if he got beaten up by Awo, would that be fun? Fang Heng scratched his head, removing this foolish idea from his mind. Awo felt like he saw something inexplicable, pointing to the wound on Fang Heng's arm. Bro, hold on a moment. What's going on with the wound on your hand? Without waiting for Fang Heng to respond, a light click was heard. Click. The lights in the sports hall dimmed instantly. Hot. Power outage. Inside the martial arts hall, the students were bewildered. Many took out their phones and used the flashlight function to illuminate the room. It seems like the whole building's power is out. Did the circuit trip? CHK. A very subtle noise echo in the martial arts hall, unnoticed by anyone. At the moment the lights went out, several black shadows entered the room from various corners. Fang Heng raised an eyebrow, looking up at Awo. Did you hear something? Hear what? Confused, Awo took out his phone from his pocket, using its flashlight to scan the surroundings. Strange. Why did the power go out? The next moment, a black shadow flashed past under the flashlight. The black shadow swiftly darted towards where the two were positioned. What the? Be careful, Awo shouted, pushing Fang Heng to the side and taking up the large cleaver from the rack, swinging it forward forcefully. Sout. A muffled impact. Awo felt like his strike hit a piece of metal block. Dang. The next moment, he was kicked hard in the abdomen, his body uncontrollably falling backward and crashing into the wooden weapon rack behind him. Doom. Awo knocked down the rack behind him onto the ground. Only as he fell, did he clearly see the black shadow that attacked him. They were dressed in loose black hemp fabrics, with almost their entire faces concealed under hoods. On closer inspection, he could vaguely see a face wrinkled under the hood. The black-clothed creature swiftly rushed towards Fang Heng. Fang Heng, be careful. Just as he spoke, Awo witnessed a scene so astonishing that he was utterly shocked. Fang Heng, who had been standing in place all along, turned to the front and struck out with a knife against the black-clothed creature. CHK. With the glint of the blade came the sound of the air being cut. Sout. An extremely heavy impact noise. Awo was stunned. Dang. The entire large knife shattered upon hitting the black-clothed creature. Damn. That's so trash. Fang Heng hadn't expected the big cleaver in the martial arts hall to be this useless, failing to kill the enemy and breaking itself first. Since that's the case, Fang Heng's pupils contracted, letting go of the big cleaver, making a fist with his right hand. He punched forward. Awo's eyes widened, shouting, "Brother, be careful, CHK." From under the wide sleeve of the black-clothed creature emerged a black dagger, swiftly slashing forward. CHK. The dagger directly ripped Fang Heng's upper garment, leaving a huge gash on his body. At the same time, Fang Heng's fist heavily landed on the black-clothed creature. Sout. Another metallic-like impact sound. The black-clothed creature was sent flying by Fang Heng's punch. Awo gaped, stunned at Fang Heng. What kind of power was that? Fang Heng had a huge slash on his chest, looking terrifying. Yet, within less than 2 seconds, the wound on his body miraculously healed, as if he had never suffered any damage. What in the world? This newcomer from the zombie apocalypse, was he a monster? For a moment, Awo even felt that Fang Heng was more terrifying than those unidentified black-clothed creatures. End of translation. More black-clad creatures surged in from outside the martial arts hall, madly rushing towards Fang Heng. Dang, dang, bang. Fang Heng's punches sent the attacking black-clad creatures flying, but he also received cuts from their knives. Thanks to his rapid healing ability as an immortal, the wounds quickly healed. However, it still hurt. Beads of cold sweat formed on Fang Heng's forehead as he quickly made a judgment in his mind. Trouble. These black-clad creatures were not like ordinary humans. Punching them felt like hitting a metal gate. His fists seemed unable to kill them, but for the moment, they couldn't pose a threat to him either. However, this couldn't go on. Fang Heng could feel his stamina starting to decline. It was clear that this group of black-clad creatures was after him. He needed to find a way to deal with them completely. Fang Heng's eyes quickly scanned his surroundings. Got it. To deal with these highly defensive creatures, sealing them with sealing techniques would do the trick. Sealing techniques were different from other skills. They were learned outside the game and brought into the game. This meant that Fang Heng could use them both in and out of the game. Fang Heng punched the incoming black-clad creatures, then endured attacks from two black-clad creatures wielding knives as he quickly dashed towards the hallway outside. The remaining 20 or so black-clad creatures immediately chased after Fang Heng in the direction he was fleeing. Struggling to get up from the ground, Avon watched Fang Heng escape. Pan wondered, who is this brother exactly? As Fang Heng left the martial arts hall, he ran wildly towards the third floor of the sports hall. There were still sealing materials left there. While running, Fang Heng analyzed the combat patterns of the black-clad creatures behind him. Their running speed was extremely fast, but their attack patterns were relatively simple. They mainly used knives for attacks and would momentarily freeze after each attack. They didn't seem human. They were more like beings controlled by human will. They resembled undead minions being controlled by directives, devoid of their own thinking abilities. Additionally, they used physical attacks. Throughout the escape, Fang Heng was caught by the black-clad creatures multiple times, leaving deep cuts on his back. But Fang Heng was able to quickly heal the wounds with the effect of his immortal skill, despite the pain. Continuing the chase, Fang Heng entered a quiet room on the third floor, grabbed a piece of paper left on the ground, dipped it in a special fusion spell liquid, and made a stroke on the paper. Swish! Fang Heng swiftly turned around, pasted the sealing paper on the forehead of a black-clad creature chasing him from behind. Hint. Sealing failed. Damn. The black-clad creature's body paused, and dark knives appeared from both sleeves, slashing at Fang Heng's neck. Chi. Two deep cuts appeared on Fang Heng's neck. The wounds quickly healed at a rapid pace. Frustrated by the low success rate, Fang Heng muttered in his mind, "Sealing technique, my foot." Fang Heng quickly scanned the hint. Previously in the game, Fang Heng had aimed to max out his sealing talent. Surprisingly, after reaching 999, the talent could still be enhanced. Pressed for time, Fang Heng decided to leave some undead minions to continue maximizing the talent's strength while taking the remaining minions to seal samples of the Hela organization. After some time, the talent's strength had surged to over 2,000. Fang Heng had no idea how high the talent could be raised. As he continued running back and forth, Fang Heng scrutinized the sealed paper scrap in his hand. Item. Sealing. Unknown life form. Description. This card contains an unknown life form. Great. No mention of it being unable to be put in the backpack. Fang Heng thought as he quickly threw the sealed card into the leap transition pack slot. Running through the building up to the 17th floor, Fang Heng kicked open the door leading to the rooftop, ran to the edge, and glanced back for the last time. The black-clad creatures continued to pursue him relentlessly. Having been chased for so long, Fang Heng had counted. There were a total of 24 black-clad creatures, with one sealed, leaving 23. But even now, Fang Heng still couldn't see the faces of these black-clad creatures clearly. He believed they were products of the mid to high-level game world. Under the night sky, Fang Heng crossed the railing, leapt forward, and jumped from the high 17th floor building directly down. The black-clad creatures didn't realize the risks of jumping from the 17th floor, but dutifully followed Fang Heng, leaping into the air in unison. It seemed they were indeed unconscious life forms, blindly following the controller's orders. Fang Heng pondered. Who could it be that was so urgent to kill him? As he fell rapidly through the air, Fang Heng felt a light breeze. The passage of time seemed to slow once again. Is this the feeling of jumping off a building? Fang Heng knew clearly that even if he jumped straight down to the ground, he wouldn't die due to the effect of the indestructible body. It would definitely be excruciating. And being smashed into minced meat is also very disgusting. As his body plummeted rapidly, Fang Heng slowly closed his eyes. In front of him, a bronze-colored gate gradually opened. As Fang Heng's body was still falling mid-air, a crimson magic array appeared directly below on the ground. Hiss! In mid-air, numerous grayish-blue hands simultaneously reached out from the void, wrapping Fang Heng tightly within them. Whoosh! The moment he landed, Fang Heng's entire body seemed to have disappeared with the crimson magic array. Bang! 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 Subsequently, all the black life forms that were chasing Fang Heng fell to the ground simultaneously. Accompanied by loud noises, the cement floor was cratered by impact. The black-clad life forms remained motionless. Black mist rose slowly from within their bodies. In a short moment, only a thin layer of black robes remained in the craters. Outside the gymnasium, in a black car parked nearby, Cao Huai lowered his binoculars. He seemed lost, staring at the spot where Fang Heng had just disappeared. This attack incident was entirely orchestrated by the Night Owl's people, with Cao Huai playing a role in bringing them here, managing to temporarily cut off the power supply to the gymnasium and the nearby area. However, Cao Huai felt uneasy, hence choosing to hide here after cutting off the power supply, observing through his binoculars. But he never expected to witness the scene of Fang Heng falling from a great height. He saw how Fang Heng vanished. A special magic array, an extremely peculiar way of entering the game. Demi-human race. Fang Heng was actually a demi-human. Cao Huai's breathing became rapid once again. A powerful and terrifying demi-human. No wonder he could stay ahead of others in the game, gaining control of the 8th district in such a short time, achieving what other players couldn't. Cao Huai's mind was in extreme confusion. Everything seemed unreasonable. It didn't make sense. How could a demi-human accept game missions? How could he gain control of the 8th district in the game? Demi-human simply couldn't receive game missions, but only a demi-human could enter the game in that way. After pondering in the cabin for 3 minutes, Cao Huai's solemn expression eased, a cold smile appearing on his lips. He only needed one suspicious reason. The Federation harbored deep fear towards demi-humans. Reporting Fang Heng's demi-human status would surely prompt an investigation. If he was indeed a demi-human obtaining the qualifications as a realm master, superiors would certainly stop at nothing to kill him. Thus, Fang Heng's fate was sealed. No one would disturb him from obtaining the status of realm master of the 7th district anymore. Even if Fang Heng wasn't a demi-human, the Federation's highest level of scrutiny would be a lot to handle for him. Immediately calling to inform his superiors. After understanding this, Cao Huai reached for his pocket, trying to find his phone to make the call. Where is his phone? Just as Cao Huai was about to search for it, a pleasant female voice sounded in his ear. Are you looking for this? Cao Huai was taken aback, suddenly feeling an icy chill envelop his entire body. It was as if he had been frozen in place, unable to move a muscle. With great effort, he slowly turned to look at his side. At some point, a woman had appeared on the passenger seat. Who is she? When did she appear by his side? Cao Huai felt an immense sense of terror. The woman had silently appeared on his passenger seat and seemed to have him under her control. Why does this woman look so familiar? Cao Huai blinked. He was sure he had seen this woman before. But where? Cao Huai tried to search his memory. Suddenly, Cao Huai remembered. He had seen her while investigating Fang Heng's background. You are Zia Shi. Oh. You know me? Zia Shi's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Then she understood the crucial point. Right, you investigated him. Your memory is quite good for a human. Who are you exactly? Cao Huai felt his throat go dry. At his deathbed, some details replayed in his mind like a movie. In a moment, Cao Huai seemed to understand many things. Are you also a demi-human? Previously, the Federal Inspector Menwu died after investigating Fang Heng. And that was you. Shh, don't speak. Listen to me. Zia Shi raised a hand to her lips. I can tolerate your actions towards Fang Heng in the game. But this time, you accidentally discovered Tabo. Note, the text provided was extensive. I included an excerpt for brevity. All people's game. Starting from the zombie apocalypse. Hanging up the phone, Mo Jiawei was shocked. Quickly turned around, stepped on the brakes. At the same time, Fang Heng threw the sealed card in his hand out of the car window. Snap. Still in midair, the sealed card suddenly burst open. After the black-clothed creature landed, it gently tapped its toe on the ground and swiftly attacked Fang Heng again. The truck had not completely stopped, and Fang Heng had already opened the car door and jumped out from inside. Facing the black-clothed creature charging towards him, Fang Heng raised his fist and struck forward. Dang! like the sound of a bell ringing. The black-clothed creature was punched back. Behind, the 8 fused tyrants immediately ran towards the falling point of the black-clothed creature. Hiss hiss hiss. Dense spines extended from the fused tyrants' bodies, and in a short moment, they securely bound the black-clothed creature. TSK, Fang Heng disdainfully snorted, chased by this group of unknown creatures outside the game. Now that they were in the game, they couldn't handle it. Fang Heng. Mo Jiawei hurriedly got out of the car. He looked at the black-clothed creature that was half downed by the fused tyrants, with a puzzled look. What is this thing? The creature that attacked me in the gym before accidentally brought one back. As Fang Heng spoke, he observed the bound black-clothed creature. According to the game's instructions, he needed to analyze and study the black-clothed creature next. Shouldn't that be left to Qi Yaokon? Let me see. Mo Jiawei eagerly wanted to try, extending his left hand to cover his left eye. Demon attendant. Mo Jiawei furrowed his brows and said, not belonging to the world of zombies, upgrade your skill level to obtain more information. This. Mo Jiawei opened his mouth in surprise, put down his hand, and looked back at Lucia beside him. What did she just say? After controlling the 8th district, not only zombies, but all sorts of monsters and demons would appear there. Look, it hadn't been long, and the monsters and demons had already appeared. Fang Heng spread his hands. Looks like we can only take it back to Qi Yaokon for research to figure out what it is. Old Mo, stop dawdling. Let's go back quickly. Oh. Mo Jiawei came back to his senses and followed Fang Heng to the driver's seat of the truck. Starting the truck, Mo Jiawei asked, Master, you said my martial arts hall was attacked. Yes, the martial arts hall is fine. Just a bit chaotic. I think they were aiming for me. It's no use staying at that place. Let's hide in the game. I believe your family should be able to handle it. You're right. Mo Jiawei thought that made sense. After all, he couldn't help even if he wasn't online. It would be good not to cause trouble. How long until we reach the camp? Soon, Fang Heng thought for a moment. He was prepared to stay in the game a bit longer, and it wouldn't be too late to return to the real world after the people from Beihai Heavy Industries dealt with this incident. Thinking about it, Fang Heng took out 2 bottles of coffee from his backpack and gulped them down. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. At the street corner, an ordinary taxi slowly pulled over and stopped by the side of the road. A tall and thin middle-aged man emerged from the shadows. He opened the car door and got into the back seat of the taxi. Mission failed. Target not successfully eliminated. Juni Kyubei furrowed his brows in the driver's seat. Why did it fail? The newcomer almost completely hid his entire body under a large gray robe, with a little bit of exposed skin appearing white and wrinkled, making it look abnormally uncomfortable. Hunted by demon attendants, a normal person couldn't possibly survive. There are a total of 24 demon attendants, 23 of them resurrected after being killed, and 1 demon attendant lost its mental connection completely. I still cannot rebuild a connection with it. What do you mean? Literally, your provided information is incorrect. The target's rating needs to be significantly increased. Damn it, he's just a beginner gamer outside the game. How much more do you want to increase it? Juni Kyubei slammed his hand on the steering wheel in frustration. It was despicable. After this failed ambush plan, the Mo family would surely strengthen their defenses, and Fang Heng would surely be extra careful. It would be extremely difficult for them to assassinate Fang Heng next time. Cooper looked at Juni Kyubei, calmly withdrew his gaze. Well, this mission has ended. I should leave. If I don't leave now, the federal insects will catch up. Juni Kyubei wanted to say something else, but his phone suddenly vibrated. He immediately answered it. Hello, boss. Listening to the content from the other end of the phone, Juni Kyubei's pupil suddenly narrowed. What did you say? Okay. Yes, you can rest assured. I will handle it. Hanging up the phone, Juni Kyubei turned to Cooper. Emergency situation. Cao Huai is dead. Cooper turned to look at Juni Kyubei, his expression still calm. And then, the plan has changed. According to the captain's instructions, we will execute the plan ahead of schedule. That's now. Night Owl needs your assistance. Okay. Let's go. I will coordinate the communication. Asterisk 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 mad. Our home was robbed. Mo Jianhe grumbled with annoyance at the tea room, pouring himself a large cup of tea with a puffy face. It almost caused a major incident. Luckily, my smart disciple escaped quickly without being hit. Otherwise, I would have to fight those people desperately. Mo Yangsha calmly poured another cup for Mo Jianhe. Oh, you're a disciple? Yes. Fang Heng, the one I personally taught the sealing technique. Of course, he is my direct disciple. Ever since Mo Jianhe found out that Fang Heng had successfully broken open an interdimensional rift within a day of learning the sealing technique, he had unilaterally declared outside that Fang Heng was his direct disciple. Whenever Fang Heng was mentioned, Mo Jianhe still seemed excited. He confidently swore, "Fourth brother, don't doubt it. I have a feeling my disciple will definitely bring the sealing technique to great heights. After he finished dealing with the things in the game, I have to talk to him, convince him to, invite him to enter the nightmare game world. I hope so." Mo Yangsha gave a light hum, then continued, "Let's set this matter aside. I ask you, were the attackers encountered tonight from the Night Owl? Impossible. Even with Night Owl's few mediocre men, they couldn't trap me. Most likely, it was the hands of the 12 consortiums. Not surprising. Night Owl has long been in contact with the 12 consortiums." Mo Yangsha nodded. "And they've been tough on those old folks for so many years. Let alone them. Aren't we the same, enduring it? We are getting internal injuries." Mo Jianhe grumbled dissatisfiedly, "Still enduring. I think it's meaningless. We might as well fight them head-on." National Game. Starting with the Zombie Apocalypse, Volume 516 of the Hang Up main text chapter introduces a new to. "Don't worry, we agreed on this." While the two were speaking, Mo Yangsha's phone rang. After a few words, Mo Yangsha hung up the phone, showing a thoughtful expression. "Brother, what's wrong?" "Cao Huai is dead." Mo Jian's eyes lit up and he became interested immediately. "Oh, that intense. Was it the Night Owl's doing? Did the plan start early?" "No. It's probably not the Night Owl's doing." Mo Yangsha looked puzzled and said, "According to the information obtained from the Blood Clan, after Cao Huai's death, the Night Owl took special emergency action in District 7, which was a sudden early start to the plan and was not within their expectations." "That's strange." "Yeah. And also, Cao Huai died in the street next to the gym. The inspection team has already been involved in the investigation, and our gym has temporarily been included in the investigation area. Damn it, those federal bastards really know how to take advantage of the situation." Mo Jianhe muttered softly, scratched his head, and then showed a suspicious look. "Wait, if Cao Huai wasn't killed by the Night Owl, then who could it be? And he died right next to our gym. This is too far-fetched, isn't it?" "Indeed." Mo Yangsha picked up his teacup, took a sip, and said, "It seems that besides us and the 12 wealthy houses, there are others interested in the altar." Mo Jianhe swallowed some saliva, thinking about something, tentatively asked, "Fourth brother, I heard that Jiawei also has some thoughts about District 7. Could he and Fang Heng be involved in the altar as well?" "Yes." "Well, that's good. This kind of thing is too dangerous for them. Fang Heng is the heir of my sealing arts, and Jiawei is my nephew. It's better for them to stay out of it." Mo Yangsha put down his teacup and looked at Mo Jianhe. "No, what I mean is, they have already been involved." "Huh." The truck slowly entered the prison headquarters. Fang Heng immediately and to the underground laboratory to look for Qiu Yaokon. Two fused tyrant bodies followed Fang Heng, dragging the entangled black-clothed life form into the research area. "Fang Heng, I was just looking for you. I heard that you have completely expelled the samples of the Hela organization." "Yes, everything has been cleaned up." Qiu Yaokong stood in place for a long time before sighing heavily in his heart. A bit regretful. Qiu Yaokong knew that this was the fastest way to end the apocalypse, but he couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. In fact, the samples of the Hela organization are of great research value. Through the study of the organization, we may be able to find a way to achieve eternal life, or even the kind of superpowers that Hela had. There may never be another research subject of such high value. Fang Heng smirked, thinking that Qiu Yaokong was acting strange today. It turned out to be for research. He worried for nothing. There would be plenty more where that came from in the future. There's nothing to regret. "I have a surprise for you here." As they spoke, Fang Heng controlled the two fused tyrant bodies to drag the entangled black-clothed creature into the room. What's that?" Qiu Yaokong looked at the black-clothed creature entwined by the fused tyrant bodies, his face showing a keen interest. He walked up to the black-clothed creature and examined it. "Is it a new mutated zombie?" "No. It's a new plaything. I'll leave it to you to research as you wish." "Interesting life form." Qiu Yaokong was intrigued. After all, with the end of the zombie apocalypse, Qiu Yaokong felt a little empty. He didn't expect Fang Heng to find a new toe for him so soon. Qiu Yaokong took out a pen from his pocket. He walked up to the black-clothed creature, first poking the entangled black-clothed creature with the pen tip, then taking out a pair of scissors from his pocket, cutting off its hood and part of the black robe. Under the black robe, the black-clothed creature's original form was a humanoid creature. Its skin was wrinkled, its stature short, and extremely thin. Previously, Fang Heng had always thought that the black-clothed creature's weapon was a black knife, but it wasn't. The black-clothed creature's wrist extended into long black bone spurs, merging with the entire palm. Its face was even more bizarre. Unlike ordinary humans, its mouth area was a circular mouthpiece with rows of sharp white teeth inside. Its eyes also had no pupils, just two deeply sunken black holes. Interesting, he bears a great resemblance to us humans, but from an external analysis, I believe his growth environment may be very different from ours. I'll take a blood sample to try. Saying that, Qiu Yaokong took out a sample collector from his pocket and pressed it against the black-clothed creature's arm. Click, a soft sound. Qiu Yaokong's hand tingled, and the whole sample collector in his hand was smashed out by the black-clothed creature's tough skin. Interesting, Qiu Yaokong became even more interested. He looked excited and turned to Fang Heng. I will study him. It may take some time. On the retinas of Fang Heng, a line of game prompt also appeared. Hint. Players of the shelter conduct research and analysis on unknown life forms. Based on the current level of the shelter's abilities, the estimated time required is 18.4 hours. Thank you for your hard work. Do it as soon as possible. Listening to the conversation between Fang Heng and Qiu Yaokong, the many NPC characters in the laboratory showed painful expressions. It seems they'll have to work overtime again today. Leaving the laboratory, Fang Heng turned to the teleportation hall to find Victor to discuss the problem of upgrading the 4th-tier space tear. Hey, Victor. Victor was inspecting the space rift device when he saw Fang Heng and put down the wrench in his hand. Fang Heng, we heard that we have already purified the virus left by Hela. There will no longer be any zombie virus spreading in the world. Can we embrace the sunlight again? Yes. Thanks to the space rift device you modify, you've helped us a lot. That's great. You have really done it. I knew you could do it. Victor was extremely excited. Let me tell you some good news. Angel's condition has also improved. She can walk on the ground now. Qiu Yaokong told me that he will try to develop a virus antibody vaccine in the next stage. With the prototype virus as a research sample, I believe we will soon be able to completely remove the residual zombie virus toxins from Angel's body. Fang Heng patted Victor's shoulder. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know if Angel would be able to make it through. Fang Heng patted Victor's shoulder. It's all in the past. I have something I need your help with. Well, just tell me. It's related to the next stage of upgrading the space rift device. Where are we at? Victor nodded in response, placing his hand on the large space rift device and explaining. I've seen the design plans of Starfall Company. Theoretically, the difficulty of upgrading the 4th-tier rift device is not high, and I alone can complete the transformation 7017K. I need some high-level materials to replace the original components and further improve the current performance of the Spatial Ripper. In general, as long as I gather enough high-strength materials, I can immediately proceed to the next stage of upgrades. Hint. You received the 4th stage upgrade message for the large Spatial Ripper device. Hint. After upgrading the large Spatial Ripper to the 4th stage, you can obtain additional teleport quantities, additional teleport time, unlock the function of short-distance teleport channels, gain an additional to transitional backpack slots, and activate related customs functions. Hint. Upgrading the large Spatial Ripper to the 4th stage requires 50,000 survival points, 1,500 main god points, and 20 high-energy evolution crystals. Head down to check the material requirements list, and Fang Heng began contemplating. Not long ago, he completed a main mission and earned plenty of main god points. The trouble lies in the high-energy evolution crystals. High-energy evolution crystals are the highest-grade crystals in the early game. They can only be obtained with a chance after killing 5th-stage mutated zombies. At the current stage, unless most players in the 8th district are gathered together to summon a very high-level blood moon, it is temporarily impossible to get so many 5th-stage mutated zombies in the 8th district. Such an operation is time-consuming and strenuous, and could easily lead to failure if not careful. It seems like I'll have to find a way in the 7th district. Maybe I can release another wave of virus-resistant vaccine bodies in the 7th district to attract more high-level zombies. However, last time in the 7th district, a large number of antiviral vaccine bodies were produced, consuming a lot of existing materials. It's a bit difficult to produce a large quantity of antiviral vaccine bodies again. Thinking this over, Fang Heng noted it as a to-do item for the 7th district. Crafting 20 essence crystals. God, something big has happened. Fang Heng was busy noting down when he heard Mo Jiawei rushing in from the teleport hall. Something big has happened. Cao Huai has died. Can you believe it? Fang Heng was taken aback. Cao Huai. The federal shelter in the 7th district was breached. No, it's not that. I'm talking about the real world. Cao Huai was killed in the real world. Mo Jiawei ran up to Fang Heng, panting and holding the spatial ripper. You won't believe where he died. Where did he die? Right next to our gym in the neighboring block. I heard the estimated time of death was during the time you were attacked by the demon squire. The fact that you were attacked is definitely related to Cao Huai's death, Mo Jiawei said convincingly. And my 4th uncle is looking for you, wanting to ask about the attack on you. Late at night, in front of the building, a red magic circle appeared on the cement floor. With a flash of red light, Fang Heng appeared within the magic circle. Phew. Glancing around, Fang Heng was about to leave when he heard a voice behind him. Fang Heng, you're back. Turning around, Fang Heng saw Mo Yongxiao standing behind him. Uncle Mo, have you been waiting for me? Yes, I heard the attack was directed towards you this time, and I was a bit worried. For safety's sake, I'll take you back to the villa, and also ask you about the attack. Thank you, Uncle Mo. Due to the recent sudden death of Cao Huai and the attack on the gym, the entire martial arts hall had been temporarily sealed off. Several investigators were around the venue interviewing witnesses. If it weren't for Mo Yongxiao's help, Fang Heng wouldn't have been able to easily leave. Leaving the gym, Fang Heng followed Mo Yongxiao and got into his private car, heading back to the villa. In the driver's seat, Mo Yongxiao rolled down the window. I haven't had a chance to congratulate you on gaining possession of the 8th district. An amazing achievement. Thank you. My luck has been good. No need to be modest. Within just a few months, you achieved something that our North River heavy industries hadn't been able to do for over a decade. It's not just luck that got you here, or else Mo Jiawei would have already unified the entire universe. Thinking of Mo Jiawei, Fang Heng grinned. He also put in a lot of effort. I heard Jiawei mention your current situation. Do you still have plans for the 7th district? Yes. Fang Heng had always trusted Mo Yongxiao. There was nothing to hide. Nodding, he said, I'm more interested in the main mission of the 7th district, but I'm currently facing a problem and it's giving me a headache. Coincidentally, the main mission topic piqued Fang Heng's interest. He had been troubled before about how to complete the main task of reviving Hela. Now was a good time to ask for Mo Yongxiao's opinion. By the way, Uncle Mo, do you know how to revive the dead? Fang Heng briefly described the resurrection of Hela. Confined by the game's restrictions on main missions, Fang Heng had to change the wording, focusing on how to accomplish the mission's goal of reviving Hela, even changing Hela's name. After telling the whole story, a row of messages appeared on his retina. Hint. Based on the assessment, you disclosed related main mission information, deducting 980 main god points. Damn. Fang Heng thought he had been quite discreet, yet almost 1,000 main god points were deducted. That's harsh. After hearing Fang Heng's account, Mo Yongxiao pondered for a moment. As you said, I believe that the deceased is not truly dead. Her body remains in a vital state, but she utilized a special method for sacrifice to enhance the curse cast effect. Mo Yongxiao continued, if you want to complete the mission, I suggest you try to retrieve her soul. The soul? Fang Heng frowned. Mr. Mo, do you know how to do that? In the necromancy branch of the mystical studies of the undead, there is a soul-calling spell that can retrieve the soul of the deceased, but using such magic has many taboos. Compared to other methods, learning the summoning spell is complex. I have a friend who is an expert in this area. The car stopped at a traffic light at a crossroads, and Mo Yongxiao turned to Fang Heng. He's not in this city. We could consider taking the next flight over. We should arrive at our destination early tomorrow morning. It's a bit far. Fang Heng calculated in his mind. With Cao Huai already dead, the situation in the 7th district should theoretically be more stable. Taking advantage of this free time, He wanted to find a method to revive Hela as soon as possible. DSSS rank, main, ending corresponds to the unique skill. I can't give up now, deader sooner than later. Uncle Mo, we would like to go now. I'll make a call to arrange it. The next day, the plane landed at the airport. Mo Yongxiao had already prepared a car and personally drove Fang Heng to the desolate outskirts. Along the way, Fang Heng fell asleep several times, and when he opened his eyes again, the car had already entered a cemetery. Graveyard? Fang Heng leaned his head out the car window. Looking at the cemetery covered in thick fog, Fang Heng felt puzzled. It looked more like a chaotic burial ground than a proper graveyard. Tombstones and grave markers were haphazardly placed on both sides of the narrow path. We are almost there. Fang Heng. In the middle of the cemetery area stood a medieval-style building shrouded in thick white fog, obscuring its full appearance. Mo Yongxiao parked the sedan in the parking lot behind the building. The Spirit Scholars Association never involves itself in the conflicts between various factions. They provided a commitment as a permanent third party. After some events and behind-the-scenes maneuvering of various interested parties, the Federation finally allowed them to build the Hall of the Departed here. The Federation also had minimal involvement in the management, Mo Yongxiao explained as they got out of the car. The two arrived at the gate, and Mo Yongxiao rang the doorbell. Our information has been registered by the Federation in secret as we entered the cemetery area. Shortly after, the gate opened, and a servant in a gray robe nodded at them. Mr. Mo, young visitor. Welcome. The servant seemed thin, almost like a skeleton, holding a candlestick. He gestured for them to follow him into the hallway. Fang Heng glanced at Mo Yongxiao and stepped into the passageway behind the servant. As they walked, Fang Heng noticed various large, peculiar sculptures displayed on either side of the wide pathway. It felt like he was in a museum of bizarre statues of mythical creatures. He curiously observed them. Were they gargoyles? He remembered reading about them in mystical books. After walking for about 5 minutes, they reached a tall iron gate. At the sight of the gate, Fang Heng felt a stir in his heart. It resembled the gate he saw when entering the game through the imprint method, although the patterns engraved on the frames were different. Additionally, this gate was exceptionally massive, towering over 2 stories high. The servant approached and pushed open the gate to the hall. A bustling noise emanated from beyond the gate. In the center of the hall, a giant crystal-decorated platform divided the circular hall into a ring. Groups of people gathered, engaging in various discussions. On the left were seating areas for relaxation, and on the right were desks for handling affairs. This is the Hall of the Departed. Typically, only scholars studying the spirits can enter here. They usually come here to register, trade materials, exchange academic knowledge, sell information, share quests, and more. The Hall of the Departed. Fang Heng was taken aback. He never knew there was such a place in this world. Mr. Mo, are you also a scholar of the spirits? The servant inquired. Mr. Mo is our esteemed mentor. Fang Heng raised an eyebrow. Mr. Mo, Mr. Dickey is waiting for you in the VIP room. Let me take you there first. The servant guided them through a passage at the side of the Hall of the Departed. After climbing a long staircase and traversing a lengthy corridor, they arrived at a door. Please, I will wait for you at the door. Thank you. Mo Yongxiao entered the room first. Inside the VIP room, a middle-aged man in a suit sat behind a desk. Upon seeing Mo Yongxiao, he stood up to greet him. Mr. Mo, it has been a while, Dickey said with a gentle smile, nodding slightly at Mo Yongxiao. May you find eternal peace. Thank you. Mo Yongxiao introduced Dickey. One of my younger colleagues encountered some issues. We came here to seek your advice on the study of spirits, hoping for your assistance. You are too kind. We are old friends. I have always been grateful for Mr. Mo's blessings and guidance. I will do my best. It's concerning the resurrection of the deceased, Mo Yongxiao explained as he and Fang Heng sat on the sofa. He recounted the story he had heard from Fang Heng. After listening to Mo Yongxiao's full account, Dickey smiled. You came to the right person. In terms of manipulating souls, we spirit scholars have a law of experience and insights. The fundamental discipline of spirit studies includes the soul summoning technique, which can bring back the fragmented soul of the deceased. By guiding the soul back into the body, the deceased can be resurrected as a basic warrior. However, Dickey paused and turned his gaze towards Fang Heng. The soul summoning technique has significant flaws. What flaws? First, the preparation and duration. The preparatory work to summon specific souls is highly complicated, and once successful, the resurrection lasts only a very short time. Secondly, memory. To forcibly summoned souls are not complete. They lose most of their past memories, retaining only some instincts, such as combat memories or certain obsessions from their past lives. Moreover, if the soul is corrupted, there can be many adverse reactions after it is summoned into a body. Fang Heng furrowed his brows. Adverse reactions? Like what? Many things. The most common is uncontrolled killing. Furthermore, ordinary souls may have already been destroyed and cannot be successfully summoned. Fang Heng pondered silently. The mission in the game only stated to resurrect Hela. The existence of past memories, soul corruption, and adverse reactions seemed unimportant. Another point is that the more potent the soul's strength before death, the harder it is to summon. If you plan to perform the soul summoning technique in the game, you must consider this beforehand. The troublesome soul summoning technique. Just listening to Fang Heng made his head ache slightly. He mumbled to himself, I didn't expect it to be so complex. Perhaps, for believers in death, it means eternal peace. Disturbing the peace of the deceased may not be morally acceptable. Eternal peace? Fang Heng contemplated quietly. In the next moment, a game message flashed on his retina. Hint: based on basic mysticism, in your conversation with Dicky, you gain some insights. Your talent in spirit studies has increased by 0.05. Hint: your talent in spirit studies, 83.05. You have a natural talent in practicing spirit studies. Ha! His talent in spirit studies was unexpectedly high. Fang Heng was surprised. On second thought, it made sense. After all, he possessed the S-rank initial skill, Zombie Doppelganger. There might be some connection between the Zombie Doppelganger and spirit studies. That's not right. Fang Heng suddenly thought of something and his eyelids jumped. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Dicky. Teaching skills to players outside the game. Could Dicky also be a member of the demi-human race? Dicky calmly looked at Fang Heng. If it's a mission in the game, I can help you find a reliable necromancer who can assist you in summoning souls. Of course, this all comes with a price, including the cost of spell materials. I think a fair price would be 4,000 main god points for a complete package. If the mission fails, the points will be refunded by our Necromancer Association. Fang Heng listened and felt worried. 4,000 main god points were indeed expensive, but if he could, he also wanted it to be simpler and pay for everything. Unfortunately, in the main god game, transitioning from high-level to low-level invasions was extremely difficult. This was not something that could be solved simply by spending 4,000 main god points. Asking for help was not an option. He had to rely on himself. I am still in the early stages of the game. Upon hearing this, Dicky was stunned for a moment and shook his head. Unfortunately, I might not be able to find someone to help you then. What if I try it myself? What if I personally study necromancy and soul summoning? Dicky did not respond, and instead glanced at Mo Yongxiao. Mo Yongxiao nodded at Dicky and said, I can be Fang Heng's sponsor and recommend him to join the Necromancer Association. Of course, Dicky thought for a moment, then said, after joining the Necromancer Association, we are willing to teach you the most basic necromancy. The introductory level foundational courses will cost you 2,000 main god points. Fang Heng gritted his teeth. One can never have too many skills. In the early stages of the game, one couldn't rely on others, only on oneself. After completing the main storyline in District 7, he could earn more main god points. Consider this 2,000 points as an upfront investment. Alright, I am willing to learn. Have you thought it through? Young scholar, studying necromancy requires a long time. Long? Fang Heng stared into Dicky's eyes. Perhaps it was long for others, but for him, with a large horde of zombie underlings, he could easily level up along the way. Yes, I am willing to learn. Dicky stood up, walked over to Fang Heng, and extended a dry finger to gently tap on Fang Heng's forehead. May you find eternal peace, young man. Tipped. You have spent 2,000 points to learn basic necromancy from Dicky. Skill. Basic necromancy skill description. An initial necromancy skill. With this skill, you can use some necromancy-related items and learn related necromancy skills. Skill description. This skill can be upgraded to level 10. Dicky put down his finger. Follow me, young scholar. I will impart the basics of necromancy to you. Dicky led the two back to the Hall of the Dead. He approached the counter, personally registered Fang Heng and received a book of the deceased from the clerk behind the counter, which he handed to Fang Heng. The book of the deceased is a basic item for learning necromancy. If the book is accidentally damaged, you can purchase a new one for 30 main god points at the counter, a very affordable price. Fang Heng took the book from Dickie's hand. Game tips floated on his retina. Tipped. You have obtained the item. Book of the deceased. Item. Book of the deceased. Current experience. 0.0% current maximum soul capacity of the book of the deceased. 0.100ths. Description. Write your name on the front page to become a follower of the undead. You can then become the owner of the book of the deceased. Description. The book of the deceased is required for casting most necromancy spells and also acts as a container for storing souls. Description. The book of the deceased can absorb souls to increase its level. Leveling up can increase the maximum soul storage capacity, slightly improve the success rate of necromancy spells, slightly boost soul absorption speed, and increase the success rate of soul lock-ins. Description. Once bound, the book of the deceased cannot be used by others. After receiving the book, accompanied by the servant, Dickie continued to lead the two out of the Hall of the Dead. They walked along another long corridor, descended the stairs with the four of them, until they arrived at the second underground floor, an empty room. As soon as he entered the room, Fang Heng felt a cold chill wash over him. Dickie extinguished the candle on the candlestick and picked up a new candle from the counter at the entrance of the room, lighting it. The blue flames flickered and illuminated the surroundings. Fang Heng's eyelids twitched slightly. In the light of the blue flame, he saw wandering soul bodies in the room. I call this the Wailing Realm, Dickie said, his tone carrying a hint of pride. The Necromancer Association has spent decades collecting souls here. Many members of the association use the Wailing Realm to cultivate their necromancy skills, enhancing their skill levels and the abilities of the Book of the Deceased. No need to worry. These soul bodies are acquired through legitimate channels and are authorized by the Federation. Fang Heng frowned. What should I do then? Well, pay attention. The red souls are angry. The blue souls are relatively calm, and the white souls indicate their abilities are weakening. The fainter the color, the more likely they are to disappear. Dickie pointed at the drifting soul bodies in the air and continued, simply put, darker colors indicate stronger power levels. Absorbing them into the Book of the Deceased will provide more nourishment. As a container, the Book of the Deceased can temporarily absorb souls and then devour them. After digestion, the book gains experience points, enhancing both itself and your basic necromancy skills. For you, whether it's the advancement of the book or your own progress, both are crucial. So what you need to do is try to incorporate these souls into the Book of the Deceased and complete the absorption process. Fang Heng understood the gist of it. He tried opening the new Book of the Deceased in his hand. The book was completely blank inside. Fang Heng turned to Dickie. Is it difficult? Difficult? Dickie shook his head repeatedly. Not at first. Souls with fading wills close to dispersal are often easily drawn to the Book of the Deceased. But as the souls grow stronger, they become more unruly. Necromancers often spend a lot of time collecting a more advanced soul. As I mentioned earlier, learning necromancy is a very tedious process and usually requires a significant amount of practice. National game. Starting with the zombie apocalypse to hang up. Let me demonstrate it to you, Dickie said, as he flipped his wrist and a Book of the Dead appeared in the palm of his hand. He casually flipped open one page of the Book of the Dead and aimed the book at a vengeful spirit. The vengeful spirit in midair was instantly immobilized. The Book of the Dead released an invisible attraction force. The vengeful spirit's body gradually got sucked into the Book of the Dead uncontrollably. Roar. The vengeful spirit let out a final resentful roar before completely disappearing into the Book of the Dead. Fang Heng momentarily felt dazed. When he regained his senses, Dickie had already emotionlessly closed the Book of the Dead. Isn't it simple? Can I try? Of course. Fang Heng was a bit impatient. He closed his eyes and opened the Book of the Dead, laying it flat on his chest. Channeling his mental power into the Book of the Dead, he immediately felt a faint attraction released from the open pages of the book. Unfortunately, the attraction was too weak, and the wandering soul was not affected at all, instead moving further away from Fang Heng. With patience, after waiting for 5 minutes, a faint blue soul drifted past Fang Heng's Book of the Dead. It seemed to be influenced by the attraction coming from the Book of the Dead, its action slightly affected by the book. Suddenly, as if startled, it broke free and rapidly escaped. Fang Heng opened his eyes. It was a failure. Sealing a soul was much more difficult than he imagined. Young scholar, your talent in necromancy is impressive. But even so, capturing souls still requires a bit of luck. Take your time. As followers of death, we have plenty of time to practice. New members can use the Realm of the Souls for free 3 times. After that, each entry will require registration and 50 main god points. Young man, learning necromancy is an extremely lengthy process. I hope you can persevere. With that, Dicky turned to Mo Yongxiao. Mr. Mo, it's been a long time. How about we go for a drink? It's my honor. And I also brought a little gift for you. Besides, there's something else I'd like to discuss with you privately, Mo Yongxiao said. And Fang Heng nodded. Fang Heng, the Realm of the Souls blocks all signals nearby. If you need to contact the outside world, you can only do so through the internal phone line. If you finish your cultivation early, you can rest in a room on the 3rd floor. I'll come find you later. Okay. Thank you, Uncle Mo. You're welcome. The Realm of the Souls. Fang Heng had been maintaining the gesture of releasing the Book of the Dead for a full hour. A very faint soul finally approached the Book of the Dead. It was unaware of the impending danger and gradually got absorbed into the book by the force of the Book of the Dead, until its whole body was absorbed into the Book of the Dead. Snap! Fang Heng suddenly opened his eyes and forcefully closed the Book of the Dead. Phew! Fang Heng let out a big sigh. A whole hour. Finally, a line of small text appeared on the retina. Hint: you have completed the imprisonment of a soul. Your basic necromancy experience plus 0.001. Damn. Just 0.001. Seeing the humiliating game hint, Fang Heng muttered softly and sat on the ground in frustration. Hint: player skill. Unlock new special abilities of occultism. Hot. Unlocked a new ability again? Fang Heng couldn't help but stretch out his hand and look at the imprint on his hand. However, detailed explanations of skills seemed unavailable outside the game. Just as Fang Heng was pondering, another game hint flashed on the retina. Hint: through the skill, occultism, your talent in necromancy has increased by 0.001. The talent in necromancy was also improved along with it. Fang Heng scratched his head. It seemed the newly activated ability was likely related to the world of the dead and could increase the talent in necromancy. At least compared to ordinary people, he could level up skills and talent points simultaneously. It was good news. Next, he should try to see the effect of devouring and absorbing souls. Fang Heng thought and closed his eyes once again. He immersed his consciousness into the Book of the Dead, manipulating it to devour the newly acquired soul. The process was extremely slow. Fang Heng felt the Book of the Dead gradually erode the locked soul. After 20 minutes, Fang Heng opened his eyes again. Hint: you have absorbed a weak soul about to dissipate through the Book of the Dead. Basic necromancy experience plus 0.05. Your Book of the Dead experience plus 1. Hint: through the skill, occultism, your talent in necromancy has increased by 0.001. Wait, how disappointing. Only 0.05 gained in skill experience for absorbing a soul. Merely sealing a soul resulted in a 0.01 increase, yet absorbing was only 5 times more. It was too time-consuming. At this rate, it would take more than 10 years to summon the spirit of Hela. Fang Heng frowned, pondering. His advantage was the zombie clone. How could he utilize the zombie clones to speed up the leveling efficiency? Suddenly, Fang Heng's eyes lit up. Since capturing souls through the Book of the Dead could also gain a small amount of experience, he decided not to absorb the souls. Instead, he aimed to grab the souls into the Book of the Dead directly and then use the abilities of his handprint and spatial leap backpack to return the Book of the Dead to the game world. Then, he would somehow create a weakened realm of souls in the game world and let the zombies continuously capture and release souls within the realm of souls to level up efficiently. The plan was feasible. In a brief moment, Fang Heng completed the plan. The only trouble was, he had to start over, recapturing souls. Fang Heng took a deep breath, rallied his spirits, held the Book of the Dead in his hand, and continued to focus on capturing souls. This time, it took an hour and a half before he successfully captured the second lost weak soul. Done. The beginning is always difficult, Fang Heng encouraged himself. With a flick of his wrist, the Book of the Dead was stored in the spatial leap grid of the game back. Anyway, he should return to the game first, see what new skill he had understood through occultism, figure out how to create a realm of souls in the prison, and rely on the zombie clones to level up skills. After surveying the area and confirming no one else was around in the Howling Hall, Fang Heng closed his eyes. A magic array appeared under his feet, and he was entangled by the gray-blue hands emerging from the magic array, dragging him inside, making him disappear into the magic array. National Game. Hanging out from the beginning of the Zombie Apocalypse Chapter 521 of Text Volume 5 Hint. During the time you were offline, your zombie avatar completed the sealing of the wooden cup 1856-92. Through a mysterious ritual, you gained 1,834.292 points of sealing skill talent. Hint. Your basic sealing skill experience has reached the current limit. Returning to the game, Fang Heng quickly scanned through the game hints. Since sealing living beings no longer increased the experience points of the sealing skill, Fang Heng switched back to sealing the wooden cups with his zombie avatars. After all, it was more efficient to seal the wooden cups for talent points. But now, he decided to temporarily pause the sealing skill and focus on necromancy instead. Fang Heng thought to himself as he hurried to the underground hall, simultaneously opening the game journal to check the attributes of the mysterious ritual skill. Aside from a few unchanged special abilities from before, the mysterious ritual skill had unlocked another special ability. Skill Mysterious Ritual. Rank. First stage. Special ability. You will not be affected by the distortion in the realm of death. In the realm of death, you will receive an additional 10% boost in all attributes, and your necromancy talent can be slightly enhanced through training. Indeed, the newly acquired skill also enhanced the necromancy talent. And regarding the death realm, did it refer to the world of the deceased? Fang Heng wondered as he rummaged through his jump bracelet backpack and retrieved the Book of the Dead. The Book of the Dead contained a soul that had been painstakingly sealed before. According to the initial plan, theoretically, he could cycle the soul through sealing, releasing, sealing again, and then releasing to gain experience points and talent abilities. Whatever. Let's give it a try first. Fang Heng opened the Book of the Dead. Infusing his spiritual energy, the soul trapped within the Book of the Dead was released. After the previous struggles, the soul's figure became even dimmer, as if it could disappear at any moment. Fang Heng tossed the Book of the Dead behind him. A zombie avatar extended tendrils from its body, tightly wrapping around the falling Book of the Dead in midair. Fang Heng continued to command the zombie avatar to use the Book of the Dead for soul sealing. The tendril zombie directly opened the Book of the Dead, releasing a faint attraction from within. Success. Fang Heng was relieved. His main concern was that the zombie avatars might not be able to utilize the Book of the Dead. Now it seemed that apart from being a summon, the zombie avatars also possessed the attribute of being avatar, thus being able to inherit the use of the Book of the Dead. Fang Heng glanced up. The soul wandering in the air showed no interest in the Book of the Dead, drifting past into the wall until it disappeared. Within seconds, the soul's body completely vanished. What? Fang Heng stood there stunned. It just ran off. Suddenly, Fang Heng realized, since souls had no physical form, it was easy for them to pass through walls, as it had happened previously. The souls didn't leave during the howling before, likely because of some special treatment during that time. The black brick walls in the room must be the issue. What a waste of more than an hour. Fang Heng felt vexed. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Fang Heng closed his eyes once more. A magic circle appeared beneath his feet. Exiting the game, he returned to the realm of anguish in the real world. As the jump bracelet backpack grid had entered cooldown, Fang Heng was forced to leave the Book of the Dead in the game world. Considering his options, Fang Heng stepped out of the realm of anguish. At the room's entrance stood a servant, holding a candlestick. "Mr. Fang Heng, have you finished using the realm of anguish?" the servant inquired. Fang Heng didn't answer directly but instead asked, "The realm of anguish is specially made to prevent souls from escaping through walls, correct?" "Yes. It was developed by the Necromancer Association after long research to secure weaker soul entities within the realm of anguish. But it's limited to relatively weaker entities," the servant explained calmly. "Are these materials expensive?" "In terms of price, they're not rare, but the production process for the coating material is lengthy. Apart from the coating that prevents souls from escaping, there are also magical arrays within the realm of anguish designed to prolong soul survival. Not having lights is to aid in soul acclimation and reduce agitation," Fang Heng murmured. "Why not make the room smaller? It would save on materials, and there might be more opportunities with the Book of the Dead. Crowded souls within limited space might lead to issues. Compact environments hasten their demise, and internal soul conflicts may intensify." The design of the Realm of Anguish is primarily to ensure prolonged survival of souls. Thank you, I understand. After some discussion, Fang Heng finally grasped the situation. Theoretically, he could create a simplified version of the Realm of Anguish within the game and let the zombie avatar solely gain experience. The hassle of maintaining active souls with magical arrays was too much trouble. Tossing a batch of souls inside, letting the zombie avatar cycle through capturing and releasing them hundreds or thousands of times would suffice. There was no need to go overboard. Now the issue was the coding material. After careful consideration, Fang Heng raised his head and inquired, "Do you add extra coding material? Can you provide me with some? The coding material degrades over time from usage, so we have many backups. If you need some, we can provide it." "Thank you. How about the Book of the Dead? Can I borrow some more?" "Pardon?" It was the servant's first time hearing such an odd request, looking puzzled. "What did you say, Mr. Fang Heng?" "The Book of the Dead. May I borrow a bit more?" "I'm sorry. The Book of the Dead cannot be loaned." Guided by the servant, Fang Heng arrived at the registration desk of the halls of the deceased. "Respected member, here are the 100 books of the dead you requested. Please take them." Under the clerk's strange gaze, Fang Heng spent 3,000 main god points to purchase 100 books of the dead. The good news was that 20 books of the dead could be stacked together in a backpack slot. In theory, he only needed to travel back and forth 5 times, spending 10 hours to arm 100 zombie avatars. With this, the 7,800 main god points earned from completing the 8 districts' main quest had all been spent. Fang Heng sighed silently. Broke. He had to quickly finish the conclusion of the 7th district and regain some of the points. 17K. Idle game for all. Starting from the zombie apocalypse, 5 attendants helped Fang Heng carry thick books of the dead and buckets of special paint, and return to the realm of the dead together. Along the way, the scholars of the dead in the hall cast doubtful glances at Fang Heng. Most of the scholars of the dead were engrossed in their studies and rarely paid attention to what was happening outside. However, such a rare sight still caught their attention. In the crowd, Tan Shuo looked puzzled, his gaze following Fang Heng until he left the Hall of the Dead. Tan Shuo was a member of the federal government. In fact, shortly before Fang Heng entered the Hall of the Dead, several key members of the federal government, including Tan Shuo, had already received news of Fang Heng's arrival. They were not given specific instructions, just to keep an eye on Fang Heng's actions. Tan Shuo was very curious about this player who had obtained membership in District 8 in just a few months. It piqued his interest. Tan Shuo was tempted to follow and see what Fang Heng was up to. His companion patted Tan Shuo's shoulder and said, "Don't bother with him, get ready, we have more important matters to attend to." "Okay." Tan Shuo nodded, withdrawing his gaze from Fang Heng. Fang Heng was preoccupied with how to gain experience points and was unaware that someone in the crowd was watching him. Led by the attendants, he left the hall and headed towards the Wailing. Each new member of the Association of Dead Scholars had 3 free chances to enter the Wailing. Fang Heng was currently broke. He didn't want to waste the opportunity. So, for the next period of time, he planned to stay in the Wailing to grind experience points. "Thank you. I can handle the rest myself." With 100 books and 2 buckets of paint, Fang Heng put them into the Wailing, ushered the attendants out, and closed the door with his own hands. "Let's grind." Fang Heng took a deep breath, patted his cheeks, and lit the soul candle on the table nearby. Under the illumination of the soul fire, wandering soul bodies became visible. There were no shortcuts. At the start, he had to find a way to capture each resentful spirit one by one. Fang Heng was firm in his belief that everything would turn out fine. Strange, where did the deity run off to? Mo Jiawei searched for Fang Heng in the game for a long time, but couldn't find him. He didn't hear from Victor that Fang Heng had gone to another world. After wandering the prison in circles 3 times, Mo Jiawei finally mustered the courage to enter a newly built underground entrance in the prison. In the hallway, Lucy leaned against the wall. Upon seeing Mo Jiawei, Lucy instantly switched to battle mode, tensing up, reaching for her dagger with a sharp gaze fixed on Mo Jiawei. Mo Jiawei had no idea how he had offended Lucy, but he felt a bit guilty. "Lucy, are you not resting yet?" Lucy coldly responded with a grunt, her face full of alertness and indifference. I mean, have you seen Fang Heng? I have something very important to discuss with him, but it seems I can't find him." Mo Jiawei shrank his neck, feeling the air around him mysteriously drop by several degrees again. Fang Heng is in seclusion in his room. You can't disturb him, huh? In seclusion? Mo Jiawei scratched the back of his neck, feeling anxious. The Federation seemed to have an urgent matter for Fang Heng, related to what happened in District 7. Chen Yu had started a series of intense calls, making dozens of phone calls. Unfortunately, Fang Heng was in seclusion. Mo Jiawei tentatively asked, "So, should I go in and call for him?" "No, I am currently responsible for guarding Fang Heng's safety during his seclusion." Lucy's expression turned even colder, holding her dagger in a combat stance. "Do you really need to go in?" No, definitely not." Mo Jiawei hurriedly waved his hands. "Lucy, when Fang Heng comes out, tell him that the Federation has an urgent matter for him. Very urgent and crucial." Got it." Lucy somewhat disappointingly put away her dagger, responded with another cold grunt, and signaled with her eyes that Mo Jiawei could leave. Mo Jiawei swallowed his saliva, thinking, "What's the point of your disappointment?" He sighed heavily in his heart and could only retrace his steps. Inside the room behind Lucy, it was pitch black. Only a burning soul candle illuminated the surroundings. On the floor, a magic circle appeared. Fang Heng returned to the game. Hint: your zombie avatar has completed 15 soul locks. You gain basic undead study experience 0.015, undead study talent 0.015. After reading the game prompt, Fang Heng opened the Book of the Dead again. 3 white souls emerged from the Book of the Dead, finally making some progress. After spending a full 24 hours going back and forth between the game and reality, Fang Heng finally set up a simplified wailing hall in the prison. 100 zombie avatars stood in line, continuously trying to capture souls with the Books of the Dead in their hands. After each capture, the souls were released in a cycle. Basically, a weakened soul would be completely exhausted after being captured dozens of times, dissipating completely. But it was too slow. The initial accumulation was the most troublesome. Fang Heng shook his head in frustration and left the game again. The next night, Mo Yongxiao and Dicky returned to the wailing to look for Fang Heng. "Is Fang Heng still in seclusion?" "Yes, Mr. Mo. Fang Heng has been inside for over 30 hours. Outside the wailing, the attendant respectfully reported to Mo Yongxiao. "It seems your junior is very diligent." Dicky, who accompanied Mo Yongxiao, showed a nostalgic look on his face. "This reminds me of when I was learning necromancy. Back then, we didn't have a wailing hall. I could only search for soul bodies in the realm of the dead under the protection of my teacher. With talent and diligence, he's expected to master soul summoning on his own in 3 years. 3 years is too long." Mo Yongxiao smiled and shook his head. "He has important matters to attend to. Waiting for 3 years probably won't be an option. For necromancy, forcing growth is not necessarily a bad thing, but it's certainly not good. Have you made your decision?" "Yes." "All right, as you wish." Dicky nodded and opened the door to the wailing hall. Fang Heng was still in the room, collecting souls with a Book of the Dead in his hands. The two exchanged a glance. There was a touch of admiration on Dicky's face. The initial external cultivation of undead studies in the game could be described as torture. A torturous cycle that almost seemed endless. Newbies with average talents often needed to spend several hours to complete one capture, plus the subsequent consumption and absorption, adding up to only increasing the skill experience by around 0.01. It would take almost several decades to level up a skill. Ordinary people would have given up long ago. Dicky did not see any sign of despair in Fang Heng. On the contrary, he was full of fighting spirit. Dicky did not see any despair from Fang Heng, but rather his fighting spirit was strong. Fang Heng was indeed full of fighting spirit. The liver feels refreshed. Compared to 36 hours ago, he can now more easily capture souls into the Book of the Dead. Now, ordinary souls are not so easily able to escape once they get close to the Book of the Dead. After a period of intense struggle with the souls, he always wins in the end. Fang Heng feels that he is constantly getting stronger. The first time took him a whole hour to complete a capture. Now, he can capture 2 in an hour. Epic progress. It seems like the quantity has doubled, but Fang Heng knows the hardships involved very well. As time slowly passes, the number of imprisoned souls in the game prison will increase, and the speed at which the zombie splits capture souls will also increase. At the same time, as capture frequency increases, his skill experience points and talent points will gradually increase, and his capture rate will also improve, forming a perfect positive cycle. His rate of improvement will only get faster. After more than 30 hours without sleep, Fang Heng's eyes were red, but his spirit remained high. Fang Heng. Hearing someone call his name, Fang Heng turned around to see the two people behind him. Mo Yunxia asked, "How is the practice of necromancy going?" "Not bad," Fang Heng responded. This place was lightless, and he didn't know how much time had passed. He had been shuttling back and forth between capturing avenging spirits and releasing them back into the game. "There is some good news to tell you," Dicky said. "After discussing with Mr. Mo just now, the Necromancer Association is willing to offer you an opportunity to quickly improve your necromancy skills. Quick leveling up." Fang Heng's eyes lit up with joy. That was really great. As long as he was given the opportunity and managed to survive the early stage of accumulation from scratch, he would definitely gain experience at a terrifying speed in the later stages. "Really?" "Yes. This opportunity only comes once every 6 months, and we are willing to offer you this chance to join. In return, you owe our Necromancer Association a favor." "I agree." Fang Heng readily accepted. He already owed many favors outside Lao Hei, Black Castle, and the Mo family. Were the necromancer researchers also added to the list? He had no worries about owing too many favors. "Smart choice." Dicky nodded. "We need 5 more hours to prepare the Wailing Hall. During this time, I suggest you meditate to restore your best condition. I will come to get you 3.5 hours later." Fang Heng raised his hand and took back the Book of the Dead. "I understand. Thank you very much." After meditating and resting for 3.5 hours in the guest room, Fang Heng was awakened by the waiter. Led by the waiter, Fang Heng followed along the stairs to the 5th underground floor. Standing in front of a hall, the waiter handed Fang Heng a blue soul candle. "Mr. Fang Heng, please come in. Mr. Dicky is waiting for you in the Wailing Hall. Please do not disclose what you see or hear in the Wailing Hall to anyone else. Thank you for your understanding and support." "Okay." Fang Heng nodded and took the candle from the waiter, stepping into the room. "Welcome to the Wailing Hall, Fang Heng." Upon entering the door, Fang Heng saw a spacious circular hall. It was 10 times larger than the Wailing Hall he had seen before. Under the light of the soul fire, the entire hall was filled with wandering spirits. The ceiling of the hall was adorned with intricate runes. Was it a magic circle? Fang Heng looked up. It was an extremely large magic circle that almost covered the ceiling of the entire hall. The magic circle was in an active state, constantly rotating and emitting a faint red light. In the center of the room, there was a fissure. The moment Fang Heng saw that fissure, his pupils slightly dilated. He knew very little about magic circles, but he could tell that the central core of the room was the central hub of the whole magic circle. And that fissure, Fang Heng felt it was very familiar. It looked a lot like the dimensional rift he had broken open before. It just had a slightly different color. "That is the fissure to the realm of the dead." Dicky, noticing Fang Heng's gaze, spoke up. "Mr. Dicky." Fang Heng nodded in greeting. "Indeed, it's a small fissure, too small for slightly stronger souls to pass through, but it's still full of danger." Dicky turned to look at Fang Heng. "It's best not to get too close to it." The realm of the dead. Fang Heng's heart stirred. Among the newly activated special abilities in his palm print, there was a description related to the realm of the dead. "Mr. Dicky, what is the realm of the dead? Is it part of the game world?" "That is the final destination for the deceased. You can think of it as part of the game world, or not." Dicky looked at the fissure and continued explaining. "The origin of this rift is a long story, but I can only say that as a bargaining chip in negotiations with the Federation, our Necromancer Association is responsible for guarding this rift for generations, ensuring its safety. However, my uncle thought that just guarding it was too wasteful, so he created the Wailing Hall around it. You can probably guess that the souls you saw in the Wailing Realm before were all obtained from the rift to the realm of the dead." Fang Heng felt a bit dizzy listening to all this. He still didn't quite understand whether the realm of the dead belonged to the game world, or if there wasn't such a clear boundary between the real world and the game world. Could the realm of the dead be a place where reality and the game world merge? Dicky smiled. "This is a secret of our Necromancer Association. You will keep this secret for us, right?" "Of course, I will not betray the trust of the Necromancer Association." With an attitude of putting aside what he didn't understand for the moment, Fang Heng withdrew his gaze from the rift to the realm of the dead. "Now, what should I do? Can I use the Book of the Dead here to increase the success rate of containment?" As you can see, the magic circle above the Wailing Realm can act as a suppression, maintaining the stability of the rift to the realm of the dead. We will activate the magic circle completely in the room above shortly. When that happens, all the souls in the Wailing Hall will be suppressed, making it difficult for them to escape the binding of the Book of the Dead. Each activation of the magic circle consumes a considerable amount of resources, and it can sustain operation for approximately 72 hours after each activation, so please cherish the time. Dicky explained as detailed as possible. Any more questions? No. Fang Heng understood. In other words, once the magic array starts operating, capturing souls will become significantly easier. Alright. 72 hours. Seize the time, capture as many souls as possible, and expand your own prison amid the whales. Fang Heng made up his mind. We still need some time for the final adjustments of the magic array. You can choose the best position. Deke pointed to the circular hall. It is expected that the magic array will start running in an hour. And besides you, there will be 12 other scholars learning undead studies joining us. In order to avoid unnecessary disputes among each other, the 13 positions are fixed, so you can choose one first. Thank you. Fang Heng thanked once again. Apart from him, there were 12 others waiting to participate. Although the wailing souls in the hall looked very dense at this moment, Fang Heng had already regarded these 12 people as his competitors in his mind. To capture more souls, it all depends on their abilities. Thinking this, Fang Heng stood at the exit among the whales and scanned the room roughly. Although using the Book of the Dead to digest souls requires full concentration and energy, one would not be aware of what was happening outside. However, he still had to go back and forth within the game later. Mo Yangxiao had once reminded him that directly entering the game was related to the secret of his handprint, so it was better not to expose it in front of others. Therefore, it's better to keep a low profile. The corner position was even less likely to be discovered. Thinking this, Fang Heng walked straight to the corner position. Deke frowned. He was puzzled. Bringing Fang Heng here first was to let him choose the most favorable position first. However, he did not expect that Fang Heng would choose such a corner position. Fang Heng, are you sure you want to choose here? Yes, the corner position is more suitable for overseeing the overall situation. Well, good choice. Good luck to you. Deke waved his hand. I'll go check the preparation of the magic array upstairs. Watching Deke leave, Fang Heng lowered his head and thought, this half-yearly opportunity, along with the favor, can't be simply wasted. He must give his all to succeed. Fang Heng silently made up his mind. He stood up again and opened the door of the Wailing Hall. At the entrance, two attendants stood guard. Mr. Fang Heng, do you need any help? I need more books of the dead. Fang Heng nodded. I need 19 more. The attendants looked at each other. One of them was already accustomed to Fang Heng's peculiar requests and nodded. All right, I'll take you back to the Hall of the Dead Souls. Returning to the counter to complete the purchase process, Fang Heng spent another 570 main god points to buy a total of 19 books of the dead. When Fang Heng returned to the Wailing Hall carrying the thick stack of books in both hands, the other 12 scholars of undead studies who were participating in the Wailing Hall practice had all gathered. When Fang Heng entered the hall, everyone cast doubtful glances at him. It was so strange. They had never seen anyone carrying so many books of the dead into the Wailing Hall for practice. What kind of trick is this? Is he trying to win by the quantity of books of the dead? This thought was truly peculiar. What was even more strange was that ordinary undead scholars may not be weak, but the thick book of the dead was also not light. How could he hold a large stack in each hand? For a moment, many people even felt that Fang Heng was a complete novice in undead studies. However, the Undead Studies Research Association would never allow such a novice to enter such an important Wailing Hall. Fang Heng looked around and nodded slightly at the gazes directed at him. With all the undead scholars ready to practice, only the last position in the corner was left, right where he wanted to be. Fang Heng felt good. He suddenly realized that the last position must have been specially added by the Undead Scholar Association for him. He was originally not on the list. Walking straight to the seat, Fang Heng threw the two large stacks of books of the dead on the ground. Sout! The two bundles of books fell to the ground with a heavy thud. The surrounding undead scholars once again cast strange looks at Fang Heng. Fang Heng sat down quietly, closed his eyes, and meditated. As long as I'm not embarrassed, others are the embarrassed ones. Seeing Fang Heng entering a meditative state, everyone gradually averted their gazes. Among the many scholars in the hall, two federal players looked at each other. Tan Shuo furrowed his brows. Why was Fang Heng in the Wailing Hall? He was just a novice player. Why did he have the ability to access undead studies? And he even joined the Undead Scholar Association and could participate in this Wailing Hall practice that only opens once every 6 months. The Federal had put in a lot of effort to obtain tickets. What was even more strange was the commotion in Zone 7 of the zombie apocalypse outside yesterday. The Federal even sought help from Fang Heng and was willing to offer a large amount of points as a reward. But Fang Heng showed no interest and simply disappeared. It turned out he had been hiding in the Wailing Hall all along. Why did he show no interest in the zombie apocalypse game, yet quietly study undead studies here? Tan Shuo was filled with questions. Another Federal player shook his head at Tan Shuo. Focus, don't overthink, we need to start. Alright, Tan Shuo immediately calmed down. Regardless of Fang Heng's situation, the most important thing now was to deal with the current situation. This opportunity was rare, and Fang Heng's status was not important. Striving to improve his own undead studies level was crucial. They must put in their best effort. Tan Shuo closed his eyes and adjusted his mindset. As time passed by minute, a slight click echoed through the Wailing Hall. The doors of the hall were locked. The runic symbols on the ceiling of the hall began to rotate faster, emitting a faint purple light. The purple light illuminated the entire lobby. Under the purple light, Fang Heng, who was meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly felt a weight on his shoulders. He opened his eyes abruptly. It has begun. The souls in the Wailing Hall were clearly greatly affected by the oppressive magic array. Upon closer inspection, under the red glow released by the magic array, the souls were all covered with faint purple chains. All the blue and white souls were directly imprisoned in place, leaving only the red souls moving at an extremely slow pace. Almost all undead scholars in the hall picked up their books of the dead and immediately aimed them at the high-level red souls to capture them. Fang Heng also opened his Book of the Dead and aimed it at the nearest white soul. Under the suppression of the powerful magic array, the white soul could not resist the attraction of the Book of the Dead. It was pulled in slowly by the power of the book, unable to resist at all. Title: National Game. Idol mounting from the Zombie Apocalypse. Volume 525. Caught off guard. Hint: you have used the Book of the Dead to capture weak souls, gaining plus 0.001 experience in basic undead studies and plus 0.001 talent in undead studies. Soul lock completed. Too simple. Compared to before, sealing souls after being oppressed by magic arrays is simply too easy. Fang Heng feels invigorated, immediately starting to search for the next target. Different from most players. For ordinary players, a large amount of soul bodies gathered in the Book of the Dead would make absorption difficult. Therefore, most undead scholars choose to start relying on the Book of the Dead to devour and absorb souls immediately after capturing 1 to 3 high-level souls. After absorption is complete, they begin a new round of capture. This cycle continues until the first half hour before the entire Wailing Hall is about to close, where they then gather 10 or 8 advanced angry souls in the last wave, take them back, and slowly absorb the locked souls. Tan Shuo just finished controlling the power of the 3 red souls absorbed by the Book of the Dead. Intentionally or not, turned to look back and observe Fang Heng's actions. At this glance, Tan Shuo was completely shocked. What the heck? At this moment, Fang Heng is sitting cross-legged in the corner, opening the Book of the Dead to collect souls. At first glance, he appears no different from other undead scholars, but upon closer inspection, Fang Heng is very unique. He is absorbing only the lowest tier white souls. With the suppression of the magic arrays, the white souls' absorption difficulty is extremely low. Rows of white souls line up, easily being sucked into the Book of the Dead by Fang Heng. What's going on? Absorb white souls. The cost-effectiveness of white souls is low. Relatively, with the suppression magic array in a Wailing Hall, absorbing the highest grade red souls is the most profitable. Tan Shuo felt perplexed, somewhat feeling at a loss. What's even stranger is that Fang Heng has suddenly sealed so many white souls in the Book of the Dead. Can he absorb them? Forcibly devouring them, the Book of the Dead is going to explode, right? While Tan Shuo was still confused, he saw Fang Heng put down the Book of the Dead in his hand. Huh, is he about to start absorbing them? Tan Shuo thought Fang Heng had a problem. For a moment, he even forgot that he was also here to gain experience, pausing to continue observing Fang Heng's next moves. First book down. Fang Heng breathed a sigh of relief, putting down the Book of the Dead in his hand. It took less than 15 minutes to collect 100 weak souls in the first Book of the Dead. Faster than expected. Looking up, Fang Heng noticed Ten Shuo's gaze. Something is off about this person. There is no need to absorb souls without taking the time to absorb them, continuously looking at me. What kind of trick is this? It doesn't matter. Out of courtesy, Fang Heng nodded at Ten Shuo, then put down the book that had just been filled and picked up another new one from the side. Second book. Let's go. The white souls drilled into the second book of the dead in Fang. The text is quite lengthy. Please do let me know if you need a translation for a specific segment or more clarification. All people's game. Hanging out from the beginning of the zombie apocalypse was fine, but as time went on, with the continuous increase in the level of basic necromancy and necromancy talent, it became too easy to capture weak souls. It only took less than an hour to capture 20 books of the dead. Helplessly, Fang Heng changed his plan again, starting to level up the books of the dead. A 0-level book of the dead can hold 100 souls, while a level 1 can hold 150, a level 2 can hold 200, and a level 3 can hold 300. Once you get used to this rhythm of leveling up the books of the dead, it's quite satisfying. At least capturing the books of the dead is fast. Fang Heng felt that this was just like playing a game. To some extent, this world is a game. By leveling up the books of the dead to level 3, one round can draw in 6,000 souls. This significantly increases the efficiency of capturing monster experience between the small whales of the prison. Level 3 is far from the limit of the books of the dead. It can still be improved. Level 4, Level 5, Level 6, enough. Liver his mother. Liver explode him. Fang Heng livered continuously for more than 20 hours, feeling full of fighting spirit with no trace of sleepiness. Soul after soul lined up was absorbed into the books of the dead by Fang Heng. After collecting them, they were released in a burst, and the cycle continued like this. What made Fang Heng most satisfied was that after livering for so long, he had collected nearly 20,000 souls from the Wailing Hall into the game prison, but the number of lost souls in the entire Wailing Hall did not decrease in the slightest. After careful examination, Fang Heng realized that this anomaly was related to the cracks in the death boundary inside the hall. The death boundary crack was like a passage, through which weak souls could travel back and forth between the two worlds. Every period of time, the magic circle in the Wailing Hall would stop slightly for about 10 seconds. In just 10 seconds, a large number of souls would flow into the Wailing Hall from the death boundary rift. He didn't have to worry about the hidden danger of the souls in the hall being captured. Fang Heng continued to concentrate on absorbing souls. Until 1/3 of the 40 books at hand had been leveled up to level 4, the cooldown of the backpack finally completed a full rotation. Fang Heng looked around again. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, he hid behind two stacks of books of the dead, blocking the view of others, closed his eyes, and entered the game. Hint: during the time you are offline, your zombie avatar completed the ceiling of 256 souls, gaining 0.56 experience points in basic necromancy skills. Finally, as the number of souls increased in the weakened version of the whales within the prison, the efficiency of experience point acquisition began to increase significantly. This was just the beginning. Fang Heng released all the souls within the books of the dead. He realized that the density of souls in the prison Wailing Hall had begun to increase significantly, with at least hundreds of drifting souls visible within his range of sight. Fang Heng rubbed his chin. Once the number of souls in the whales increased rapidly, he could move on to the next stage, allowing the zombie avatars to directly devour souls to accelerate the acquisition of experience points. There were plenty of souls. Capture 1. Absorb 1. This drastically increased the speed of acquiring experience points in basic necromancy skills. Thinking this, Fang Heng once again issued instructions to the zombie avatars. Time passed by minute. After nearly 5 hours of meditation, Ten Shuo opened his eyes. It had been a full 2 days and 3 nights. There were still more than 7 hours left before the end of the entire magic circle operation. One last push. Ten Shuo tried to move his somewhat stiff shoulders, encouraging himself quietly. Now, every minute of hard work equaled 2 or 3 days of hard work outside. Oh, I wonder how Fang Heng is doing now. No. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Ten Shuo immediately shook his head frantically, quickly putting aside thoughts of Fang Heng. Idiot. Don't worry about him. Don't let others affect you. Manage yourself. Ten Shuo silently chanted in his heart. Adjusting his mindset, Ten Shuo opened his eyes again, his eyes devoid of joy or sorrow. He took out the books of the dead, ready to continue absorbing souls. Ten Shuo was taken aback. He found it strange. He noticed that many other necromancy scholars had stopped reading the books of the dead in their hands. What's going on? What happened? Following the gaze of the crowd, Tanshuo also turned to look back. This, Fang Heng. Fear flitted across Tanshuo's eyes. It was Fang Heng again. Fang Heng was still sitting on the ground as before, but it was vastly different from before. At this moment, a visible vortex had formed in Fang Heng's hand with the books of the dead. The souls around Fang Heng were being drawn into the books of the dead frantically through the vortex. What on earth? Tanshuo's heart beat violently. The blue souls were still struggling, trying to slow down the speed at which they were being drawn into the books of the dead, while the red souls had sensed the danger and were running away from Fang Heng as far as possible. As for the white souls, they were unable to resist and were directly sucked into the vortex. At this point, no one in the hall had any doubts about Fang Heng's identity as a necromancy scholar. They looked into Fang Heng's eyes with a tinge of fear. This monster. Fang Heng suddenly opened his eyes. Half an hour ago, after the basic necromancy skill experience point surged to LV to 10, reaching the current peak level, a qualitative change occurred. The speed at which the books of the dead absorbed souls increased dramatically in an instant. Fang Heng quickly realized that due to his higher talent and the level 10 basic necromancy skill, combined with the magic circle, the three combined, under the overlapping effect, resulted in a terrifying speed of absorbing souls with the books of the dead. This might not be useful for other players. At most, it was just a way to level up the books of the dead. But for Fang Heng, it was different. Even though his basic necromancy skill level was now at its peak, he could still continue to increase the necromancy talent numbers and capture more souls back into the whales of the prison. Seizing the opportunity now, he had to find a way to level them up completely, to max out the books of the dead, to fill the whales of the game prison with souls, flush out the necromancy talent. If he didn't get greedy with this wave, would he be able to sleep tonight? Fang Heng's greed resurfaced, his eyes narrowed, his wrist turned over, and he reversed the books of the dead again. The souls that were just drawn in were once again rushing out of the books of the dead. Once all the souls were released, Fang Heng turned the books of the dead around again and started frantically absorbing souls from the outside. During this time, Fang Heng's books of the dead had already been upgraded to LV28. An LV28 sealed book could seal up to 1500 souls, providing him with around 2 points of necromancy talent and 2000 points of experience from the books of the dead. Constantly cycling back and forth, it took about 7 to 8 minutes to absorb 1500 souls and release them. Considering that the sealed book level could quickly increase, the increase in talent points could slightly enhance the speed of capturing souls. The efficiency would definitely increase more and more. Liver. Fang Heng, with red eyes, livered all the way. A popular game. Starting from the zombie apocalypse, Tanshuo's heart was in chaos as he watched Fang Heng's actions idly. Unable to resist, he quietly asked his federal companion next to him, "Hey, what's going on with Fang Heng? I'm not sure of the specifics, but I suspect he has special items on him." Li Shaoqian, another federal player, squinted his eyes and pondered, saying, "In my judgment, it's probably the final reward Fang Heng received for clearing Zone 8 before. I heard people say that the final reward for clearing is very good, so that's why he suddenly chose to come to the Undead Researchers Association and chose Undead Studies." Li Shaoqian continued to analyze. "Look, the speed at which he's absorbing souls has definitely raised his basic Undead Studies to level 10. For an ordinary person, it would take 5 or 6 years just to get started. If he doesn't have any special items or skills, how could this be possible?" Tanshuo swallowed, a hint of bitterness on his lips. Although Li Shaoqian's serious analysis had never been reliable before, this time he felt that Li Shaoqian's analysis made a lot of sense. Judging by his previous performances, he is clearly a beginner, and now he's using this opportunity to level up the Book of the Dead. Li Shaoqian gritted his teeth, looking very upset. Encountering him this time is bad luck for us. Anyway, let's not bother with him. Let's continue our training. Yeah. Tanshuo nodded in agreement. His heart was in turmoil. This world is truly unfair. He had painstakingly studied basic Undead studies for 6 or 7 years just to make some progress. And what about others? In just a few months, they could catch up to a few years of his hard work. Tanshuo took a deep breath, once again trying to clear his mind of the jumbled emotions, and sat back down to continue manipulating the Book of the Dead to absorb advanced souls. Oh no. Just as he sat down to absorb souls, Tang Shuo realized something was wrong and cursed in his heart. Once again, he turned to look in Fang Heng's direction. Influenced by the small soul vortex created by Fang Heng, many red souls in the hall sensed the danger and frantically avoided Fang Heng. Including him, 7 or 8 undead scholars closer to Fang Heng were also affected, making it much harder to capture red souls. Troublesome. Tang Shuo could only admit his misfortune. He decided not to look at Fang Heng anymore, treating him as though he didn't exist, and refocused on absorbing souls. As time passed, Tang Shuo found it increasingly difficult to capture high-level souls, from 1 minute at the beginning to 2-3 minutes later. Finally, this time he spent almost 10 minutes guiding a high-level soul into the Book of the Dead, just as the soul was about to be sucked in. What's this situation? Tang Shuo frowned. The soul that had almost been absorbed into the Book of the Dead was abruptly pulled out and flew backward. Could it be Fang Heng again? Is he going to ruin the game for everyone? Tang Shuo's mind exploded in frustration. He stopped manipulating the Book of the Dead, turned back to Fang Heng's location, and was taken aback. Tang Shuo had never imagined he'd see such a scene one day. He was so startled that the Book of the Dead slipped from his hands and fell to the ground. At this moment, Fang Heng's Book of the Dead had created a large soul vortex. All the surrounding souls were being sucked in frantically by the vortex. White, blue, red. Even the red soul Tang Shuo had half-absorbed was forcefully taken away by Fang Heng's manipulated soul vortex. What made Tang Shuo even more terrified was that the soul vortex in Fang Heng's hand was continuously expanding at a rapid pace. Tang Shuo opened his mouth, but was at a loss for words for a long time. He looked around and suddenly realized he was not the most unfortunate one. The 2 undead scholars closest to Fang Heng's seat were the most miserable. They had been affected by Fang Heng hours ago, and without exception, the souls surrounding them were drawn into the vortex created by Fang Heng. The undead scholars, who had originally sat near Fang Heng, were forced to move, leaving more than 10 people crowded in another corner, far away from Fang Heng, looking weak, pitiful, and huddling together for warmth. Among them was his federal companion, Li Shaoqian. Seeing that the other undead scholars weren't faring much better, Tang Shuo felt a little relieved. It seems we can't go on with this game anymore. Tang Shuo sighed helplessly. Fine. You're amazing. I'm out of here. Tang Shuo picked up the Book of the Dead from the ground and ran away from Fang Heng, joining the other undead scholars. As the purple light gradually faded, the magic circle in the hall also stopped spinning. The vortex power formed through Fang Heng's Book of the Dead weakened instantly. The strength of the souls rapidly recovered. Red and blue souls quickly broke free from Fang Heng's control, leaving only the white souls unable to escape, still being drawn into the vortex. However, their absorption speed visibly decreased. Feeling the sharp drop in the rate of soul absorption, Fang Heng suddenly opened his eyes. Is it over already? For the 72 hours to pass like that, it feels like it's only been a dozen hours. Fang Heng pursed his lips, looking somewhat dissatisfied. Immersed in the joy of practicing his skills, Fang Heng rarely felt time passing this quickly. The door to the Hall of Howls slowly opened. After grinding for 72 hours and being mentally burdened by Fang Heng, the remaining undead scholars were not in good spirits at all. They each raised their heads, dragging their heavy feet as they left the Hall of Howls. Unlike the Joanne laughter that usually accompanied the end of the trials in the Hall of Howls, this time, everyone was silent. No one was in the mood to say a word. After grinding for 72 hours, Fang Heng's spirit was still in good shape. What a shame. Fang Heng murmured to himself. If only he had another 72 hours, his soul absorption speed could have been even faster, and he could have continued to level up the Book of the Dead. It might have been possible to reach 10,000 talent points. What a pity. It's too bad. Oh well. Since he had already set up a small Hall of Howls in prison, he could continue to grind for talent points. His basic undead studies were already level 10 now. He needed to quickly ask how to play the summoning skill specifically and go back to complete the main quest of Zone 7. Thinking this, Fang Heng followed the crowd out of the Hall of Howls. Mr. Fang Heng, please wait a moment. At the door, a servant who was already prepared stopped Fang Heng. Mr. Fang Heng, Mr. Moangsha asked me to inform you that an important guest wants to meet you. He's been waiting for you for a day and is currently with Mr. Moangsha in the guest room on the 4th floor. If you're available, I can take you to see them now, can I? An important guest. Fang Heng furrowed his brows, puzzled. He knew so few people in this world. Okay, please lead the way. Thank you. Please follow me. Under the lead of the waiter, Fang Heng arrived at the reception room on the 4th floor. Upon opening the door, Fang Heng saw a familiar yet highly unexpected face. Fang Heng, we meet again. The middle-aged man sitting on the sofa stood up. We had an appointment last time, and I had intended to find an opportunity to meet with you after some time, but some unexpected situations occurred. We have encountered a very tricky problem and would like to collaborate with you. I learned that you happen to be at the Necromancer Research Society, so as a gesture of sincerity, I came in person. Wei Dao, the head of the Federal Zombie Apocalypse. Fang Heng's pupils suddenly tightened. He actually came knocking at the door. Wei Dao approached and friendly extended his hand to Fang Heng. Nice to meet you. I am Wei Dao. Fang Heng. Fang Heng shook hands with Wei Dao, and both of them sat on separate sofas. Coincidentally, Fang Heng has been practicing here these days and is unaware of what is happening in the game. It is not intentional to avoid you, Mo Yongxiao explained casually by the side. Thank you for coming in person. It is probably not a trivial matter. Let me guess, is it related to the 7th district of the zombie apocalypse? Yes, indeed. Wei Dao nodded. This matter has also been discussed outside, but in reality, the crisis faced by the 7th district is far more dangerous than the rumors circulating. This concerns federal secrets, so I will not continue to participate in the upcoming discussion, Mo Yongxiao said as he stood up, shifting his gaze to Fang Heng. Fang Heng, I may continue to stay here for some time for further communication. If you want to leave, feel free to come to the 3rd floor to find me, and we will head back. Thank you, Uncle Mo. Wei Dao did not object to Mo Yongxiao's plan. It was only after Mo Yongxiao left that he spoke solemnly. Fang Heng, the Federation needs your help. Me? Fang Heng looked at Wei Dao, feeling skeptical. He still harbored some caution towards Wei Dao. 4 days ago, Cao Huai died suddenly. After receiving the news, we immediately took emergency measures, investigating the cause of Cao Huai's death on one hand and the temporary commander taking over his duties in the 7th district on the other hand. 3 hours after Cao Huai's death, what caught us off guard was that the Night Owls' actions were quicker than we expected. Within just 12 hours, the Night Owls had occupied most of the East District, including 5 super-large shelters. Fang Heng raised his eyebrows. He was somewhat surprised by the Night Owls' formidable combat power. Could it be true? Weren't the Night Owls supposed to be weak in the 7th district? Seeing Fang Heng's expression of doubt, Wei Dao explained, we have obtained solid evidence that Cao Huai had an association with the Night Owls organization before his death. It was precisely because of Cao Huai's tacit agreement that the Night Owls were able to easily infiltrate most of the shelters in the Federal East District in a short time, resulting in the imminent collapse of the entire east-west of the 7th district. Fang Heng nodded as he suddenly realized. So, Cao Huai had actually colluded with the Night Owls. So, were they planning to join forces to deal with him? It was very possible, but how did Cao Huai die then? Used up by the Night Owls and then discarded? Burned bridges? It sounded somewhat tragic, but it also didn't quite make sense. The Night Owls hadn't crossed that bridge yet, so why burn it? And to die on the night he was attacked, not far from him. It all seemed rather suspicious. Fang Heng rubbed his temples, feeling overwhelmed. From the outcome, with most of the East District of the 7th District now controlled by the Night Owls, it seemed that the Federation and the Night Owls were bound to engage in a serious confrontation. Wouldn't this give him more time to develop? Though the situation had started mysteriously, the current outcome seemed rather favorable. Fang Heng's expression changed several times in an instant. Wei Dao was unaware of what Fang Heng was thinking and his face was more serious than ever before. What I'm about to say is crucial, Wei Dao spoke slowly. Around a week ago, Cao Huai secretly collected a large amount of blue crystal or resources and even built two spatial tier stabilizers. The investigation team believes that Cao Huai also began cooperating with the Night Owls around that time. What? Teleportation stabilizers. As soon as Fang Heng heard this familiar term, he instantly reacted. They want to establish a space-time teleportation channel. Wei Dao nodded. 2 days ago, the space-time teleportation channel was established in the 7th district. Just like the last time in the 5th district, the 7th district was also invaded by the Blood Clan. The difference is that not long ago, the 7th district had a large-scale conflict with the Scavenger Legion, significantly weakening its strength. Wei Dao shared. subtly observing Fang Heng. Fang Heng returned a look of innocence. Was it their fault? How could they blame him? In addition to Cao Huai's sudden death and the Night Owl's surprise attack. Wei Dao shook his head and said solemnly, "The Blood Clan has been invading the 7th District for a full 2 days. Trouble." Fang Heng felt a bit overwhelmed. Among the 3 major game worlds, in terms of individual combat strength, the Blood Clan world was the strongest, followed by the Zombie Apocalypse, and the Wasteland world was the weakest. After completing the main quest in the 8th District and receiving the undead skill enhancement, Fang Heng had grown a bit confident. He had initially thought of heading to the 7th District to fight against the Federation with the strength of the undead fused tyrant. So, he had been calm all along, even taking time to come and learn some necromancy in preparation for reviving Hela. But now, with the inclusion of the Blood Clan, a huge variable had surfaced. After all, his family's Scavenger Legion headquarters was also in the East District. Everything else can be handled, but Dr. Dingman must not die, and the incubation chamber for the enhanced tyrant growing cells that he had set up is also in the East District. Fang Heng began to worry. Thinking negatively, the addition of the Blood Clan might affect the main quest in the 7th District. Recalling how the Blood Clan was tricked during the 5th District incident, old grudges and new enemies, he might have to go to the 7th District and fight the Blood Clan. However, after a quick consideration of the current situation, Fang Heng felt that something was off. He raised his head and asked, "And then, what are the latest movements of the Blood Clan after invading the 7th District? What is their purpose in entering the 7th District? I remember that the cost of a wide-range invasion from the outside world is quite substantial, isn't it?" Wei Dao looked at Fang Heng with a hint of admiration in his eyes. The situation in the 7th District is very dire. The Blood Clan has taken over most of the East District in the 7th District. Since yesterday afternoon, they have gradually expanded outward. The Federation, major player unions, and gaming companies in the 7th District had formed an alliance to counter the Blood Clan's expansion, but the effects are still very limited. We are in a position of absolute disadvantage. Wei Dao's tone was heavy. In 3 different initial apocalyptic worlds, the Federation has almost controlled all the Wasteland post-apocalyptic worlds, slightly dominating in the Zombie Apocalypse game world, while in the Blood Vampire Apocalypse, due to some special reasons, the Federation's control is almost non-existent. Fang Heng suddenly thought of something. Is this incident related to the previous intrusion by the Night Owl people in Zone 5? I think there is a connection. Wei Dao glanced at Fang Heng again. He began to admire Fang Heng's keen perception a little. Wei Dao straightened up, lowered his voice. Yesterday at 2 in the afternoon, a strong spatial rift wave also appeared in Zone 5 of the Zombie Apocalypse, and the Blood Vampires broke open a spatial passage, confirming the invasion was Zone 5. Until 10 a.m. this morning, all 12 large shelters located in Zone 5 under the Federation had fallen. Based on some information we have obtained, our latest conclusion can basically confirm that the transmission channel to Zone 5 is relying on a large spatial rift device in Zone 7 as a middle platform for the Blood Vampires to invade Zone 5. As for the purpose of the Night Owl, based on the data we have analyzed so far, I personally suspect that this matter is related to the advancement of the Blood Vampire realm. Fang Heng's pupils contracted. The advancement of the realm. Yes, just like our zombie realm, the Blood Vampire realm has always been considering advancing. I have a strong feeling that starting from the opening of the 8th server, the recent series of actions by the Night Owl are related to the advancement of the Blood Vampire realm. Wei Dao paused for a moment, giving Fang Heng enough time to think. Fang Heng lowered his head and began to ponder. Analyzing from the information obtained from the previous Blood Vampire invasion, a Zone 5 incident, the Blood Vampires were trying to obtain a certain special mineral resource in Zone 5. Qiu Yao Khan had once analyzed this mineral. The mineral contains some spatial power. How to extract this power is currently unknown. Can this mineral resource enhance the overall strength of the Blood Vampires? The data available for analysis is still too limited. Fang Heng felt like his brain wasn't enough. Thinking more was futile. Not to mention what the Night Owl wanted to do. His goal was the final ownership and main storyline mission of Zone 7. And the Scrap Collector Legion was also painstakingly raised by him. Absolutely cannot let the Night Owl destroy it. However, to confront the Night Owl himself. Why does it feel like he's being set up by this old fox in front of him? After figuring it out, Fang Heng rubbed his shoulders and asked knowingly, What do you want me to do? Wei Dao was straightforward, saying directly, I hope you can completely eliminate the Night Owl organization in Zone 7, resolve the temporal and spatial rift channels, quickly disrupt their current actions, and, in addition, it would be best to find out what exactly the Night Owl is plotting. Only you can accomplish this. The transmission channel to Zone 7 can only be opened by the 8th server that comes later than them, and there is little we can do. Cooperation is possible. What benefits can I gain? You can receive all the support of the Zone 7 Federation, including helping you obtain the final ownership of Zone 7. My request is simple. Crush the Night Owl's plan and achieve a peaceful Zone 7. Fang Heng's eyes lit up. Wei Dao seemed particularly generous, even choosing to yield Zone 7. Fang Heng quickly weighed the pros and cons. Just now, his basic undead studies level was full, and obtaining ownership of Zone 7 was right in front of him. He was definitely going to Zone 7 this time. Addressing the trouble of the Night Owl in Zone 7 was also an imperative. Being able to get the assistance of the Federation would, indeed, be a great boost. However, to what extent could he trust this jurisdiction master of the first zone of the zombie apocalypse in front of him? We can cooperate, but I have one request. I need the help of someone from the federal side to coordinate and integrate the Federation's power with me. Fang Heng paused. I think Chen Yu is good. Okay, I'll arrange it. Chen Yu will be temporarily promoted as the Deputy Commander of Zone 7 and will immediately go to Zone 7 to coordinate all your actions. Wei Dao nodded, upholding the principle of trust. He readily agreed to Fang Heng's request. Fang Heng's mind raced. It seemed like Wei Dao was quite reliable. Fang Heng, I have a very bad feeling that the incident in Zone 7 is far more complicated than it appears on the surface. You should be careful. I will be careful. Departed from the Hall of Lamentations, the undead scholars hung their heads, some disoriented as they each left. In the final stage, Fang Heng's soul absorption vortex formed by the Book of the Dead was truly shocking. The impact of the soul vortex on their cultivation was not significant, as it only occurred in the last few hours. However, the psychological impact it had on them was immense. Ten Shuo couldn't help but sigh. The gap between people was too vast. He even began to doubt whether spending over a decade walking the path of undead studies was the right choice. After leaving the hall, Ten Shuo's mind was filled with thoughts about Fang Heng. Thinking it over, Ten Shuo decided to go talk to the undead studies mentor, Dicky, to guide him in the right direction. Mentor Dicky. In the office, Dicky was reading a book when he looked up at the visitor, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. Ten Shuo looked unkempt, his eyes sunken, lips cracked, and his face extremely haggard, as if he had stayed up for several nights in a row. Dicky had a strong impression of this apprentice. He was a very hard-working and promising young man. He had seen Ten Shuo staying up late for cultivation more than once. It was hard to imagine what kind of setbacks had turned Ten Shuo into his current state. It seems like you're facing some confusion. Dicky set aside the book in his hand, deciding to counsel this junior. Ten Shuo, the path of undead studies is full of hardships. Whatever has happened, I don't advise you to give up just like that. Speak of your confusion, and let's see if I can provide you with some insignificant help. Thank you, Mentor. Ten Shuo's voice was hoarse, filled with bitterness. Mentor, I feel that I might not be suitable for studying undead studies. Why do you say that? Ten Shuo self-deprecatingly replied. In the face of talent, I feel my efforts are quite ridiculous. Indeed, talent cannot be forced. Dicky agreed, nodding, but for undead studies, we have plenty of time. Time can make up for many things. We are all pursuing that eternal high point in our long lives. If we rush too fast, with an unstable foundation, we might miss the chance to appreciate the scenery along the way. Don't you think? Is that so? The image of Fang Heng rose in Tan Shuo's mind. I don't want to see any scenery along the way. While others are flying on planes, I can only crawl on the ground. What kind of situation is this? Ten Shuo let out a heavy sigh in his heart. But, Mentor, I'm moving too slowly. It may take me a lifetime to walk as far as someone else does in a year. What has led you to think this way? Talent gaps may exist, but effort can also make up for them. Really? But, Fang Heng was lamenting in the hall. Ten Shuo looked puzzled, recounting everything he had seen in the hall of the deceased to DG. What did you say? Soul Vortex. Fang Heng created a soul vortex. After listening to Tan Shuo's entire account, DG first expressed surprise, then furrowed his brow tightly. Feeling a mix of astonishment and doubt, he confirmed with Tan Shuo, "You're saying Fang Heng successfully created a soul vortex using the Book of the Deceased?" "Yes. Mentor, I saw it with my own eyes." "Mentor, what do you think I should do?" Tan Shuo looked to DG for guidance, hoping to find motivation and answers from him. But TG's thoughts were fully focused on Fang Heng at that moment. A soul vortex. Achieving such a level of a soul vortex is difficult even for intermediate necromancers. TG vividly recalled that it was just 4 days ago when he personally taught Fang Heng basic necromantic skills. This meant that within a mere 4 days, Fang Heng had elevated his basic necromancy to mastery level and was able to manifest a soul vortex using the Book of the Deceased. What a terrifying talent! DG couldn't contain his excitement, a smile breaking out on his face. Excellent! This was great! Finally, someone was able to advance their necromantic studies to such heights. Mentor, seeing the wise and confident smile on DG's face, Tan Shuo thought, no wonder he is the mentor. It seems that he has encountered similar problems. The mentor would surely guide him in the right direction. Yes, DG nodded at Tan Shuo. You're right, Tan Shuo. Talent is indeed crucial, and you may never catch up to Fang Heng. Tan Shuo nodded, expecting to hear the words but followed by further discussion. In the face of unfairness from the heavens, we must choose to adapt proactively. Tan Shuo, you need to think carefully. If you want to leave, you still have time. I will think about it. I suddenly remembered an important matter to attend to. I need to leave for now. With that, DG stood up and left Tan Shuo behind. Tan Shuo stood motionless, lost in confusion. No buts. He thought the wise mentor would provide him with an answer, but he was met with advice to reconsider. DG was now preoccupied with the potential he had unearthed. Group Layout had just finished discussing the specific cooperation matters of the 7th District, and as they walked out of the hall together, DG approached them from the opposite end of the corridor. Wei Dao. DG saw Federal Representative Wei Dao conversing with Fang Heng and immediately felt a sense of alarm. What were Federal Representatives discussing with Fang Heng? Being engrossed in the Necromancer Scholar Association for years, aside from teaching apprentices and research, DG hardly took interest in external events and was unaware of Fang Heng's recent popularity. DG. Wei Dao nodded in acknowledgement of DG. Fang Heng is my student, so I came to discuss some matters with him. Wei Dao felt a jolt in his heart. Student? DG had taken on another student? Sensing the undertone of warning in Wei Dao's words, DG nodded and said, there are matters to attend to in the 1st District, we can talk some other time. After Wei Dao walked away, DG warned Fang Heng, be cautious when dealing with Federal Representatives. Okay, Fang Heng replied, not understanding the difference between student and apprentice, wondering why DG would caution against the Federal Representatives. The relationship between them didn't seem that intimate. Looking at Fang Heng, DG couldn't help but feel a fondness for him and inquired with a smile, the trial in the Hall of Lamentation is complete. Shall we review your skills? Thank you very much. Fang Heng suppressed his doubts and expressed gratitude towards DG. My foundational necromancy has reached its peak. Excellent, Fang Heng, you possess extraordinary potential in necromantic studies. Convinced by Fang Heng's confirmation, DG felt a deep sense of relief. His family had invested considerable effort in establishing the Necromancer Scholar Research Association in this world, aiming to expand the influence of necromantic studies and identify potential newcomers. Today, he had finally found one. I've heard from Mo Youngshao that you are still in the beginner's game. Which intermediate game world are you planning to advance to? I will arrange for someone to guide you there, and if all goes well, I believe we can complete the elevation of your beginner necromantic studies within a week. I will find a way to help you accelerate. Mr. DG. Fang Heng hesitated and interrupted. Thank you for your help, but I'm not ready to join the intermediate game for now. DG's smile froze on his face. Why? With Fang Heng's exceptional talent in necromancy, he should shine in that field. Why hide in the novice games? Wasting talent? There are some matters I need to address in the zombie apocalypse, and I haven't decided on my future direction yet. DG was further puzzled. Your astounding talent in necromancy is remarkable. Cultivating in necromancy suits you best. Well, I want to see more. Fang Heng thought the Mystic Seal's skill was already impressive on its own, especially when combined with the SSS grade zombie doppelganger talent. creating an effect where 1 + 1 10,000. Given enough time for AFK grinding, his talent level could skyrocket. So, he wanted to take a closer look at which skills to focus on in the future. No rush. Alright, TG. Always tolerant and patient with geniuses like Fang Han. Agreed. Despite some regrets, he believed that Fang Han, a chosen one in necromantic studies, would eventually return to it. Therefore, for now, he reckoned it was vital to showcase the power of necromantic studies to Fang Han. Smiling, DG already had a perfect plan A, B, C, D, E in mind. Patience was key. Rushing might backfire. Necromantic studies had taught him one simple truth: laughing best at the end. Alright, no rush. As a scholar of the undead, we all have long lives. I believe you will change your mind, but don't forget, you still owe the Undead Researchers Association a favor. Of course, I remember. I am very thankful for your help these past few days. Fang Han expressed his gratitude for the cultivation in the Hall of Wailing over the past few days, then asked, Mr. Dichi, I have raised my basic undead studies to level 10. How can I use soul summoning techniques to call forth the spirits of the deceased? Just call me teacher. Dichi smiled at Fang Han. Fang Han looked at Dichi, waiting for him to continue. However, Dichi remained silent, still smiling at Fang Han. Fang Han blinked, as if realizing something, tentatively asked, teacher? Yes, that's right. Dichi nodded in satisfaction, looking like a proud teacher. Fang Han wondered what was wrong with him, but didn't dwell on it. Maybe those who studied the undead tended to be good at mentoring. Dichi patiently explained, summoning techniques usually require 3 conditions: the deceased's obsession, a medium, and an item used by the deceased during their lifetime. Having these 3 can significantly increase the success rate of resurrection. Specific to your case, the subject you need to resurrect is a bit different. You already have the corpse of the deceased, so you can directly use it for the summoning ritual. If you can find the deceased's obsession, the success rate of the summoning can be further improved. As he spoke, Dichi extended a hand, pointing towards Fang Han's forehead. Fang Han felt a spell being transmitted into his brain. Hint: with Dichi's instruction, you have learned the skill, Soul Summoning skill. Soul Summoning. Skill description: summons the soul of a deceased being. If the soul is injected into a body, it can control that life form. The strength of the life form is related to body strength, soul strength, summoning skill level, player attributes, etc. This skill cannot be operated. Skill description: this skill is highly unstable. Use caution. Skill description: requires use in conjunction with the Book of the Dead. Thank you. Fang Han quickly glanced over the game tips and silently noted down the key points mentioned by Dichi. Obsession. For Hela, her daughter and loved one must be her deepest obsessions. And then, there's the curse on the Meteor Company. Simple. After a brief thought, Fang Han immediately had an answer. During the exploration mission in the 8th district, he had found a photo of Hela and her loved one daughter. When he brings their photo back to the 7th district, he would have fulfilled Hela's obsession. Once all the samples of the Hela organization are collected, he can resurrect Hela and complete the final hidden mission. All preparations were in place. Having spent so long away from the 7th district, it was time to go back and check. Mr. Dichi, may I ask if there is storage here in the game? Can I stay here for a while? Dichi looked at Fang Han, smiling but not answering. Fang Han paused, then realized something, tentatively added, Teacher. Hearing Fang Han's address, Dichi felt pleased. His smile grew wider, allowing Fang Han to stay longer, giving him more exposure to the study of the undead. This couldn't be better. Of course. Fang Han, you are my student. You can stay here for as long as you like. Here, you will receive the best service from the Undead Researchers Association. We will ensure your absolute safety, and no one can take you away from the association. Fang Han found Dichi's behavior strange. Nobody wanted to take him away. Under the guidance of the waiter, Fang Han finally settled into a private room on the 5th floor, returning to the game world through the storage in the room. He reappeared in the underground prison. Game tips quickly appeared on Fang Han's retinas. Hint: during your offline time, your zombie clone completed Soul Sealing * 21,781. You gain the talent of Undead Studies 21.781. Your basic Undead Studies skill has been raised to LV 10. Please try to improve your basic skills. Looking around, The large hall of wailing was filled with numerous undead beings. 100 zombie clones stood in place, constantly releasing and absorbing souls, slowly gaining undead study talent points. Fang Heng flipped his wrist, taking out 20 books of the Book of the Dead store in his backpack, releasing over 20,000 souls stored in the books one by one. The room was becoming more crowded with souls. Fang Heng stood there thinking quickly. To ensure the success of resurrecting Hela's soul later on, he decided to let the zombie clones continue their cultivation here to increase the level of their undead study talent. After all, judging from the thousands of points in the ceiling art talent, his current 600 plus points in undead studies talent were far from the limit. In addition, he had already secured the 8th district. The probability of external invasion into the novice stage of the 8th district was almost zero. He expected there might be a big battle with the vampires in the 7th district later. Might as well take all his combat-type zombie clones to the 7th district. With this in mind, Fang Heng had 2/3 of his Vine zombie clones commit suicide on the spot, then controlled all the immediate lickers, tyrants, and integrated tyrants to also commit suicide, gathering most of his forces to head to the 7th district. Once the deployment of the zombie clones was completed, Fang Heng hurriedly left the small hall of wailing. As soon as he stepped out, he quickly closed the room door to prevent souls from escaping. Immediately, a series of red game prompts refreshed. Hint: you have received an emergency communication *17 from the survival radio. So many at once? Fang Heng immediately checked the survival radio. Most of the emergency communications were from Mo Jiawei and Chen Yu. All within the past few days. Fang Heng realized that during this time, the Federation and Mo Jiawei had been trying to contact him in the game relentlessly. Unfortunately, he couldn't receive them. It seemed the special paint applied on the walls of the Hall of Wailing had also blocked communication abilities. Fang Heng guessed. He quickly sent messages to Mo Jiawei and Chen Yu, assuring them that everything was fine. Outside the room, Lucia had been standing on guard. She felt restless, constantly simulating scenes in her mind for when Fang Heng finished his seclusion. Following Qiao Ling's advice, dating was the best way to enhance their relationship. Now that the apocalypse was over, it was time to capture Fang Heng during their date. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Lucia, lost in her thoughts, was startled. Seeing Fang Heng coming out of the room, her eyes lit up. Fang Heng, did the cultivation go well? Progress has been decent. I didn't expect to be delayed for so long all of a sudden. You must have been tired these days. It's time to rest. No problem, as long as I can help you. Lucia nervously tucked a strand of hair falling onto her forehead. Her voice became softer. Fang Heng, I wanted to ask if you have some time. Great God. Just as she was speaking, a loud voice completely overshadowed Lucia's. Turning around to see, Mo Jiawei was running over, shouting as he came down the hallway. Great God! There's a major issue in the 7th district. Blood clans are invading on a large scale. The federal and major guilds in the 7th district are struggling to hold their ground. The Left Path Guild is losing a lot of money now. If they don't go save people, they might go bankrupt. Mo Jiawei had received an urgent message from Fang Heng's survival radio and immediately came to report on the latest developments. Let's go. Lao Mo, let's head to the transmission hall and talk along the way. Watching Fang Heng and Mo Jiawei eagerly discussing something, walking to the laboratory arm in arm, as if no one else was around, Lucia clenched her fists tightly. Clearly, forget about the date. She should just solve this trouble directly. Thump. Lucia punched the nearby wall fiercely in frustration. The stone wall cracked and its durability plummeted. Mo Jiawei trembled upon hearing the sound, retracting his hand that was on Fang Heng's shoulder. Turned to look at Lucia. Lucia, aren't you coming too? Lucia replied with a stern face, following along with them. The 7th district is in big trouble. Mo Jiawei was still unaware that Fang Heng had already reached a consensus with the Federation for cooperation. Most of his information now came from the Left Path Gaming Guild in Chongjian. Due to the Blood Clan invasion, player forces in the 7th district have suffered heavy casualties, and various shelters are quickly falling. Many player guilds and companies are tearfully selling off their assets in the 7th district. The situation now is that there are buyers but no market. No one dares to take on these assets. Along the way, Mo Jiawei explained the troubles of the 7th district to Fang Heng. This time, ManhwaRecap intentionally lagged behind Fang by half a step. The Left Path Gaming Guild took over several properties at a discount recently and they are now on the verge of collapsing. And it doesn't end there. The Blood Clan is rapidly expanding. The newly acquired shelters are falling every day. Fang listened to ManhwaRecap's account while glancing at the game prompts floating at the corner of his retina. Hint. Your zombie avatar has been damaged by another zombie avatar. Hint. Your zombie avatar has been damaged by another zombie avatar. What's going on? It's been over 10 minutes. Why do these game prompts keep refreshing? Weren't they supposed to be quick? Why haven't any of his zombie avatars successfully self-destructed yet? Taking a closer look at the game logs, Fang immediately realized the problem. A bit embarrassed, the zombie avatars, after inheriting the effect of undying, became immune to physical damage leading to death. So, now even simple operations like poking each other for mutual self-sacrifice couldn't be executed. These guys didn't make the enemy nauseous, but managed to nauseate themselves first. Headache. Thinking about it, Kiyuyaki with two researchers emerged from the lab lobby. Seeing Fang, a slight movement appeared on Kiyuyaki's usually indifferent face. Fang, I've been looking for you. Kiyuyaki walked up to Fang, blocking his path. I made a discovery about the last incident. Come with me. Without further ado, Kiyuyaki dragged Fang to the central research lab. In front of the lab's special cultivation tank, Kiyuyaki held a document in his hand. This is the research you asked me to conduct on the creature. Demon Attendant. We conducted a routine analysis on it. Its various attributes and abilities are very high. Extremely offensive, Van possesses powerful defensive capabilities. Its body structure is similar to a human's, but the elements that compose its body are completely unknown in our world. Kiyuyaki's tone sounded calm, but he hadn't slept for several days. In times of peace, this discovery would have been enough to go down in history. His name would be forever recorded in textbooks. Not only that, the research and exploration that would follow were enough to excite him greatly. I conducted an analysis, and I confirmed that it is a species that does not exist in our world. Its original living environment is very different from ours, with its independent and autonomous reproductive system. At this point, Kiyuyaki raised his head to look at the cultivation tank. The demon attendant inside was barely clinging to life. The demon attendants do not rely on the same substances as humans for survival. They do not derive energy from food to sustain life. They use an entirely different method to absorb energy, and this method cannot be replicated or used in our world. Seeing Lucia's expression of confusion, Kiyuyaki cleared his throat. In short, the demon attendants cannot survive long in our world. They starve to death. Hint. Your zombie avatar has been damaged by another zombie avatar. Hint. You have completed research on demon attendant. You have discovered a product from an unknown realm. Hint. The current world lacks the necessary conditions for the survival of demon attendants. They cannot be cultivated on a large scale. Hint. Player belonging to the 8th District world has not seen an increase in strength. Hint. Player can proceed with the further analysis of demon attendants. Hint. Your zombie avatar has been damaged by another zombie avatar. Fang's gaze quickly scanned through several red display messages interspersed among the zombie mutual stabbing prompts. He immediately captured a few key words. Survival conditions. Large-scale cultivation. World strength not increased. Fang pondered quietly, gaining some understanding. Analyzing from the text, if he could cultivate high-level creatures in the zombie apocalypse 8th district, would the level of his world also rise? Deducing from this, the diversity of cultivated organisms and their strength could affect the increase in world level, but how to cultivate them? Taking demon attendants for example, how could one cultivate them during the zombie apocalypse? Fang thought. His head began to ache again. Perhaps demon attendants ultimately could not be cultivated in this world. Wait. That doesn't seem right. He remembered the whales from before as well. Theoretically, there should not be unique environments like the whales in the zombie apocalypse, yet he managed to create them through some special means. So, could the survival environment of demon attendants be simulated through similar methods? Fang believed he was on the right track, but he couldn't verify it. And the difficulty of researching this species, the demon attendants, was too high. What if he tried a different species? Well, then, the Blood Clan. Fang himself possesses vampire bloodline skills. Interestingly, the 7th district encountered a large number of vampire invasions this time. If he's lucky, Maybe he can even bring back some samples to study in the 8th district. Furthermore, the zombie doomsday world and the vampire world are both beginner game worlds, and the environments of the two worlds look similar. Theoretically, if everything goes smoothly, he might even be able to cultivate vampires in the 8th district to enhance the world's strength. Fang Heng silently constructs his own plan in his heart. Seeing Fang Heng lost in thought, Qi Yaokong asked, "Fang Heng, what are you thinking?" "Nothing. Really." Fang Heng shook his head. "It's still uncertain whether he can bring back vampires, so he shouldn't get Qi Yaokong's hopes up too much. He doesn't want to go to the 7th district with a bunch of sample collectors." Facing Qi Yaokong's suspicious gaze, Fang Heng quickly changed the subject. "Can we simulate the living environment of demon servants?" "It's difficult to do. I still need a large number of research samples to study demon servants. Unfortunately, it's almost dead. And even if we have enough samples, research progress will be very slow," Qi Yaokong lamented. Finding a new toe was challenging, but he couldn't continue the research. "Can you get a bit more demon servant alive?" "It's challenging, but I'll try my best," Fang Heng said, taking out his notebook and adding another task for the upcoming visit to the 7th district, bringing back some vampires for research in the 8th district. "Professor Qiu, I have a problem and need your help to figure out a solution." "What is it?" Fang Heng put away his notebook and gestured. "I want to find a quick way to kill a special mutated zombie that has physical immunity." Even Qi Yaokong sensed the difficulty of the problem. After several attempts, Qi Yaokong immersed Fang Heng's zombie clones in a high-concentration corrosive sulfuric acid solution. Under chemical damage, the zombie clones finally began to die. However, this method was ineffective against the fused tyrant body, with its rapid life regeneration exceeding the corrosive damage. Qi Yaokong couldn't find a solution in the short term, so Fang Heng had to let him continue searching while he went to find Victor. "The spatial rift device has completed its second test, so we can open the channel now." Victor conducted the final debugging of the spatial rift device. A blue teleportation channel appeared in front of Fang Heng. He stepped into it, and a dazzling light bloomed before him. Text rapidly refreshed in the corner of Fang Heng's retina. Hint: player is teleporting. Hint: teleportation complete. You have entered the 7th district. Hint: player has triggered branching endings. Final purification. Player has triggered branching endings. Eternal moon. The 7th district. Legion of Scavengers headquarters. A desolate atmosphere pervaded. Inside the newly established teleportation hall, Scavenger Legion members were scattered around, showing signs of weakness due to a lack of battle elixirs and divine elixirs supply for some time, greatly weakening their combat abilities. Combined with their rock-bottom morale, each one appeared dispirited. In a corner, Lin Hanseng sighed silently. He was a player from the Left Half Game Guild. A few days ago, affected by the vampire invasion incident, the 7th district experienced a major change. The Left Half Game Guild had been trying to find Fang Heng the entire time. Lin Hanseng had been sent by the guild leader to stay at the Scavenger Guild for 24 hours, waiting for Fang Heng to log in so they could contact him immediately. Unexpectedly, about a dozen hours after he joined the Scavenger Legion, the entire Legion shelter was attacked by vampires, leading to its fall. Fortunately, Lin Hanseng disguised himself as a regular NPC and was not discovered by the Night Owl players. Like the other NPCs, he had become a hostage and remained in the teleportation hall. Lin Hanseng felt he had likely hit rock bottom this time. If this situation continued, not to mention year-end bonuses, the Left Half Game Guild would collapse, and he suspected he might end up dead here. Sighing heavily, Lin Hanseng pondered. While thinking aimlessly, a beam of light suddenly flashed in the hall. Lin Hanseng was taken aback. Soon after, there were voices one after the other in the hall. "Captain! Captain, sir!" The Scavenger Legion members, who were previously sparse on the ground, now looked radiant, struggling to stand up and bow to Fang Heng. "Captain!" He was Fang Heng. At this moment, Fang Heng had just returned to the 7th district, and his vision had not fully recovered, with notifications from the Retina game quickly refreshing in small rows of text. In just 1 second, the game log had refreshed thousands of pages, leaving Fang Heng with no time to read them. What's going on? Fang Heng quickly scanned the teleportation hall. He felt apprehensive. How could the spatial rift device stop working? The large screens on the walls were all black. Also, these NPCs were all in a terrible state, looking extremely dejected as if they hadn't eaten for days. Where was the formidable aura of the Scavenger Legion villains? Fang Heng had a sinking feeling. The good news was at least his home was still there, and the Scavenger Legion too. Take me to the lab and have Osborne and I Shanta come see me. With that, Fang Heng strode forward. However, the metal sensing gate ahead was tightly shut. The Scavenger Legion members in the hall stood still, not moving. Fang Heng had to stop and look back at everyone. Captain Fang Heng, a Legion member's voice trembled as he cleared his throat, showing a look of shame on his face. I'm sorry, Captain. We are all trapped here now. Commander Osborne is currently being held separately by the vampires in the underground second floor, and Commander Anai Shentao is temporarily missing. Fang Heng's face changed abruptly. The home had been taken. What do you mean? Explain in detail. Captain Fang Heng. I am Lin Hans Heng from the Left Path Gain Guild. Lin Hans Heng finally realized and quickly pushed aside the two Scavenger Legion members in front, approaching Fang Heng. Fang Heng looked at Lin Hans Heng, Left Path Guild. From Chanzan's group. Yes. Lin Hans Heng nodded frantically. Tiazan was able to send Lin Hans Heng here, showing that he still had some level of skill in his work. He quickly organized his thoughts and began to speak. It was probably about 2 days ago when a group of unknown beings who identified themselves as the Blood Clan launched an attack on the Scavenger Legion's branch. Due to the relationship between the main spatial rift generator and the branch, Commander Osborne decided to use the branch as a central defense point. He quickly mobilized the Legion's defense forces to protect the main spatial rift device. We failed. The power of the Blood Clan exceeded our expectations. After taking over the branch shelter, they continued to capture the Legion's main base via the temporal passage. Afterward, we were held captive by the Blood Clan. They took away all the divine medicine and war god elixirs, rendering us defenseless. Hearing this, Tiazan furrowed his brow. They had lost. But not completely. Why didn't the Blood Clan just kill off the remaining Legion members and instead keep so many people alive? As he pondered, a series of game hints refreshed on his retina. Hint. During the player's offline period, some branches of the Scavenger Legion have fallen, significantly reducing the Legion's morale. Hint. Shortage of special potions supplied to the Scavenger Legion, leading to decreased morale. Hint. Key figure Ding Min has been captured, resulting in decreased Legion morale. Hint. If the overall morale of the Scavenger Legion drops below 30 points, all Legion members' final attack damage will be reduced by 20%. Please expedite raising the Legion's morale. Hint. External player interference has a significant impact on the Scavenger Legion, triggering the mission The Missing Ding Min. Mission name. Investigate scientist Ding Min during the conflict with the Blood Clan. Mission difficulty. Mission objective. Find the missing Ding Min. Mission reward. Increase Ding Min's favorability. Significant boost in Scavenger Legion's morale. Failure penalty. Significant decrease in the Legion's morale and a 90% reduction in all Legion research speeds. Hint. External player interference has a significant impact on the Scavenger Legion, triggering the mission Retake the Scavenger Legion Headquarters. Mission name. Retake the Scavenger Legion Headquarters. Mission difficulty. Mission description. Due to your decision-making error resulting in a significant drop in the Legion's morale, you need to quickly increase morale. Reclaim control of the Scavenger Legion branch to prevent the risk of the Legion's destruction. Mission reward. Significant boost in the Scavenger Legion's morale. Failure penalty. Dissolution of the Scavenger Legion. Time remaining for the mission. 23 hours, 21 minutes, to seconds, TSK. Tiazan cursed inwardly as he read through the game hints. Night Owl strikes again. The game penalties were harsh. Just as he had finally built up the Legion, now it was on the verge of dissolution. Tiazan felt frustrated. Fortunately, although his home had been raided, Ding Min had not died, and the Scavenger Legion was still standing. There was still a chance to turn things around. In front of his many Legion members, Tiazan remained calm, calculating in his mind. Suddenly, he looked up and asked, "Where is Ding Min?" Lin Hans Heng, looking puzzled, responded, Who is Ding Min?" The other NPCs glanced at each other, offering no reply. "I see." Tiazan remained silent. Ding Min was Ding Sheng's daughter. Ding Sheng was one of the original trusted confidants who followed Cook Barn, co-founded the Scavenger Legion, and served as deputy commander for several years before his passing. Ding Min held a significant position within the Scavenger Legion and was known for her powerful research capabilities. She might even be an S-class or SS-class individual. It seemed like she had been kept somewhere else. Ding Min needed to be rescued quickly. But first, they needed to escape. Thinking this, Tiazhen carefully searched the game journal for relevant information. Before leaving the 7th district, he had left diffusion tyrant bodies to guard the Scavenger Legion headquarters and the spatial rift device at the Legion's branch. Including 3 mitosis entities, there were a total of 4 fusion tyrants present. At that time, he thought that with diffusion tyrants' help, resisting the Federation's attack would not be a problem for some time. After investigating, Tiazhen found that the fusion tyrants were still alive. They had lower intelligence, but were not receptive to commands from players other than Tiazhen. Once Tiazhen left the 7th district, they entered a standby mode, only following his last instructions to attack intruders in the shelter. If the shelter was invaded and taken over by the Blood Clan, the fusion tyrants' mission logic would become rigid, causing them to cease attacks and enter a quasi-hibernation state. The fusion tyrants were alive, still useful. Tiazhen attempted to issue commands to the fusion tyrants. Hint: your zombie clone is in a special state and cannot execute commands. The 4 fusion tyrants in the branch couldn't accept commands. That was interesting. It seemed that the Blood Clan also had means to deal with the fusion tyrants. Why would they leave 4 of them behind, especially at the headquarters? Tiazhen shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it. He planned to capture a few people later for interrogation, and everything would become clear then. Thinking this, Tiazhen opened his eyes again, scanning the surroundings and exclaimed, "Everyone, prepare for battle." Yes. Upon hearing Tiazhen's words, all scavenger members straightened up, responding energetically, despite their current weakness. Lin Hansheng was taken aback, surprised by Tiazhen's readiness to lead the NPCs in resistance. However, could they, a group of novices, really defeat the Blood Clan? Wasn't this too reckless? Lin Hansheng tried to offer a suggestion. "Leader, our current battle readiness, I know." Under the watchful eyes of Lin Hansheng and the Scavenger Legion members, Tiazhen slowly walked to the right side of the gate's wall. He knocked on the wall, listened to the sound, and then made way for an empty space. Lin Hansheng looked puzzled. What was Tiazhen planning to do? Did he have a special plan? The entire hall fell into an extreme silence, with only the heavy sounds of everyone's breathing. Lin Hansheng swallowed nervously. For some reason, he felt the atmosphere in the hall suddenly become tense. After everyone waited for what felt like an eternity, the wall emitted a heavy muffled sound. What? Lin Hansheng's heart skipped a beat. The Scavenger Legion members were equally stunned. Thud. It was like something was forcefully hitting the door. Again and again. What was it? Doom. After more than 10 consecutive hammer strikes, the wall was finally smashed open. Through the large hole, Lin Hansheng finally saw the giant creature standing on the other side of the wall. National Game. Chapter 535. Counterattack Fusion Tyrant Body. Can this be done? Lin Hansheng never thought that Fang Heng would directly use the Fusion Tyrant Body in such a violent way to smash a big hole in the wall to escape. He was stunned for a moment. He opened his mouth and looked at Fang Heng. He really wanted to ask Fang Heng where he got these 4 Fusion Tyrant Bodies from. Or did the brain-dead vampires simply not deal with those 4 monsters in the Scavenger Legion headquarters? Let's go. Fang Heng led the way out of the broken hole. Just as they entered the passage, a large number of low-level vampires surged in from both sides of the passage. The low-level vampires looked almost identical to humans. Their physical qualities were nearly double that of ordinary humans, with greatly enhanced resistance to attacks and recovery abilities. After entering the combat stance, their fingertips immediately sharpened into dangerous weapons. The 4 fusion tyrant bodies directly blocked most of the road, facing the incoming vampire horde with wild punches. With each punch thrown, more than 10 vampires rushing towards them would be directly knocked out. Fang Heng quickly identified the direction. Let's go to the central control hall. Lin Hansheng watched on the side with his eyelids twitching non-stop. According to the normal train of thought, shouldn't they first try to seize the weapons arsenal to boost their strength, then find and rescue the others captured by the enemy to prepare for the final battle? How could Fang Heng just rush into the enemy headquarters without a care for anything else? Lin Hansheng shrunk his neck and dared not speak more, following Fang Heng and the 4 fusion tyrant bodies towards the direction of the central control hall. Alarm! Alarm! The entire headquarters of the Scavenger Legion was echoing with piercing alarms. Suziwei furrowed his brows in front of the monitoring screen. Diffusion tyrant bodies were out of control. During the previous attack on the shelter, these unkillable fusion tyrant bodies had already caused too much trouble to the vampire group. At that time, the fusion tyrant bodies did not have high intelligence. After the vampires successfully took over the shelter, the 4 fusion tyrant bodies quieted down. As long as they were not touched, they would not attack actively. Suziwei wanted to completely resolve these 4 troubles, but he couldn't. Originally, these 4 fusion tyrant bodies were supposed to be sent to the temporary headquarters as food for Anchitas. But with so much going on, several earls were too busy to handle it. Moving the fusion tyrant bodies forcefully would require too many resources, so this matter had to be temporarily put aside. Unexpectedly, the fusion tyrant bodies collectively lost control today. Suziwei was already sweating profusely on his forehead. The headquarters of the Scavenger Legion was not important to the vampires. It only served as a temporary detention facility, so its internal defense level was very low, with only a large number of low-level vampires guarding it. Even a count-level vampire was absent. Suziwei immediately sent out a distress call to the headquarters. In just a few minutes, the biomonsters had already invaded the central control hall through the entrance of the passage. Bang! Bang! Suziwei heard the loud noises of the metal door in the control hall being hit. Under the forceful impact, indentations appeared on the alloy metal door. Each hit felt like a heavy hammer on Suziwei's chest. The mid-level vampires in the room looked serious. To cause such damage solely with their bodies indicated the opponent's strength. Suziwei raised his ray gun and aimed it at the entrance. He took a deep breath, standing prepared for battle with the mid-level vampires in the room. Unlike the regular vampire NPCs, Suziwei was a player, so he did not see using weapons as a lack of confidence in his bloodline. It would be foolish to waste his advantages. Doom! With a loud noise, the alloy door was smashed open by the fusion tyrant body. 2 huge shadows rushed in from outside the door. The fusion tyrant bodies ambushed in the hall immediately pounced on the mid-level vampires. Suziwei focused, lifting his ray gun and aiming at the eye socket on the chest of the fusion tyrant body. He pulled the trigger. Phew! A bright white beam shot out of the ray gun, piercing through the eye socket of the fusion tyrant body's chest. The fusion tyrant body, trying to resist the vampire's attack, was severely wounded. Yellow pus blood oozed from the pierced eye. His body wavered, losing control and falling backward. The effect was significant. Suziwei quickly put down the ray gun, removed the energy clip, and switched to a new set of ammo. The handheld ray gun was the highest technological product obtained from the wasteland world, extremely rare, and the ammunition manufacturing process was extremely intricate, requiring numerous rare materials. It needed at least a minute of preparation before firing. While switching the clip, Suziwei glanced at the situation inside the hall. 3 fusion tyrant bodies remained. The only recourse was to use the same method as before, employing a swarm of low-level vampires to engage them. Their intelligence levels weren't high. Just as he was thinking, Suziwei caught sight of the 3 giant creatures swiftly approaching him in his peripheral vision. Suziwei raised an eyebrow, looking up. The remaining 3 fusion tyrant bodies were all charging towards him. Ignoring the mid-level vampires flying around, they dashed straight towards him. Being targeted by 3 heavyweight fusion tyrant bodies created an intense pressure. Beads of sweat the size of beans slid down Suziwei's cheeks. What's going on? Were they coming for him? Suziwei's ray gun was not yet fully charged, and he didn't know which one to aim at. While hesitating, the fusion tyrant bodies had already reached him, raising their fists to strike. Bang! Suziwei felt like he was hit by a rushing truck. He was undeniably sent flying. While still in the air, another fusion tyrant body reached out and grabbed Suziwei tightly. Suziwei's entire body sounded like cracking bones as he emitted a scream. He struggled, but the more he tried, the tighter the fusion tyrant body grasped him. With one hand gripping Suziwei tightly, the fusion tyrant body turned and walked towards Fang outside the teleportation hall. At the entrance of the hall, watching the fusion tyrant body approaching them step by step, Lin Hanseng carefully swallowed a mouthful of saliva and glanced cautiously at Fang beside him. Truly, the top combat force of the Scavenger Legion, the fusion tyrant body, incredibly strong. Fang raised his head, his gaze moving over Suziwei. Player? Gritting his teeth and enduring the agonizing pain throughout his body, Suziwei lowered his head to look at the person questioning him on the ground. His vision was somewhat blurred. The intense pain had also affected his eyesight. National Game. Hanging up from the Zombie Apocalypse, Volume 536 of the main text chapter. Reclaiming Headquarters, who are you again? Suziwei just asked the question when he suddenly felt a more excruciating pain spreading through his body. He immediately shouted, "Yes, I am a player." Fang Heng gestured with his eyes towards the hall where about 20 mid-level blood clansmen were fighting with the remaining 3 tyrants. "Aren't you going to stop them? Only a small number of blood clansmen belong to my clan, and their ranks are not lower than mine. I can't do it." Fang Heng frowned. "What is the purpose of the Blood Clan invasion of District 7? "I don't know. I'm just following orders. I am a low-ranking Blood Clan member. I'm just here to guard this place." "What about Ding Min?" "Who is Ding Min?" "Useless. If you don't know anything, and even the Blood Clans can't control you, then you're useless." Suziwei suddenly felt a sense of impending danger. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, he heard a hissing sound. Turning his head, Suziwei's face suddenly changed drastically. The fused tyrant's left hand had already formed several tentacles, and the wriggling tentacles were drilling towards his mouth. Fang Heng was extremely unhappy. Suziwei knew nothing, couldn't even control the blood clans, and was of no use. There was no choice but to waste some time manually cleaning up the entire Scavenger Legion headquarters. Thinking so, Fang Heng turned to look at Lin Hansheng. "Leave this to me. You go offline and communicate with Tiazhen. Tell him that I'm back." "All right, okay." Lin Hansheng looked into Fang Heng's eyes with a hint of fear. The mastermind behind the Scavenger Legion was so cruel even when killing a person. It really fit his character. After more than half an hour, relying on the fused tyrant's power, the Scavenger Legion gradually regained control of the headquarters, reactivating some facilities within the headquarters. Osborne, who had been imprisoned on the 3rd floor of the basement, immediately came to the laboratory to find Fang Heng after escaping. Too many things had happened in these 2 days, and the entire Scavenger Legion was on the verge of collapse. Osborne felt overwhelming guilt. He felt he could never make amends for his mistakes. At least the leader was back now. He could stabilize the situation. They had only known each other for less than a month, but Fang Heng had left a deep impression on Osborne. Nothing seemed too difficult for the leader to handle. "Leader, Fang Heng nodded, holding up a hand to signal Osborne to wait, then turned to another ordinary researcher of the Scavenger Legion. "Continue." About 3 days ago, Dr. Ding Min detected high-frequency spatial fluctuations in the Songxi mountain area. Due to the distance from us and your orders, the Legion did not send personnel for investigation, but remained in a passive defensive state. Subsequently, a group of lifeforms calling themselves the Blood Clan began to appear in the Songxi mountain area. In the initial period, we were intermittently attacked by the Blood Clan. In order to better understand the weaknesses of the enemy, Dr. Ding Min attempted to capture Blood Clan members for research and analysis. As Osborne spoke, he clenched his fists tightly, feeling useless. "Leader, let me continue from here." Osborne took a deep breath and continued. "The expansion speed of the Blood Clan exceeded our expectations. After some time, a large number of Blood Clan members began to attack our shelters and various outposts, forcing us into a passive defense. The number of Blood Clansmen was extremely large, and various outposts began to fall. We then decided to retract our defenses. Subsequently, a brand shelter with the main space rift device was attacked.